The History of Animals. By Aristotle. Book 1. 1. Of the parts of animals some are simple, to wit, all such as divide into parts uniform with themselves, as flesh into flesh. Others are composite, such as divide into parts not uniform with themselves, as, for instance, the hand does not divide into hands nor the face into faces. And of such as these, some are called not parts merely, but limbs or members. Such are those parts that, while entire in themselves, have within themselves other diverse parts, as for instance, the head, foot, hand, the arm as a whole, the chest. For these are all in themselves entire parts, and there are other diverse parts belonging to them. All those parts that do not subdivide into parts uniform with themselves are composed of parts that do so subdivide, for instance, hand is composed of flesh, sinews, and bones. Of animals, some resemble one another in all their parts, while others have parts wherein they differ. Sometimes the parts are identical in form or species, as, for instance, one man's nose or eye resembles another man's nose or eye, flesh, and bone. And in like manner with a horse, and with all other animals which we reckon to be of one and the same species, for as the whole is to the whole, so each to each are the parts severally. In other cases the parts are identical, save only for a difference in the way of excess or defect, as is the case in such animals as are of one and the same genus. By genus I mean, for instance, bird or fish, for each of these is subject to difference in respect of its genus, and there are many species of fishes and of birds. Within the limits of genera, most of the parts as a rule exhibit differences through contrast of the property or accident, such as color and shape. To which they are subject, in that some are more and some in a less degree the subject of the same property or accident. And also in the way of multitude or fewness, magnitude or parvitude, in short in the way of excess or defect. Thus in some the texture of the flesh is soft, in others firm, some have a long bill, others a short one. Some have abundance of feathers, others have only a small quantity. It happens further that some have parts that others have not, for instance, some have spurs and others not, some have crests and others not. But as a general rule, most parts, and those that go to make up the bulk of the body are either identical with one another, or differ from one another in the way of contrast and of excess and defect. For the more and the less may be represented as excess or defect. Once again, we may have to do with animals whose parts are neither identical in form nor yet identical save for differences in the way of excess or defect, but they are the same only in the way of analogy, as, for instance, bone is only analogous to fish bone, nail to hoof, hand to claw, and scale to feather. For what the feather is in a bird, the scale is in a fish. The parts, then, which animals severally possess are diverse from, or identical with, one another in the fashion above described. And they are so furthermore in the way of local disposition, for many animals have identical organs that differ in position, for instance, some have teats in the breast, others close to the thighs. Of the substances that are composed of parts uniform, or homogeneous, with themselves, some are soft and moist, others are dry and solid. The soft and moist are such either absolutely or so long as they are in their natural conditions, as, for instance, blood, serum, lard, suet, marrow, sperm, gall, milk in such as have it flesh and the like. And also, in a different way, the superfluities, as phlegm and the excretions of the belly and the bladder. The dry and solid are such as sinew, skin, vein, hair, bone, gristle, nail, horn, a term which as applied to the part involves an ambiguity, since the whole also by virtue of its form is designated horn. And such parts as present an analogy to these. Animals differ from one another in their modes of subsistence, in their actions, in their habits, and in their parts. Concerning these differences we shall first speak in broad and general terms, and subsequently we shall treat of the same with close reference to each particular genus. Differences are manifested in modes of subsistence, in habits, in actions performed. For instance, some animals live in water and others on land. And of those that live in water some do so in one way, and some in another, that is to say, some live and feed in the water, take in and emit water, and cannot live if deprived of water, as is the case with the great majority of fishes. Others get their food and spend their days in the water, but do not take in water but air, nor do they bring forth in the water. Many of these creatures are furnished with feet, as the otter, the beaver, and the crocodile. Some are furnished with wings, as the diver and the grebe, some are destitute of feet, as the water snake. Some creatures get their living in the water and cannot exist outside it, but for all that do not take in either air or water, as, for instance, the sea nettle and the oyster. And of creatures that live in the water some live in the sea, some in rivers, some in lakes, and some in marshes, as the frog and the newt. Of animals that live on dry land some take in air and emit it, which phenomena are termed inhalation and exhalation, as, for instance, man and all such land animals as are furnished with lungs. Others, again, do not inhale air, yet live and find their sustenance on dry land, as, for instance, the wasp, the bee, and all other insects. And by insects I mean such creatures as have nicks or notches on their bodies, either on their bellies or on both backs and bellies. And of land animals many, as has been said, derive their subsistence from the water. But of creatures that live in and inhale water not a single one derives its subsistence from dry land. Some animals at first live in water, and by change their shape and live out of water, as is the case with river worms, for out of these the gadfly develops. Furthermore, some animals are stationary, and some are erratic. Stationary animals are found in water, but no such creature is found on dry land. In the water are many creatures that live in close adhesion to an external object, as is the case with several kinds of oyster. And, by the way, the sponge appears to be endowed with a certain sensibility, as a proof of which it is alleged that the difficulty in detaching it from its moorings is increased if the movement to detach it be not covertly applied. Other creatures adhere at one time to an object and detach themselves from it at other times, as is the case with a species of the so-called sea nettle, for some of these creatures seek their food in the nighttime loose and unattached. Many creatures are unattached but motionless, as is the case with oysters and the so-called holothuria. Some can swim, as, for instance, fishes, mollusks, and crustaceans, such as the crawfish. But some of these last move by walking, as the crab, for it is the nature of the creature, though it lives in water, to move by walking. Of land animals some are furnished with wings, such as birds and bees, and these are so furnished in different ways one from another, others are furnished with feet. Of the animals that are furnished with feet some walk, some creep, and some wriggle. But no creature is able only to move by flying, as the fish is able only to swim, for the animals with leathern wings can walk. The bat has feet and the seal has imperfect feet. Some birds have feet of little power, and are therefore called apods. This little bird is powerful on the wing. And, as a rule, birds that resemble it are weak-footed and strong-winged, such as the swallow and the Drepanese or alpine swift. For all these birds resemble one another in their habits and in their plumage, and may easily be mistaken one for another. The apis is to be seen at all seasons, but the Drepanese only after rainy weather in summer. For this is the time when it is seen and captured, though, as a general rule, it is a rare bird. Again, some animals move by walking on the ground as well as by swimming in water. Furthermore, the following differences are manifest in their modes of living and in their actions. Some are gregarious, some are solitary, whether they be furnished with feet or wings or be fitted for a life in the water. And some partake of both characters, the solitary and the gregarious. And of the gregarious, some are disposed to combine for social purposes, others to live each for its own self. Gregarious creatures are, among birds, such as the pigeon, the crane, and the swan, and, by the way, no bird furnished with crooked talons is gregarious. Of creatures that live in water many kinds of fishes are gregarious, such as the so-called migrants, the tunny, the pelamies, and the bonito. Man, by the way, presents a mixture of the two characters, the gregarious and the solitary. Social creatures are such as have some one common object in view, and this property is not common to all creatures that are gregarious. Such social creatures are man, the bee, the wasp, the ant, and the crane. Again, of these social creatures some submit to a ruler, others are subject to no governance, as, for instance, the crane and the several sorts of bees submit to a ruler, whereas ants and numerous other creatures are every one his own master. And again, both of gregarious and of solitary animals, some are attached to a fixed home and others are erratic or nomad. Also, some are carnivorous, some graminivorous, some omnivorous, whilst some feed on a peculiar diet, as for instance the bees and the spiders, for the bee lives on honey and certain other sweets, and the spider lives by catching flies. And some creatures live on fish. Again, some creatures catch their food, others treasure it up, whereas others do not so. Some creatures provide themselves with a dwelling, others go without one, of the former kind are the mole, the mouse, the ant, the bee, of the latter kind are many insects and quadrupeds. Further, in respect to locality of dwelling place, some creatures dwell underground, as the lizard and the snake, others live on the surface of the ground, as the horse and the dog. Make to themselves holes, others do not. Some are nocturnal, as the owl and the bat, others live in the daylight. Moreover, some creatures are tame and some are wild, some are at all times tame, as man and the mule. Others are at all times savage, as the leopard and the wolf, and some creatures can be rapidly tamed, as the elephant. Again, we may regard animals in another light. For, whenever a race of animals is found domesticated, the same is always to be found in a wild condition, as we find to be the case with horses, kine, swine, men, sheep, goats, and dogs. Further, some animals emit sound while others are mute, and some are endowed with voice, of these latter some have articulate speech, while others are inarticulate, some are given to continual chirping and twittering, some are prone to silence. Some are musical, and some unmusical, but all animals without exception exercise their power of singing or chattering chiefly in connection with the intercourse of the sexes. Again, some creatures live in the fields, as the cushat. Some on the mountains, as the hoopoe, some frequent the abodes of men, as the pigeon. Some, again, are peculiarly salacious, as the partridge, the barn-door cock and their congeners. Others are inclined to chastity, as the whole tribe of crows, for birds of this kind indulge but rarely in sexual intercourse. Of marine animals, again, some live in the open seas, some near the shore, some on rocks. Furthermore, some are combative under offense, others are provident for defense. Of the former kind are such as act as aggressors upon others or retaliate when subjected to ill usage, and of the latter kind are such as merely have some means of guarding themselves against attack. Animals also differ from one another in regard to character in the following respects. Some are good-tempered, sluggish, and little prone to ferocity, as the ox, others are quick-tempered, ferocious and unteachable, as the wild boar. Some are intelligent and timid, as the stag and the hare, others are mean and treacherous, as the snake, others are noble and courageous and high-bred, as the lion. Others are thoroughbred and wild and treacherous, as the wolf, for, by the way, an animal is high-bred if it come from a noble stock, and an animal is thoroughbred if it does not deflect from its racial characteristics. Further, some are crafty and mischievous, as the fox, some are spirited and affectionate and fawning, as the dog, others are easy-tempered and easily domesticated, as the elephant, others are cautious and watchful, as the goose. Others are jealous and self-conceited, as the peacock. But of all animals man alone is capable of deliberation. Many animals have memory, and are capable of instruction, but no other creature except man can recall the past at will. With regard to the several genera of animals, particulars as to their habits of life and modes of existence will be discussed more fully by and by. 2. Common to all animals are the organs whereby they take food and the organs whereinto they take it. And these are either identical with one another, or are diverse in the ways above specified, to wit, either identical in form, or varying in respect of excess or defect, or resembling one another analogically, or differing in position. Furthermore, the great majority of animals have other organs besides these in common, whereby they discharge the residuum of their food. I say, the great majority, for this statement does not apply to all. And, by the way, the organ whereby food is taken in is called the mouth, and the organ whereinto it is taken, the belly. The remainder of the alimentary system has a great variety of names. Now the residuum of food is twofold in kind, wet and dry, and such creatures as have organs receptive of wet residuum are invariably found with organs receptive of dry residuum. But such as have organs receptive of dry residuum need not possess organs receptive of wet residuum. In other words, an animal has a bowel or intestine if it have a bladder, but an animal may have a bowel and be without a bladder. And, by the way, I may here remark that the organ receptive of wet residuum is termed bladder, and the organ receptive of dry residuum, intestine or bowel. 3. Of animals otherwise, a great many have, besides the organs above mentioned, an organ for excretion of the sperm, and of animals capable of generation one secretes into another, and the other into itself. The latter is termed female, and the former male, but some animals have neither male nor female. Consequently, the organs connected with this function differ in form, for some animals have a womb and others an organ analogous thereto. The above-mentioned organs, then, are the most indispensable parts of animals, and with some of them all animals without exception, and with others animals for the most part, must needs be provided. One sense, and one alone, is common to all animals, the sense of touch. Consequently, there is no special name for the organ in which it has its seat, for in some groups of animals the organ is identical, in others it is only analogous. 4. Every animal is supplied with moisture, and, if the animal be deprived of the same by natural causes or artificial means, death ensues. Further, every animal has another part in which the moisture is contained. These parts are blood and vein, and in other animals there is something to correspond, but in these latter the parts are imperfect, being merely fiber and serum or lymph. Touch has its seat in a part uniform and homogeneous, as in the flesh or something of the kind, and generally, with animals supplied with blood, in the parts charged with blood. In other animals it has its seat in parts analogous to the parts charged with blood, but in all cases it is seated in parts that in their texture are homogeneous. The active faculties, on the contrary, are seated in the parts that are heterogeneous, as, for instance, the business of preparing the food is seated in the mouth, and the office of locomotion in the feet, the wings, or in organs to correspond. Again, some animals are supplied with blood, as man, the horse, and all such animals as are, when full-grown, either destitute of feet, or two-footed, or four-footed. Other animals are bloodless, such as the bee and the wasp, and, of marine animals, the cuttlefish, the crawfish, and all such animals as have more than 4 feet. 5. Again, some animals are viviparous, others oviparous, others vermiparous or grub-bearing. Some are viviparous, such as man, the horse, the seal, and all other animals that are hair-coated, and, of marine animals, the cetaceans, as the dolphin, and the so-called selachia. Of these latter animals, some have a tubular air passage and no gills, as the dolphin and the dolphin with the air passage going through its back, the whale with the air passage in its forehead. Others have uncovered gills, as the selachia, the sharks, and rays. What we term an egg is a certain completed result of conception out of which the animal that is to be develops, and in such a way that in respect to its primitive germ it comes from part only of the egg, while the rest serves for food as the germ develops. A grub, on the other hand, is a thing out of which in its entirety the animal in its entirety develops, by differentiation and growth of the embryo. Of viviparous animals, some hatch eggs in their own interior, as creatures of the shark kind. Others engender in their interior a live fetus, as man and the horse. When the result of conception is perfected, with some animals a living creature is brought forth, with others an egg is brought to light, with others a grub. Of the eggs, some have egg shells and are of 2 different colors within, such as birds' eggs, others are soft-skinned and of uniform color, as the eggs of animals of the shark kind. Of the grubs, some are from the first capable of movement, others are motionless. However, with regard to these phenomena we shall speak precisely hereafter when we come to treat of generation. Furthermore, some animals have feet and some are destitute thereof. Of such as have feet some animals have two, as is the case with men and birds, and with men and birds only, some have four, as the lizard and the dog. Some have more, as the centipede and the bee, but alsoever that have feet have an even number of them. Of swimming creatures that are destitute of feet, some have winglets or fins, as fishes, and of these some have 4 fins, 2 above on the back, 2 below on the belly, as the gilthead and the bass. Some have 2 only, to wit, such as are exceedingly long and smooth, as the eel and the conger. Some have none at all, as the murena, but use the sea just as snakes use dry ground, and by the way, snakes swim in water in just the same way. Of the shark kind some have no fins, such as those that are flat and long-tailed, as the ray and the stingray, but these fishes swim actually by the undulatory motion of their flat bodies. The fishing frog, however, has fins, and so likewise have all such fishes as have not their flat surfaces thinned off to a sharp edge. Of those swimming creatures that appear to have feet, as is the case with the mollusks, these creatures swim by the aid of their feet and their fins as well, and they swim most rapidly backwards in the direction of the trunk. As is the case with the cuttlefish or sepia and the calamari. And, by the way, neither of these latter can walk as the poulp or octopus can. The hard-skinned or crustaceous animals, like the crawfish, swim by the instrumentality of their tail parts. And they swim most rapidly tail foremost, by the aid of the fins developed upon that member. The newt swims by means of its feet and tail, and its tail resembles that of the sheatfish, to compare little with great. Of animals that can fly some are furnished with feathered wings, as the eagle and the hawk, some are furnished with membranous wings, as the bee and the cockchafer, others are furnished with leathern wings, as the flying fox and the bat. All flying creatures possessed of blood have feathered wings or leathern wings, the bloodless creatures have membranous wings, as insects. The creatures that have feathered wings or leathern wings have either 2 feet or no feet at all, for there are said to be certain flying serpents in Ethiopia that are destitute of feet. Creatures that have feathered wings are classed as a genus under the name of bird. The other 2 genera, the leathern-winged and membrane-winged, are as yet without a generic title. Of creatures that can fly and are bloodless some are coleopterous or sheath-winged, for they have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer and the dung beetle. Others are sheathless, and of these latter some are dipterous and some tetrapterous, such as are comparatively large or have their stings in the tail, dipterous, such as are comparatively small or have their stings in front. The coleoptera are, without exception, devoid of stings. The diptera have the sting in front, as the fly, the horsefly, the gadfly, and the gnat. Bloodless animals as a general rule are inferior in point of size to blooded animals. Though, by the way, there are found in the sea some few bloodless creatures of abnormal size, as in the case of certain mollusks. And of these bloodless genera, those are the largest that dwell in milder climates, and those that inhabit the sea are larger than those living on dry land or in fresh water. All creatures that are capable of motion move with 4 or more points of motion. The blooded animals with 4 only, as, for instance, man with 2 hands and 2 feet, birds with 2 wings and 2 feet, quadrupeds and fishes severally with 4 feet and 4 fins. Creatures that have 2 winglets or fins, or that have none at all like serpents, move all the same with not less than 4 points of motion, for there are 4 bends in their bodies as they move, or 2 bends together with their fins. Bloodless and many-footed animals, whether furnished with wings or feet, move with more than 4 points of motion. As, for instance, the dayfly moves with 4 feet and 4 wings, and, I may observe in passing, this creature is exceptional not only in regard to the duration of its existence, whence it receives its name, but also because though a quadruped it has wings also. All animals move alike, 4-footed and many-footed, in other words, they all move cross-corner-wise. And animals in general have 2 feet in advance, the crab alone has 4. 6. Very extensive genera of animals, into which other subdivisions fall, are the following: 1. Of birds, 1. Of fishes, and another, of cetaceans. Now all these creatures are blooded. There is another genus of the hard-shell kind, which is called oyster, another of the soft-shell kind, not as yet designated by a single term, such as the spiny crawfish and the various kinds of crabs and lobsters. And another of mollusks, as the 2 kinds of calamari and the cuttlefish, that of insects is different. All these latter creatures are bloodless, and such of them as have feet have a goodly number of them. And of the insects some have wings as well as feet. Of the other animals the genera are not extensive. For in them one species does not comprehend many species. But in one case, as man, the species is simple, admitting of no differentiation, while other cases admit of differentiation, but the forms lack particular designations. So, for instance, creatures that are quadrupedal and unprovided with wings are blooded without exception, but some of them are viviparous, and some oviparous. Such as are viviparous are hair-coated, and such as are oviparous are covered with a kind of tessellated hard substance, and the tessellated bits of this substance are, as it were, similar in regard to position to a scale. An animal that is blooded and capable of movement on dry land, but is naturally unprovided with feet, belongs to the serpent genus, and animals of this genus are coated with the tessellated horny substance. Serpents in general are oviparous. The adder, an exceptional case, is viviparous, for not all viviparous animals are hair-coated, and some fishes also are viviparous. All animals, however, that are hair-coated are viviparous. For, by the way, one must regard as a kind of hair such prickly hairs as hedgehogs and porcupines carry, for these spines perform the office of hair, and not of feet as is the case with similar parts of sea urchins. In the genus that combines all viviparous quadrupeds are many species, but under no common appellation. They are only named as it were one by one, as we say man, lion, stag, horse, dog, and so on. Though, by the way, there is a sort of genus that embraces all creatures that have bushy manes and bushy tails, such as the horse, the ass, the mule, the jennet, and the animals that are called hemioni in Syria. From their externally resembling mules, though they are not strictly of the same species. And that they are not so is proved by the fact that they mate with and breed from one another. For all these reasons, we must take animals species by species, and discuss their peculiarities severally. These preceding statements, then, have been put forward thus in a general way. As a kind of foretaste of the number of subjects and of the properties that we have to consider in order that we may first get a clear notion of distinctive character and common properties. By and by we shall discuss these matters with greater minuteness. After this we shall pass on to the discussion of causes. For to do this when the investigation of the details is complete is the proper and natural method, and that whereby the subjects and the premises of our argument will afterwards be rendered plain. In the first place we must look to the constituent parts of animals. For it is in a way relative to these parts, first and foremost, that animals in their entirety differ from one another, either in the fact that some have this or that, while they have not that or this. Or by peculiarities of position or of arrangement, or by the differences that have been previously mentioned, depending upon diversity of form, or excess or defect in this or that particular, on analogy, or on contrasts of the accidental qualities. To begin with, we must take into consideration the parts of man. For, just as each nation is wont to reckon by that monetary standard with which it is most familiar, so must we do in other matters. And, of course, man is the animal with which we are all of us the most familiar. Now the parts are obvious enough to physical perception. However, with the view of observing due order and sequence and of combining rational notions with physical perception, we shall proceed to enumerate the parts, firstly, the organic, and afterwards the simple or non-composite. 7. The chief parts into which the body as a whole is subdivided, are the head, the neck, the trunk, extending from the neck to the privy parts, which is called the thorax, 2 arms and 2 legs. Of the parts of which the head is composed, the hair-covered portion is called the skull. The front portion of it is termed bregma or sinciput, developed after birth, for it is the last of all the bones in the body to acquire solidity. The hinder part is termed the occiput. And the part intervening between the sinciput and the occiput is the crown. The brain lies underneath the sinciput, the occiput is hollow. The skull consists entirely of thin bone, rounded in shape, and contained within a wrapper of fleshless skin. The skull has sutures, one, of circular form, in the case of women. In the case of men, as a general rule, 3 meeting at a point. Instances have been known of a man's skull devoid of suture altogether. In the skull the middle line, where the hair parts, is called the crown or vertex. In some cases the parting is double, that is to say, some men are double-crowned, not in regard to the bony skull, but in consequence of the double fall or set of the hair. 8. The part that lies under the skull is called the face, but in the case of man only, for the term is not applied to a fish or to an ox. In the face the part below the sinciput and between the eyes is termed the forehead. When men have large foreheads, they are slow to move; when they have small ones, they are fickle; when they have broad ones, they are apt to be distraught; when they have foreheads rounded or bulging out, they are quick-tempered. 9. Underneath the forehead are 2 eyebrows. Straight eyebrows are a sign of softness of disposition, such as curve in towards the nose, of harshness, such as curve out towards the temples, of humor and dissimulation. Such as are drawn in towards one another, of jealousy. Under the eyebrows come the eyes. These are naturally 2 in number. Each of them has an upper and a lower eyelid, and the hairs on the edges of these are termed eyelashes. The central part of the eye includes the moist part whereby vision is effected, termed the pupil, and the part surrounding it called the black; the part outside this is the white. A part common to the upper and lower eyelid is a pair of nicks or corners, one in the direction of the nose, and the other in the direction of the temples. When these are long they are a sign of bad disposition. If the side toward the nostril be fleshy and comb-like, they are a sign of dishonesty. All animals, as a general rule, are provided with eyes, excepting the ostracoderms and other imperfect creatures. At all events, all viviparous animals have eyes, with the exception of the mole. And yet one might assert that, though the mole has not eyes in the full sense, yet it has eyes in a kind of a way. For in point of absolute fact it cannot see, and has no eyes visible externally. But when the outer skin is removed, it is found to have the place where eyes are usually situated, and the black parts of the eyes rightly situated. And all the place that is usually devoted on the outside to eyes, showing that the parts are stunted in development, and the skin allowed to grow over. 10. Of the eye the white is pretty much the same in all creatures, but what is called the black differs in various animals. Some have the rim black, some distinctly blue, some grayish-blue, some greenish. And this last color is the sign of an excellent disposition, and is particularly well adapted for sharpness of vision. Man is the only, or nearly the only, creature that has eyes of diverse colors. Animals, as a rule, have eyes of one color only. Some horses have blue eyes. Of eyes, some are large, some small, some medium-sized; of these, the medium-sized are the best. Moreover, eyes sometimes protrude, sometimes recede, sometimes are neither protruding nor receding. Of these, the receding eye is in all animals the most acute, but the last kind are the sign of the best disposition. Again, eyes are sometimes inclined to wink under observation, sometimes to remain open and staring, and sometimes are disposed neither to wink nor stare. The last kind are the sign of the best nature, and of the others, the latter kind indicates impudence, and the former indecision. 11. Furthermore, there is a portion of the head, whereby an animal hears, a part incapable of breathing, the ear. I say, incapable of breathing, for Alcmaeon is mistaken when he says that goats inspire through their ears. Of the ear one part is unnamed, the other part is called the lobe, and it is entirely composed of gristle and flesh. The ear is constructed internally like the trumpet shell, and the innermost bone is like the ear itself, and into it at the end the sound makes its way, as into the bottom of a jar. This receptacle does not communicate by any passage with the brain, but does so with the palate, and a vein extends from the brain towards it. The eyes also are connected with the brain, and each of them lies at the end of a little vein. Of animals possessed of ears, man is the only one that cannot move this organ. Of creatures possessed of hearing, some have ears, whilst others have none, but merely have the passages for ears visible, as, for example, feathered animals or animals coated with horny tessellates. Viviparous animals, with the exception of the seal, the dolphin, and those others which after a similar fashion to these are cetaceans, are all provided with ears, for, by the way, the shark kind are also viviparous. Now, the seal has the passages visible whereby it hears, but the dolphin can hear, but has no ears, nor yet any passages visible. But man alone is unable to move his ears, and all other animals can move them. And the ears lie, with man, in the same horizontal plane with the eyes, and not in a plane above them as is the case with some quadrupeds. Of ears, some are fine, some are coarse, and some are of medium texture. The last kind are best for hearing, but they serve in no way to indicate character. Some ears are large, some small, some medium-sized, again, some stand out far, some lie in close and tight, and some take up a medium position. Of these such as are of medium size and of medium position are indications of the best disposition, while the large and outstanding ones indicate a tendency to irrelevant talk or chattering. The part intercepted between the eye, the ear, and the crown is termed the temple. Again, there is a part of the countenance that serves as a passage for the breath, the nose. For a man inhales and exhales by this organ, and sneezing is effected by its means, which last is an outward rush of collected breath, and is the only mode of breath used as an omen and regarded as supernatural. Both inhalation and exhalation go right on from the nose towards the chest. And with the nostrils alone and separately it is impossible to inhale or exhale, owing to the fact that the inspiration and respiration take place from the chest along the windpipe, and not by any portion connected with the head. And indeed it is possible for a creature to live without using this process of nasal respiration. Again, smelling takes place by means of the nose smelling, or the sensible discrimination of odor. And the nostril admits of easy motion, and is not, like the ear, intrinsically immovable. A part of it, composed of gristle, constitutes a septum or partition, and part is an open passage, for the nostril consists of two separate channels. The nostril, or nose, of the elephant is long and strong, and the animal uses it like a hand. For by means of this organ it draws objects towards it, and takes hold of them, and introduces its food into its mouth, whether liquid or dry food, and it is the only living creature that does so. Furthermore, there are two jaws. The front part of them constitutes the chin, and the hinder part the cheek. All animals move the lower jaw, with the exception of the river crocodile. This creature moves the upper jaw only. Next after the nose come two lips, composed of flesh, and facile of motion. The mouth lies inside the jaws and lips. Parts of the mouth are the roof or palate and the pharynx. The part that is sensible of taste is the tongue. The sensation has its seat at the tip of the tongue. If the object to be tasted be placed on the flat surface of the organ, the taste is less sensibly experienced. The tongue is sensitive in all other ways wherein flesh in general is so, that is, it can appreciate hardness, or warmth and cold, in any part of it, just as it can appreciate taste. The tongue is sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, and sometimes of medium width. The last kind is the best and the clearest in its discrimination of taste. Moreover, the tongue is sometimes loosely hung, and sometimes fastened, as in the case of those who mumble and who lisp. The tongue consists of flesh, soft and spongy, and the so-called epiglottis is a part of this organ. That part of the mouth that splits into two bits is called the tonsils, that part that splits into many bits, the gums. Both the tonsils and the gums are composed of flesh. In the gums are teeth, composed of bone. Inside the mouth is another part, shaped like a bunch of grapes, a pillar streaked with veins. If this pillar gets relaxed and inflamed it is called uvula or bunch of grapes, and it then has a tendency to bring about suffocation. 12. The neck is the part between the face and the trunk. Of this the front part is the larynx and the back part the the front part, composed of gristle, through which respiration and speech is effected, is termed the windpipe. The part that is fleshy is the esophagus, inside just in front of the chine. The part to the back of the neck is the epimes, or shoulder point. These then are the parts to be met with before you come to the thorax. To the trunk there is a front part and a back part. Next after the neck in the front part is the chest, with a pair of breasts. To each of the breasts is attached a teat or nipple, through which in the case of females the milk percolates. And the breast is of a spongy texture. Milk, by the way, is found at times in the male, but with the male the flesh of the breast is tough, with the female it is soft and porous. 13. Next after the thorax and in front comes the belly, and its root the navel. Underneath this root the bilateral part is the flank, the undivided part below the navel, the abdomen, the extremity of which is the region of the pubes. Above the navel the hypochondrium, the cavity common to the hypochondrium and the flank is the gut cavity. Serving as a brace girdle to the hinder parts is the pelvis, and hence it gets its name, osphice, for it is symmetrical, isophious, in appearance. Of the fundament the part for resting on is termed the rump, and the part whereon the thigh pivots is termed the socket, or acetabulum. The womb is a part peculiar to the female, and the penis is peculiar to the male. This latter organ is external and situated at the extremity of the trunk. It is composed of two separate parts, of which the extreme part is fleshy, does not alter in size, and is called the glans. And round about it is a skin devoid of any specific title, which integument if it be cut asunder never grows together again, any more than does the jaw or the eyelid. And the connection between the latter and the glans is called the frenum. The remaining part of the penis is composed of gristle, it is easily susceptible of enlargement, and it protrudes and recedes in the reverse directions to what is observable in the identical organ in cats. Underneath the penis are two testicles, and the integument of these is a skin that is termed the scrotum. Testicles are not identical with flesh, and are not altogether diverse from it. But by and by we shall treat in an exhaustive way regarding all such parts. 14. The privy part of the female is in character opposite to that of the male. In other words, the part under the pubes is hollow or receding, and not, like the male organ, protruding. Further, there is an urethra outside the womb, which organ serves as a passage for the sperm of the male, and as an outlet for liquid excretion to both sexes. The part common to the neck and chest is the throat, the armpit is common to side, arm, and shoulder. And the groin is common to thigh and abdomen. The part inside the thigh and buttocks is the perineum, and the part outside the thigh and buttocks is the hypoglottis. The front parts of the trunk have now been enumerated. The part behind the chest is termed the back. 15. Parts of the back are a pair of shoulder blades, the backbone, and, underneath on a level with the belly in the trunk, the loins. Common to the upper and lower part of the trunk are the ribs, 8 on either side, for as to the so-called 7-ribbed Lygians we have not received any trustworthy evidence. Man, then, has an upper and a lower part, a front and a back part, a right and a left side. Now the right and the left side are pretty well alike in their parts and identical throughout, except that the left side is the weaker of the two. But the back parts do not resemble the front ones, neither do the lower ones the upper, only that these upper and lower parts may be said to resemble one another thus far, that, if the face be plump or meager, the abdomen is plump or meager to correspond. And that the legs correspond to the arms, and where the upper arm is short the thigh is usually short also, and where the feet are small the hands are small correspondingly. Of the limbs, one set, forming a pair, is arms. To the arm belong the shoulder, upper arm, elbow, forearm, and hand. To the hand belong the palm, and the 5 fingers. The part of the finger that bends is termed knuckle, the part that is inflexible is termed the phalanx. The big finger or thumb is single-jointed, the other fingers are double-jointed. The bending both of the arm and of the finger takes place from without inwards in all cases, and the arm bends at the elbow. The inner part of the hand is termed the palm, and is fleshy and divided by joints or lines, in the case of long-lived people by 1 or 2 extending right across, in the case of the short-lived by 2, not so extending. The joint between hand and arm is termed the wrist. The outside or back of the hand is sinewy, and has no specific designation. There is another duplicate limb, the leg. Of this limb the double-knobbed part is termed the thigh bone, the sliding part of the kneecap, the double-boned part the leg. The front part of this latter is termed the shin, and the part behind it the calf, wherein the flesh is sinewy and venous, in some cases drawn upwards towards the hollow behind the knee, as in the case of people with large hips. And in other cases drawn downwards. The lower extremity of the shin is the ankle, duplicate in either leg. The part of the limb that contains a multiplicity of bones is the foot. The hinder part of the foot is the heel. At the front of it the divided part consists of toes, 5 in number, the fleshy part underneath is the ball, the upper part or back of the foot is sinewy and has no particular appellation. Of the toe, one portion is the nail and another the joint, and the nail is in all cases at the extremity, and toes are without exception single-jointed. Men that have the inside or sole of the foot clumsy and not arched, that is, that walk resting on the entire undersurface of their feet, are prone to roguery. The joint common to thigh and shin is the knee. These, then, are the parts common to the male and the female sex. The relative position of the parts as to up and down, or to front and back, or to right and left, all this as regards externals might safely be left to mere ordinary perception. But for all that, we must treat of them for the same reason as the one previously brought forward. That is to say, we must refer to them in order that a due and regular sequence may be observed in our exposition. And in order that by the enumeration of these obvious facts due attention may be subsequently given to those parts in men and other animals that are diverse in any way from one another. In man, above all other animals, the terms upper and lower are used in harmony with their natural positions, for in him, upper and lower have the same meaning as when they are applied to the universe as a whole. In like manner the terms, in front, behind, right and left, are used in accordance with their natural sense. But in regard to other animals, in some cases these distinctions do not exist, and in others they do so, but in a vague way. For instance, the head with all animals is up and above in respect to their bodies, but man alone, as has been said, has, in maturity, this part uppermost in respect to the material universe. Next after the head comes the neck, and then the chest and the back, the one in front and the other behind. Next after these come the belly, the loins, the sexual parts, and the haunches, then the thigh and shin, and, lastly, the feet. The legs bend frontwards, in the direction of actual progression, and frontwards also lies that part of the foot which is the most effective of motion, and the flexure of that part. But the heel lies at the back, and the ankle bones lie laterally, earwise. The arms are situated to right and left, and bend inwards, so that the convexities formed by bent arms and legs are practically face to face with one another in the case of man. As for the senses and for the organs of sensation, the eyes, the nostrils, and the tongue, all alike are situated frontwards, the sense of hearing, and the organ of hearing, the ear, is situated sideways, on the same horizontal plane with the eyes. The eyes in man are, in proportion to his size, nearer to one another than in any other animal. Of the senses man has the sense of touch more refined than any animal, and so also, but in less degree, the sense of taste. In the development of the other senses he is surpassed by a great number of animals. 16. The parts, then, that are externally visible are arranged in the way above stated, and as a rule have their special designations, and from use and wont are known familiarly to all, but this is not the case with the inner parts. For the fact is that the inner parts of man are to a very great extent unknown, and the consequence is that we must have recourse to an examination of the inner parts of other animals whose nature in any way resembles that of man. In the first place then, the brain lies in the front part of the head. And this holds alike with all animals possessed of a brain, and all blooded animals are possessed thereof, and, by the way, mollusks as well. But, taking size for size of animal, the largest brain, and the moistest, is that of man. 2 membranes enclose it, the stronger one near the bone of the skull, the inner one, round the brain itself, is finer. The brain in all cases is bilateral. Behind this, right at the back, comes what is termed the cerebellum, differing in form from the brain as we may both feel and see. The back of the head is with all animals empty and hollow, whatever be its size in the different animals. For some creatures have big heads while the face below is small in proportion, as is the case with round-faced animals. Some have little heads and long jaws, as is the case, without exception, among animals of the mane and tail species. The brain in all animals is bloodless, devoid of veins, and naturally cold to the touch. In the great majority of animals it has a small hollow in its center. The brain caul around it is reticulated with veins. And this brain caul is that skin-like membrane which closely surrounds the brain. Above the brain is the thinnest and weakest bone of the head, which is termed or sinciput. From the eye there go 3 ducts to the brain, the largest and the medium-sized to the cerebellum, the least to the brain itself, and the least is the one situated nearest to the nostril. The 2 largest ones, then, run side by side and do not meet. The medium-sized ones meet, and this is particularly visible in fishes, for they lie nearer than the large ones to the brain. The smallest pair are the most widely separate from one another, and do not meet. Inside the neck is what is termed the esophagus, whose other name is derived esophagus from its length and narrowness, and the windpipe. The windpipe is situated in front of the esophagus in all animals that have a windpipe, and all animals have one that are furnished with lungs. The windpipe is made up of gristle, is sparingly supplied with blood, and is streaked all round with numerous minute veins. It is situated, in its upper part, near the mouth, below the aperture formed by the nostrils into the mouth, an aperture through which, when men, in drinking, inhale any of the liquid, this liquid finds its way out through the nostrils. In betwixt the 2 openings comes the so-called epiglottis, an organ capable of being drawn over and covering the orifice of the windpipe communicating with the mouth. The end of the tongue is attached to the epiglottis. In the other direction the windpipe extends to the interval between the lungs, and hereupon bifurcates into each of the 2 divisions of the lung, for the lung in all animals possessed of the organ has a tendency to be double. In viviparous animals, however, the duplication is not so plainly discernible as in other species, and the duplication is least discernible in man. And in man the organ is not split into many parts, as is the case with some vivipara, neither is it smooth, but its surface is uneven. In the case of the ovipara, such as birds and oviparous quadrupeds, the 2 parts of the organ are separated to a distance from one another, so that the creatures appear to be furnished with a pair of lungs. And from the windpipe, itself single, there branch off 2 separate parts extending to each of the 2 divisions of the lung. It is attached also to the great vein and to what is designated the aorta. When the windpipe is charged with air, the air passes on to the hollow parts of the lung. These parts have divisions, composed of gristle, which meet at an acute angle. From the divisions run passages through the entire lung, giving off smaller and smaller ramifications. The heart also is attached to the windpipe, by connections of fat, gristle, and sinew, and at the point of juncture there is a hollow. When the windpipe is charged with air, the entrance of the air into the heart, though imperceptible in some animals, is perceptible enough in the larger ones. Such are the properties of the windpipe, and it takes in and throws out air only, and takes in nothing else either dry or liquid, or else it causes you pain until you shall have coughed up whatever may have gone down. The esophagus communicates at the top with the mouth, close to the windpipe, and is attached to the backbone and the windpipe by membranous ligaments, and at last finds its way through the midriff into the belly. It is composed of flesh-like substance, and is elastic both lengthways and breadthways. The stomach of man resembles that of a dog, for it is not much bigger than the bowel, but is somewhat like a bowel of more than usual width. Then comes the bowel, single, convoluted, moderately wide. The lower part of the gut is like that of a pig, for it is broad, and the part from it to the buttocks is thick and short. The caul, or great omentum, is attached to the middle of the stomach, and consists of a fatty membrane, as is the case with all other animals whose stomachs are single and which have teeth in both jaws. The mesentery is over the bowels. This also is membranous and broad, and turns to fat. It is attached to the great vein and the aorta, and there run through it a number of veins closely packed together, extending towards the region of the bowels, beginning above and ending below. So much for the properties of the esophagus, the windpipe, and the stomach. 17. The heart has 3 cavities, and is situated above the lung at the division of the windpipe, and is provided with a fatty and thick membrane where it fastens on to the great vein and the aorta. It lies with its tapering portion upon the aorta, and this portion is similarly situated in relation to the chest in all animals that have a chest. In all animals alike, in those that have a chest and in those that have none, the apex of the heart points forwards, although this fact might possibly escape notice by a change of position under dissection. The rounded end of the heart is at the top. The apex is to a great extent fleshy and close in texture, and in the cavities of the heart are sinews. As a rule the heart is situated in the middle of the chest in animals that have a chest, and in man it is situated a little to the left-hand side, leaning a little way from the division of the breasts towards the left breast in the upper part of the chest. The heart is not large, and in its general shape it is not elongated, in fact, it is somewhat round in form, only, be it remembered, it is sharp-pointed at the bottom. It has 3 cavities, as has been said, the right-hand one the largest of the 3, the left-hand one the least, and the middle one intermediate in size. All these cavities, even the 2 small ones, are connected by passages with the lung, and this fact is rendered quite plain in one of the cavities. And below, at the point of attachment, in the largest cavity there is a connection with the great vein, near which the mesentery lies, and in the middle one there is a connection with the aorta. Canals lead from the heart into the lung, and branch off just as the windpipe does, running all over the lung parallel with the passages from the windpipe. The canals from the heart are uppermost. And there is no common passage, but the passages through their having a common wall receive the breath and pass it on to the heart, and one of the passages conveys it to the right cavity, and the other to the left. With regard to the great vein and the aorta we shall, by and by, treat of them together in a discussion devoted to them and to them alone. In all animals that are furnished with a lung, and that are both internally and externally viviparous, the lung is of all organs the most richly supplied with blood. For the lung is throughout spongy in texture, and along by every single pore in it go branches from the great vein. Those who imagine it to be empty are altogether mistaken. And they are led into their error by their observation of lungs removed from animals under dissection, out of which organs the blood had all escaped immediately after death. Of the other internal organs the heart alone contains blood. And the lung has blood not in itself but in its veins, but the heart has blood in itself, for in each of its 3 cavities it has blood, but the thinnest blood is what it has in its central cavity. Under the lung comes the thoracic diaphragm or midriff, attached to the ribs, the hypochondria, and the backbone, with a thin membrane in the middle of it. It has veins running through it. And the diaphragm in the case of man is thicker in proportion to the size of his frame than in other animals. Under the diaphragm on the right-hand side lies the liver, and on the left-hand side the spleen, alike in all animals that are provided with these organs in an ordinary and not preternatural way. For, be it observed, in some quadrupeds these organs have been found in a transposed position. These organs are connected with the stomach by the caul. To outward view the spleen of man is narrow and long, resembling the selfsame organ in the pig. The liver in the great majority of animals is not provided with a gallbladder, but the latter is present in some. The liver of a man is round-shaped, and resembles the same organ in the ox. And, by the way, the absence above referred to of a gallbladder is at times met with in the practice of augury. For instance, in a certain district of the Chalcidic settlement in Euboea the sheep are devoid of gallbladders. And in Naxos nearly all the quadrupeds have one so large that foreigners when they offer sacrifice with such victims are bewildered with fright, under the impression that the phenomenon is not due to natural causes, but bodes some mischief to the individual offerers of the sacrifice. Again, the liver is attached to the great vein, but it has no communication with the aorta, for the vein that goes off from the great vein goes right through the liver, at a point where are the so-called portals of the liver. The spleen also is connected only with the great vein, for a vein extends to the spleen off from it. After these organs come the kidneys, and these are placed close to the backbone, and resemble in character the same organ in kind. In all animals that are provided with this organ, the right kidney is situated higher up than the other. It has also less fatty substance than the left-hand one and is less moist. And this phenomenon also is observable in all the other animals alike. Furthermore, passages or ducts lead into the kidneys both from the great vein and from the aorta, only not into the cavity. For, by the way, there is a cavity in the middle of the kidney, bigger in some creatures and less in others, but there is none in the case of the seal. This latter animal has kidneys resembling in shape the identical organ in kind, but in its case the organs are more solid than in any other known creature. The ducts that lead into the kidneys lose themselves in the substance of the kidneys themselves, and the proof that they extend no farther rests on the fact that they contain no blood, nor is any clot found therein. The kidneys, however, have, as has been said, a small cavity. From this cavity in the kidney there lead two considerable ducts or ureters into the bladder, and others spring from the aorta, strong and continuous. And to the middle of each of the two kidneys is attached a hollow sinewy vein, stretching right along the spine through the narrows, by and by these veins are lost in either loin, and again become visible extending to the flank. And these off-branchings of the veins terminate in the bladder. For the bladder lies at the extremity, and is held in position by the duct stretching from the kidneys, along the stalk that extends to the urethra. And pretty well all round it is fastened by fine sinewy membranes, that resemble to some extent the thoracic diaphragm. The bladder in man is, proportionately to his size, tolerably large. To the stalk of the bladder the private part is attached, the external orifices coalescing, but a little lower down, one of the openings communicates with the testicles and the other with the bladder. The penis is gristly and sinewy in its texture. With it are connected the testicles in male animals, and the properties of these organs we shall discuss in our general account of the said organ. All these organs are similar in the female. For there is no difference in regard to the internal organs, except in respect to the womb, and with reference to the appearance of this organ I must refer the reader to diagrams in my Anatomy. The womb, however, is situated over the bowel, and the bladder lies over the womb. But we must treat by and by in our pages of the womb of all female animals viewed generally. For the wombs of all female animals are not identical, neither do their local dispositions coincide. These are the organs, internal and external, of man, and such is their nature and such their local disposition. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Book 2. 1. With regard to animals in general, some parts or organs are common to all, as has been said, and some are common only to particular genera. The parts, moreover, are identical with or different from one another on the lines already repeatedly laid down. For as a general rule all animals that are generically distinct have the majority of their parts or organs different in form or species. And some of them they have only analogically similar and diverse in kind or genus, while they have others that are alike in kind but specifically diverse, and many parts or organs exist in some animals, but not in others. For instance, viviparous quadrupeds have all a head and a neck, and all the parts or organs of the head, but they differ each from other in the shapes of the parts. The lion has its neck composed of one single bone instead of vertebrae. But, when dissected, the animal is found in all internal characters to resemble the dog. The quadrupedal vivipara instead of arms have forelegs. This is true of all quadrupeds, but such of them as have toes have, practically speaking, organs analogous to hands. At all events, they use these forelimbs for many purposes as hands. And they have the limbs on the left-hand side less distinct from those on the right than man. The forelimbs then serve more or less the purpose of hands in quadrupeds, with the exception of the elephant. This latter animal has its toes somewhat indistinctly defined, and its front legs are much bigger than its hinder ones. It is five-toed, and has short ankles to its hind feet. But it has a nose such in properties and such in size as to allow of its using the same for a hand. For it eats and drinks by lifting up its food with the aid of this organ into its mouth, and with the same organ it lifts up articles to the driver on its back. With this organ it can pluck up trees by the roots, and when walking through water it spouts the water up by means of it. And this organ is capable of being crooked or coiled at the tip, but not of flexing like a joint, for it is composed of gristle. Of all animals man alone can learn to make equal use of both hands. All animals have a part analogous to the chest in man, but not similar to his, for the chest in man is broad, but that of all other animals is narrow. Moreover, no other animal but man has breasts in front. The elephant, certainly, has two breasts, not however in the chest, but near it. Moreover, also, animals have the flexions of their fore and hind limbs in directions opposite to one another, and in directions the reverse of those observed in the arms and legs of man, with the exception of the elephant. In other words, with the viviparous quadrupeds the front legs bend forwards and the hind ones backwards, and the concavities of the two pairs of limbs thus face one another. The elephant does not sleep standing, as some were wont to assert, but it bends its legs and settles down. Only that in consequence of its weight it cannot bend its leg on both sides simultaneously, but falls into a recumbent position on one side or the other, and in this position it goes to sleep. And it bends its hind legs just as a man bends his legs. In the case of the ovipara, as the crocodile and the lizard and the like, both pairs of legs, fore and hind, bend forwards, with a slight swerve on one side. The flexion is similar in the case of the multipeds. Only that the legs in between the extreme ends always move in a manner intermediate between that of those in front and those behind, and accordingly bend sideways rather than backwards or forwards. But man bends his arms and his legs towards the same point, and therefore in opposite ways, that is to say, he bends his arms backwards, with just a slight inclination inwards, and his legs frontwards. No animal bends both its forelimbs and hind limbs backwards. But in the case of all animals the flexion of the shoulders is in the opposite direction to that of the elbows or the joints of the forelegs. And the flexure in the hips to that of the knees of the hind legs, so that since man differs from other animals in flexion, those animals that possess such parts as these move them contrariwise to man. Birds have the flexions of their limbs like those of the quadrupeds, for, although bipeds, they bend their legs backwards, and instead of arms or front legs have wings which bend frontwards. The seal is a kind of imperfect or crippled quadruped. For just behind the shoulder blade its front feet are placed, resembling hands, like the front paws of the bear, for they are furnished with 5 toes, and each of the toes has 3 flexions and a nail of inconsiderable size. The hind feet are also furnished with 5 toes, in their flexions and nails they resemble the front feet, and in shape they resemble a fish's tail. The movements of animals, quadruped and multiped, are crosswise, or in diagonals, and their equilibrium in standing posture is maintained crosswise, and it is always the limb on the right-hand side that is the first to move. The lion, however, and the 2 species of camels, both the Bactrian and the Arabian, progress by an amble, and the action so called is when the animal never overpasses the right with the left, but always follows close upon it. Whatever parts men have in front, these parts quadrupeds have below, in, or on the belly, and whatever parts men have behind, these parts quadrupeds have above on their backs. Most quadrupeds have a tail. For even the seal has a tiny one resembling that of the stag. Regarding the tails of the pithecoids we must give their distinctive properties by animal. All viviparous quadrupeds are hair-coated, whereas man has only a few short hairs excepting on the head, but, so far as the head is concerned, he is hairier than any other animal. Further, of hair-coated animals, the back is hairier than the belly, which latter is either comparatively void of hair or smooth and void of hair altogether. With man the reverse is the case. Man also has upper and lower eyelashes, and hair under the armpits and on the pubes. No other animal has hair in either of these localities, or has an under eyelash, though in the case of some animals a few straggling hairs grow under the eyelid. Of hair-coated quadrupeds some are hairy all over the body, as the pig, the bear, and the dog, others are especially hairy on the neck and all round about it, as is the case with animals that have a shaggy mane, such as the lion. Others again are especially hairy on the upper surface of the neck from the head as far as the withers, namely, such as have a crested mane, as in the case with the horse, the mule, and, among the undomesticated horned animals, the bison. The so-called hippelaphus also has a mane on its withers, and the animal called pardion, in either case a thin mane extending from the head to the withers. The hippelaphus has, exceptionally, a beard by the larynx. Both these animals have horns and are cloven-footed. The female, however, of the hippelaphus has no horns. This latter animal resembles the stag in size. It is found in the territory of the Aracoti, where the wild cattle also are found. Wild cattle differ from their domesticated congeners just as the wild boar differs from the domesticated one. That is to say, they are black, strong-looking, with a hook-nosed muzzle, and with horns lying more over the back. The horns of the hippelaphus resemble those of the gazelle. The elephant, by the way, is the least hairy of all quadrupeds. With animals, as a general rule, the tail corresponds with the body as regards thickness or thinness of hair coating. That is, with animals that have long tails, for some creatures have tails of altogether insignificant size. Camels have an exceptional organ wherein they differ from all other animals, and that is the so-called hump on their back. The Bactrian camel differs from the Arabian, for the former has two humps and the latter only one, though it has, by the way, a kind of a hump below like the one above, on which, when it kneels, the weight of the whole body rests. The camel has 4 teats like the cow, a tail like that of an ass, and the privy parts of the male are directed backwards. It has 1 knee in each leg, and the flexures of the limb are not manifold, as some say, although they appear to be so from the constricted shape of the region of the belly. It has a hucklebone like that of kine, but meager and small in proportion to its bulk. It is cloven-footed, and has not got teeth in both jaws. And it is cloven-footed in the following way: at the back there is a slight cleft extending as far up as the second joint of the toes, and in front there are small hooves on the tip of the first joint of the toes. And a sort of web passes across the cleft, as in geese. The foot is fleshy underneath, like that of the bear, so that, when the animal goes to war, they protect its feet, when they get sore, with sandals. The legs of all quadrupeds are bony, sinewy, and fleshless, and in point of fact such is the case with all animals that are furnished with feet, with the exception of man. They are also unfurnished with buttocks. And this last point is plain in an especial degree in birds. It is the reverse with man, for there is scarcely any part of the body in which man is so fleshy as in the buttock, the thigh, and the calf. For the part of the leg called gastrocnemia or is fleshy. Of blooded and viviparous quadrupeds some have the foot cloven into many parts, as is the case with the hands and feet of man, for some animals, by the way, are many-toed, as the lion, the dog, and the pard. Others have feet cloven in twain, and instead of nails have hooves, as the sheep, the goat, the deer, and the hippopotamus. Others are uncloven of foot, such for instance as the solid-hooved animals, the horse and the mule. Swine are either cloven-footed or uncloven-footed, for there are in Illyria and in Paeonia and elsewhere solid-hooved swine. The cloven-footed animals have 2 clefts behind. In the solid-hooved this part is continuous and undivided. Furthermore, of animals some are horned, and some are not so. The great majority of the horned animals are cloven-footed, as the ox, the stag, the goat, and a solid-hooved animal with a pair of horns has never yet been met with. But a few animals are known to be single-horned and single-hooved, as the Indian ass, and one, to wit the oryx, is single-horned and cloven-hooved. Of all solid-hooved animals the Indian ass alone has an astragalus or hucklebone. For the pig, as was said above, is either solid-hooved or cloven-footed, and consequently has no well-formed hucklebone. Of the cloven-footed many are provided with a hucklebone. Of the many-fingered or many-toed, no single one has been observed to have a hucklebone, none of the others any more than man. The lynx, however, has something like a hemiastragal, and the lion something resembling the sculptor's labyrinth. All the animals that have a hucklebone have it in the hinder legs. They have also the bone placed straight up in the joint, the upper part, outside, the lower part, inside. The sides called coa turn towards one another, the sides called chia outside, and the chirae or horns, on the top. This, then, is the position of the hucklebone in the case of all animals provided with the part. Some animals are, at one and the same time, furnished with a mane and furnished also with a pair of horns bent in towards one another, as is the bison, or aurochs, which is found in Paeonia and Medica. But all animals that are horned are quadrupedal, except in cases where a creature is said metaphorically, or by a figure of speech, to have horns. Just as the Egyptians described the serpents found in the neighborhood of Thebes, while in point of fact the creatures have merely protuberances on the head sufficiently large to suggest such an epithet. Of horned animals the deer alone has a horn, or antler, hard and solid throughout. The horns of other animals are hollow for a certain distance, and solid towards the extremity. The hollow part is derived from the skin, but the core round which this is wrapped the hard part is derived from the bones, as is the case with the horns of oxen. The deer is the only animal that sheds its horns, and it does so annually, after reaching the age of 2 years, and again renews them. All other animals retain their horns permanently, unless the horns be damaged by accident. Again, with regard to the breasts and the generative organs, animals differ widely from one another and from man. For instance, the breasts of some animals are situated in front, either in the chest or near to it, and there are in such cases 2 breasts and 2 teats, as is the case with man and the elephant, as previously stated. For the elephant has 2 breasts in the region of the axillae. And the female elephant has 2 breasts insignificant in size and in no way proportionate to the bulk of the entire frame, in fact, so insignificant as to be invisible in a sideways view. The males also have breasts, like the females, exceedingly small. The she-bear has 4 breasts. Some animals have 2 breasts, but situated near the thighs, and teats, likewise 2 in number, as the sheep, others have 4 teats, as the cow. Some have breasts neither in the chest nor at the thighs, but in the belly, as the dog and pig, and they have a considerable number of breasts or dugs, but not all of equal size. Thus the shepherd has 4 dugs in the belly, the lioness 2, and others more. The she-camel, also, has 2 dugs and 4 teats, like the cow. Of solid-hooved animals the males have no dugs, excepting in the case of males that take after the mother, which phenomenon is observable in horses. Of male animals the genitals of some are external, as is the case with man, the horse, and most other creatures, some are internal, as with the dolphin. With those that have the organ externally placed, the organ in some cases is situated in front, as in the cases already mentioned, and of these some have the organ detached, both penis and testicles, as man. Others have penis and testicles closely attached to the belly, some more closely, some less, for this organ is not detached in the wild boar nor in the horse. The penis of the elephant resembles that of the horse. Compared with the size of the animal it is disproportionately small, the testicles are not visible, but are concealed inside in the vicinity of the kidneys, and for this reason the male speedily gives over in the act of intercourse. The genitals of the female are situated where the udder is in sheep. When she is in heat, she draws the organ back and exposes it externally, to facilitate the act of intercourse for the male, and the organ opens out to a considerable extent. With most animals the genitals have the position above assigned, but some animals discharge their urine backwards, as the lynx, the lion, the camel, and the hare. Male animals differ from one another, as has been said, in this particular, but all female animals are retromingent, even the female elephant like other animals, though she has the privy part below the thighs. In the male organ itself there is a great diversity. For in some cases the organ is composed of flesh and gristle, as in man. In such cases, the fleshy part does not become inflated, but the gristly part is subject to enlargement. In other cases, the organ is composed of fibrous tissue, as with the camel and the deer. In other cases it is bony, as with the fox, the wolf, the marten, and the weasel, for this organ in the weasel has a bone. When man has arrived at maturity, his upper part is smaller than the lower one, but with all other blooded animals the reverse holds good. By the upper part we mean all extending from the head down to the parts used for excretion of residuum, and by the lower part else. With animals that have feet the hind legs are to be rated as the lower part in our comparison of magnitudes, and with animals devoid of feet, the tail, and the like. When animals arrive at maturity, their properties are as above stated. But they differ greatly from one another in their growth towards maturity. For instance, man, when young, has his upper part larger than the lower, but in course of growth he comes to reverse this condition. And it is owing to this circumstance that in exceptional instance, by the way he does not progress in early life as he does at maturity, but in infancy creeps on all fours. But some animals, in growth, retain the relative proportion of the parts, as the dog. Some animals at first have the upper part smaller and the lower part larger, and in course of growth the upper part gets to be the larger, as is the case with the bushy-tailed animals such as the horse. For in their case there is never, subsequently to birth, any increase in the part extending from the hoof to the haunch. Again, in respect to the teeth, animals differ greatly both from one another and from man. All animals that are quadrupedal, blooded and viviparous, are furnished with teeth, but, to begin with, some are double-toothed, or fully furnished with teeth in both jaws, and some are not. For instance, horned quadrupeds are not double-toothed. For they have not got the front teeth in the upper jaw, and some hornless animals, also, are not double-toothed, as the camel. Some animals have tusks, like the boar, and some have not. Further, some animals are saw-toothed, such as the lion, the pard, and the dog, and some have teeth that do not interlock but have flat opposing crowns, as the horse and the ox. And by saw-toothed, we mean such animals as interlock the sharp-pointed teeth in one jaw between the sharp-pointed ones in the other. No animal is there that possesses both tusks and horns, nor yet do either of these structures exist in any animal possessed of saw teeth. The front teeth are usually sharp, and the back ones blunt. The seal is saw-toothed throughout, inasmuch as he is a sort of link with the class of fishes, for fishes are almost all saw-toothed. No animal of these genera is provided with double rows of teeth. There is, however, an animal of the sort, if we are to believe Ctesias. He assures us that the Indian wild beast called the marticaras has a triple row of teeth in both upper and lower jaw. That it is as big as a lion and equally hairy, and that its feet resemble those of the lion, that it resembles man in its face and ears, that its eyes are blue, and its color vermilion, that its tail is like that of the land scorpion. That it has a sting in the tail, and has the faculty of shooting off arrow-wise the spines that are attached to the tail, that the sound of its voice is a something between the sound of a panpipe and that of a trumpet. That it can run as swiftly as deer, and that it is savage and a man-eater. Man sheds his teeth, and so do other animals, as the horse, the mule, and the ass. And man sheds his front teeth. But there is no instance of an animal that sheds its molars. The pig sheds none of its teeth at all. 2. With regard to dogs some doubts are entertained, as some contend that they shed no teeth whatever, and others that they shed the canines, but those alone. The fact being, that they do shed their teeth like man, but that the circumstance escapes observation, owing to the fact that they never shed them until equivalent teeth have grown within the gums to take the place of the shed ones. We shall be justified in supposing that the case is similar with wild beasts in general, for they are said to shed their canines only. Dogs can be distinguished from one another, the young from the old, by their teeth. For the teeth in young dogs are white and sharp-pointed, in old dogs, black and blunt. 3. In this particular, the horse differs entirely from animals in general, for, generally speaking, as animals grow older their teeth get blacker, but the horse's teeth grow whiter with age. The so-called canines come in between the sharp teeth and the broad or blunt ones, partaking of the form of both kinds, for they are broad at the base and sharp at the tip. Males have more teeth than females in the case of men, sheep, goats, and swine. In the case of other animals observations have not yet been made, but the more teeth they have the more long-lived are they, as a rule, while those are short-lived in proportion that have teeth fewer in number and thinly set. 4. The last teeth to come in man are molars called wisdom teeth, which come at the age of 20 years, in the case of both sexes. Cases have been known in women upwards of 80 years old where at the very close of life the wisdom teeth have come up, causing great pain in their coming, and cases have been known of the like phenomenon in men too. This happens, when it does happen, in the case of people where the wisdom teeth have not come up in early years. 5. The elephant has 4 teeth on either side, by which it munches its food, grinding it like so much barley meal, and, quite apart from these, it has its great teeth, or tusks, 2 in number. In the male these tusks are comparatively large and curved upwards, in the female, they are comparatively small and point in the opposite direction, that is, they look downwards towards the ground. The elephant is furnished with teeth at birth, but the tusks are not then visible. 6. The tongue of the elephant is exceedingly small, and situated far back in the mouth, so that it is difficult to get a sight of it. 7. Furthermore, animals differ from one another in the relative size of their mouths. In some animals the mouth opens wide, as is the case with the dog, the lion, and with all the saw-toothed animals. Other animals have small mouths, as man. And others have mouths of medium capacity, as the pig and his congeners. The Egyptian hippopotamus has a mane like a horse, is cloven-footed like an ox, and is snub-nosed. It has a hucklebone like cloven-footed animals, and tusks just visible. It has the tail of a pig, the neigh of a horse, and the dimensions of an ass. The hide is so thick that spears are made out of it. In its internal organs it resembles the horse and the ass. 8. Some animals share the properties of man and the quadrupeds, as the ape, the monkey, and the baboon. The monkey is a tailed ape. The baboon resembles the ape in form, only that it is bigger and stronger, more like a dog in face, and is more savage in its habits, and its teeth are more dog-like and more powerful. Apes are hairy on the back in keeping with their quadrupedal nature, and hairy on the belly in keeping with their human form for, as was said above, this characteristic is reversed in man and the quadruped only that the hair is coarse. So that the ape is thickly coated both on the belly and on the back. Its face resembles that of man in many respects, in other words, it has similar nostrils and ears, and teeth like those of man, both front teeth and molars. Further, whereas quadrupeds in general are not furnished with lashes on one of the 2 eyelids, this creature has them on both, only very thinly set, especially the under ones, in fact they are very insignificant indeed. And we must bear in mind that all other quadrupeds have no under eyelash at all. The ape has also in its chest 2 teats upon poorly developed breasts. It has also arms like man, only covered with hair, and it bends these legs like man, with the convexities of both limbs facing one another. In addition, it has hands and fingers and nails like man, only that all these parts are somewhat more beast-like in appearance. Its feet are exceptional in kind. That is, they are like large hands, and the toes are like fingers, with the middle one the longest of all, and the under part of the foot is like a hand except for its length, and stretches out towards the extremities like the palm of the hand. And this palm at the after end is unusually hard, and in a clumsy obscure kind of way resembles a heel. The creature uses its feet either as hands or feet, and doubles them up as one doubles a fist. Its upper arm and thigh are short in proportion to the forearm and the shin. It has no projecting navel, but only a hardness in the ordinary locality of the navel. Its upper part is much larger than its lower part, as is the case with quadrupeds. In fact, the proportion of the former to the latter is about as 5-3. Owing to this circumstance and to the fact that its feet resemble hands and are composed in a manner of hand and of foot in the heel extremity. Of the hand and all else, for even the toes have what is called a palm, for these reasons the animal is oftener to be found on all fours than upright. It has neither hips, inasmuch as it is a quadruped, nor yet a tail, inasmuch as it is a biped, except nor yet a tal, by the way that it has a tail as small can be, just a sort of indication of a tail. The genitals of the female resemble those of the female in the human species, those of the male are more like those of a dog than are those of a man. 9. The monkey, as has been observed, is furnished with a tail. In all such creatures the internal organs are found under dissection to correspond to those of man. So much then for the properties of the organs of such animals as bring forth their young into the world alive. 10. Oviparous and blooded quadrupeds. And, by the way, no terrestrial blooded animal is oviparous unless it is quadrupedal or is devoid of feet altogether, are furnished with a head, a neck, a back, upper and under parts. The front legs and hind legs, and the part analogous to the chest, all as in the case of viviparous quadrupeds, and with a tail, usually large, in exceptional cases small. And all these creatures are many-toed, and the several toes are cloven apart. Furthermore, they all have the ordinary organs of sensation, including a tongue, with the exception of the Egyptian crocodile. This latter animal, by the way, resembles certain fishes. For, as a general rule, fishes have a prickly tongue, not free in its movements. Though there are some fishes that present a smooth undifferentiated surface where the tongue should be, until you open their mouths wide and make a close inspection. Again, oviparous blooded quadrupeds are unprovided with ears, but possess only the passage for hearing, neither have they breasts, nor a copulatory organ, nor external testicles, but internal ones only. Neither are they hair-coated, but are in all cases covered with scaly plates. Moreover, they are without exception saw-toothed. River crocodiles have pig's eyes, large teeth and tusks, and strong nails, and an impenetrable skin composed of scaly plates. They see but poorly under water, but above the surface of it with remarkable acuteness. As a rule, they pass the daytime on land and the nighttime in the water, for the temperature of the water is at nighttime more genial than that of the open air. 11. The chameleon resembles the lizard in the general configuration of its body, but the ribs stretch downwards and meet together under the belly as is the case with fishes, and the spine sticks up as with the fish. Its face resembles that of the baboon. Its tail is exceedingly long, terminates in a sharp point, and is for the most part coiled up, like a strap of leather. It stands higher off the ground than the lizard, but the flexure of the legs is the same in both creatures. Each of its feet is divided into two parts, which bear the same relation to one another that the thumb and the rest of the hand bear to one another in man. Each of these parts is for a short distance divided after a fashion into toes. On the front feet the inside part is divided into 3 and the outside into 2, on the hind feet the inside part into 2 and the outside into 3, it has claws also on these parts resembling those of birds of prey. Its body is rough all over, like that of the crocodile. Its eyes are situated in a hollow recess, and are very large and round, and are enveloped in a skin resembling that which covers the entire body. And in the middle a slight aperture is left for vision, through which the animal sees, for it never covers up this aperture with the cutaneous envelope. It keeps twisting its eyes round and shifting its line of vision in every direction, and thus contrives to get a sight of any object that it wants to see. The change in its color takes place when it is inflated with air. It is then black, not unlike the crocodile, or green like the lizard but black-spotted like the pard. This change of color takes place over the whole body alike, for the eyes and the tail come alike under its influence. In its movements it is very sluggish, like the tortoise. It assumes a greenish hue in dying, and retains this hue after death. It resembles the lizard in the position of the esophagus and the windpipe. It has no flesh anywhere except a few scraps of flesh on the head and on the jaws and near to the root of the tail. It has blood only round about the heart, the eyes, the region above the heart, and in all the veins extending from these parts. And in all these there is but little blood after all. The brain is situated a little above the eyes, but connected with them. When the outer skin is drawn aside from off the eye, a something is found surrounding the eye, that gleams through like a thin ring of copper. Membranes extend well nigh over its entire frame, numerous and strong, and surpassing in respect of number and relative strength those found in any other animal. After being cut open along its entire length it continues to breathe for a considerable time. A very slight motion goes on in the region of the heart, and, while contraction is especially manifested in the neighborhood of the ribs, a similar motion is more or less discernible over the whole body. It has no spleen visible. It hibernates, like the lizard. 12. Birds also in some parts resemble the above-mentioned animals, that is to say, they have in all cases a head, a neck, a back, a belly, and what is analogous to the chest. The bird is remarkable among animals as having 2 feet, like man, only, by the way, it bends them backwards as quadrupeds bend their hind legs, as was noticed previously. It has neither hands nor front feet, but wings in exceptional structure as compared with other animals. Its haunch bone is long, like a thigh, and is attached to the body as far as the middle of the belly. So like to a thigh is it that when viewed separately it looks like a real one, while the real thigh is a separate structure betwixt it and the shin. Of all birds those that have crooked talons have the biggest thighs and the strongest breasts. All birds are furnished with many claws, and all have the toes separated more or less asunder. That is to say, in the greater part the toes are clearly distinct from one another, for even the swimming birds, although they are web-footed, have still their claws fully articulated and distinctly differentiated from one another. Birds that fly high in air are in all cases 4-toed, that is, the greater part have 3 toes in front and 1 behind in place of a heel, some few have 2 in front and 2 behind, as the wryneck. This latter bird is somewhat bigger than the chaffinch, and is mottled in appearance. It is peculiar in the arrangement of its toes, and resembles the snake in the structure of its tongue. For the creature can protrude its tongue to the extent of 4 finger breadths, and then draw it back again. Moreover, it can twist its head backwards while keeping all the rest of its body still, like the serpent. It has big claws, somewhat resembling those of the woodpecker. Its note is a shrill chirp. Birds are furnished with a mouth, but with an exceptional one, for they have neither lips nor teeth, but a beak. Neither have they ears nor a nose, but only passages for the sensations connected with these organs, that for the nostrils in the beak, and that for hearing in the head. Like all other animals they all have 2 eyes, and these are devoid of lashes. The heavy-bodied, or gallinaceous, birds close the eye by means of the lower lid, and all birds blink by means of a skin extending over the eye from the inner corner. The owl and its congeners also close the eye by means of the upper lid. The same phenomenon is observable in the animals that are protected by horny scuts, as in the lizard and its congeners, for they all without exception close the eye with the lower lid, but they do not blink like birds. Further, birds have neither scuts nor hair, but feathers, and the feathers are invariably furnished with quills. They have no tail, but a rump with tail feathers, short in such as are long-legged and web-footed, large in others. These latter kinds of birds fly with their feet tucked up close to the belly, but the small-rumped or short-tailed birds fly with their legs stretched out at full length. All are furnished with a tongue, but the organ is variable, being long in some birds and broad in others. Certain species of birds above all other animals, and next after man, possess the faculty of uttering articulate sounds. And this faculty is chiefly developed in broad-tongued birds. No oviparous creature has an epiglottis over the windpipe, but these animals so manage the opening and shutting of the windpipe as not to allow any solid substance to get down into the lung. Some species of birds are furnished additionally with spurs, but no bird with crooked talons is found so provided. The birds with talons are among those that fly well, but those that have spurs are among the heavy-bodied. Again, some birds have a crest. As a general rule the crest sticks up, and is composed of feathers only. But the crest of the barn-door cock is exceptional in kind, for, whereas it is not just exactly flesh, at the same time it is not easy to say what else it is. 13. Of water animals the genus of fishes constitutes a single group apart from the rest, and including many diverse forms. In the first place, the fish has a head, a back, a belly, in the neighborhood of which last are placed the stomach and viscera, and behind it has a tail of continuous, undivided shape, but not, by the way, in all cases alike. No fish has a neck, or any limb, or testicles at all, within or without, or breasts. But, by the way, this absence of breasts may predicate it of all non-viviparous animals. And in point of fact viviparous animals are not in all cases provided with the organ, excepting such as are directly viviparous without being first oviparous. Thus the dolphin is directly viviparous, and accordingly we find it furnished with two breasts, not situated high up, but in the neighborhood of the genitals. And this creature is not provided, like quadrupeds, with visible teats, but has two vents, one on each flank, from which the milk flows, and its young have to follow after it to get suckled, and this phenomenon has been actually witnessed. Fishes, then, as has been observed, have no breasts and no passage for the genitals visible externally. But they have an exceptional organ in the gills, whereby, after taking the water in the mouth, they discharge it again. And in the fins, of which the greater part have four, and the lanky ones two, as, for instance, the eel, and these two situated near to the gills. In like manner the grey mullet as, for instance, the mullet found in the lake at Syphe have only two fins, and the same is the case with the fish called ribbon fish. Some of the lanky fishes have no fins at all, such as the murena, nor gills articulated like those of other fish. And of those fish that are provided with gills, some have coverings for this organ, whereas all the Salacians have the organ unprotected by a cover. And those fishes that have coverings or opercula for the gills have in all cases their gills placed sideways. Whereas, among Salacians, the broad ones have the gills down below on the belly, as the torpedo and the ray, while the lanky ones have the organ placed sideways, as is the case in all the dogfish. The fishing frog has gills placed sideways, and covered not with a spiny operculum, as in all but the Salacian fishes, but with one of skin. Moreover, with fishes furnished with gills, the gills in some cases are simple, in others duplicate. And the last gill in the direction of the body is always simple. And, again, some fishes have few gills, and others have a great number, but all alike have the same number on both sides. Those that have the least number have one gill on either side, and this one duplicate, like the boarfish. Others have two on either side, one simple and the other duplicate, like the conger and the scarus. Others have four on either side, simple, as the elaps, the synagrus, the murena, and the eel. Others have four, all, with the exception of the hindmost one, in double rows, as the wrasse, the perch, the sheatfish, and the carp. The dogfish have all their gills double, 5 on a side, and the swordfish has 8 double gills. So much for the number of gills as found in fishes. Again, fishes differ from other animals in more ways than as regards the gills. For they are not covered with hairs as are viviparous land animals, nor, as is the case with certain oviparous quadrupeds, with tessellated scuts, nor, like birds, with feathers, but for the most part they are covered with scales. Some few are rough-skinned, while the smooth-skinned are very few indeed. Of the Salacia some are rough-skinned and some smooth-skinned, and among the smooth-skinned fishes are included the conger, the eel, and the tunny. All fishes are saw-toothed excepting the scarus, and the teeth in all cases are sharp and set in many rows, and in some cases are placed on the tongue. The tongue is hard and spiny, and so firmly attached that fishes in many instances seem to be devoid of the organ altogether. The mouth in some cases is wide-stretched, as it is with some viviparous quadrupeds. With regard to organs of sense, all save eyes, fishes possess none of them, neither the organs nor their passages, neither ears or nostrils, but all fishes are furnished with eyes, and the eyes devoid of lids, though the eyes are not hard. With regard to the organs connected with the other senses, hearing and smell, they are devoid alike of the organs themselves and of passages indicative of them. Fishes without exception are supplied with blood. Some of them are oviparous, and some viviparous. Scaly fish are invariably oviparous, but cartilaginous fishes are all viviparous, with the single exception of the fishing frog. 14. Of blooded animals there now remains the serpent genus. This genus is common to both elements, for, while most species comprehended therein are land animals, a small minority, to wit the aquatic species, pass their lives in fresh water. There are also sea serpents, in shape to a great extent resembling their congeners of the land, with this exception that the head in their case is somewhat like the head of the conger. And there are several kinds of sea serpent, and the different kinds differ in color. These animals are not found in very deep water. Serpents, like fish, are devoid of feet. There are also sea scolopendras, resembling in shape their land congeners, but somewhat less in regard to magnitude. These creatures are found in the neighborhood of rocks. As compared with their land congeners they are redder in color, are furnished with feet in greater numbers and with legs of more delicate structure. And the same remark applies to them as to the sea serpents, that they are not found in very deep water. Of fishes whose habitat is in the vicinity of rocks there is a tiny one, which some call the Acheniais, or shipholder, and which is by some people used as a charm to bring luck in affairs of law and love. The creature is unfit for eating. Some people assert that it has feet, but this is not the case. It appears, however, to be furnished with feet from the fact that its fins resemble those organs. So much, then, for the external parts of blooded animals, as regards their numbers, their properties, and their relative diversities. 15. As for the properties of the internal organs, these we must first discuss in the case of the animals that are supplied with blood. For the principal genera differ from the rest of animals, in that the former are supplied with blood and the latter are not. And the former include man, viviparous and oviparous quadrupeds, birds, fishes, cetaceans, and all the others that come under no general designation by reason of their not forming genera, but groups of which simply the specific name is predicable. As when we say, the serpent, the crocodile. All viviparous quadrupeds, then, are furnished with an esophagus and a windpipe, situated as in man. The same statement is applicable to oviparous quadrupeds and to birds, only that the latter present diversities in the shapes of these organs. As a general rule, all animals that take up air and breathe it in and out are furnished with a lung, a windpipe, and an esophagus, with the windpipe and esophagus not admitting of diversity in situation but admitting of diversity in properties. And with the lung admitting of diversity in both these respects. Further, all blooded animals have a heart and a diaphragm or midriff, but in small animals the existence of the latter organ is not so obvious owing to its delicacy and minute size. In regard to the heart there is an exceptional phenomenon observable in oxen. In other words, there is one species of ox where, though not in all cases, a bone is found inside the heart. And, by the way, the horse's heart also has a bone inside it. The genera referred to above are not in all cases furnished with a lung. For instance, the fish is devoid of the organ, as is also every animal furnished with gills. All blooded animals are furnished with a liver. As a general rule blooded animals are furnished with a spleen, but with the great majority of non-viviparous but oviparous animals the spleen is so small as all but to escape observation. And this is the case with almost all birds, as with the pigeon, the kite, the falcon, the owl. In point of fact, the egocephalus is devoid of the organ altogether. With oviparous quadrupeds the case is much the same as with the viviparous. That is to say, they also have the spleen exceedingly minute, as the tortoise, the freshwater tortoise, the toad, the lizard, the crocodile, and the frog. Some animals have a gallbladder close to the liver, and others have not. Of viviparous quadrupeds the deer is without the organ, as also the roe, the horse, the mule, the ass, the seal, and some kinds of pigs. Of deer those that are called acani appear to have gall in their tail, but what is so called does resemble gall in color, though it is not so completely fluid, and the organ internally resembles a spleen. However, without any exception, stags are found to have maggots living inside the head, and the habitat of these creatures is in the hollow underneath the root of the tongue and in the neighborhood of the vertebra to which the head is attached. These creatures are as large as the largest grubs, they grow all together in a cluster, and they are usually about 20 in number. Deer then, as has been observed, are without a gallbladder. Their gut, however, is so bitter that even hounds refuse to eat it unless the animal is exceptionally fat. With the elephant also the liver is unfurnished with a gallbladder, but when the animal is cut in the region where the organ is found in animals furnished with it, there oozes out a fluid resembling gall, in greater or less quantities. Of animals that take in seawater and are furnished with a lung, the dolphin is unprovided with a gallbladder. Birds and fishes all have the organ, as also oviparous quadrupeds, all to a greater or a lesser extent. But of fishes some have the organ close to the liver, as the dogfishes, the sheatfish, the rhine or angelfish, the smooth skate, the torpedo, and, of the lanky fishes, the eel, the pipefish, and the hammer-headed shark. The Callionymus, also, has the gallbladder close to the liver, and in no other fish does the organ attain so great a relative size. Other fishes have the organ close to the gut, attached to the liver by certain extremely fine ducts. The bonito has the gallbladder stretched alongside the gut and equaling it in length, and often a double fold of it. Others have the organ in the region of the gut, in some cases far off, in others near. As the fishing frog, the elaps, the synegrus, the murena, and the swordfish. Often animals of the same species show this diversity of position. As, for instance, some congers are found with the organ attached close to the liver, and others with it detached from and below it. The case is much the same with birds, that is, some have the gallbladder close to the stomach, and others close to the gut, as the pigeon, the raven, the quail, the swallow, and the sparrow. Some have it near at once to the liver and to the stomach as the egocephalus, others have it near at once to the liver and the gut, as the falcon and the kite. 16. Again, all viviparous quadrupeds are furnished with kidneys and a bladder. Of the ovipara that are not quadrupedal there is no instance known of an animal, whether fish or bird, provided with these organs. Of the ovipara that are quadrupedal, the turtle alone is provided with these organs of a magnitude to correspond with the other organs of the animal. In the turtle the kidney resembles the same organ in the ox. That is to say, it looks one single organ composed of a number of small ones. The bison also resembles the ox in all its internal parts. 17. With all animals that are furnished with these parts, the parts are similarly situated, and with the exception of man, the heart is in the middle. In man, however, as has been observed, the heart is placed a little to the left-hand side. In all animals the pointed end of the heart turns frontwards, only in fish it would at first sight seem otherwise, for the pointed end is turned not towards the breast, but towards the head and the mouth. And, in fish, the apex is attached to a tube just where the right and left gills meet together. There are other ducts extending from the heart to each of the gills, greater in the greater fish, lesser in the lesser. But in the large fishes the duct at the pointed end of the heart is a tube, white-colored and exceedingly thick. Fishes in some few cases have an esophagus, as the conger and the eel, and in these the organ is small. In fishes that are furnished with an undivided liver, the organ lies entirely on the right side. Where the liver is cloven from the root, the larger half of the organ is on the right side, for in some fishes the two parts are detached from one another, without any coalescence at the root, as is the case with the dogfish. And there is also a species of hare in what is named the Fig district, near Lake Balby, and elsewhere, which animal might be taken to have two livers owing to the length of the connecting ducts, similar to the structure in the lung of birds. The spleen in all cases, when normally placed, is on the left-hand side, and the kidneys also lie in the same position in all creatures that possess them. There have been known instances of quadrupeds under dissection, where the spleen was on the right hand and the liver on the left, but all such cases are regarded as supernatural. In all animals the windpipe extends to the lung, and the manner how, we shall discuss hereafter, and the esophagus, in all that have the organ, extends through the midriff into the stomach. For, by the way, as has been observed, most fishes have no esophagus, but the stomach is united directly with the mouth, so that in some cases when big fish are pursuing little ones, the stomach tumbles forward into the mouth. All the aforementioned animals have a stomach, and one similarly situated, that is to say, situated directly under the midriff, and they have a gut connected therewith and closing at the outlet of the residuum and at what is termed the rectum. However, animals present diversities in the structure of their stomachs. In the first place, of the viviparous quadrupeds, such of the horned animals as are not equally furnished with teeth in both jaws are furnished with 4 such chambers. These animals, by the way, are those that are said to chew the cud. In these animals the esophagus extends from the mouth downwards along the lung, from the midriff to the big stomach, or paunch. And this stomach is rough inside and semi-partitioned. And connected with it near to the entry of the esophagus is what from its appearance is termed the reticulum, or honeycomb bag. For outside it is like the stomach, but inside it resembles a netted cap, and the reticulum is a great deal smaller than the stomach. Connected with this is the echinus, or many plies, rough inside and laminated, and of about the same size as the reticulum. Next after this comes what is called the fenestrum, or abomasum, larger and longer than the echinus, furnished inside with numerous folds or ridges, large and smooth. After all this comes the gut. Such is the stomach of those quadrupeds that are horned and have an unsymmetrical dentition. And these animals differ one from another in the shape and size of the parts, and in the fact of the esophagus reaching the stomach centralwise in some cases and sideways in others. Animals that are furnished equally with teeth in both jaws have one stomach, as man, the pig, the dog, the bear, the lion, the wolf. The thos, by the by, has all its internal organs similar to the wolf's. All these, then have a single stomach, and after that the gut, but the stomach in some is comparatively large, as in the pig and bear, and the stomach of the pig has a few smooth folds or ridges. Others have a much smaller stomach, not much bigger than the gut, as the lion, the dog, and man. In the other animals the shape of the stomach varies in the direction of one or other of those already mentioned. That is, the stomach in some animals resembles that of the pig, in others that of the dog, alike with the larger animals and the smaller ones. In all these animals diversities occur in regard to the size, the shape, the thickness or the thinness of the stomach, and also in regard to the place where the esophagus opens into it. There is also a difference in structure in the gut of the 2 groups of animals above mentioned, those with unsymmetrical and those with symmetrical dentition, in size, in thickness, and in foldings. The intestines in those animals whose jaws are unequally furnished with teeth are in all cases the larger, for the animals themselves are larger than those in the other category. For very few of them are small, and no single one of the horned animals is very small. And some possess appendages, or caeca, to the gut, but no animal that has not incisors in both jaws has a straight gut. The elephant has a gut constricted into chambers, so constructed that the animal appears to have 4 stomachs, in it the food is found, but there is no distinct and separate receptacle. Its viscera resemble those of the pig, only that the liver is 4 times the size of that of the ox, and the other viscera in like proportion, while the spleen is comparatively small. Much the same may be predicated of the properties of the stomach and the gut in oviparous quadrupeds, as in the land tortoise, the turtle, the lizard, both crocodiles, and, in fact, in all animals of the like kind. That is to say, their stomach is one and simple, resembling in some cases that of the pig, and in other cases that of the dog. The serpent genus is similar and in almost all respects furnished similarly to the saurians among land animals, if one could only imagine these saurians to be increased in length and to be devoid of legs. That is to say, the serpent is coated with tessellated scuts, and resembles the saurian in its back and belly, only, by the way, it has no testicles, but, like fishes, has 2 ducts converging into one, and an ovary long and bifurcate. The rest of its internal organs are identical with those of the saurians, except that, owing to the narrowness and length of the animal, the viscera are correspondingly narrow and elongated, so that they are apt to escape recognition from the similarities in shape. Thus, the windpipe of the creature is exceptionally long, and the esophagus is longer still, and the windpipe commences so close to the mouth that the tongue appears to be underneath it. And the windpipe seems to project over the tongue, owing to the fact that the tongue draws back into a sheath and does not remain in its place as in other animals. The tongue, moreover, is thin and long and black, and can be protruded to a great distance. And both serpents and saurians have this altogether exceptional property in the tongue, that it is forked at the outer extremity, and this property is the more marked in the serpent, for the tips of his tongue are as thin as hairs. The seal, also, by the way, has a split tongue. The stomach of the serpent is like a more spacious gut, resembling the stomach of the dog, then comes the gut, long, narrow, and single to the end. The heart is situated close to the pharynx, small and kidney-shaped, and for this reason the organ might in some cases appear not to have the pointed end turned towards the breast. Then comes the lung, single, and articulated with a membranous passage, very long, and quite detached from the heart. The liver is long and simple, the spleen is short and round, as is the case in both respects with the saurians. Its gall resembles that of the fish, the water snakes have it beside the liver, and the other snakes have it usually beside the gut. These creatures are all saw-toothed. Their ribs are as numerous as the days of the month. In other words, they are 30 in number. Some affirm that the same phenomenon is observable with serpents as with swallow chicks. In other words, they say that if you prick out a serpent's eyes they will grow again. And further, the tails of saurians and of serpents, if they be cut off, will grow again. With fishes the properties of the gut and stomach are similar, that is, they have a stomach single and simple, but variable in shape according to species. For in some cases the stomach is gut-shaped, as with the scarus, or parrotfish, which fish, by the way, appears to be the only fish that chews the cud. And the whole length of the gut is simple, and if it have a reduplication or kink it loosens out again into a simple form. An exceptional property in fishes and in birds for the most part is the being furnished with gut appendages or cica. Birds have them low down and few in number. Fishes have them high up about the stomach, and sometimes numerous, as in the goby, the galeos, the perch, the scorpina, the cythrus, the red mullet, and the sparus. The cestrius or grey mullet has several of them on one side of the belly, and on the other side only one. Some fish possess these appendages but only in small numbers, as the hepatus and the glaucus, and, by the way, they are few also in the dorado. These fishes differ also from one another within the same species, for in the dorado one individual has many and another few. Some fishes are entirely without the part, as the majority of the Salacians. As for all the rest, some of them have a few and some a great many. And in all cases where the gut appendages are found in fish, they are found close up to the stomach. In regard to their internal parts birds differ from other animals and from one another. Some birds, for instance, have a crop in front of the stomach, as the barn-door cock, the cushat, the pigeon, and the partridge. And the crop consists of a large hollow skin, into which the food first enters and where it lies ingested. Just where the crop leaves the esophagus it is somewhat narrow. By and by it broadens out, but where it communicates with the stomach it narrows down again. The stomach, or gizzard, in most birds is fleshy and hard, and inside is a strong skin which comes away from the fleshy part. Other birds have no crop, but instead of it an esophagus wide and roomy, either all the way or in the part leading to the stomach, as with the daw, the raven, and the carrion crow. The quail also has the esophagus widened out at the lower extremity, and in the egocephalus and the owl the organ is slightly broader at the bottom than at the top. The duck, the goose, the gull, the cataracts, and the great bustard have the esophagus wide and roomy from one end to the other, and the same applies to a great many other birds. In some birds there is a portion of the stomach that resembles a crop, as in the kestrel. In the case of small birds like the swallow and the sparrow neither the esophagus nor the crop is wide, but the stomach is long. Some few have neither a crop nor a dilated esophagus, but the latter is exceedingly long, as in long-necked birds, such as the porphyrio, and, by the way, in the case of all these birds the excrement is unusually moist. The quail is exceptional in regard to these organs, as compared with other birds. In other words, it has a crop, and at the same time its esophagus is wide and spacious in front of the stomach, and the crop is at some distance, relatively to its size, from the esophagus at that part. Further, in most birds, the gut is thin and simple when loosened out. The gut appendages or caeca in birds, as has been observed, are few in number, and are not situated high up, as in fishes, but low down towards the extremity of the gut. Birds, then, have caeca not all, but the greater part of them, such as the barn-door cock, the partridge, the duck, the night raven, the localus, the escalaphus, the goose, the swan, the great bustard, and the owl. Some of the little birds also have these appendages, but the caeca in their case are exceedingly minute, as in the sparrow. Book 3. 1. Now that we have stated the magnitudes, the properties, and the relative differences of the other internal organs, it remains for us to treat of the organs that contribute to generation. These organs in the female are in all cases internal, in the male they present numerous diversities. In the blooded animals some males are altogether devoid of testicles, and some have the organ but situated internally. And of those males that have the organ internally situated, some have it close to the loin in the neighborhood of the kidney and others close to the belly. Other males have the organ situated externally. In the case of these last, the penis is in some cases attached to the belly, whilst in others it is loosely suspended, as is the case also with the testicles. And, in the cases where the penis is attached to the belly, the attachment varies accordingly as the animal is emprostheretic or epistheretic. No fish is furnished with testicles, nor any other creature that has gills, nor any serpent whatever, nor, in short, any animal devoid of feet, save such only as are viviparous within themselves. Birds are furnished with testicles, but these are internally situated, close to the loin. The case is similar with oviparous quadrupeds, such as the lizard, the tortoise, and the crocodile. And among the viviparous animals this peculiarity is found in the hedgehog. Others among those creatures that have the organ internally situated have it close to the belly, as is the case with the dolphin amongst animals devoid of feet, and with the elephant among viviparous quadrupeds. In other cases these organs are externally conspicuous. We have already alluded to the diversities observed in the attachment of these organs to the belly and the adjacent region. In other words, we have stated that in some cases the testicles are tightly fastened back, as in the pig and its allies, and that in others they are freely suspended, as in man. Fishes, then, are devoid of testicles, as has been stated, and serpents also. They are furnished, however, with two ducts connected with the midriff and running on to either side of the backbone, coalescing into a single duct above the outlet of the residuum, and by above the outlet I mean the region near to the spine. These ducts in the rutting season get filled with the genital fluid, and, if the ducts be squeezed, the sperm oozes out white in color. As to the differences observed in male fishes of diverse species, the reader should consult my treatise on anatomy, and the subject will be hereafter more fully discussed when we describe the specific character in each case. The males of oviparous animals, whether biped or quadruped, are in all cases furnished with testicles close to the loin underneath the midriff. With some animals the organ is whitish, in others somewhat of a sallow hue. In all cases it is entirely enveloped with minute and delicate veins. From each of the two testicles extends a duct, and, as in the case of fishes, the two ducts coalesce into one above the outlet of the residuum. This constitutes the penis, which organ in the case of small ovipara is inconspicuous, but in the case of the larger ovipara, as in the goose and the like, the organ becomes quite visible just after copulation. The ducts in the case of fishes and in biped and quadruped ovipara are attached to the loin under the stomach and the gut, in betwixt them and the great vein, from which ducts or blood vessels extend, one to each of the two testicles. And just as with fishes the male sperm is found in the seminal ducts, and the ducts become plainly visible at the rutting season and in some instances become invisible after the season is past, so also is it with the testicles of birds. Before the breeding season the organ is small in some birds and quite invisible in others, but during the season the organ in all cases is greatly enlarged. This phenomenon is remarkably illustrated in the ringdove and the partridge, so much so that some people are actually of opinion that these birds are devoid of the organ in the wintertime. Of male animals that have their testicles placed frontwards, some have them inside, close to the belly, as the dolphin, some have them outside, exposed to view, close to the lower extremity of the belly. These animals resemble one another thus far in respect to this organ. But they differ from one another in this fact, that some of them have their testicles situated separately by themselves, while others, which have the organ situated externally, have them enveloped in what is termed the scrotum. Again, in all viviparous animals furnished with feet the following properties are observed in the testicles themselves. From the aorta there extend vein-like ducts to the head of each of the testicles, and another two from the kidneys. These two from the kidneys are supplied with blood, while the two from the aorta are devoid of it. From the head of the testicle alongside of the testicle itself is a duct, thicker and more sinewy than the other just alluded to, a duct that bends back again at the end of the testicle to its head. And from the head of each of the two testicles the two ducts extend until they coalesce in front at the penis. The duct that bends back again and that which is in contact with the testicle are enveloped in one and the same membrane, so that, until you draw aside the membrane, they present all the appearance of being a single undifferentiated duct. Further, the duct in contact with the testicle has its moist content qualified by blood, but to a comparatively less extent than in the case of the ducts higher up which are connected with the aorta. In the ducts that bend back towards the tube of the penis, the liquid is white-colored. There also runs a duct from the bladder, opening into the upper part of the canal, around which lies, sheathwise, what is called the penis. All these descriptive particulars may be regarded by the light of the accompanying diagram, wherein the letter A marks the starting point of the ducts that extend from the aorta. The letters KK mark the heads of the testicles and the ducts descending thereunto. The ducts extending from these along the testicles are marked MM, the ducts turning back, in which is the white fluid, are marked BB, the penis D, the bladder E, and the testicles XX. By the way, when the testicles are cut off or removed, the ducts draw upwards by contraction. Moreover, when male animals are young, their owner sometimes destroys the organ in them by attrition. Sometimes they castrate them at a later period. And I may here add, that a bull has been known to serve a cow immediately after castration, and actually to impregnate her. So much then for the properties of testicles in male animals. In female animals furnished with a womb, the womb is not in all cases the same in form or endowed with the same properties, but both in the vivipara and the ovipara great diversities present themselves. In all creatures that have the womb close to the genitals, the womb is two-horned, and one horn lies to the right-hand side and the other to the left. Its commencement, however, is single, and so is the orifice, resembling in the case of the most numerous and largest animals a tube composed of much flesh and gristle. Of these parts one is termed the hystera or delphis, whence is derived the word adelphos, and the other part, the tube or orifice, is termed metra. In all biped or quadruped vivipara the womb is in all cases below the midriff, as in man, the dog, the pig, the horse, and the ox. The same is the case also in all horned animals. At the extremity of the so-called serratia, or horns, the wombs of most animals have a twist or convolution. In the case of those ovipara that lay eggs externally, the wombs are not in all cases similarly situated. Thus the wombs of birds are close to the midriff, and the wombs of fishes down below, just like the wombs of biped and quadruped vivipara, only that, in the case of the fish, the wombs are delicately formed, membranous, and elongated. So much so that in extremely small fish, each of the two bifurcated parts looks like a single egg, and those fishes whose egg is described as crumbling would appear to have inside them a pair of eggs. Whereas in reality each of the two sides consists not of one but of many eggs, and this accounts for their breaking up into so many particles. The womb of birds has the lower and tubular portion fleshy and firm, and the part close to the midriff membranous and exceedingly thin and fine, so thin and fine that the eggs might seem to be outside the womb altogether. In the larger birds the membrane is more distinctly visible, and, if inflated through the tube, lifts and swells out. In the smaller birds all these parts are more indistinct. The properties of the womb are similar in oviparous quadrupeds, as the tortoise, the lizard, the frog and the like, for the tube below is single and fleshy, and the cleft portion with the eggs is at the top close to the midriff. With animals devoid of feet that are internally oviparous and viviparous externally. As is the case with the dogfish and the other so-called coelacanths, and by this title we designate such creatures destitute of feet and furnished with gills as are viviparous. With these animals the womb is bifurcate. And beginning down below it extends as far as the midriff, as in the case of birds. There is also a narrow part between the two horns running up as far as the midriff, and the eggs are engendered here and above at the origin of the midriff. Afterwards they pass into the wider space and turn from eggs into young animals. However, the differences in respect to the wombs of these fishes as compared with others of their own species or with fishes in general, would be more satisfactorily studied in their various forms in specimens under dissection. The members of the serpent genus also present divergencies either when compared with the above-mentioned creatures or with one another. Serpents as a rule are oviparous, the viper being the only viviparous member of the genus. The viper is, previously to external parturition, oviparous internally, and owing to this peculiarity the properties of the womb in the viper are similar to those of the womb in the coelacanths. The womb of the serpent is long, in keeping with the body, and starting below from a single duct extends continuously on both sides of the spine, so as to give the impression of thus being a separate duct on each side of the spine. Until it reaches the midriff, where the eggs are engendered in a row. And these eggs are laid not one by one, but all strung together. And all animals that are viviparous both internally and externally have the womb situated above the stomach, and all the ovipara underneath, near to the loin. Animals that are viviparous externally and internally oviparous present an intermediate arrangement, for the underneath portion of the womb, in which the eggs are, is placed near to the loin, but the part about the orifice is above the gut. Further, there is the following diversity observable in wombs as compared with one another, namely that the females of horned non-ambidental animals are furnished with cotyledons in the womb when they are pregnant, and such is the case among ambidentals, with the hare, the mouse, and the bat. Whereas all other animals that are ambidental, viviparous, and furnished with feet, have the womb quite smooth, and in their case the attachment of the embryo is to the womb itself and not to any cotyledon inside it. The parts, then, in animals that are not homogeneous with themselves and uniform in their texture, both parts external and parts internal, have the properties above assigned to them. 2. In sanguineous animals the homogeneous or uniform part most universally found is the blood, and its habitat the vein. Next in degree of universality, their analogues, lymph and fiber, and, that which chiefly constitutes the frame of animals, flesh and whatsoever in the several parts is analogous to flesh. Then bone, and parts that are analogous to bone, as fish bone and gristle, and then, again, skin, membrane, sinew, hair, nails, and whatever corresponds to these. And, furthermore, fat, suet, and the excretions are dung, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Now, as the nature of blood and the nature of the veins have all the appearance of being primitive, we must discuss their properties first of all, and all the more as some previous writers have treated them very unsatisfactorily. And the cause of the ignorance thus manifested is the extreme difficulty experienced in the way of observation. For in the dead bodies of animals the nature of the chief veins is undiscoverable, owing to the fact that they collapse at once when the blood leaves them. For the blood pours out of them in a stream, like liquid out of a vessel, since there is no blood separately situated by itself, except a little in the heart, but it is all lodged in the veins. In living animals it is impossible to inspect these parts, for of their very nature they are situated inside the body and out of sight. For this reason anatomists who have carried on their investigations on dead bodies in the dissecting room have failed to discover the chief roots of the veins. While those who have narrowly inspected bodies of living men reduced to extreme attenuation have arrived at conclusions regarding the origin of the veins from the manifestations visible externally. Of these investigators, Sanguineous, the physician of Cyprus, writes as follows. The big veins run thus, from the navel across the loins, along the back, past the lung, in under the breasts, one from right to left, and the other from left to right. That from the left, through the liver to the kidney in the testicle, that from the right, to the spleen and kidney in testicle, and from thence to the penis. Diogenes of Apollonia writes thus. The veins in man are as follows, there are two veins preeminent in magnitude. These extend through the belly along the backbone, one to right, one to left. Either one to the leg on its own side, and upwards to the head, past the collar bones, through the throat. From these, veins extend all over the body, from that on the right hand to the right side and from that on the left hand to the left side. The most important ones, 2 in number, to the heart in the region of the backbone. Other 2 a little higher up through the chest in underneath the armpit, each to the hand on its side, of these 2, one being termed the vein splenitis, and the other the vein hepatitis. Each of the pair splits at its extremity. The one branches in the direction of the thumb and the other in the direction of the palm, and from these run off a number of minute veins branching off to the fingers and to all parts of the hand. Other veins, more minute, extend from the main veins, from that on the right towards the liver, from that on the left towards the spleen and the kidneys. The veins that run to the legs split at the juncture of the legs with the trunk and extend right down the thigh. The largest of these goes down the thigh at the back of it, and can be discerned and traced as a big one. The second one runs inside the thigh, not quite as big as the one just mentioned. After this they pass on along the knee to the shin and the foot, as the upper veins were described as passing towards the hands, and arrive at the sole of the foot, and from thence continue to the toes. Moreover, many delicate veins separate off from the great veins towards the stomach and towards the ribs. The veins that run through the throat to the head can be discerned and traced in the neck as large ones. And from each one of the 2, where it terminates, there branch off a number of veins to the head, some from the right side towards the left, and some from the left side towards the right, and the 2 veins terminate near to each of the 2 ears. There is another pair of veins in the neck running along the big vein on either side, slightly less in size than the pair just spoken of, and with these the greater part of the veins in the head are connected. This other pair runs through the throat inside, and from either one of the 2 there extend veins in underneath the shoulder blade and towards the hands. And these appear alongside the vein splenitis and hepatitis as another pair of veins smaller in size. When there is a pain near the surface of the body, the physician lances these 2 latter veins. But when the pain is within and in the region of the stomach he lances the veins splenitis and hepatitis. And from these, other veins depart to run below the breasts. There is also another pair running on each side through the spinal marrow to the testicles, thin and delicate. There is, further, a pair running a little underneath the cuticle through the flesh to the kidneys, and these with men terminate at the testicle, and with women at the womb. These veins are termed the spermatic veins. The veins that leave the stomach are comparatively broad just as they leave, but they become gradually thinner, until they change over from right to left and from left to right. Blood is thickest when it is imbibed by the fleshy parts. When it is transmitted to the organs above mentioned, it becomes thin, warm, and frothy. 3. Such are the accounts given by Sanguineous and Diogenes. Polybus writes to the following effect. There are 4 pairs of veins. The first extends from the back of the head, through the neck on the outside, past the backbone on either side, until it reaches the loins and passes on to the legs. After which it goes on through the shins to the outer side of the ankles and on to the feet. And it is on this account that surgeons, for pains in the back and loin, bleed in the ham and in the outer side of the ankle. Another pair of veins runs from the head, past ears, through the neck, which veins are termed the jugular veins. This pair goes on inside along the backbone, past the muscles of the loins, onto the testicles, and onwards to the thighs, and through the inside of the hams and through the shins down to the inside of the ankles and to the feet. And for this reason, surgeons, for pains in the muscles of the loins and in the testicles, bleed on the hams and the inner side of the ankles. The third pair extends from the temples, through the neck, in underneath the shoulder blades, into the lung, those from right to left going in underneath the breast and on to the spleen and the kidney. Those from left to right running from the lung in underneath the breast and into the liver and the kidney, and both terminate in the fundament. The fourth pair extend from the front part of the head and the eyes in underneath the neck and the collarbones. From thence they stretch on through the upper part of the upper arms to the elbows and then through the forearms onto the wrists and the jointings of the fingers, and also through the lower part of the upper arms to the armpits, and so on, keeping above the ribs, until one of the pair reaches the spleen and the other reaches the liver. And after this they both pass over the stomach and terminate at the penis. The above quotations sum up pretty well the statements of all previous writers. Furthermore, there are some writers on natural history who have not ventured to lay down the law in such precise terms as regards the veins, but who all alike agree in assigning the head and the brain as the starting point of the veins. And in this opinion they are mistaken. The investigation of such a subject, as has been remarked, is one fraught with difficulties. But, if anyone be keenly interested in the matter, his best plan will be to allow his animals to starve to emaciation, then to strangle them on a sudden, and thereupon to prosecute his investigations. We now proceed to give particulars regarding the properties and functions of the veins. There are 2 blood vessels in the thorax by the backbone, and lying to its inner side. And of these 2 the larger one is situated to the front, and the lesser one is to the rear of it, and the larger is situated rather to the right-hand side of the body, and the lesser one to the left. And by some this vein is termed the aorta, from the fact that even in dead bodies part of it is observed to be full of air. These blood vessels have their origins in the heart, for they traverse the other viscera, in whatever direction they happen to run, without in any way losing their distinctive characteristic as blood vessels. Whereas the heart is as it were a part of them, and that 2 more in respect to the frontward and larger one of the 2, owing to the fact that these 2 veins are above and below, with the heart lying midway. The heart in all animals has cavities inside it. In the case of the smaller animals even the largest of the chambers is scarcely discernible, the second larger is scarcely discernible in animals of medium size. But in the largest animals all 3 chambers are distinctly seen. In the heart then, with its pointed end directed frontwards, as has been observed, the largest of the 3 chambers is on the right-hand side and highest up. The least one is on the left-hand side, and the medium-sized one lies in betwixt the other 2, and the largest one of the 3 chambers is a great deal larger than either of the 2 others. All 3, however, are connected with passages leading in the direction of the lung, but all these communications are indistinctly discernible by reason of their minuteness, except one. The great blood vessel, then, is attached to the biggest of the 3 chambers, the one that lies uppermost and on the right-hand side. It then extends right through the chamber, coming out as blood vessel again. Just as though the cavity of the heart were a part of the vessel, in which the blood broadens its channel as a river that widens out in a lake. The aorta is attached to the middle chamber. Only, by the way, it is connected with it by much narrower pipe. The great blood vessel then passes through the heart, and runs from the heart into the aorta. The great vessel looks as though made of membrane or skin, while the aorta is narrower than it, and is very sinewy, and as it stretches away to the head and to the lower parts it becomes exceedingly narrow and sinewy. First of all, then, upwards from the heart there stretches a part of the great blood vessel towards the lung and the attachment of the aorta, a part consisting of a large undivided vessel. But there split off from it 2 parts. One towards the lung and the other towards the backbone and the last vertebra of the neck. The vessel, then, that extends to the lung, as the lung itself is duplicate, divides at first into 2. And then extends along by every pipe and every perforation, greater along the greater ones, lesser along the less, so continuously that it is impossible to discern a single part wherein there is not perforation and vein. For the extremities are indistinguishable from their minuteness, and in point of fact the whole lung appears to be filled with blood. The branches of the blood vessels lie above the tubes that extend from the windpipe. And that vessel which extends to the vertebra of the neck and the backbone, stretches back again along the backbone, as Homer represents in the lines. Antilochus, as Thun turned him round, transpirked his back with a dishonest wound. The hollow vein that to the neck extends, along the chine, the eager javelin rends. From this vessel there extend small blood vessels at each rib and each vertebra, and at the vertebra above the kidneys the vessel bifurcates. And in the above way the parts branch off from the great blood vessel. But up above all these, from that part which is connected with the heart, the entire vein branches off in two directions. For its branches extend to the sides and to the collarbones, and then pass on, in men through the armpits to the arms, in quadrupeds to the forelegs, in birds to the wings, and in fishes to the upper or pectoral fins. See diagram. The trunks of these veins, where they first branch off, are called the jugular veins, and, where they branch off to the neck the great vein run alongside the windpipe. And, occasionally, if these veins are pressed externally, men, though not actually choked, become insensible, shut their eyes, and fall flat on the ground. Extending in the way described and keeping the windpipe in betwixt them, they pass on until they reach the ears at the junction of the lower jaw with the skull. Hence again they branch off into four veins, of which one bends back and descends through the neck and the shoulder, and meets the previous branching off of the vein at the bend of the arm, while the rest of it terminates at the hand and fingers. See diagram. Each vein of the other pair stretches from the region of the ear to the brain, and branches off in a number of fine and delicate veins into the so-called meninx, or membrane, which surrounds the brain. The brain itself in all animals is destitute of blood, and no vein, great or small, holds its course therein. But of the remaining veins that branch off from the last mentioned vein some envelop the head, others close their courses in the organs of sense and at the roots of the teeth in veins exceedingly fine and minute. 4. And in like manner the parts of the lesser one of the two chief blood vessels, designated the aorta, branch off, accompanying the branches from the big vein. Only that, in regard to the aorta, the passages are less in size, and the branches very considerably less than are those of the great vein. So much for the veins as observed in the regions above the heart. The part of the great vein that lies underneath the heart extends, freely suspended, right through the midriff, and is united both to the aorta and the backbone by slack membranous communications. From it one vein, short and wide, extends through the liver, and from it a number of minute veins branch off into the liver and disappear. From the vein that passes through the liver two branches separate off, of which one terminates in the diaphragm or so-called midriff. And the other runs up again through the armpit into the right arm and unites with the other veins at the inside of the bend of the arm. And it is in consequence of this local connection that, when the surgeon opens this vein in the forearm, the patient is relieved of certain pains in the liver. And from the left-hand side of it there extends a short but thick vein to the spleen, and the little veins branching off it disappear in that organ. Another part branches off from the left-hand side of the great vein, and ascends, by a course similar to the course recently described, into the left arm. Only that the ascending vein in the one case is the vein that traverses the liver, while in this case it is distinct from the vein that runs into the spleen. Again, other veins branch off from the big vein. One to the omentum, and another to the pancreas, from which vein run a number of veins through the mesentery. All these veins coalesce in a single large vein, along the entire gut and stomach to the esophagus. About these parts there is a great ramification of branch veins. As far as the kidneys, each of the two remaining undivided, the aorta and the big vein extend. And here they get more closely attached to the backbone, and branch off, each of the two, into a shape, and the big vein gets to the rear of the aorta. But the chief attachment of the aorta to the backbone takes place in the region of the heart. And the attachment is effected by means of minute and sinewy vessels. The aorta, just as it draws off from the heart, is a tube of considerable volume, but, as it advances in its course, it gets narrower and more sinewy. And from the aorta there extend veins to the mesentery just like the veins that extend thither from the big vein, only that the branches in the case of the aorta are considerably less in magnitude. They are, indeed, narrow and fibrillar, and they end in delicate hollow fiber-like veinlets. There is no vessel that runs from the aorta into the liver or the spleen. From each of the two great blood vessels there extend branches to each of the two flanks, and both branches fasten onto the bone. Vessels also extend to the kidneys from the big vein and the aorta. Only that they do not open into the cavity of the organ, but their ramifications penetrate into its substance. From the aorta run two other ducts to the bladder, firm and continuous. And there are other ducts from the hollow of the kidneys, in no way communicating with the big vein. From the center of each of the two kidneys springs a hollow sinewy vein, running along the backbone right through the loins. By and by each of the two veins first disappears in its own flank, and soon afterwards reappears stretching in the direction of the flank. The extremities of these attach to the bladder, and also in the male to the penis and in the female to the womb. From the big vein no vein extends to the womb, but the organ is connected with the aorta by veins numerous and closely packed. Furthermore, from the aorta and the great vein at the points of divarication there branch off other veins. Some of these run to the groin's large hollow veins and then pass on down through the legs and terminate in the feet and toes. And, again, another set run through the groins and the thighs cross-garter fashion, from right to left and from left to right, and unite in the hams with the other veins. In the above description we have thrown light upon the course of the veins and their points of departure. In all sanguineous animals the case stands as here set forth in regard to the points of departure and the courses of the chief veins. But the description does not hold equally good for the entire vein system in all these animals. For, in point of fact, the organs are not identically situated in them all. And, what is more, some animals are furnished with organs of which other animals are destitute. At the same time, while the description so far holds good, the proof of its accuracy is not equally easy in all cases, but is easiest in the case of animals of considerable magnitude and supplied abundantly with blood. For in little animals and those scantily supplied with blood, either from natural and inherent causes or from a prevalence of fat in the body, thorough accuracy in investigation is not equally attainable. For in the latter of these creatures the passages get clogged, like water channels choked with slush, and the others have a few minute fibers to serve instead of veins. But in all cases the big vein is plainly discernible, even in creatures of insignificant size. 5. The sinews of animals have the following properties. For these also the point of origin is the heart. For the heart has sinews within itself in the largest of its three chambers, and the aorta is a sinew-like vein. In fact, at its extremity it is actually a sinew, for it is there no longer hollow, and is stretched like the sinews where they terminate at the jointings of the bones. Be it remembered, however, that the sinews do not proceed in unbroken sequence from one point of origin, as do the blood vessels. For the veins have the shape of the entire body, like a sketch of a mannequin. In such a way that the whole frame seems to be filled up with little veins in attenuated subjects, for the space occupied by flesh in fat individuals is filled with little veins in thin ones, whereas the sinews are distributed about the joints and the flexures of the bones. Now, if the sinews were derived in unbroken sequence from a common point of departure, this continuity would be discernible in attenuated specimens. In the ham, or the part of the frame brought into full play in the effort of leaping, is an important system of sinews. And another sinew, a double one, is that called the tendon, and others are those brought into play when a great effort of physical strength is required, that is to say, the epitonose or backstay and the shoulder sinews. Other sinews, devoid of specific designation, are situated in the region of the flexures of the bones. For all the bones that are attached to one another are bound together by sinews, and a great quantity of sinews are placed in the neighborhood of all the bones. Only, by the way, in the head there is no sinew. But the head is held together by the sutures of the bones. Sinew is fissile lengthwise, but crosswise it is not easily broken, but admits of a considerable amount of hard tension. In connection with sinews a liquid mucus is developed, white and glutinous, and the organ, in fact, is sustained by it and appears to be substantially composed of it. Now, vein may be submitted to the actual cautery, but sinew, when submitted to such action, shrivels up altogether, and, if sinews be cut asunder, the severed parts will not again cohere. A feeling of numbness is incidental only to parts of the frame where sinew is situated. There is a very extensive system of sinews connected severally with the feet, the hands, the ribs, the shoulder blades, the neck, and the arms. All animals supplied with blood are furnished with sinews, but in the case of animals that have no flexures to their limbs, but are, in fact, destitute of either feet or hands, the sinews are fine and inconspicuous. And so, as might have been anticipated, the sinews in the fish are chiefly discernible in connection with the fin. 6. The ines, or fibrous connective tissue, are a something intermediate between sinew and vein. Some of them are supplied with fluid, the lymph, and they pass from sinew to vein and from vein to sinew. There is another kind of ines or fiber that is found in blood, but not in the blood of all animals alike. If this fiber be left in the blood will coagulate; if it be removed or extracted, the blood is found to be incapable of coagulation. While, however, this fibrous matter is found in the blood of the great majority of animals, it is not found in all. For instance, we fail to find it in the blood of the deer, the roe, the antelope, and some other animals. And, owing to this deficiency of the fibrous tissue, the blood of these animals does not coagulate to the extent observed in the blood of other animals. The blood of the deer coagulates to about the same extent as that of the hare, that is, to the blood in either case coagulates, but not into a stiff or jelly-like substance, like the blood of ordinary animals, but only into a flaccid consistency like that of milk, which is not subjected to the action of rennet. The blood of the antelope admits of a firmer consistency in coagulation, for in this respect it resembles, or only comes a little short of, the blood of sheep. Such are the properties of vein, sinew, and fibrous tissue. 7. The bones in animals are all connected with one single bone, and are interconnected, like the veins, in one unbroken sequence, and there is no instance of a bone standing apart by itself. In all animals furnished with bones, the spine or backbone is the point of origin for the entire osseous system. The spine is composed of vertebrae, and it extends from the head down to the loins. The vertebrae are all perforated, and, above, the bony portion of the head is connected with the topmost vertebrae, and is designated the skull. And the serrated lines on the skull are termed sutures. The skull is not formed alike in all animals. In some animals the skull consists of one single undivided bone, as in the case of the dog; in others it is composite in structure, as in man. And in the human species the suture is circular in the female, while in the male it is made up of 3 separate sutures, uniting above in 3-corner fashion, and instances have been known of a man's skull being devoid of suture altogether. The skull is composed not of 4 bones, but of 6, 2 of these are in the region of the ears, small in comparison with the other 4. From the skull extend the jaws, constituted of bone. Animals in general move the lower jaw. The river crocodile is the only animal that moves the upper one. In the jaws is the tooth system, and the teeth are constituted of bone, and are halfway perforated. And the bone in question is the only kind of bone which it is found impossible to grave with a graving tool. On the upper part of the course of the backbone are the collarbones and the ribs. The chest rests on ribs. And these ribs meet together, whereas the others do not, for no animal has bone in the region of the stomach. Then come the shoulder bones, or blade bones, and the arm bones connected with these, and the bones in the hands connected with the bones of the arms. With animals that have forelegs, the osseous system of the foreleg resembles that of the arm in man. Below the level of the backbone, after the haunch bone, comes the hip socket. Then the leg bones, those in the thighs and those in the shins, which are termed cholenes or limb bones, a part of which is the ankle, while a part of the same is the so-called plectrum in those creatures that have an ankle. And connected with these bones are the bones in the feet. Now, with all animals that are supplied with blood and furnished with feet, and are at the same time viviparous, the bones do not differ greatly one from another, but only in the way of relative hardness, softness, or magnitude. A further difference, by the way, is that in one and the same animal certain bones are supplied with marrow, while others are destitute of it. Some animals might on casual observation appear to have no marrow whatsoever in their bones, as is the case with the lion, owing to his having marrow only in small amount, poor and thin, and in very few bones. For marrow is found in his thigh and arm bones. The bones of the lion are exceptionally hard, so hard, in fact, that if they are rubbed hard against one another they emit sparks like flint stones. The dolphin has bones, and not fish spine. Of the other animals supplied with blood, some differ but little, as is the case with birds, others have systems analogous, as fishes. For viviparous fishes, such as the cartilaginous species, are gristle-spined, while the ovipara have a spine which corresponds to the backbone in quadrupeds. This exceptional property has been observed in fishes, that in some of them there are found delicate spines scattered here and there throughout the fleshy parts. The serpent is similarly constructed to the fish. In other words, his backbone is spinous. With oviparous quadrupeds, the skeleton of the larger ones is more or less osseous, of the smaller ones, more or less spinous. But all sanguineous animals have a backbone of either one kind or other, that is, composed either of bone or of spine. The other portions of the skeleton are found in some animals and not found in others, but the presence or the absence of this and that part carries with it, as a matter of course, the presence or the absence of the bones or the spines corresponding to this or that part. For animals that are destitute of arms and legs cannot be furnished with limb bones, and in like manner with animals that have the same parts, but yet have them unlike in form. For in these animals the corresponding bones differ from one another in the way of relative excess or relative defect, or in the way of analogy taking the place of identity. So much for the osseous or spinous systems in animals. 8. Gristle is of the same nature as bone, but differs from it in the way of relative excess or relative defect. And just like bone, cartilage also, if cut, does not grow again. In terrestrial viviparous sanguinea the gristle formations are unperforated, and there is no marrow in them as there is in bones. In the Selachia, however, for, be it observed, they are gristle-spined, there is found in the case of the flat space in the region of the backbone, a gristle-like substance analogous to bone. And in this gristle-like substance there is a liquid resembling marrow. In viviparous animals furnished with feet, gristle formations are found in the region of the ears, in the nostrils, and around certain extremities of the bones. 9. Furthermore, there are parts of other kinds, neither identical with, nor altogether diverse from, the parts above enumerated, such as nails, hooves, claws, and horns. And also, by the way, beaks, such as birds are furnished withal in the several animals that are furnished therewithal. All these parts are flexible and fissile, but bone is neither flexible nor fissile, but frangible. And the colors of horns and nails and claw and hoof follow the color of the skin and the hair. For according as the skin of an animal is black, or white, or of medium hue, so are the horns, the claws, or the hooves, as the case may be, of hue to match. And it is the same with nails. The teeth, however, follow after the bones. Thus in black men, such as the Ethiopians and the like, the teeth and bones are white, but the nails are black, like the whole of the skin. Horns in general are hollow at their point of attachment to the bone which juts out from the head inside the horn, but they have a solid portion at the tip, and they are simple and undivided in structure. In the case of the stag alone of all animals the horns are solid throughout, and ramify into branches, or antlers. And, whereas no other animal is known to shed its horns, the deer sheds its horns annually, unless it has been castrated. And with regard to the effects of castration in animals we shall have much to say hereafter. Horns attach rather to the skin than to the bone. Which will account for the fact that there are found in Phrygia and elsewhere cattle that can move their horns as freely as their ears. Of animals furnished with nails and, by the way, all animals have nails that have toes, and toes that have feet, except the elephant. And the elephant has toes undivided and slightly articulated, but has no nails whatsoever. Of animals furnished with nails, some are straight-nailed, like man. Others are crooked-nailed, as the lion among animals that walk, and the eagle among animals that fly. 10. The following are the properties of hair and of parts analogous to hair, and of skin or hide. All viviparous animals furnished with feet have hair, all oviparous animals furnished with feet have horn-like tessellates, fishes, and fishes only, have scales, that is, such oviparous fishes as have the crumbling egg or roe. For of the lanky fishes, the conger has no such egg, nor the murena, and the eel has no egg at all. The hair differs in the way of thickness and fineness, and of length, according to the locality of the part in which it is found, and according to the quality of skin or hide on which it grows. For, as a general rule, the thicker the hide, the harder and the thicker is the hair. And the hair is inclined to grow in abundance and to a great length in localities of the bodies hollow and moist, if the localities be fitted for the growth of hair at all. The facts are similar in the case of animals whether coated with scales or with tessellates. With soft-haired animals the hair gets harder with good feeding, and with hard-haired or bristly animals it gets softer and scantier from the same cause. Hair differs in quality also according to the relative heat or warmth of the locality, just as the hair in man is hard in warm places and soft in cold ones. Again, straight hair is inclined to be soft, and curly hair to be bristly. 11. Hair is naturally fissile, and in this respect it differs in degree in diverse animals. In some animals the hair goes on gradually hardening into bristle until it no longer resembles hair but spine, as in the case of the hedgehog. And in like manner with the nails, for in some animals the nail differs as regards solidity in no way from bone. Of all animals man has the most delicate skin, that is, if we take into consideration his relative size. In the skin or hide of all animals there is a mucus liquid, scanty in some animals and plentiful in others, as, for instance, in the hide of the ox, for men manufacture glue out of it. And, by the way, in some cases glue is manufactured from fishes also. The skin, when cut, is in itself devoid of sensation, and this is especially the case with the skin on the head, owing to there being no flesh between it and the skull. And wherever the skin is quite by itself, if it be cut asunder, it does not grow together again, as is seen in the thin part of the jaw, in the prepuce, and the eyelid. In all animals the skin is one of the parts that extends continuous and unbroken, and it comes to a stop only where the natural ducts pour out their contents, and at the mouth and nails. All sanguineous animals, then, have skin. But not all such animals have hair, save only under the circumstances described above. The hair changes its color as animals grow old, and in man it turns white or gray. With animals, in general, the change takes place, but not very obviously, or not so obviously as in the case of the horse. Hair turns gray from the point backwards to the roots. But, in the majority of cases, gray hairs are white from the beginning. And this is a proof that grayness of hair does not, as some believe to be the case, imply withering or decrepitude, for no part is brought into existence in a withered or decrepit condition. In the eruptive malady called the white sickness all the hairs get gray. And instances have been known where the hair became gray while the patients were ill of the malady, whereas the gray hairs shed off and black ones replaced them on their recovery. Hair is more apt to turn gray when it is kept covered than when exposed to the action of the outer air. In men, the hair over the temples is the first to turn gray, and the hair in the front grows gray sooner than the hair at the back. And the hair on the pubes is the last to change color. Some hairs are congenital, others grow after the maturity of the animal, but this occurs in man only. The congenital hairs are on the head, the eyelids, and the eyebrows. Of the later growths the hairs on the pubes are the first to come, then those under the armpits, and, thirdly, those on the chin, for, singularly enough, the regions where congenital growths and the subsequent growths are found are equal in number. The hair on the head grows scanty and sheds out to a greater extent and sooner than all the rest. But this remark applies only to hair in front, for no man ever gets bald at the back of his head. Smoothness on the top of the head is termed baldness, but smoothness on the eyebrows is denoted by a special term which means forehead baldness. And neither of these conditions of baldness supervenes in a man until he shall have come under the influence of sexual passion. For no boy ever gets bald, no woman, and no castrated man. In fact, if a man be castrated before reaching puberty, the later growths of hair never come at all, and, if the operation take place subsequently, the aftergrowths, and these only, shed off. Or, rather, two of the growths shed off, but not that on the pubes. Women do not grow hairs on the chin, except that a scanty beard grows on some women after the monthly courses have stopped. And similar phenomenon is observed at times in priestesses in Korea, but these cases are looked upon as portentous with regard to coming events. The other aftergrowths are found in women, but more scanty and sparse. Men and women are at times born constitutionally and congenitally incapable of the aftergrowths, and individuals that are destitute even of the growth upon the pubes are constitutionally impotent. Hair as a rule grows more or less in length as the wearer grows in age, chiefly the hair on the head, then that in the beard, and fine hair grows longest of all. With some people as they grow old the eyebrows grow thicker, to such an extent that they have to be cut off. And this growth is owing to the fact that the eyebrows are situated at a conjuncture of bones, and these bones, as age comes on, draw apart and exude a gradual increase of moisture or rheum. The eyelashes do not grow in size, but they shed when the wearer comes first under the influence of sexual feelings, and shed all the quicker as this influence is the more powerful, and these are the last hairs to grow gray. Hairs if plucked out before maturity grow again, but they do not grow again if plucked out afterwards. Every hair is supplied with a mucous moisture at its root, and immediately after being plucked out it can lift light articles if it touch them with this mucus. Animals that admit of diversity of color in the hair admit of a similar diversity to start with in the skin and in the cuticle of the tongue. In some cases among men the upper lip and the chin is thickly covered with hair, and in other cases these parts are smooth and the cheeks are hairy, and, by the way, smooth-chinned men are less inclined than bearded men to baldness. The hair is inclined to grow in certain diseases, especially in consumption, and in old age, and after death. And under these circumstances the hair hardens concomitantly with its growth, and the same duplicate phenomenon is observable in respect of the nails. In the case of men of strong sexual passions the congenital hairs shed the sooner, while the hairs of the aftergrowths are the quicker to come. When men are afflicted with varicose veins they are less inclined to take on baldness. And if they be bald when they become thus afflicted, they have a tendency to get their hair again. If a hair be cut, it does not grow at the point of section, but it gets longer by growing upward from below. In fishes the scales grow harder and thicker with age, and when the animal gets emaciated or is growing old the scales grow harder. In quadrupeds as they grow old the hair in some and the wool in others gets deeper but scantier in amount, and the hooves or claws get larger in size, and the same is the case with the beaks of birds. The claws also increase in size, as do also the nails. 12. With regard to winged animals, such as birds, no creature is liable to change of color by reason of age, excepting the crane. The wings of this bird are ash-colored at first, but as it grows old the wings get black. Again, owing to special climatic influences, as when unusual frost prevails, a change is sometimes observed to take place in birds whose plumage is of one uniform color. Thus, birds that have dusky or downright black plumage turn white or gray, as the raven, the sparrow, and the swallow, but no case has ever yet been known of a change of color from white to black. Further, most birds change the color of their plumage at different seasons of the year, so much so that a man ignorant of their habits might be mistaken as to their identity. Some animals change the color of their hair with a change in their drinking water, for in some countries the same species of animal is found white in one district and black in another. And in regard to the commerce of the sexes, water in many places is of such peculiar quality that rams, if they have intercourse with the female after drinking it, beget black lambs. As is the case with the water of the Cyprus, so called from its coldness, a river in the district of Asyritis in the Chalcidic Peninsula, on the coast of Thrace. And in Antandria there are two rivers of which one makes the lambs white and the other black. The river Scamander also has the reputation of making lambs yellow, and that is the reason, they say, why Homer designates it the Yellow River. Animals as a general rule have no hair on their internal surfaces, and, in regard to their extremities, they have hair on the upper, but not on the lower side. The hare, or dasypod, is the only animal known to have hair inside its mouth and underneath its feet. Further, the so-called mouse whale instead of teeth has hairs in its mouth resembling pig's bristles. Hairs after being cut grow at the bottom but not at the top. If feathers be cut off, they grow neither at top nor bottom, but shed and fall out. Further, the bee's wing will not grow again after being plucked off, nor will the wing of any creature that has undivided wings. Neither will the sting grow again if the bee lose it, but the creature will die of the loss. 13. In all sanguineous animals membranes are found. An membrane resembles a thin close-textured skin, but its qualities are different, as it admits neither of cleavage nor of extension. Membrane envelopes each one of the bones and each one of the viscera, both in the larger and the smaller animals, though in the smaller animals the membranes are indiscernible from their extreme tenuity and minuteness. The largest of all the membranes are the two that surround the brain, and of these two the one that lines the bony skull is stronger and thicker than the one that envelopes the brain. Next in order of magnitude comes the membrane that encloses the heart. If membrane be bared and cut asunder it will not grow together again, and the bone thus stripped of its membrane mortifies. 14. The omentum or caul, by the way, is membrane. All sanguineous animals are furnished with this organ, but in some animals the organ is supplied with fat, and in others it is devoid of it. The omentum has both its starting point and its attachment, with ambidental vivipara, in the center of the stomach, where the stomach has a kind of suture. In non-ambidental vivipara it has its starting point and attachment in the chief of the ruminating stomachs. 15. The bladder also is of the nature of membrane, but of membrane peculiar in kind, for it is extensile. The organ is not common to all animals, but, while it is found in all the vivipara, the tortoise is the only oviparous animal that is furnished therewithal. The bladder, like ordinary membrane, if cut asunder will not grow together again, unless the section be just at the commencement of the urethra, except indeed in very rare cases, for instances of healing have been known to occur. After death, the organ passes no liquid excretion, but in life, in addition to the normal liquid excretion, it passes at times dry excretion also, which turns into stones in the case of sufferers from that malady. Indeed, instances have been known of concretions in the bladder so shaped as closely to resemble cockleshells. Such are the properties, then, of vein, sinew and skin, of fiber and membrane, of hair, nail, claw and hoof, of horns, of teeth, of beak, of gristle, of bones, and of parts that are analogous to any of the parts here enumerated. 16. Flesh, and that which is by nature akin to it in sanguineous animals, is in all cases situated in between the skin and the bone, or the substance analogous to bone. For just as spine is a counterpart of bone, so is the flesh-like substance of animals that are constructed a spinous system the counterpart of the flesh of animals constructed on an osseous one. Flesh can be divided asunder in any direction, not lengthwise only as is the case with sinew and vein. When animals are subjected to emaciation the flesh disappears, and the creatures become a mass of veins and fibers. When they are overfed, fat takes the place of flesh. Where the flesh is abundant in an animal, its veins are somewhat small and the blood abnormally red, the viscera also and the stomach are diminutive. Whereas with animals whose veins are large the blood is somewhat black, the viscera and the stomach are large, and the flesh is somewhat scanty. And animals with small stomachs are disposed to take on flesh. 17. Again, fat and suet differ from one another. Suet is frangible in all directions and congeals if subjected to extreme cold, whereas fat can melt but cannot freeze or congeal. And soups made of the flesh of animals supplied with fat do not congeal or coagulate, as is found with horse flesh and pork, but soups made from the flesh of animals supplied with suet do coagulate, as is seen with mutton and goat's flesh. Further, Fat and suet differ as to their localities, for fat is found between the skin and flesh, but suet is found only at the limit of the fleshy parts. Also, in animals supplied with fat the omentum or caul is supplied with fat, and it is supplied with suet in animals supplied with suet. Moreover, ambidental animals are supplied with fat, and non-ambidentals with suet. Of the viscera the liver in some animals becomes fatty, as, among fishes, is the case with the Selachia, by the melting of whose livers an oil is manufactured. These cartilaginous fish themselves have no free fat at all in connection with the flesh or with the stomach. The suet in fish is fatty, and does not solidify or congeal. All animals are furnished with fat either intermingled with their flesh, or apart. Such as have no free or separate fat are less fat than others in stomach and omentum, as the eel, for it has only a scanty supply of suet about the omentum. Most animals take on fat in the belly, especially such animals as are little in motion. The brains of animals supplied with fat are oily, as in the pig, of animals supplied with suet, parched and dry. But it is about the kidneys more than any other viscera that animals are inclined to take on fat. And the right kidney is always less supplied with fat than the left kidney, and, be the two kidneys ever so fat, there is always a space devoid of fat in between the two. Animals supplied with suet are specially apt to have it about the kidneys, and especially the sheep, for this animal is apt to die from its kidneys being entirely enveloped. Fat or suet about the kidney is superinduced by overfeeding, as is found at Leontini in Sicily. And consequently in this district they defer driving out sheep to pasture until the day is well on, with the view of limiting their food by curtailment of the hours of pasture. 18. The part around the pupil of the eye is fatty in all animals, and this part resembles suet in all animals that possess such a part and that are not furnished with hard eyes. Fat animals, whether male or female, are more or less unfitted for breeding purposes. Animals are disposed to take on fat more when old than when young, and especially when they have attained their full breadth and their full length and are beginning to grow depthways. 19. And now to proceed to the consideration of the blood. In sanguineous animals blood is the most universal and the most indispensable part, and it is not an acquired or adventitious part, but it is a consubstantial part of all animals that are not corrupt or moribund. All blood is contained in a vascular system, to wit, the veins, and is found nowhere else, excepting in the heart. Blood is not sensitive to touch in any animal, any more than the excretions of the stomach. And the case is similar with the brain and the marrow. When flesh is lacerated, blood exudes, if the animal be alive and unless the flesh be gangrened. Blood in a healthy condition is naturally sweet to the taste, and red in color, blood that deteriorates from natural decay or from disease more or less black. Blood at its best, before it undergoes deterioration from either natural decay or from disease, is neither very thick nor very thin. In the living animal it is always liquid and warm, but, on issuing from the body, it coagulates in all cases except in the case of the deer, the roe, and the like animals, for, as a general rule, blood coagulates unless the fibers be extracted. Bull's blood is the quickest to coagulate. Animals that are internally and externally viviparous are more abundantly supplied with blood than the sanguineous ovipara. Animals that are in good condition, either from natural causes or from their health having been attended to, have the blood neither too abundant as creatures just after drinking have the liquid inside them in abundance nor again very scanty. As is the case with animals when exceedingly fat. For animals in this condition have pure blood, but very little of it, and the fatter an animal gets the less becomes its supply of blood, for whatsoever is fat is destitute of blood. A fat substance is incorruptible, but blood and all things containing it corrupt rapidly, and this property characterizes especially all parts connected with the bones. Blood is finest and purest in man, and thickest and blackest in the bull and the ass, of all vivipara. In the lower and the higher parts of the body blood is thicker and blacker than in the central parts. Blood beats or palpitates in the veins of all animals alike all over their bodies, and blood is the only liquid that permeates the entire frames of living animals, without exception and at all times, as long as life lasts. Blood is developed first of all in the heart of animals before the body is differentiated as a whole. If blood be removed or if it escape in any considerable quantity, animals fall into a faint or swoon. If it be removed or if it escape in an exceedingly large quantity, they die. If the blood get exceedingly liquid, animals fall sick. For the blood then turns into something like ichor, or a liquid so thin that it at times has been known to exude through the pores like sweat. In some cases blood, when issuing from the veins, does not coagulate at all, or only here and there. Whilst animals are sleeping, the blood is less abundantly supplied near the exterior surfaces, so that, if the sleeping creature be pricked with a pin, the blood does not issue as copiously as it would if the creature were awake. Blood is developed out of ichor by coction, and fat in like manner out of blood. If the blood get diseased, hemorrhoids may ensue in the nostril or at the anus, or the veins may become varicose. Blood, if it corrupt in the body, has a tendency to turn into pus, and pus may turn into a solid concretion. Blood in the female differs from that in the male, for, supposing the male and female to be on a par as regards age and general health, the blood in the female is thicker and blacker than in the male. And with the female there is a comparative superabundance of it in the interior. Of all female animals the female in man is the most richly supplied with blood, and of all female animals the menstruous discharges are the most copious in woman. The blood of these discharges under disease turns into flux. Apart from the menstrual discharges, the female in the human species is less subject to diseases of the blood than the male. Women are seldom afflicted with varicose veins, with hemorrhoids, or with bleeding at the nose, and, if any of these maladies supervene, the menses are imperfectly discharged. Blood differs in quantity and appearance according to age. In very young animals it resembles ichor and is abundant, in the old it is thick and black and scarce, and in middle-aged animals its qualities are intermediate. In old animals the blood coagulates rapidly, even blood at the surface of the body. But this is not the case with young animals. Ichor is, in fact, nothing else but unconcocted blood, either blood that has not yet been concocted, or that has become fluid again. 20. We now proceed to discuss the properties of marrow. For this is one of the liquids found in certain sanguineous animals. All the natural liquids of the body are contained in vessels, as blood in veins, marrow in bones, other moistures in membranous structures of the skin. In young animals the marrow is exceedingly sanguineous, but, as animals grow old, it becomes fatty in animals supplied with fat, and suet-like in animals with suet. All bones, however, are not supplied with marrow, but only the hollow ones, and not all of these. For of the bones in the lion some contain no marrow at all, and some are only scantily supplied therewith. And that accounts, as was previously observed, for the statement made by certain writers that the lion is marrowless. In the bones of pigs it is found in small quantities, and in the bones of certain animals of this species it is not found at all. These liquids, then, are nearly always congenital in animals, but milk and sperm come at a later time. Of these latter, that which, whensoever it is present, is secreted in all cases ready-made, is the milk. Sperm, on the other hand, is not secreted out in all cases, but in some only, as in the case of what are designated thori in fishes. Whatever animals have milk, have it in their breasts. All animals have breasts that are internally and externally viviparous, as for instance all animals that have hair, as man and the horse. And the cetaceans, as the dolphin, the porpoise, and the whale, for these animals have breasts and are supplied with milk. Animals that are oviparous or only externally viviparous have neither breasts nor milk, as the fish and the bird. All milk is composed of a watery serum called whey, and a consistent substance called curd, or cheese, and the thicker the milk, the more abundant the curd. The milk, then, of non-ambidentals coagulates, and that is why cheese is made of the milk of such animals under domestication, but the milk of ambidentals does not coagulate, nor their fat either, and the milk is thin and sweet. Now the camel's milk is the thinnest, and that of the human species next after it, and that of the ass next again, but cow's milk is the thickest. Milk does not coagulate under the influence of cold, but rather runs to whey. But under the influence of heat it coagulates and thickens. As a general rule, milk only comes to animals in pregnancy. When the animal is pregnant, milk is found, but for a while it is unfit for use, and then after an interval of usefulness it becomes unfit for use again. In the case of female animals not pregnant, a small quantity of milk has been procured by the employment of special food. And cases have been actually known where women advanced in years on being submitted to the process of milking have produced milk, and in some cases have produced it in sufficient quantities to enable them to suckle an infant. The people that live on and about Mount Ida take such she-goats as decline the male and rub their udders hard with nettles to cause an irritation amounting to pain. Hereupon they milk the animals, procuring at first a liquid resembling blood, then a liquid mixed with purulent matter, and eventually milk, as freely as from females submitting to the male. As a general rule, milk is not found in the male of man or of any other animal, though from time to time it has been found in a male. For instance, once in Lemnos a he-goat was milked by its dugs, for it has, by the way, 2 dugs close to the penis, and was milked to such effect that cheese was made of the produce. And the same phenomenon was repeated in a male of its own begetting. Such occurrences, however, are regarded as supernatural and fraught with omen as to futurity, and in point of fact the Lemnian owner of the animal inquired of the oracle. The god informed him that the portent foreshadowed the acquisition of a fortune. With some men, after puberty, milk can be produced by squeezing the breasts. Cases have been known where on their being subjected to a prolonged milking process a considerable quantity of milk has been educed. In milk there is a fatty element, which in clotted milk gets to resemble oil. Goat's milk is mixed with sheep's milk in Sicily, and wherever sheep's milk is abundant. The best milk for clotting is not only that where the cheese is most abundant, but that also where the cheese is driest. Now some animals produce not only enough milk to rear their young, but a superfluous amount for general use, for cheesemaking and for storage. This is especially the case with the sheep and the goat, and next in degree with the cow. Mare's milk, by the way, and milk of the she-ass are mixed in with Phrygian cheese. And there is more cheese in cow's milk than in goat's milk. For graziers tell us that from 9 gallons of goat's milk they can get 19 cheeses at an obol apiece, and from the same amount of cow's milk, 30. Other animals give only enough of milk to rear their young withal, and no superfluous amount and none fitted for cheese-making, as is the case with all animals that have more than 2 breasts or dugs. For with none of such animals is milk produced in superabundance or used for the manufacture of cheese. The juice of the fig and rennet are employed to curdle milk. The fig juice is first squeezed out into wool. The wool is then washed and rinsed, and the rinsing put into a little milk, and if this be mixed with other milk it curdles. Rennet is a kind of milk, for it is found in the stomach of the animal while it is yet suckling. 21. Rennet then consists of milk with an admixture of fire, which comes from the natural heat of the animal, as the milk is concocted. All ruminating animals produce rennet, and, of ambidentals, the hare. Rennet improves in quality the longer it is kept, and cow's rennet, after being kept a good while, and also hare's rennet, is good for diarrhea, and the best of all rennet is that of the young deer. In milk-producing animals the comparative amount of the yield varies with the size of the animal and the diversities of pasturage. For instance, there are in Phasis small cattle that in all cases give a copious supply of milk, and the large cows in Epirus yield each one daily some 9 gallons of milk, and half of this from each pair of teats, and the milker has to stand erect, stooping forward a little, as otherwise, if he were seated, he would be unable to reach up to the teats. But, with the exception of the ass, all the quadrupeds in Epirus are of large size, and relatively, the cattle and the dogs are the largest. Now large animals require abundant pasture, and this country supplies just such pasturage, and also supplies diverse pasture grounds to suit the diverse seasons of the year. The cattle are particularly large, and likewise the sheep of the so-called Pyrrhic breed, the name being given in honor of King Pyrrhus. Some pasture quenches milk, as median grass or lucerne, and that especially in ruminants. Other feeding renders it copious, as satisus and vetch, only, by the way, satisus in flour is not recommended, as it has burning properties, and vetch is not good for pregnant kine, as it causes increased difficulty in parturition. However, beasts that have access to good feeding, as they are benefited thereby in regard to pregnancy, so also being well nourished produce milk in plenty. Some of the leguminous plants bring milk in abundance, as for instance, a large feed of beans with the ewe, the common she-goat, the cow, and the small she-goat, for this feeding makes them drop their udders. And, by the way, the pointing of the udder to the ground before parturition is a sign of there being plenty of milk coming. Milk remains for a long time in the female, if she be kept from the male and be properly fed, and, of quadrupeds, this is especially true of the ewe, for the ewe can be milked for 8 months. As a general rule, ruminating animals give milk in abundance, and milk fitted for cheese manufacture. In the neighborhood of Torwan cows run dry for a few days before calving, and have milk all the rest of the time. In women, milk of a livid color is better than white for nursing purposes, and swarthy women give healthier milk than fair ones. Milk that is richest in cheese is the most nutritious, but milk with a scanty supply of cheese is the more wholesome for children. 22. All sanguineous animals eject sperm. As to what, and how, it contributes to generation, these questions will be discussed in another treatise. Taking the size of his body into account, man emits more sperm than any other animal. In hairy-coated animals the sperm is sticky, but in other animals it is not so. It is white in all cases, and Herodotus is under a misapprehension when he states that the Ethiopians eject black sperm. Sperm issues from the body white and consistent, if it be healthy, and after quitting the body becomes thin and black. In frosty weather it does not coagulate, but gets exceedingly thin and watery both in color and consistency. But it coagulates and thickens under the influence of heat. If it be long in the womb before issuing out, it comes more than usually thick, and sometimes it comes out dry and compact. Sperm capable of impregnating or of fructification sinks in water, sperm incapable of producing that result dissolves away. But there is no truth in what Ctesias has written about the sperm of the elephant. Book 4. 1. We have now treated, in regard to blooded animals, of the parts they have in common and of the parts peculiar to this genus or that, and of the parts both composite and simple, whether without or within. We now proceed to treat of animals devoid of blood. These animals are divided into several genera. One genus consists of so-called mollusks. And by the term mollusk, we mean an animal that, being devoid of blood, has its flesh-like substance outside, and any hard structure it may happen to have, inside, in this respect resembling the red-blooded animals. Such as the genus of the cuttlefish. Another genus is that of the Malacostraca. These are animals that have their hard structure outside, and their soft or flesh-like substance inside, and the hard substance belonging to them has to be crushed rather than shattered. And to this genus belongs the crawfish and the crab. A third genus is that of the ostracoderms or cetaceans. These are animals that have their hard substance outside and their flesh-like substance within, and their hard substance can be shattered but not crushed, and to this genus belong the snail and the oyster. The fourth genus is that of insects. And this genus comprehends numerous and dissimilar species. Insects are creatures that, as the name implies, have nicks either on the belly or on the back, or on both belly and back, and have no one part distinctly osseous and no one part distinctly fleshy. But are throughout a something intermediate between bone and flesh. That is to say, their body is hard all through, inside and outside. Some insects are wingless, such as the Iulus and the centipede, some are winged, as the bee, the cockchafer, and the wasp. And the same kind is in some cases both winged and wingless, as the ant and the glowworm. In mollusks the external parts are as follows: in the first place, the so-called feet, secondly, and attached to these, the head. Thirdly, the mantle sac, containing the internal parts, and incorrectly designated by some writers the head, and, fourthly, fins round about the sac. See diagram. In all mollusks the head is found to be between the feet and the belly. All mollusks are furnished with 8 feet, and in all cases these feet are severally furnished with a double row of suckers, with the exception of one single species of poulp or octopus. The sepia, the small calamari and the large calamari have an exceptional organ in a pair of long arms or tentacles, having at their extremities a portion rendered rough by the presence of 2 rows of suckers. And with these arms or tentacles they apprehend their food and draw it into their mouths, and in stormy weather they cling by them to a rock and sway about in the rough water like ships lying at anchor. They swim by the aid of the fins that they have about the sac. In all cases their feet are furnished with suckers. The octopus, by the way, uses his feelers either as feet or hands. With the 2 which stand over his mouth he draws in food, and the last of his feelers he employs in the act of copulation. And this last one, by the way, is extremely sharp, is exceptional as being of a whitish color, and at its extremity is bifurcate. That is to say, it has an additional something on the rachis, and by rachis is meant the smooth surface or edge of the arm on the far side from the suckers. See diagram. In front of the sac and over the feelers they have a hollow tube, by means of which they discharge any seawater that they may have taken into the sac of the body in the act of receiving food by the mouth. They can shift the tube from side to side, and by means of it they discharge the black liquid peculiar to the animal. Stretching out its feet, it swims obliquely in the direction of the so-called head, and by this mode of swimming it can see in front, for its eyes are at the top, and in this attitude it has its mouth at the rear. The head, while the creature is alive, is hard, and looks as though it were inflated. It apprehends and retains objects by means of the undersurface of its arms, and the membrane in between its feet is kept at full tension. If the animal get on to the sand it can no longer retain its hold. There is a difference between the octopus and the other mollusks above mentioned. The body of the octopus is small, and his feet are long, whereas in the others the body is large and the feet short, so short, in fact, that they cannot walk on them. Compared with one another, the teuthis, or calamari, is long-shaped, and the sepia flat-shaped, and of the calamaries the so-called teuthis is much bigger than the teuthis, for teuthi have been found as much as 5 ells long. Some CPE attain a length of 2 ells, and the feelers of the octopus are sometimes as long, or even longer. The species teuthis is not a numerous one. The teuthis differs from the teuthis in shape. That is, the sharp extremity of the teuthis is broader than that of the other, and, further, the encircling fin goes all round the trunk, whereas it is in part lacking in the teuthis. Both animals are pelagic. In all cases the head comes after the feet, in the middle of the feet that are called arms or feelers. There is here situated a mouth, and 2 teeth in the mouth. And above these 2 large eyes, and betwixt the eyes a small cartilage enclosing a small brain, and within the mouth it has a minute organ of a fleshy nature, and this it uses as a tongue, for no other tongue does it possess. Next after this, on the outside, is what looks like a sac, the flesh of which it is made is divisible, not in long straight strips, but in annular flakes, and all mollusks have a cuticle around this flesh. Next after or at the back of the mouth comes a long and narrow esophagus, and close after that a crop or craw, large and spherical, like that of a bird, then comes the stomach, like the 4th stomach in ruminants. And the shape of it resembles the spiral convolution in the trumpet shell. From the stomach there goes back again, in the direction of the mouth, thin gut, and the gut is thicker than the esophagus. See diagram. Mollusks have no viscera, but they have what is called a mitis, and on it a vessel containing a thick black juice. In the sepia or cuttlefish this vessel is the largest, and this juice is most abundant. All mollusks, when frightened, discharge such a juice, but the discharge is most copious in the cuttlefish. The mitis, then, is situated under the mouth, and the esophagus runs through it. And down below at the point to which the gut extends is the vesicle of the black juice, and the animal has the vesicle and the gut enveloped in one and the same membrane, and by the same membrane. Same orifice discharges both the black juice and the residuum. The animals have also certain hair-like or furry growths in their bodies. In the sepia, the toothus, and the toothus the hard parts are within, towards the back of the body, those parts are called in one the sepium, and in the other the sword. They differ from one another, for the sepium in the cuttlefish and toothus is hard and flat, being a substance intermediate between bone and fishbone, with, in part, a crumbling, spongy texture. But in the toothus the part is thin and somewhat gristly. These parts differ from one another in shape, as do also the bodies of the animals. The octopus has nothing hard of this kind in its interior, but it has a gristly substance round the head, which, if the animal grows old, becomes hard. The females differ from the males. The males have a duct in under the esophagus, extending from the mantle cavity to the lower portion of the sac, and there is an organ to which it attaches, resembling a breast. See diagram. In the female there are two of these organs, situated higher up, see diagram. With both sexes there are underneath these organs certain red formations. The egg of the octopus is single, uneven on its surface, and of large size. The fluid substance within is all uniform in color, smooth, and in color white. The size of the egg is so great as to fill a vessel larger than the creature's head. The sepia has two sacs, and inside them a number of eggs, like in appearance to white hailstones. For the disposition of these parts one must refer to my anatomical diagrams. The males of all these animals differ from the females, and the difference between the sexes is most marked in the sepia. For the back of the trunk, which is blacker than the belly, is rougher in the male than in the female, and in the male the back is striped, and the rump is more sharply pointed. There are several species of the octopus. One keeps close to the surface, and is the largest of them all, and near the shore the size is larger than in deep water, and there are others, small, variegated in color, which are not articles of food. There are two others, one called the helidon, which differs from its congeners in the length of its legs and in having one row of suckers, all the rest of the mollusks having two, the other nicknamed variously the bolletana or the onion, and the ozoles or the stinkard. There are two others found in shells resembling those of the testaceans. One of them is nicknamed by some persons the nautilus or the pontillus, or by others the polypus egg. And the shell of this creature is something like a separate valve of a deep scallop shell. This polypus lives very often near to the shore, and is apt to be thrown up high and dry on the beach. Under these circumstances it is found with its shell detached, and dies by and by on dry land. These polypods are small, and are shaped, as regards the form of their bodies, like the bulbidia. There is another polypus that is placed within a shell like a snail. It never comes out of the shell, but lives inside the shell like the snail, and from time to time protrudes its feelers. So much for mollusks. 2. With regard to the Malacostraca or crustaceans, one species is that of the crawfish, and a second, resembling the first, is that of the lobster differing from the crawfish in having claws, and in a few other respects as well. Another species is that of the carid, and another is that of the crab, and there are many kinds both of carid and of crab. Of carids there are the so-called siphi, or hunchbacks, the crangans, or squili, and the little kind, or shrimps, and the little kind do not develop into a larger kind. Of the crab, the varieties are indefinite and incalculable. The largest of all crabs is one nicknamed Maya, a second variety is the pagarus and the crab of Heracleotis, and a third variety is the freshwater crab. The other varieties are smaller in size and destitute of special designations. In the neighborhood of Phoenix there are found on the beach certain crabs that are nicknamed the horsemen, from their running with such speed that it is difficult to overtake them. These crabs, when opened, are usually found empty, and this emptiness may be put down to insufficiency of nutriment. There is another variety, small like the crab, but resembling in shape the lobster. All these animals, as has been stated, have their hard and shelly part outside, where the skin is in other animals, and the fleshy part inside. And the belly is more or less provided with lamellae, or little flaps, and the female here deposits her spawn. The crawfishes have 5 feet on either side, including the claws at the end. And in like manner the crabs have 10 feet in all, including the claws. Of the carids, the hunchbacked, or prawns, have 5 feet on either side, which are sharp-pointed, those towards the head. And 5 others on either side in the region of the belly, with their extremities flat. They are devoid of flaps on the underside such as the crawfish has, but on the back they resemble the crawfish. See diagram. It is very different with the crangan, or squilla. It has 4 front legs on either side, then 3 thin ones close behind on either side, and the rest of the body is for the most part devoid of feet. See diagram. Of all these animals the feet bend out obliquely, as is the case with insects, and the claws, where claws are found, turn inwards. The crawfish has a tail, and 5 fins on it, and the round-backed carid has a tail and 4 fins. The squilla also has fins at the tail on either side. In the case of both the humpbacked carid and the squilla the middle part of the tail is spinous, only that in the squilla the part is flattened and in the carid it is sharp-pointed. Of all animals of this genus the crab is the only one devoid of a rump, and, while the body of the carid and the crawfish is elongated, that of the crab is rotund. In the crawfish the male differs from the female. In the female the first foot is bifurcate, in the male it is undivided. The belly fins in the female are large and overlapping on the neck, while in the male they are smaller and do not overlap. And, further, on the last feet of the male there are spur-like projections, large and sharp, which projections in the female are small and smooth. Both male and female have 2 antennae in front of the eyes, large and rough, and other antennae underneath, small and smooth. The eyes of all these creatures are hard and beady, and can move either to the inner or to the outer side. The eyes of most crabs have a similar facility of movement, or rather, in the crab this facility is developed in a higher degree. See diagram. The lobster is all over gray-colored, with a mottling of black. Its under or hinder feet, up to the big feet or claws, are 8 in number, then come the big feet, far larger and flatter at the tips than the same organs in the crawfish. And these big feet or claws are exceptional in their structure, for the right claw has the extreme flat surface long and thin, while the left claw has the corresponding surface thick and round. Each of the 2 claws, divided at the end like a pair of jaws, has both below and above a set of teeth, only that in the right claw they are all small and saw-shaped. While in the left claw those at the apex are saw-shaped and those within are molar-shaped, these latter being, in the under part of the cleft claw, 4 teeth close together, and in the upper part 3 teeth, not close together. Both right and left claws have the upper part mobile, and bring it to bear against the lower one, and both are curved like bandy legs, being thereby adapted for apprehension in constriction. Above the 2 large claws come 2 others, covered with hair, a little underneath the mouth, and underneath these the gill-like formations in the region of the mouth, hairy and numerous. These organs the animal keeps in perpetual motion. And the 2 hairy feet it bends and draws in towards its mouth. The feet near the mouth are furnished also with delicate outgrowing appendages. Like the crawfish, the lobster has 2 teeth, or mandibles, and above these teeth are its antennae, long, but shorter and finer by far than those of the crawfish, and then 4 other antennae similar in shape, but shorter and finer than the others. Over these antennae come the eyes, small and short, not large like the eyes of the crawfish. Over the eyes is a peaky rough projection like a forehead, larger than the same part in the crawfish. In fact, the frontal part is more pointed and the thorax is much broader in the lobster than in the crawfish, and the body in general is smoother and more full of flesh. Of the 8 feet, 4 are bifurcate at the extremities, and 4 are undivided. The region of the so-called neck is outwardly divided into 5 divisions, and sixthly comes the flattened portion at the end, and this portion has 5 flaps or tail fins. And the inner or under parts, into which the female drops her spawn, are 4 in number and hairy, and on each of the aforesaid parts is a spine turned outwards, short and straight. The body in general and the region of the thorax in particular are smooth, not rough as in the crawfish, but on the large claws the outer portion has larger spines. There is no apparent difference between the male and female, for they both have one claw, whichever it may be, larger than the other, and neither male nor female is ever found with both claws of the same size. All crustaceans take in water close by the mouth. The crab discharges it, closing up, as it does so, a small portion of the same, and the crawfish discharges it by way of the gills. And, by the way, the gill-shaped organs in the crawfish are very numerous. The following properties are common to all crustaceans: they have in all cases 2 teeth, or mandibles, for the front teeth in the crawfish are 2 in number, and in all cases there is in the mouth a small fleshy structure serving for a tongue. And the stomach is close to the mouth, only that the crawfish has a little esophagus in front of the stomach, and there is a straight gut attached to it. This gut, in the crawfish and its congeners, and in the carids, extends in a straight line to the tail, and terminates where the animal discharges the residuum, and where the female deposits her spawn. In the crab it terminates where the flap is situated, and in the center of the flap. And by the way, in all these animals the spawn is deposited outside. Further, the female has the place for the spawn running along the gut. And, again, all these animals have, more or less, an organ termed the vomitus, or poppy juice. We must now proceed to review their several differentia. The crawfish then, as has been said, has 2 teeth, large and hollow, in which is contained a juice resembling the mitus, and in between the teeth is a fleshy substance, shaped like a tongue. After the mouth comes a short esophagus, and then a membranous stomach attached to the esophagus, and at the orifice of the stomach are 3 teeth, 2 facing one another and a third standing by itself underneath. Coming off at a bend from the stomach is a gut, simple and of equal thickness throughout the entire length of the body until it reaches the anal vent. These are all common properties of the crawfish, the carid, and the crab. For the crab, be it remembered, has 2 teeth. Again, the crawfish has a duct attached all the way from the chest to the anal vent, and this duct is connected with the ovary in the female, and with the seminal ducts in the male. This passage is attached to the concave surface of the flesh in such a way that the flesh is in betwixt the duct and the gut, for the gut is related to the convexity and this duct to the concavity, pretty much as is observed in quadrupeds. And the duct is identical in both the sexes, that is to say, the duct in both is thin and white, and charged with a sallow-colored moisture, and is attached to the chest. The following are the properties of the egg and of the convolutes in the carid. The male, by the way, differs from the female in regard to its flesh, in having in connection with the chest 2 separate and distinct white substances, resembling in color and conformation the tentacles of the cuttlefish. And they are convoluted like the poppy or quasi-liver of the trumpet shell. These organs have their starting point in cotyledons, or papillae, which are situated under the hindmost feet, and hereabouts the flesh is red and blood-colored, but is slippery to the touch and in so far unlike flesh. Off from the convolute organ at the chest branches off another coil about as thick as ordinary twine, and underneath there are 2 granular seminal bodies in juxtaposition with the gut. These are the organs of the male. The female has red-colored eggs, which are adjacent to the stomach and to each side of the gut all along to the fleshy parts, being enveloped in a thin membrane. Such are the parts, internal and external, of the carid. 3. The inner organs of sanguineous animals happen to have specific designations. For these animals have in all cases the inner viscera, but this is not the case with the bloodless animals, but what they have in common with red-blooded animals is the stomach, the esophagus, and the gut. With regard to the crab, it has already been stated that it has claws and feet, and their position has been set forth. Furthermore, for the most part they have the right claw bigger and stronger than the left. It has also been stated that in general the eyes of the crab look sideways. Further, the trunk of the crab's body is single and undivided, including its head and any other part it may possess. Some crabs have eyes placed sideways on the upper part, immediately under the back, and standing a long way apart, and some have their eyes in the center and close together, like the crabs of Heracleotis and the so-called grannies. The mouth lies underneath the eyes, and inside it there are 2 teeth, as is the case with the crawfish, only that in the crab the teeth are not rounded but long. And over the teeth are two lids, and in betwixt them are structures such as the crawfish has besides its teeth. The crab takes in water near by the mouth, using the lids as a check to the inflow, and discharges the water by two passages above the mouth, closing by means of the lids the way by which it entered, and the two passageways are underneath the eyes. When it has taken in water it closes its mouth by means of both lids, and ejects the water in the way above described. Next after the teeth comes the esophagus, very short, so short in fact that the stomach seems to come straightway after the mouth. Next after the esophagus comes the stomach, two-horned, to the center of which is attached a simple and delicate gut, and the gut terminates outwards, at the operculum, as has been previously stated. The crab has the parts in between the lids in the neighborhood of the teeth similar to the same parts in the crawfish. Inside the trunk is a sallow juice and some few little bodies, long and white and others spotted red. The male differs from the female in size and breadth, and in respect of the ventral flap. For this is larger in the female than in the male, and stands out further from the trunk, and is more hairy, as is the case also with the female in the crawfish. So much, then, for the organs of the Malacostraca or crustacea. 4. With the ostracoderma, or testaceans, such as the land snails and the sea snails, and all the oysters so-called, and also with the sea urchin genus, the fleshy part, in such as have flesh, is similarly situated to the fleshy part in the crustaceans. In other words, it is inside the animal, and the shell is outside, and there is no hard substance in the interior. As compared with one another the testaceans present many diversities both in regard to their shells and to the flesh within. Some of them have no flesh at all, as the sea urchin. Others have flesh, but it is inside and wholly hidden, except the head, as in the land snails, and the so-called cocalia, and, among pelagic animals, in the purple murex, the syrinx or trumpet shell, the sea snail, and the spiral-shaped testaceans in general. Of the rest, some are bivalved and some univalved. And by bivalves I mean such as are enclosed within two shells, and by univalved such as are enclosed within a single shell, and in these last the fleshy part is exposed, as in the case of the limpet. Of the bivalves, some can open out, like the scallop and the mussel, for all such shells are grown together on one side and are separate on the other, so as to open and shut. Other bivalves are closed on both sides alike, like the solan or razorfish. Some testaceans there are, that are entirely enveloped in shell and expose no portion of their flesh outside, as the tethia or ascidians. Again, in regard to the shells themselves, the testaceans present differences when compared with one another. Some are smooth-shelled, like the solan, the mussel, and some clams, viz. those that are nicknamed milk shells, while others are rough-shelled, such as the pool oyster or edible oyster, the pinna, and certain species of cockles, and the trumpet shells. And of these some are ribbed, such as the scallop and a certain kind of clam or cockle, and some are devoid of ribs, as the pinna and another species of clam. Testaceans also differ from one another in regard to the thickness or thinness of their shell, both as regards the shell in its entirety and as regards specific parts of the shell, for instance, the lips. For some have thin-lipped shells, like the mussel, and others have thick-lipped shells, like the oyster. A property common to the above-mentioned, and, in fact, to all testaceans, is the smoothness of their shells inside. Some also are capable of motion, like the scallop, and indeed some aver that scallops can actually fly, owing to the circumstance that they often jump right out of the apparatus by means of which they are caught. Others are incapable of motion and are attached fast to some external object, as is the case with the pinna. All the spiral-shaped testaceans can move and creep, and even the limpet relaxes its hold to go in quest of food. In the case of the univalves and the bivalves, the fleshy substance adheres to the shell so tenaciously that it can only be removed by an effort. In the case of the stromboids, it is more loosely attached. And a peculiarity of all the stromboids is the spiral twist of the shell in the part farthest away from the head. They are also furnished from birth with an operculum. And, further, all stromboid testaceans have their shells on the right-hand side, and move not in the direction of the spire, but the opposite way. Such are the diversities observed in the external parts of these animals. The internal structure is almost the same in all these creatures, and in the stromboids especially, for it is in size that these latter differ from one another, and in accidents of the nature of excess or defect. And there is not much difference between most of the univalves and bivalves, but, while those that open and shut differ from one another but slightly, they differ considerably from such as are incapable of motion. And this will be illustrated more satisfactorily hereafter. The spiral-shaped testaceans are all similarly constructed, but differ from one another, as has been said, in the way of excess or defect, for the larger species have larger and more conspicuous organs. And the smaller have smaller and less conspicuous, and, furthermore, in relative hardness or softness, and in other such accidents or properties. All the stromboids, for instance, have the flesh that extrudes from the mouth of the shell, hard and stiff, some more, and some less. From the middle of this protrudes the head and two horns, and these horns are large in the large species, but exceedingly minute in the smaller ones. The head protrudes from them all in the same way. And, if the animal be alarmed, the head draws in again. Some of these creatures have a mouth and teeth, as the snail, teeth sharp, and small, and delicate. They have also a proboscis just like that of the fly, and the proboscis is tongue-shaped. The syrinx and the purple murex have this organ firm and solid, and just as the myops, or horsefly, and the estrus, or gadfly, can pierce the skin of a quadruped, so is that proboscis proportionately stronger in these testaceans. For they bore right through the shells of other shellfish on which they prey. The stomach follows close upon the mouth, and, by the way, this organ in the snail resembles a bird's crop. Underneath come two white firm formations, mastoid or papillary in form, and similar formations are found in the cuttlefish also, only that they are of a firmer consistency in the cuttlefish. After the stomach comes an esophagus, simple and long, extending to the poppy or quasi-liver, which is in the innermost recess of the shell. All these statements may be verified in the case of the purple murex and the syrinx by observation within the whorl of the shell. What comes next to the esophagus is the gut. In fact, the gut is continuous with the esophagus, and runs its whole length uncomplicated to the outlet of the residuum. The gut has its point of origin in the region of the coil of the mechan, or so-called poppy, and is wider hereabouts, for remember, the mechan is for the most part a sort of excretion in all testaceans. It then takes a bend and runs up again towards the fleshy part, and terminates by the side of the head, where the animal discharges its residuum, and this holds good in the case of all stromboid testaceans, whether terrestrial or marine. From the stomach there is drawn in a parallel direction with the esophagus, in the larger snails, a long white duct enveloped in a membrane, resembling in color the mastoid formations higher up. And in it are nicks or interruptions, as in the egg mass of the crawfish, only, by the way, the duct of which we are treating is white and the egg mass of the crawfish is red. This formation has no outlet nor duct, but is enveloped in a thin membrane with a narrow cavity in its interior. And from the gut downward extend black and rough formations, in close connection, something like the formations in the tortoise, only not so black. Marine snails, also, have these formations, and the white ones, only that the formations are smaller in the smaller species. The non-spiral univalves and bivalves are in some respects similar in construction, and in some respects dissimilar, to the spiral testaceans. They all have a head and horns, and a mouth, and the organ resembling a tongue. But these organs, in the smaller species, are indiscernible owing to the minuteness of these animals, and some are indiscernible even in the larger species when dead, or when at rest and motionless. They all have the mechan, or poppy, but not all in the same place, nor of equal size, nor similarly open to observation. Thus, the limpets have this organ deep down in the bottom of the shell, and the bivalves at the hinge connecting the two valves. They also have in all cases the hairy growths or beards, in a circular form, as in the scallops. And, with regard to the so-called egg, in those that have it, when they have it, it is situated in one of the semicircles of the periphery, as is the case with the white formation in the snail. For this white formation in the snail corresponds to the so-called egg of which we are speaking. But all these organs, as has been stated, are distinctly traceable in the larger species, while in the small ones they are in some cases almost, and in others altogether, indiscernible. Hence they are most plainly visible in the large scallops. And these are the bivalves that have one valve flat-shaped, like the lid of a pot. The outlet of the excretion is in all these animals, save for the exception to be afterwards related, on one side. For there is a passage whereby the excretion passes out. And, remember, the mechan or poppy, as has been stated, is an excretion in all these animals, an excretion enveloped in a membrane. The so-called egg has no outlet in any of these creatures, but is merely an excrescence in the fleshy mass, and it is not situated in the same region with the gut, but the egg is situated on the right-hand side and the gut on the left. Such are the relations of the anal vent in most of these animals, but in the case of the wild limpet, called by some the sea ear, the residuum issues beneath the shell, for the shell is perforated to give an outlet. In this particular limpet the stomach is seen coming after the mouth, and the egg-shaped formations are discernible. But for the relative positions of these parts you are referred to my treatise on anatomy. The so-called carcinium or hermit crab is in a way intermediate between the crustaceans and the testaceans. In its nature it resembles the crawfish kind, and it is born simple of itself, but by its habit of introducing itself into a shell and living there it resembles the testaceans, and so appears to partake of the characters of both kinds. In shape, to give a simple illustration, it resembles a spider, only that the part below the head and thorax is larger in this creature than in the spider. It has two thin red horns, and underneath these horns two long eyes, not retreating inwards, nor turning sideways like the eyes of the crab, but protruding straight out. And underneath these eyes the mouth, and round about the mouth several hair-like growths, and next after these two bifurcate legs or claws, whereby it draws in objects towards itself, and two other legs on either side, and a third small one. All below the thorax is soft, and when opened in dissection is found to be sallow-colored within. From the mouth there runs a single passage right on to the stomach, but the passage for the excretions is not discernible. The legs and the thorax are hard, but not so hard as the legs and the thorax of the crab. It does not adhere to its shell like the purple murex and the syrinx, but can easily slip out of it. It is longer when found in the shell of the stromboids than when found in the shell of the naridae. And, by the way, the animal found in the shell of the naridae is a separate species, like to the other in most respects. But of its bifurcate feet or claws, the right-hand one is small and the left-hand one is large, and it progresses chiefly by the aid of this latter and larger one. In the shells of these animals, and in certain others, there is found a parasite whose mode of attachment is similar. The particular one which we have just described is named the Silurus. The Narides has a smooth large round shell, and resembles the syrinx in shape, only the poppy juice is, in its case, not black but red. It clings with great force near the middle. In calm weather, then, they go free afield, but when the wind blows the carcinia take shelter against the rocks, the Naridae themselves cling fast like limpets. And the same is the case with the hemorrhoid or aperhade and all others of the like kind. And, by the way, they cling to the rock, when they turn back their operculum, for this operculum seems like a lid. In fact this structure represents the one part, in the stromboids, of that which in the bivalves is a duplicate shell. The interior of the animal is fleshy, and the mouth is inside. And it is the same with the hemorrhoid, the purple murex, and all such like animals. Such of the little crabs as have the left foot or claw the bigger of the two are found in the naridae, but not in the stromboids. Are some snail shells which have inside them creatures resembling those little crayfish that are also found in fresh water. These creatures, however, differ in having the part inside the shells, but as to the characters, you are referred to my treatise on anatomy. 5. The urchins are devoid of flesh, and this is a character peculiar to them. And while they are in all cases empty and devoid of any flesh within, they are in all cases furnished with the black formations. There are several species of the urchin, and one of these is that which is made use of for food. This is the kind in which are found the so-called eggs, large and edible, in the larger and smaller specimens alike, for even when as yet very small they are provided with them. There are two other species, the spat angus, and the so-called brissus. These animals are pelagic and scarce. Further, there are the econometry, or mother urchins, the largest in size of all the species. In addition to these there is another species, small in size, but furnished with large hard spines. It lives in the sea at a depth of several fathoms, and is used by some people as a specific for cases of strangury. In the neighborhood of Torwon there are sea urchins of a white color, shells, spines, eggs and all, and that are longer than the ordinary sea urchin. The spine in this species is not large nor strong, but rather limp. And the black formations in connection with the mouth are more than usually numerous, and communicate with the external duct, but not with one another. In point of fact, the animal is in a manner divided up by them. The edible urchin moves with greatest freedom and most often, and this is indicated by the fact that these urchins have always something or other on their spines. All urchins are supplied with eggs, but in some of the species the eggs are exceedingly small and unfit for food. Singularly enough, the urchin has what we may call its head and mouth down below, and a place for the issue of the residuum up above. And this same property is common to all stromboids and to limpets. For the food on which the creature lives lies down below. Consequently the mouth has a position well adapted for getting at the food, and the excretion is above, near to the back of the shell. The urchin has, also, 5 hollow teeth inside, and in the middle of these teeth a fleshy substance serving the office of a tongue. Next to this comes the esophagus, and then the stomach, divided into 5 parts, and filled with excretion, all the 5 parts uniting at the anal vent, where the shell is perforated for an outlet. Underneath the stomach, in another membrane, are the so-called eggs, identical in number in all cases, and that number is always an odd number, to wit 5. Up above, the black formations are attached to the starting point of the teeth, and they are bitter to the taste and unfit for food. A similar or at least an analogous formation is found in many animals. As, for instance, in the tortoise, the toad, the frog, the stromboids, and, generally, in the mollusks, but the formation varies here and there in color, and in all cases is altogether uneatable, or more or less unpalatable. In reality the mouth apparatus of the urchin is continuous from one end to the other, but to outward appearance it is not so, but looks like a horn lantern with the panes of horn left out. The urchin uses its spines as feet. For it rests its weight on these, and then moving shifts from place to place. 6. The so-called Tethium or Ascidian has of all these animals the most remarkable characteristics. It is the only mollusk that has its entire body concealed within its shell, and the shell is a substance intermediate between hide and shell, so that it cuts like a piece of hard leather. It is attached to rocks by its shell, and is provided with 2 passages placed at a distance from one another, very minute and hard to see, whereby it admits and discharges the sea water. For it has no visible excretion, whereas of shell-fish in general some resemble the urchin in this matter of excretion, and others are provided with the so-called mechan, or poppy juice. If the animal be opened, it is found to have, in the first place, a tendinous membrane running round inside the shell-like substance, and within this membrane is the flesh-like substance of the ascidian, not resembling that in other mollusks. But this flesh, to which I now allude, is the same in all ascidia. And this substance is attached in 2 places to the membrane in the skin, obliquely. And at the point of attachment the space is narrowed from side to side, where the fleshy substance stretches towards the passages that lead outwards through the shell. And here it discharges and admits food and liquid matter, just as it would if one of the passages were a mouth and the other an anal vent. And one of the passages is somewhat wider than the other. Inside it has a pair of cavities, one on either side, a small partition separating them, and one of these 2 cavities contains the liquid. The creature has no other organ whether motor or sensory, nor, as was said in the case of the others, is it furnished with any organ connected with excretion, as other shellfish are. The color of the ascidian is in some cases sallow, and in other cases red. There is, furthermore, the genus of the sea nettles, peculiar in its way. The sea nettle, or sea anemone, clings to rocks like certain of the crustaceans, but at times relaxes its hold. It has no shell, but its entire body is fleshy. It is sensitive to touch, and, if you put your hand to it, it will seize and cling to it, as the cuttlefish would do with its feelers, and in such a way as to make the flesh of your hand swell up. Its mouth is in the center of its body, and it lives adhering to the rock as an oyster to its shell. If any little fish come up against it, it clings to it. In fact, just as I described it above as doing to your hand, so it does to anything edible that comes in its way, and it feeds upon sea urchins and scallops. Another species of the sea nettle roams freely abroad. The sea nettle appears to be devoid altogether of excretion, and in this respect it resembles a plant. Of sea nettles there are two species, the lesser and more edible, and the large hard ones, such as are found in the neighborhood of Chalcis. In winter time their flesh is firm, and accordingly they are sought after as articles of food, but in summer weather they are worthless, for they become thin and watery, and if you catch at them they break at once into bits, and cannot be taken off the rocks entire. And being oppressed by the heat they tend to slip back into the crevices of the rocks. So much for the external and the internal organs of mollusks, crustaceans, and testaceans. 7. We now proceed to treat of insects in like manner. This genus comprises many species, and, though several kinds are clearly related to one another, these are not classified under one common designation, as in the case of the bee, the drone, the wasp, and all such insects. And again as in the case of those that have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer, the carabus or stag beetle, the cantharus or blister beetle, and the like. Insects have three parts common to them all, the head, the trunk containing the stomach, and a third part in betwixt these two, corresponding to what in other creatures embraces chest and back. In the majority of insects this intermediate part is single, but in the long and multi-petal insects it has practically the same number of segments as of Nix. All insects when cut in two continue to live, excepting such as are naturally cold by nature, or such as from their minute size chill rapidly, though, by the way, wasps notwithstanding their small size continue living after severance. In conjunction with the middle portion either the head or the stomach can live, but the head cannot live by itself. Insects that are long in shape and many-footed can live for a long while after being cut in twain, and the severed portions can move in either direction, backwards or forwards. Thus, the hinder portion, if cut off, can crawl either in the direction of the section or in the direction of the tail, as is observed in the Scolopendra. All insects have eyes, but no other organ of sense discernible, except that some insects have a kind of a tongue corresponding to a similar organ common to all testaceans, and by this organ such insects taste and imbibe their food. In some insects this organ is soft, in other insects it is firm, as it is, by the way, in the purple fish, among testaceans. In the horsefly and the gadfly this organ is hard, and indeed it is hard in most insects. In point of fact, such insects as have no sting in the rear use this organ as a weapon, and, by the way, such insects as are provided with this organ are unprovided with teeth, with the exception of a few insects. The fly by a touch can draw blood with this organ, and the gnat can prick or sting with it. Certain insects are furnished with prickers or stings. Some insects have the sting inside, as the bee and the wasp, others outside, as the scorpion. And, by the way, this is the only insect furnished with a long tail. And, further, the scorpion is furnished with claws, as is also the creature resembling a scorpion found within the pages of books. In addition to their other organs, flying insects are furnished with wings. Some insects are dipterous or double-winged, as the fly, others are tetrapterous or furnished with 4 wings, as the bee. And, by the way, no insect with only 2 wings has a sting in the rear. Again, some winged insects have a sheath or shard for their wings, as the cockchafer, whereas in others the wings are unsheathed, as in the bee. But in the case of all alike, flight is in no way modified by tail steerage, and the wing is devoid of quill structure or division of any kind. Again, some insects have antennae in front of their eyes, as the butterfly and the horned beetle. Such of them as have the power of jumping have the hinder legs the longer, and these long hind legs whereby they jump bend backwards like the hind legs of quadrupeds. All insects have the belly different from the back. As, in fact, is the case with all animals. The flesh of an insect's body is neither shell-like nor is it like the internal substance of shell-covered animals, nor is it like flesh in the ordinary sense of the term. But it is a something intermediate in quality. Wherefore they have nor spine, nor bone, nor sepia bone, nor enveloping shell, but their body by its hardness is its own protection and requires no extraneous support. However, insects have a skin. But the skin is exceedingly thin. These and such like are the external organs of insects. Internally, next after the mouth, comes a gut, in the majority of cases straight and simple down to the outlet of the residuum, but in a few cases the gut is coiled. No insect is provided with any viscera, or is supplied with fat. And these statements apply to all animals devoid of blood. Some have a stomach also, and attached to this the rest of the gut, either simple or convoluted as in the case of the acres or grasshopper. The tedix or cicada, alone of such creatures, and, in fact, alone of all creatures, is unprovided with a mouth, but it is provided with the tongue-like formation found in insects furnished with frontward stings. And this formation in the cicada is long, continuous, and devoid of any split, and by the aid of this the creature feeds on dew, and on dew only, and in its stomach no excretion is ever found. Of the cicada there are several kinds, and they differ from one another in relative magnitude, and in this respect that the aectes or chirper is provided with a cleft or aperture under the hyposoma and has in it a membrane quite discernible, whilst the membrane is indiscernible in the Tedigonia. Furthermore, there are some strange creatures to be found in the sea, which from their rarity we are unable to classify. Experienced fishermen affirm, some that they have at times seen in the sea animals like sticks, black, rounded, and of the same thickness throughout. Others that they have seen creatures resembling shields, red in color, and furnished with fins packed close together. And others that they have seen creatures resembling the male organ in shape and size, with a pair of fins in the place of the testicles, and they aver that on one occasion a creature of this description was brought up on the end of a nightline. So much then for the parts, external and internal, exceptional and common, of all animals. 8. We now proceed to treat of the senses. For there are diversities in animals with regard to the senses, seeing that some animals have the use of all the senses, and others the use of a limited number of them. The total number of the senses, for we have no experience of any special sense not here included, is 5, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Man, then, and all vivipara that have feet, and, further, all red-blooded ovipara, appear to have the use of all the 5 senses, except where some isolated species has been subjected to mutilation, as in the case of the mole. For this animal is deprived of sight. It has no eyes visible, but if the skin a thick one, by the way be stripped off the head, about the place in the exterior where eyes usually are, the eyes are found inside in a stunted condition, furnished with all the parts found in ordinary eyes. That is to say, we find there the black rim, and the fatty part surrounding it, but all these parts are smaller than the same parts in ordinary visible eyes. There is no external sign of the existence of these organs in the mole, owing to the thickness of the skin drawn over them, so that it would seem that the natural course of development were congenitally arrested. For extending from the brain at its junction with the marrow are 2 strong sinewy ducts running past the sockets of the eyes, and terminating at the upper eye teeth. All the other animals of the kinds above mentioned have a perception of color and of sound, and the senses of smell and taste, the 5th sense, that, namely, of touch, is common to all animals whatsoever. In some animals the organs of sense are plainly discernible, and this is especially the case with the eyes. For animals have a special locality for the eyes, and also a special locality for hearing, that is to say, some animals have ears, while others have the passage for sound discernible. It is the same with the sense of smell. That is to say, some animals have nostrils, and others have only the passages for smell, such as birds. It is the same also with the organ of taste, the tongue. Of aquatic red-blooded animals, fishes possess the organ of taste, namely the tongue, but it is in an imperfect and amorphous form, in other words it is osseous and undetached. In some fish the palate is fleshy, as in the freshwater carp, so that by an inattentive observer it might be mistaken for a tongue. There is no doubt but that fishes have the sense of taste, for a great number of them delight in special flavors. And fishes freely take the hook if it be baited with a piece of flesh from a tunny or from any fat fish, obviously enjoying the taste and the eating of food of this kind. Fishes have no visible organs for hearing or for smell. For what might appear to indicate an organ for smell in the region of the nostril has no communication with the brain. These indications, in fact, in some cases lead nowhere, like blind alleys, and in other cases lead only to the gills. But for all this fishes undoubtedly hear and smell. For they are observed to run away from any loud noise, such as would be made by the rowing of a galley, so as to become easy of capture in their holes. For, by the way, though a sound be very slight in the open air, it has a loud and alarming resonance to creatures that hear under water. And this is shown in the capture of the dolphin. For when the hunters have enclosed a shoal of these fishes with a ring of their canoes, they set up from inside the canoes a loud splashing in the water, and by so doing induce the creatures to run in a shoal high and dry up on the beach. And so capture them while stupefied with the noise. And yet, for all this, the dolphin has no organ of hearing discernible. Furthermore, when engaged in their craft, fishermen are particularly careful to make no noise with oar or net. And after they have spied a shoal, they let down their nets at a spot so far off that they count upon no noise being likely to reach the shoal, occasioned either by oar or by the surging of their boats through the water. And the crews are strictly enjoined to preserve silence until the shoal has been surrounded. And, at times, when they want the fish to crowd together, they adopt the stratagem of the dolphin hunter. In other words, they clatter stones together, that the fish may, in their fright, gather close into one spot, and so they envelop them within their nets. Before surrounding them, then, they preserve silence, as was said. But, after hemming the shoal in, they call on every man to shout out aloud and make any kind of noise, for on hearing the noise and hubbub the fish are sure to tumble into the nets from sheer fright. Further, when fishermen see a shoal of fish feeding at a distance, disporting themselves in calm bright weather on the surface of the water, if they are anxious to descry the size of the fish and to learn what kind of a fish it is, they may succeed in coming upon the shoal whilst yet basking at the surface if they sail up without the slightest noise, but if any man make a noise previously, the shoal will be seen to scurry away in alarm. Again, there is a small river fish called the caudus or bullhead. This creature burrows under a rock, and fishers catch it by clattering stones against the rock, and the fish, bewildered at the noise, darts out of its hiding place. From these facts it is quite obvious that fishes can hear, and indeed some people, from living near the sea and frequently witnessing such phenomena, affirm that of all living creatures the fish is the quickest of hearing. And, by the way, of all fishes the quickest of hearing are the cestrius or mullet, the kremps, the labrax or bass, the salp or sop, the chromis or syena, and such like. Other fishes are less quick of hearing, and, as might be expected, are more apt to be found living at the bottom of the sea. The case is similar in regard to the sense of smell. Thus, as a rule, fishes will not touch a bait that is not fresh, neither are they all caught by one and the same bait, but they are severally caught by baits suited to their several likings, and these baits they distinguish by their sense of smell. And, by the way, some fishes are attracted by malodorous baits, as the sop, for instance, is attracted by excrement. Again, a number of fishes live in caves. And accordingly fishermen, when they want to entice them out, smear the mouth of a cave with strong-smelling pickles, and the fish are soon attracted to the smell. And the eel is caught in a similar way. For the fisherman lays down an earthen pot that has held pickles, after inserting a wheel in the neck thereof. As a general rule, fishes are especially attracted by savory smells. For this reason, fishermen roast the fleshy parts of the cuttlefish and use it as bait on account of its smell, for fish are peculiarly attracted by it. They also bake the octopus and bait their fish baskets or wheels with it, entirely, as they say, on account of its smell. Furthermore, gregarious fishes, if fish washings or bilge water be thrown overboard, are observed to scud off to a distance, from apparent dislike of the smell. And it is asserted that they can at once detect by smell the presence of their own blood, and this faculty is manifested by their hurrying off to a great distance whenever fish blood is spilt in the sea. And, as a general rule, if you bait your wheel with a stinking bait, the fish refuse to enter the wheel or even to draw near, but if you bait the wheel with a fresh and savory bait, they come at once from long distances and swim into it. And all this is particularly manifest in the dolphin, for, as was stated, it has no visible organ of hearing, and yet it is captured when stupefied with noise. And so, while it has no visible organ for smell, it has the sense of smell remarkably keen. It is manifest, then, that the animals above mentioned are in possession of all the 5 senses. All other animals may, with very few exceptions, be comprehended within 4 genera, to wit, mollusks, crustaceans, testaceans, and insects. Of these 4 genera, the mollusk, the crustacean, and the insect have all the senses. At all events, they have sight, smell, and taste. As for insects, both winged and wingless, they can detect the presence of scented objects afar off, as for instance bees and snipes detect the presence of honey at a distance, and do so recognizing it by smell. Many insects are killed by the smell of brimstone. Ants, if the apertures to their dwellings be smeared with powdered origanum and brimstone, quit their nests. And most insects may be banished with burnt hartshorn, or better still by the burning of the gum styrax. The cuttlefish, the octopus, and the crawfish may be caught by bait. The octopus, in fact, clings so tightly to the rocks that it cannot be pulled off, but remains attached even when the knife is employed to sever it, and yet, if you apply fleabane to the creature, it drops off at the very smell of it. The facts are similar in regard to taste. For the food that insects go in quest of is of diverse kinds, and they do not all delight in the same flavors. For instance, the bee never settles on a withered or wilted flower, but on fresh and sweet ones. And the conops or gnat settles only on acrid substances and not on sweet. The sense of touch, by the way, as has been remarked, is common to all animals. Testaceans have the senses of smell and taste. With regard to their possession of the sense of smell, that is proved by the use of baits, e.g. in the case of the purple fish, for this creature is enticed by baits of rancid meat, which it perceives and is attracted to from a great distance. The proof that it possesses a sense of taste hangs by the proof of its sense of smell, for whenever an animal is attracted to a thing by perceiving its smell, it is sure to like the taste of it. Further, all animals furnished with a mouth derive pleasure or pain from the touch of sapid juices. With regard to sight and hearing, we cannot make statements with thorough confidence or on irrefutable evidence. However, the solan or razorfish, if you make a noise, appears to burrow in the sand, and to hide himself deeper when he hears the approach of the iron rod, for the animal, be it observed, juts a little out of its hole. While the greater part of the body remains within, and scallops, if you present your finger here their open valves, close them tight again as though they could see what you were doing. Furthermore, when fishermen are laying bait for narity, they always get to leeward of them, and never speak a word while so engaged, under the firm impression that the animal can smell and hear. And they assure us that, if any one speaks aloud, the creature makes efforts to escape. With regard to testaceans, of the walking or creeping species the urchin appears to have the least developed sense of smell. And, of the stationary species, the ascidian and the barnacle. So much for the organs of sense in the general run of animals. We now proceed to treat of voice. 9. Voice and sound are different from one another. And language differs from voice and sound. The fact is that no animal can give utterance to voice except by the action of the pharynx, and consequently such animals as are devoid of lung have no voice. And language is the articulation of vocal sounds by the instrumentality of the tongue. Thus, the voice and larynx can emit vocal or vowel sounds, non-vocal or consonantal sounds are made by the tongue and the lips. And out of these vocal and non-vocal sounds language is composed. Consequently, animals that have no tongue at all or that have a tongue not freely detached, have neither voice nor language. Although, by the way, they may be enabled to make noises or sounds by other organs than the tongue. Insects, for instance, have no voice and no language, but they can emit sound by internal air or wind, though not by the emission of air or wind. For no insects are capable of respiration. But some of them make a humming noise, like the bee and the other winged insects, and others are said to sing, as the cicada. And all these latter insects make their special noises by means of the membrane that is underneath the hyposome of those insects, that is to say, whose body is thus divided. As for instance, one species of cicada, which makes the sound by means of the friction of the air. Flies and bees, and the like, produce their special noise by opening and shutting their wings in the act of flying. For the noise made is by the friction of air between the wings when in motion. The noise made by grasshoppers is produced by rubbing or reverberating with their long hind legs. No mollusk or crustacean can produce any natural voice or sound. Fishes can produce no voice, for they have no lungs, nor windpipe and pharynx. But they emit certain inarticulate sounds and squeaks, which is what is called their voice, as the lyra or gurnard, and the syena, for these fishes make a grunting kind of noise, and the capris or boarfish in the river Achilles. And the chalcis and the cuckoo fish. For the chalcis makes a short piping sound, and the cuckoo fish makes a sound greatly like the cry of the cuckoo, and is nicknamed from the circumstance. The apparent voice in all these fishes is a sound caused in some cases by a rubbing motion of their gills, which by the way are prickly, or in other cases by internal parts about their bellies. For they all have air or wind inside them, by rubbing and moving which they produce the sounds. Some cartilaginous fish seem to squeak. But in these cases the term voice is inappropriate, the more correct expression would be sound. For the scallop, when it goes along supporting itself on the water, which is technically called flying, makes a whizzing sound. And so does the sea swallow or flying fish, for this fish flies in the air, clean out of the water, being furnished with fins broad and long. Just then as in the flight of birds the sound made by their wings is obviously not voice, so is it in the case of all these other creatures. The dolphin, when taken out of the water, gives a squeak and moans in the air, but these noises do not resemble those above mentioned. For this creature has a voice, and can therefore utter vocal or vowel sounds, for it is furnished with a lung and a windpipe. But its tongue is not loose, nor has it lips, so as to give utterance to an articulate sound, or a sound of vowel and consonant in combination. Of animals which are furnished with tongue and lung, the oviparous quadrupeds produce a voice, but a feeble one, in some cases, a shrill piping sound, like the serpent, in others, a thin faint cry, in others, a low hiss, like the tortoise. The formation of the tongue in the frog is exceptional. The front part of the tongue, which in other animals is detached, is tightly fixed in the frog as it is in all fishes. But the part towards the pharynx is freely detached, and may, so to speak, be spat outwards, and it is with this that it makes its peculiar croak. The croaking that goes on in the marsh is the call of the males to the females at rutting time. And, by the way, all animals have a special cry for the like end at the like season, as is observed in the case of goats, swine, and sheep. The bullfrog makes its croaking noise by putting its under jaw on a level with the surface of the water and extending its upper jaw to its utmost capacity. The tension is so great that the upper jaw becomes transparent, and the animal's eyes shine through the jaw like lamps, for, by the way, the commerce of the sexes takes place usually in the night time. Birds can utter vocal sounds. And such of them can articulate best as have the tongue moderately flat, and also such as have thin delicate tongues. In some cases, the male and the female utter the same note, in other cases, different notes. The smaller birds are more vocal and given to chirping than the larger ones, but in the pairing season every species of bird becomes particularly vocal. Some of them call when fighting, as the quail, others cry or crow when challenging to combat, as the partridge, or when victorious, as the barn-door cock. In some cases cockbirds and hens sing alike, as is observed in the nightingale, only that the hen stops singing when brooding or rearing her young. In other birds, the cocks sing more than the hens. In fact, with barn-door fowls and quails, the cock sings and the hen does not. Viviparous quadrupeds utter vocal sounds of different kinds, but they have no power of converse. In fact, this power, or language, is peculiar to man. For while the capability of talking implies the capability of uttering vocal sounds, the converse does not hold good. Men that are born deaf are in all cases also dumb, that is, they can make vocal sounds, but they cannot speak. Children, just as they have no control over other parts, so have no control, at first, over the tongue, but it is so far imperfect, and only frees and detaches itself by degrees, so that in the interval children for the most part lisp and stutter. Vocal sounds and modes of language differ according to locality. Vocal sounds are characterized chiefly by their pitch, whether high or low, and the kinds of sound capable of being produced are identical within the limits of one and the same species. But articulate sound, that one might reasonably designate language, differs both in various animals, and also in the same species according to diversity of locality, as for instance, some partridges cackle, and some make a shrill twittering noise. Of little birds, some sing a different note from the parent birds, if they have been removed from the nest and have heard other birds singing. And a mother nightingale has been observed to give lessons in singing to a young bird, from which spectacle we might obviously infer that the song of the bird was not equally congenital with mere voice, but was something capable of modification and of improvement. Men have the same voice or vocal sounds, but they differ from one another in speech or language. The elephant makes a vocal sound of a wind-like sort by the mouth alone, unaided by the trunk, just like the sound of a man panting or sighing. But, if it employ the trunk as well, the sound produced is like that of a hoarse trumpet. 10. With regard to the sleeping and waking of animals, all creatures that are red-blooded and provided with legs give sensible proof that they go to sleep and that they waken up from sleep. For, as a matter of fact, all animals that are furnished with eyelids shut them up when they go to sleep. Furthermore, it would appear that not only do men dream, but horses also, and dogs, and oxen, and sheep, and goats, and all viviparous quadrupeds, and dogs show their dreaming by barking in their sleep. With regard to oviparous animals we cannot be sure that they dream, but most undoubtedly they sleep. And the same may be said of water animals, such as fishes, mollusks, crustaceans, to wit crawfish and the like. These animals sleep without doubt, although their sleep is of very short duration. The proof of their sleeping cannot be got from the condition of their eyes, for none of these creatures are furnished with eyelids but can be obtained only from their motionless repose. Apart from the irritation caused by lice and what are nicknamed fleas, fish are met with in a state so motionless that one might easily catch them by hand. And, as a matter of fact, these little creatures, if the fish remain long in one position, will attack them in myriads and devour them. For these parasites are found in the depths of the sea, and are so numerous that they devour any bait made of fish's flesh if it be left long on the ground at the bottom, and fishermen often draw up a cluster of them, all clinging on to the bait. But it is from the following facts that we may more reasonably infer that fishes sleep. Very often it is possible to take a fish off its guard so far as to catch hold of it or to give it a blow unawares. And all the while that you are preparing to catch or strike it, the fish is quite still but for a slight motion of the tail. And it is quite obvious that the animal is sleeping, from its movements if any disturbance be made during its repose. For it moves just as you would expect in a creature suddenly awakened. Further, owing to their being asleep, fish may be captured by torchlight. The watchmen in the tunny fishery often take advantage of the fish being asleep to envelop them in a circle of nets. And it is quite obvious that they were thus sleeping by their lying still and allowing the glistening underparts of their bodies to become visible, while the capture is taking place. They sleep in the night time more than during the day. And so soundly at night that you may cast the net without making them stir. Fish, as a general rule, sleep close to the ground, or to the sand or to a stone at the bottom, or after concealing themselves under a rock or the ground. Flat fish go to sleep in the sand, and they can be distinguished by the outlines of their shapes in the sand, and are caught in this position by being speared with pronged instruments. The bass, the crucifers or gilt-head, the mullet, and fish of the like sort are often caught in the daytime by the prong owing to their having been surprised when sleeping, for it is scarcely probable that fish could be pronged while awake. Cartilaginous fish sleep at times so soundly that they may be caught by hand. The dolphin and the whale, and all such as are furnished with a blowhole, sleep with the blowhole over the surface of the water, and breathe through the blowhole while they keep up a quiet flapping of their fins. Indeed, some mariners assure us that they have actually heard the dolphin snoring. Mollusks sleep like fishes, and crustaceans also. It is plain also that insects sleep, for there can be no mistaking their condition of motionless repose. In the bee the fact of its being asleep is very obvious, for at night-time bees are at rest and cease to hum. But the fact that insects sleep may be very well seen in the case of common everyday creatures. For not only do they rest at night-time from dimness of vision, and, by the way, all hard-eyed creatures see but indistinctly, but even if a lighted candle be presented they continue sleeping quite as soundly. Of all animals man is most given to dreaming. Children and infants do not dream, but in most cases dreaming comes on at the age of 4 or 5 years. Instances have been known of full-grown men and women that have never dreamed at all. In exceptional cases of this kind, it has been observed that when a dream occurs in advanced life it prognosticates either actual dissolution or a general breakup of the system. So much then for sensation and for the phenomena of sleeping and of awakening. 11. With regard to sex, some animals are divided into male and female, but others are not so divided but can only be said in a comparative way to bring forth young and to be pregnant. In animals that live confined to one spot there is no duality of sex, nor is there such, in fact, in any testations. In mollusks and in crustaceans we find male and female, and, indeed, in all animals furnished with feet, biped or quadruped. In short, in all such as by copulation engender either live young or egg or grub. In the several genera, with however certain exceptions, there either absolutely is or absolutely is not a duality of sex. Thus, in quadrupeds the duality is universal, while the absence of such duality is universal in testations, and of these creatures, as with plants, some individuals are fruitful and some are not there lying still. But among insects and fishes, some cases are found wholly devoid of this duality of sex. For instance, the eel is neither male nor female, and can engender nothing. In fact, those who assert that eels are at times found with hair-like or worm-like progeny attached, make only random assertions from not having carefully noticed the locality of such attachments. For no eel nor animal of this kind is ever viviparous unless previously oviparous, and no eel was ever yet seen with an egg. And animals that are viviparous have their young in the womb and closely attached, and not in the belly. For, if the embryo were kept in the belly, it would be subjected to the process of digestion like ordinary food. When people rest duality of sex in the eel on the assertion that the head of the male is bigger and longer, and the head of the female smaller and more snubbed, they are taking diversity of species for diversity of sex. There are certain fish that are nicknamed the epitragiae, or capon fish, and, by the way, fish of this description are found in fresh water, as the carp and the balagras. This sort of fish never has either roe or milt. But they are hard and fat all over, and are furnished with a small gut, and these fish are regarded as of super-excellent quality. Again, just as in testations and in plants there is what bears and engenders, but not what impregnates, so is it, among fishes, with the seta, the erythrinus, and the chan, for these fish are in all cases found furnished with eggs. As a general rule, in red-blooded animals furnished with feet and not oviparous, the male is larger and longer-lived than the female, except with the mule, where the female is longer-lived and bigger than the male. Whereas in oviparous and vermiparous creatures, as in fishes and in insects, the female is larger than the male, as, for instance, with the serpent, the phalangium or venom spider, the gecko, and the frog. The same difference in size of the sexes is found in fishes, as, for instance, in the smaller cartilaginous fishes, in the greater part of the gregarious species, and in all that live in and about rocks. The fact that the female is longer lived than the male is inferred from the fact that female fishes are caught older than males. Furthermore, in all animals the upper and front parts are better, stronger, and more thoroughly equipped in the male than in the female, whereas in the female those parts are the better that may be termed hinderparts or underparts. And this statement is applicable to man and to all vivipara that have feet. Again, the female is less muscular and less compactly jointed, and more thin and delicate in the hair, that is, where hair is found. And, where there is no hair, less strongly furnished in some analogous substance. And the female is more flaccid in texture of flesh, and more knock-kneed, and the shin bones are thinner. And the feet are more arched and hollow in such animals as are furnished with feet. And with regard to voice, the female in all animals that are vocal has a thinner and sharper voice than the male. Except, by the way, with kine, for the lowing and bellowing of the cow has a deeper note than that of the bull. With regard to organs of defense and offense, such as teeth, tusks, horns, spurs, and the like, these in some species the male possesses and the female does not. As, for instance, the hind has no horns, and where the cock bird has a spur the hen is entirely destitute of the organ, and in like manner the sow is devoid of tusks. In other species such organs are found in both sexes, but are more perfectly developed in the male, as, for instance, the horn of the bull is more powerful than the horn of the cow. Book 5. 1. As to the parts internal and external that all animals are furnished withal, and further as to the senses, to voice, and sleep, and the duality sex, all these topics have now been touched upon. It now remains for us to discuss, duly and in order, their several modes of propagation. These modes are many and diverse, and in some respects are like, and in other respects are unlike to one another. As we carried on our previous discussion genus by genus, so we must attempt to follow the same divisions in our present argument. Only that whereas in the former case we started with a consideration of the parts of man, in the present case it behoves us to treat of man last of all because he involves most discussion. We shall commence, then, with testaceans, and then proceed to crustaceans, and then to the other genera in due order, and these other genera are, severally, mollusks, and insects, then fishes viviparous and fishes oviparous, and next birds. And afterwards we shall treat of animals provided with feet, both such as are oviparous and such as are viviparous, and we may observe that some quadrupeds are viviparous, but that the only viviparous biped is man. Now there is one property that animals are found to have in common with plants. For some plants are generated from the seed of plants, whilst other plants are self-generated through the formation of some elemental principle similar to a seed. And of these latter plants some derive their nutriment from the ground, whilst others grow inside other plants, as is mentioned, by the way, in my treatise on botany. So with animals, some spring from parent animals according to their kind, whilst others grow spontaneously and not from kindred stock. And of these instances of spontaneous generation some come from putrefying earth or vegetable matter, as is the case with a number of insects. While others are spontaneously generated in the inside of animals out of the secretions of their several organs. In animals where generation goes by heredity, wherever there is duality of sex generation is due to copulation. In the group of fishes, however, there are some that are neither male nor female, and these, while they are identical generically with other fish, differ from them specifically. But there are others that stand altogether isolated and apart by themselves. Other fishes there are that are always female and never male, and from them are conceived what correspond to the wind eggs in birds. Such eggs, by the way, in birds are all unfruitful, but it is their nature to be independently capable of generation up to the egg stage, unless indeed there be some other mode than the one familiar to us of intercourse with the male. But concerning these topics we shall treat more precisely later on. In the case of certain fishes, however, after they have spontaneously generated eggs, these eggs develop into living animals. Only that in certain of these cases development is spontaneous, and in others is not independent of the male. And the method of proceeding in regard to these matters will set forth by and by, for the method is somewhat like to the method followed in the case of birds. But whensoever creatures are spontaneously generated, either in other animals, in the soil, or on plants, or in the parts of these, and when such are generated male and female, then from the copulation of such spontaneously generated males and females there is generated a something never identical in shape with the parents, but a something imperfect. For instance, the issue of copulation in lice is nits, in flies, grubs, in fleas, grubs egg-like in shape, and from these issues the parent species is never reproduced, nor is any animal produced at all, but the like nondescripts only. First, then, we must proceed to treat of covering in regard to such animals as cover and are covered, and then after this to treat in due order of other matters, both the exceptional and those of general occurrence. 2. Those animals, then, cover and are covered in which there is a duality of sex, and the modes of covering in such animals are not in all cases similar nor analogous. For the red-blooded animals that are viviparous and furnished with feet have in all cases organs adapted for procreation, but the sexes do not in all cases come together in like manner. Thus, episthoretic animals copulate with a rearward presentment, as is the case with the lion, the hare, and the lynx, though, by the way, in the case of the hare, the female is often observed to cover the male. The case is similar in most other such animals. That is to say, the majority of quadrupeds copulate as best they can, the male mounting the female. And this is the only method of copulating adopted by birds, though there are certain diversities of method observed even in birds. For in some cases the female squats on the ground and the male mounts on top of her, as is the case with the cock and hen bustard, and the barn-door cock and hen. In other cases, the male mounts without the female squatting, as with the male and female crane. For, with these birds, the male mounts on to the back of the female and covers her, and like the cock-sparrow consumes but very little time in the operation. Of quadrupeds, bears perform the operation lying prone on one another, in the same way as other quadrupeds do while standing up, that is to say, with the belly of the male pressed to the back of the female. Hedgehogs copulate erect, belly to belly. With regard to large-sized vivipara, the hind only very rarely sustains the mounting of the stag to the full conclusion of the operation, and the same is the case with the cow as regards the bull, owing to the rigidity of the penis of the bull. In point of fact, the females of these animals elicit the sperm of the male in the act of withdrawing from underneath him, and, by the way, this phenomenon has been observed in the case of the stag and hind, domesticated, of course. Covering with the wolf is the same as with the dog. Cats do not copulate with a rearward presentment on the part of the female, but the male stands erect and the female puts herself underneath him. And, by the way, the female cat is peculiarly lecherous, and wheedles the male on to sexual commerce, and caterwauls during the operation. Camels copulate with the female in a sitting posture, and the male straddles over and covers her, not with the hinder presentment on the female's part but like the other quadrupeds mentioned above, and they pass the whole day long in the operation. When thus engaged they retire to lonely spots, and none but their keeper dare approach them. And, be it observed, the penis of the camel is so sinewy that bowstrings are manufactured out of it. Elephants, also, copulate in lonely places, and especially by riversides in their usual haunts. The female squats down, and straddles with her legs, and the male mounts and covers her. The seal covers like all episthoretic animals, and in this species the copulation extends over a lengthened time, as is the case with the dog and bitch, and the penis in the male seal is exceptionally large. 3. Oviparous quadrupeds cover one another in the same way. That is to say, in some cases the male mounts the female precisely as in the viviparous animals, as is observed in both the land and the sea tortoise. And these creatures have an organ in which the ducts converge, and with which they perform the act of copulation, as is also observed in the toad, the frog, and all other animals of the same group. 4. Long animals devoid of feet, like serpents and murini, intertwine in coition, belly to belly. And, in fact, serpents coil round one another so tightly as to present the appearance of a single serpent with a pair of heads. The same mode is followed by the saurians, that is to say, they coil round one another in the act of coition. 5. All fishes, with the exception of the flat Selacians, lie down side by side, and copulate belly to belly. Fishes, however, that are flat and furnished with tails as the ray, the trigon, and the like copulate not only in this way, but also, where the tail from its thinness is no impediment, by mounting of the male upon the female, belly to back. But the rhina or angelfish, and other like fishes where the tail is large, copulate only by rubbing against one another sideways, belly to belly. Some men assure us that they have seen some of the Selachia copulating hindways, dog and bitch. In the cartilaginous species the female is larger than the male, and the same is the case with other fishes for the most part. And among cartilaginous fishes are included, besides those already named, the bass, the lamia, the eidos, the narse or torpedo, the fishing frog, and all the galeotes or sharks and dogfish. Cartilaginous fishes, then, of all kinds, have in many instances been observed copulating in the way above mentioned, for, by the way, in viviparous animals the process of copulation is of longer duration than in the ovipara. It is the same with the dolphin and with all cetaceans, that is to say, they come side by side, male and female, and copulate, and the act extends over a time which is neither short nor very long. Again, in cartilaginous fishes the male, in some species, differs from the female in the fact that he is furnished with two appendages hanging down from about the exit of the residuum, and that the female is not so furnished. And this distinction between the sexes is observed in all the species of the sharks and dogfish. Now neither fishes nor any animals devoid of feet are furnished with testicles, but male serpents and male fishes have a pair of ducts which fill with milk or sperm at the rutting season, and discharge, in all cases, a milk-like juice. These ducts unite, as in birds, for birds, by the way, have their testicles in their interior, and so have all ovipara that are furnished with feet. And this union of the ducts is so far continued and of such extension as to enter the receptive organ in the female. In viviparous animals furnished with feet there is outwardly one and the same duct for the sperm and the liquid residuum. But there are separate ducts internally, as has been observed in the differentiation of the organs. And with such animals as are not viviparous the same passage serves for the discharge also of the solid residuum. Although, internally, there are two passages, separate but near to one another. And these remarks apply to both male and female, for these animals are unprovided with a bladder except in the case of the tortoise. And the she-tortoise, though furnished with a bladder, has only one passage, and tortoises, by the way, belong to the ovipara. In the case of oviparous fishes the process of coition is less open to observation. In point of fact, some are led by the want of actual observation to surmise that the female becomes impregnated by swallowing the seminal fluid of the male. And there can be no doubt that this proceeding on the part of the female is often witnessed. For at the rutting season the females follow the males and perform this operation, and strike the males with their mouths under the belly, and the males are thereby induced to part with the sperm sooner and more plentifully. And, further, at the spawning season the males go in pursuit of the females, and, as the female spawns, the males swallow the eggs, and the species is continued in existence by the spawn that survives this process. On the coast of Phoenicia they take advantage of these instinctive propensities of the two sexes to catch both one and the other, that is to say, by using the male of the grey mullet as a decoy they collect and net the female. And by using the female, the male. The repeated observation of this phenomenon has led to the notion that the process was equivalent to coition, but the fact is that a similar phenomenon is observable in quadrupeds. For at the rutting seasons both the males and the females take to running at their genitals, and the two sexes take to smelling each other at those parts. With partridges, by the way, if the female gets to leeward of the male, she becomes thereby impregnated. And often when they happen to be in heat she is affected in this wise by the voice of the male, or by his breathing down on her as he flies overhead. And, by the way, both the male and the female partridge keep the mouth wide open and protrude the tongue in the process of coition. The actual process of copulation on the part of oviparous fishes is seldom accurately observed, owing to the fact that they very soon fall aside and slip asunder. But, for all that, the process has been observed to take place in the manner above described. 6. Mollusks, such as the octopus, the sepia, and the calamari, have sexual intercourse all in the same way. That is to say, they unite at the mouth, by an interlacing of their tentacles. When, then, the octopus rests its so-called head against the ground and spreads abroad its tentacles, the other sex fits into the outspreading of these tentacles, and the two sexes then bring their suckers into mutual connection. Some assert that the male has a kind of penis in one of his tentacles, the one in which are the largest suckers. And they further assert that the organ is tendinous in character, growing attached right up to the middle of the tentacle, and that the latter enables it to enter the nostril or funnel of the female. Now cuttlefish and calamaris swim about closely intertwined, with mouths and tentacles facing one another and fitting closely together, and swim thus in opposite directions. And they fit their so-called nostrils into one another, and the one sex swims backwards and the other frontwards during the operation. And the female lays its spawn by the so-called blowhole. And, by the way, some declare that it is at this organ that the coition really takes place. 7. Crustaceans copulate, as the crawfish, the lobster, the carid and the like, just like the epistheretic quadrupeds, when the one animal turns up its tail and the other puts his tail on the other's tail. Copulation takes place in the early spring, near to the shore, and, in fact, the process has often been observed in the case of all these animals. Sometimes it takes place about the time when the figs begin to ripen. Lobsters and carids copulate in like manner. Crabs copulate at the front parts of one another, belly to belly, throwing their overlapping opercula to meet one another. First the smaller crab mounts the larger at the rear. After he has mounted, the larger one turns on one side. Now, the female differs in no respect from the male except in the circumstance that its operculum is larger, more elevated, and more hairy, and into this operculum it spawns its eggs, and in the same neighborhood is the outlet of the residuum. In the copulative process of these animals there is no protrusion of a member from one animal into the other. 8. Insects copulate at the hinder end, and the smaller individuals mount the larger, and the smaller individual is the male. The female pushes from underneath her sexual organ into the body of the male above, this being the reverse of the operation observed in other creatures. And this organ in the case of some insects appears to be disproportionately large when compared to the size of the body, and that too in very minute creatures. In some insects the disproportion is not so striking. This phenomenon may be witnessed if any one will pull asunder flies that are copulating, and, by the way, these creatures are, under the circumstances, averse to separation. For the intercourse of the sexes in their case is of long duration, as may be observed with common everyday insects, such as the fly and the cantharus. They all copulate in the manner above described, the fly, the cantharus, the spondyle, the phalangium spider, any others of the kind that copulate at all. The phalangia, that is to say, such of the species as spin webs, perform the operation in the following way: the female takes hold of the suspended web at the middle and gives a pull, and the male gives a counter-pull. This operation they repeat until they are drawn in together and interlaced at the hinder ends, for, by the way, this mode of copulation suits them in consequence of the rotundity of their stomachs. So much for the modes of sexual intercourse in all animals, but, with regard to the same phenomenon, there are definite laws followed as regards the season of the year and the age of the animal. Animals in general seem naturally disposed to this intercourse at about the same period of the year, and that is when winter is changing into summer. And this is the season of spring, in which almost all things that fly or walk or swim take to pairing. Some animals pair and breed in autumn also and in winter, as is the case with certain aquatic animals and certain birds. Man pairs and breeds at all seasons, as is the case also with domesticated animals, owing to the shelter and good feeding they enjoy, that is to say, with those whose period of gestation is also comparatively brief, as the sow and the bitch. And with those birds that breed frequently. Many animals time the season of intercourse with a view to the right nurture subsequently of their young. In the human species, the male is more under sexual excitement in winter, and the female in summer. With birds the far greater part, as has been said, pair and breed during the spring and early summer, with the exception of the halcyon. The halcyon breeds at the season of the winter solstice. Accordingly, when this season is marked with calm weather, the name of halcyon days is given to the 7 days preceding, and to as many following, the solstice. As Simonides the poet says, God lulls for 14 days the winds to sleep. In winter, and this temperate interlude, men call the holy season, when the deep cradles the mother halcyon and her brood. And these days are calm, when southerly winds prevail at the solstice, northerly ones having been the accompaniment of the Pleiades. The halcyon is said to take 7 days for building her nest, and the other 7 for laying and hatching her eggs. In our country there are not always halcyon days about the time of the winter solstice, but in the Sicilian seas this season of calm is almost periodical. The bird lays about 5 eggs. 9. The athia, or diver, and the larus, or gull, lay their eggs on rocks bordering on the sea, 2 or 3 at a time. But the gull lays in the summer, and the diver at the beginning of spring, just after the winter solstice, and it broods over its eggs as birds do in general. And neither of these birds resorts to a hiding place. The halcyon is the most rarely seen of all birds. It is seen only about the time of the setting of the Pleiades and the winter solstice. When ships are lying at anchor in the roads, it will hover about a vessel and then disappear in a moment, and Stesichorus in one of his poems alludes to this peculiarity. The nightingale also breeds at the beginning of summer, and lays 5 or 6 eggs. From autumn until spring it retires to a hiding place. Insects copulate and breed in winter also, that is when the weather is fine and south winds prevail. Such, I mean, as do not hibernate, as the fly and the ant. The greater part of wild animals bring forth once and once only in the year, except in the case of animals like the hare, where the female can become superfoetally impregnated. In like manner the great majority of fishes breed only once a year, like the shoal fishes, or, in other words, such as are caught in nets, the tunny, the pelames, the grey mullet, the chalcis, the mackerel, the syena, the seta and the like. With the exception of the labrax or bass. For this fish, alone amongst those mentioned, breeds twice a year, and the second brood is the weaker of the two. The trichias and the rockfishes breed twice a year, the red mullet breeds thrice a year, and is exceptional in this respect. This conclusion in regard to the red mullet is inferred from the spawn, for the spawn of the fish may be seen in certain places at 3 different times of the year. The scorpina breeds twice a year. The sargue breeds twice, in the spring and in the autumn. The sop breeds once a year only, in the autumn. The female tunny breeds only once a year, but owing to the fact that the fish in some cases spawn early and in others late, it looks as though the fish bred twice over. The first spawning takes place in December before the solstice, and the latter spawning in the spring. The male tunny differs from the female in being unprovided with the fin beneath the belly which is called a phareus. 10. Of cartilaginous fishes, the rhina or angelfish is the only one that breeds twice, for it breeds at the beginning of autumn, and at the setting of the Pleiades, and, of the 2 seasons, it is in better condition in the autumn. It engenders at a birth 7 or 8 young. Certain of the dogfishes, for example the spotted dog, seem to breed twice a month, and this results from the circumstance that the eggs do not all reach maturity at the same time. Some fishes breed at all seasons, as the murena. This animal lays a great number of eggs at a time. And the young when hatched are very small but grow with great rapidity, like the young of the hipparus, for these fishes from being diminutive at the outset grow with exceptional rapidity to an exceptional size. Be it observed that the murena breeds at all seasons, but the hipparus only in the spring. The smyrus differs from the smyrena. For the murena is mottled and weakly, whereas the smyrus is strong and of one uniform color, and the color resembles that of the pine tree, and the animal has teeth inside and out. They say that in this case, as in other similar ones, the one is the male, and the other the female, of a single species. They come out onto the land, and are frequently caught. Fishes, then, as a general rule, attain their full growth with great rapidity, but this is especially the case, among small fishes, with the coracine or crowfish. It spawns, by the way, near the shore, in weedy and tangled spots. The orpheus also, or sea perch, is small at first, and rapidly attains a great size. The pelamies and the tunny breed in the Euxine, and nowhere else. The cestrius or mullet, the chrysophrys or gilt head, and the labrax or bass, breed best where rivers run into the sea. The orces or large-sized tunny, the scorpies, and many other species spawn in the open sea. 11. Fish for the most part breed some time or other during the 3 months between the middle of March and the middle of June. Some few breed in autumn, as, for instance, the sop and the sargus, and such others of this sort as breed shortly before the autumn equinox, likewise the electric ray and the angelfish. Other fishes breed both in winter and in summer, as was previously observed, as, for instance, in wintertime the bass, the grey mullet, and the bellone or pipefish. And in summertime, from the middle of June to the middle of July, the female tunny, about the time of the summer solstice, and the tunny lays a sac-like enclosure in which are contained a number of small eggs. The rheades or shoal fishes breed in summer. Of the grey mullets, the chelan begins to be in roe between the middle of November and the middle of December, as also the sargu, and the smixen or mixen, and the cephalus. And their period of gestation is 30 days. And, by the way, some of the grey mullet species are not produced from copulation, but grow spontaneously from mud and sand. As a general rule, then, fishes are in roe in the springtime. While some, as has been said, are so in summer, in autumn, or in winter. But whereas the impregnation in the springtime follows a general law, impregnation in the other seasons does not follow the same rule either throughout or within the limits of one genus. And, further, conception in these variant seasons is not so prolific. And, indeed, we must bear this in mind, that just as with plants and quadrupeds diversity of locality has much to do not only with general physical health but also with the comparative frequency of sexual intercourse and generation. So also with regard to fish's locality of itself has much to do not only in regard to the size and vigor of the creature, but also in regard to its parturition and its copulations. Causing the same species to breed oftener in one place and seldomer in another. 12. The mollusks also breed in spring. Of the marine mollusks one of the first to breed is the sepia. It spawns at all times of the day and its period of gestation is 15 days. After the female has laid her eggs, the male comes and discharges the milt over the eggs, and the eggs thereupon harden. And the two sexes of this animal go about in pairs, side by side. And the male is more mottled and more black on the back than the female. The octopus pairs in winter and breeds in spring, lying hidden for about 2 months. Its spawn is shaped like a vine tendril, and resembles the fruit of the white poplar. The creature is extraordinarily prolific, for the number of individuals that come from the spawn is something incalculable. The male differs from the female in the fact that its head is longer, and that the organ called by the fishermen its penis, in the tentacle, is white. The female, after laying her eggs, broods over them, and in consequence gets out of condition, by reason of not going in quest of food during the hatching period. The purple murex breeds about springtime, and the syrinx at the close of the winter. And, as a general rule, the testaceans are found to be furnished with their so-called eggs in springtime and in autumn, with the exception of the edible urchin. For this animal has the so-called eggs in most abundance in these seasons, but at no season is unfurnished with them, and it is furnished with them in especial abundance in warm weather or when a full moon is in the sky. Only, by the way, these remarks do not apply to the sea urchin found in the Piraean Straits, for this urchin is at its best for table purposes in the winter, and these urchins are small but full of eggs. Snails are found by observations to become in all cases impregnated about the same season. 13. Of birds the wild species, as has been stated, as a general rule pair and breed only once a year. The swallow, however, and the blackbird breed twice. With regard to the blackbird, however, its first brood is killed by inclemency of weather, for it is the earliest of all birds to breed, but the second brood it usually succeeds in rearing. Birds that are domesticated or that are capable of domestication breed frequently, just as the common pigeon breeds all through the summer, and as is seen in the barn-door hen. For the barn-door cock and hen have intercourse, and the hen breeds, at all seasons alike, excepting by the way, during the days about the winter solstice. Of the pigeon family there are many diversities. For the peristera or common pigeon is not identical with the pileas or rock pigeon. In other words, the rock pigeon is smaller than the common pigeon, and is less easily domesticated. It is also black, and small, red-footed and rough-footed. And in consequence of these peculiarities it is neglected by the pigeon fancier. The largest of all the pigeon species is the fata or ring-dove, and the next in size is the enas or stock-dove. And the stock-dove is a little larger than the common pigeon. The smallest of all the species is the turtle-dove. Pigeons breed and hatch at all seasons, if they are furnished with a sunny place and all requisites. Unless they are so furnished, they breed only in the summer. The spring brood is the best, or the autumn brood. At all events, without doubt, the produce of the hot season, the summer brood, is the poorest of the three. 14. Further, animals differ from one another in regard to the time of life that is best adapted for sexual intercourse. To begin with, in most animals the secretion of the seminal fluid and its generative capacity are not phenomena simultaneously manifested, but manifested successively. Thus, in all animals, the earliest secretion of sperm is unfruitful, or if it be fruitful the issue is comparatively poor and small. And this phenomenon is especially observable in man, in viviparous quadrupeds, and in birds. For in the case of man and the quadruped the offspring is smaller, and in the case of the bird, the egg. For animals that copulate, of one and the same species, the age for maturity is in most species tolerably uniform, unless it occurs prematurely by reason of abnormality, or is postponed by physical injury. In man, then, maturity is indicated by a change of the tone of voice, by an increase in size and an alteration in appearance of the sexual organs, as also in an increase of size and alteration in appearance of the breasts. And above all, in the hair growth at the pubes. Man begins to possess seminal fluid about the age of 14, and becomes generatively capable at about the age of 21 years. In other animals there is no hair growth at the pubes, for some animals have no hair at all, and others have none on the belly, or less on the belly than on the back, but still, in some animals the change of voice is quite obvious. And in some animals other organs give indication of the commencing secretion of the sperm and the onset of generative capacity. As a general rule the female is sharper toned in voice than the male, and the young animal than the elder. For, by the way, the stag has a much deeper toned bay than the hind. Moreover, the male cries chiefly at rutting time, and the female under terror and alarm, and the cry of the female is short, and that of the male prolonged. With dogs also, as they grow old, the tone of the bark gets deeper. There is a difference observable also in the neighings of horses. That is to say, the female foal has a thin small neigh, and the male foal a small neigh, yet bigger and deeper toned than that of the female, and a louder one as time goes on. And when the young male and female are 2 years old and take to breeding, the neighing of the stallion becomes loud and deep, and that of the mare louder and shriller than heretofore. And this change goes on until they reach the age of about 20 years, and after this time the neighing in both sexes becomes weaker and weaker. As a rule, then, as was stated, the voice of the male differs from the voice of the female, in animals where the voice admits of a continuous and prolonged sound, in the fact that the note in the male voice is more deep and bass. Not, however, in all animals, for the contrary holds good in the case of some, as for instance in kine, for here the cow has a deeper note than the bull, and the calves a deeper note than the cattle. And we can thus understand the change of voice in animals that undergo gelding, for male animals that undergo this process assume the characters of the female. The following are the ages at which various animals become capacitated for sexual commerce. The ewe and the she-goat are sexually mature when 1 year old, and this statement is made more confidently in respect to the she-goat than to the ewe. The ram and the he-goat are sexually mature at the same age. The progeny of very young individuals among these animals differs from that of other males, for the males improve in the course of the 2nd year, when they become fully mature. The boar and the sow are capable of intercourse when 8 months old, and the female brings forth when 1 year old, the difference corresponding to her period of gestation. The boar is capable of generation when 8 months old, but, with a sire under a year in age, the litter is apt to be a poor one. The ages, however, are not invariable. Now and then the boar and the sow are capable of intercourse when 4 months old, and are capable of producing a litter which can be reared when 6 months old, but at times the boar begins to be capable of intercourse when 10 months. He continues sexually mature until he is 3 years old. The dog and the bitch are, as a rule, sexually capable and sexually receptive when a year old, and sometimes when 8 months old. But the priority in date is more common with the dog than with the bitch. The period of gestation with the bitch is 60 days, or 61, or 62, or 63 at the utmost. The period is never under 60 days, or, if it is, the litter comes to no good. The bitch, after delivering a litter, submits to the male in 6 months, but not before. The horse and the mare are, at the earliest, sexually capable and sexually mature when 2 years old. The issue, however, of parents of this age is small and poor. As a general rule these animals are sexually capable when 3 years old, and they grow better for breeding purposes until they reach 20 years. The stallion is sexually capable up to the age of 33 years, and the mare up to 40, so that, in point of fact, the animals are sexually capable all their lives long. For the stallion, as a rule, lives for about 35 years, and the mare for a little over 40, although, by the way, a horse has known to live to the age of 75. The ass and the she-ass are sexually capable when 30 months old. But, as a rule, they are not generatively mature until they are 3 years old, or 3 years and a half. An instance has been known of a she-ass bearing and bringing forth a foal when only a year old. A cow has been known to calve when only a year old, and the calf grew as big as might be expected, but no more. So much for the dates in time at which these animals attain to generative capacity. In the human species, the male is generative, at the longest, up to 70 years, and the female up to 50, but such extended periods are rare. As a rule, the male is generative up to the age of 65, and to the age of 45 the female is capable of conception. The ewe bears up to 8 years, and, if she be carefully tended, up to 11 years. In fact, the ram and the ewe are sexually capable pretty well all their lives long. He-goats, if they be fat, are more or less unserviceable for breeding. And this, by the way, is the reason why country folk say of a vine when it stops bearing that it is running the goat. However, if an over-fat he-goat be thinned down, he becomes sexually capable and generative. Rams single out the oldest ewes for copulation, and show no regard for the young ones. And, as has been stated, the issue of the younger ewes is poorer than that of the older ones. The boar is good for breeding purposes until he is 3 years of age, but after that age his issue deteriorates, for after that age his vigor is on the decline. The boar is most capable after a good feed, and with the first so it mounts. If poorly fed or put to many females, the copulation is abbreviated, and the litter is comparatively poor. The first litter of the sow is the fewest in number, at the second litter she is at her prime. The animal, as it grows old, continues to breed, but the sexual desire abates. When they reach 15 years, they become unproductive, and are getting old. If a sow be highly fed, it is all the more eager for sexual commerce, whether old or young. But, if it be overfattened in pregnancy, it gives the less milk after parturition. With regard to the age of the parents, the litter is the best when they are in their prime. But with regard to the seasons of the year, the litter is the best that comes at the beginning of winter, and the summer litter the poorest, consisting as it usually does of animals small and thin and flaccid. The boar, if it be well fed, is sexually capable at all hours, night and day, but otherwise is peculiarly salacious early in the morning. As it grows old the sexual passion dies away, as we have already remarked. Very often a boar, when more or less impotent from age or debility, finding itself unable to accomplish the sexual commerce with due speed, and growing fatigued with the standing posture, will roll the sow over on the ground. And the pair will conclude the operation side by side of one another. The sow is sure of conception if it drops its lugs in rutting time. If the ears do not thus drop, it may have to rut a second time before impregnation takes place. Bitches do not submit to the male throughout their lives, but only until they reach a certain maturity of years. As a general rule, they are sexually receptive and conceptive until they are 12 years old. Although, by the way, cases have been known where dogs and bitches have been respectively procreative and conceptive to the ages of 18 and even of 20 years. But, as a rule, age diminishes the capability of generation and of conception with these animals as with all others. The female of the camel is episthoretic, and submits to the male in the way above described. And the season for copulation in Arabia is about the month of October. Its period of gestation is 12 months, and it is never delivered of more than one foal at a time. The female becomes sexually receptive and the male sexually capable at the age of 3 years. After parturition, an interval of a year elapses before the female is again receptive to the male. The female elephant becomes sexually receptive when 10 years old at the youngest, and when 15 at the oldest, and the male is sexually capable when 5 years old, or 6. The season for intercourse is spring. The male allows an interval of 3 years to elapse after commerce with a female, and, after it has once impregnated a female, it has no intercourse with her again. The period of gestation with the female is 2 years. And only one young animal is produced at a time, in other words it is uniparous. And the embryo is the size of a calf 2 or 3 months old. 15. So much for the copulations of such animals as copulate. We now proceed to treat of generation both with respect to copulating and non-copulating animals, and we shall commence with discussing the subject of generation in the case of the testaceans. The testacea is almost the only genus that throughout all its species is non-copulative. The porphyry, or purple murices, gather together to some one place in the springtime, and deposit the so-called honeycomb. This substance resembles the comb, only that it is not so neat and delicate, and looks as though a number of husks of white chickpeas were all stuck together. But none of these structures has any open passage, and the porphyry does not grow out of them, but these and all other testaceans grow out of mud and decaying matter. The substance is, in fact, an excretion of the porphyra and the seryx. For it is deposited by the seryx as well. Such, then, of the testaceans as deposit the honeycomb are generated spontaneously like all other testaceans, but they certainly come in greater abundance in places where their congeners have been living previously. At the commencement of the process of depositing the honeycomb, they throw off a slippery mucus, and of this the husk-like formations are composed. These formations, then, all melt and deposit their contents on the ground, and at this spot there are found on the ground a number of minute porphyry, and porphyry are caught at times with these animalculae upon them. Some of which are too small to be differentiated in form. If the porphyry are caught before producing this honeycomb, they sometimes go through the process in fishing creels, not here and there in the baskets, but gathering to some one spot all together, just as they do in the sea. And owing to the narrowness of their new quarters they cluster together like a bunch of grapes. There are many species of the purple murex, and some are large, as those found off Sigeum and Lectum. Others are small, as those found in the Euripus, and on the coast of Korea. And those that are found in bays are large and rough. In most of them the peculiar bloom from which their name is derived is dark to blackness, in others it is reddish and small in size, some of the large ones weigh upwards of a mina apiece. But the specimens that are found along the coast and on the rocks are small-sized, and the bloom in their case is of a reddish hue. Further, as a general rule, in northern waters the bloom is blackish, and in southern waters of a reddish hue. The murex is caught in the springtime when engaged in the construction of the honeycomb, but it is not caught at any time about the rising of the dog-star, for at that period it does not feed, but conceals itself and burrows. The bloom of the animal is situated between the mecon, or quasi-liver, and the neck, and the co-attachment of these is an intimate one. In color it looks like a white membrane, and this is what people extract. And if it be removed and squeezed it stains your hand with the color of the bloom. There is a kind of vein that runs through it, and this quasi-vein would appear to be in itself the bloom. And the qualities, by the way, of this organ are astringent. It is after the murex has constructed the honeycomb that the bloom is at its worst. Small specimens they break in pieces, shells and all, for it is no easy matter to extract the organ. But in dealing with the larger ones they first strip off the shell and then abstract the bloom. For this purpose the neck and mecon are separated, for the bloom lies in between them, above the so-called stomach. Hence the necessity of separating them in abstracting the bloom. Fishermen are anxious always to break the animal in pieces while it is yet alive, for, if it die before the process is completed, it vomits out the bloom. And for this reason the fishermen keep the animals in creels, until they have collected a sufficient number and can attend to them at their leisure. Fishermen in past times used not to lower creels or attach them to the bait, so that very often the animal got dropped off in the pulling up. At present, however, they always attach a basket, so that if the animal fall off it is not lost. The animal is more inclined to slip off the bait if it be full inside, if it be empty it is difficult to shake it off. Such are the phenomena connected with the porphyra or murex. The same phenomena are manifested by the syrinx or trumpet shell. And the seasons are the same in which the phenomena are observable. Both animals, also, the murex and the syrinx, have their opercula similarly situated and, in fact, all the stromboids, and this is congenital with them all. And they feed by protruding the so-called tongue underneath the operculum. The tongue of the murex is bigger than one's finger, and by means of it, it feeds, and perforates conchylea and the shells of its own kind. Both the murex and the syrinx are long-lived. The murex lives for about 6 years, and the yearly increase is indicated by a distinct interval in the spiral convolution of the shell. The mussel also constructs a honeycomb. With regard to the limnostriae, or lagoon oysters, wherever you have slimy mud there you are sure to find them beginning to grow. Cockles and clams and razorfishes and scallops grow spontaneously in sandy places. The pinna grows straight up from its tuft of anchoring fibers in sandy and slimy places. These creatures have inside them a parasite nicknamed the pinnagard, in some cases a small carid and in other cases a little crab. If the pinna be deprived of this pinnagard it soon dies. As a general rule, then, all testaceans grow by spontaneous generation in mud, differing from one another according to the differences of the material. Oysters growing in slime, and cockles and the other testaceans above mentioned on sandy bottoms, and in the hollows of the rocks the ascidian and the barnacle, and common sorts, such as the limpet and the nerites. All these animals grow with great rapidity, especially the murex and the scallop, for the murex and the scallop attain their full growth in a year. In some of the testaceans white crabs are found, very diminutive in size. They are most numerous in the trough-shaped mussel. In the pinna also is found the so-called pinnagard. They are found also in the scallop and in the oyster. These parasites never appear to grow in size. Fishermen declare that the parasite is congenital with the larger animal. Scallops burrow for a time in the sand, like the murex. Shellfish, then, grow in the way above mentioned. And some of them grow in shallow water, some on the seashore, some in rocky places, some on hard and stony ground, and some in sandy places. Some shift about from place to place, others remain permanent on one spot. Of those that keep to one spot the pinnae are rooted to the ground, the razorfish and the clam keep to the same locality, but are not so rooted, but still, if forcibly removed they die. The starfish is naturally so warm that whatever it lays hold of is found, when suddenly taken away from the animal, to have undergone a process like boiling. Fishermen say that the starfish is a great pest in the Strait of Pira. In shape it resembles a star as seen in an ordinary drawing. The so-called lungs are generated spontaneously. The shells that painters use are a good deal thicker, and the bloom is outside the shell on the surface. These creatures are mostly found on the coast of Korea. The hermit crab grows spontaneously out of soil and slime, and finds its way into untenanted shells. As it grows it shifts to a larger shell, as for instance into the shell of the Nereides, or of the Strombus or the like, and very often into the shell of the small Syrinx. After entering new shell, it carries it about, and begins again to feed, and, by, as it grows, it shifts again into another larger one. 16. Moreover, the animals that are unfurnished with shells grow spontaneously, like the testaceans, as, for instance, the sea nettles and the sponges in rocky caves. Of the sea nettle, or sea anemone, there are 2 species. And of these one species lives in hollows and never loosens its hold upon the rocks, and the other lives on smooth flat reefs, free and detached, and shifts its position from time to time. Limpets also detach themselves, and shift from place to place. In the chambered cavities of sponges pinnigards or parasites are found. And over the chambers there is a kind of spider's web, by the opening and closing of which they catch mute fishes, that is to say, they open the web to let the fish get in, and close it again to entrap them. Of sponges there are 3 species. The first is of loose porous texture, the second is close textured, the third, which is nicknamed the sponge of Achilles, is exceptionally fine and close-textured and strong. This sponge is used as a lining to helmets and greaves, for the purpose of deadening the sound of the blow, and this is a very scarce species. Of the close-textured sponges such as are particularly hard and rough are nicknamed goats. Sponges grow spontaneously either attached to a rock or on sea beaches, and they get their nutriment in slime. A proof of this statement is the fact that when they are first secured they are found to be full of slime. This is characteristic of all living creatures that get their nutriment by close local attachment. And, by the way, the close-textured sponges are weaker than the more openly porous ones because their attachment extends over a smaller area. It is said that the sponge is sensitive. And as a proof of this statement they say that if the sponge is made aware of an attempt being made to pluck it from its place of attachment it draws itself together, and it becomes a difficult task to detach it. It makes a similar contractile movement in windy and boisterous weather, obviously with the object of tightening its hold. Some persons express doubts as to the truth of this assertion, as, for instance, the people of Torwan. The sponge breeds parasites, worms, and other creatures, on which, if they be detached, the rockfishes prey, as they prey also on the remaining stumps of the sponge. But, if the sponge be broken off, it grows again from the remaining stump and the place is soon as well covered as before. The largest of all sponges are the loose-textured ones, and these are peculiarly abundant on the coast of Lycia. The softest are the close-textured sponges, for, by the way, the so-called sponges of Achilles are harder than these. As a general rule, sponges that are found in deep calm waters are the softest. For usually windy and stormy weather has a tendency to harden them, as it has to harden all similar growing things, and to arrest their growth. And this accounts for the fact that the sponges found in the Hellespont are rough and close-textured. And, as a general rule, sponges found beyond or inside Cape Malea are, respectively, comparatively soft or comparatively hard. But, by the way, the habitat of the sponge should not be too sheltered and warm, for it has a tendency to decay, like all similar vegetable-like growths. And this accounts for the fact that the sponge is at its best when found in deep water close to shore, for owing to the depth of the water they enjoy shelter alike from stormy winds and from excessive heat. Whilst they are still alive and before they are washed and cleaned, they are blackish in color. Their attachment is not made at one particular spot, nor is it made all over their bodies, for vacant pore spaces intervene. There is a kind of membrane stretched over the underparts, and in the under parts the points of attachment are the more numerous. On the top most of the pores are closed, but 4 or 5 are open and visible. And we are told by some that it is through these pores that the animal takes its food. There is a particular species that is named the Paplygia, or the unwashable, from the circumstance that it cannot be cleaned. This species has the large open and visible pores, but all the rest of the body is close-textured, and, if it be dissected, it is found to be closer and more glutinous than the ordinary sponge, and, in a word, something lung-like in consistency. And, on all hands, it is allowed that this species is sensitive and long-lived. They are distinguished in the sea from ordinary sponges from the circumstance that the ordinary sponges are white while the slime is in them, but that these sponges are under any circumstances black. And so much with regard to sponges and to generation in the testaceans. 17. Of crustaceans, the female crawfish after copulation conceives and retains its eggs for about 3 months, from about the middle of May to about the middle of August. They then lay the eggs into the folds underneath the belly, and their eggs grow like grubs. This same phenomenon is observable in mollusks also, and in such fishes as are oviparous, for in all these cases the egg continues to grow. The spawn of the crawfish is of a loose or granular consistency, and is divided into 8 parts. For corresponding to each of the flaps on the side there is a gristly formation to which the spawn is attached, and the entire structure resembles a cluster of grapes, for each gristly formation is split into several parts. This is obvious enough if you draw the parts asunder, but at first sight the whole appears to be one and indivisible. And the largest are not those nearest to the outlet but those in the middle, and the farthest off are the smallest. The size of the small eggs is that of a small seed in a fig, and they are not quite close to the outlet, but placed middleways, for at both ends, tailwards and trunkwards, there are 2 intervals devoid of eggs. For it is thus that the flaps also grow. The side flaps, then, cannot close, but by placing the end flap on them the animal can close up all, and this end flap serves them for a lid. And in the act of laying its eggs it seems to bring them towards the gristly formations by curving the flap of its tail, and then, squeezing the eggs towards the said gristly formations and maintaining a bent posture, it performs the act of laying. The gristly formations at these seasons increase in size and become receptive of the eggs, for the animal lays its eggs into these formations, just as the sepia lays its eggs among twigs and driftwood. It lays its eggs, then, in this manner, and after hatching them for about 20 days it rids itself of them all in one solid lump, as is quite plain from outside. And out of these eggs crawfish form in about 15 days, and these crawfish are caught at times less than a finger's breadth, or 7/10 of an inch, in length. The animal, then, lays its eggs before the middle of September, and after the middle of that month throws off its eggs in a lump. With the humped carids or prawns the time for gestation is 4 months or thereabouts. Crawfish are found in rough and rocky places, lobsters in smooth places, and neither crawfish nor lobsters are found in muddy ones. And this accounts for the fact that lobsters are found in the Hellespont and on the coast of Thasos, and crawfish in the neighborhood of Sigeum and Mount Athos. Fishermen, accordingly, when they want to catch these various creatures out at sea, take bearings on the beach and elsewhere that tell them where the ground at the bottom is stony and where soft with slime. In winter and spring these animals keep in near to land, in summer they keep in deep water, thus at various times seeking respectively for warmth or coolness. The so-called Arctos or bear crab lays its eggs at about the same time as the crawfish. And consequently in winter and in the springtime, before laying their eggs, they are at their best, and after laying at their worst. They cast their shell in the springtime, just as serpents shed their so-called old age or slough, both directly after birth and in later life. This is true both of crabs and crawfish. And, by the way, all crawfish are long-lived. 18. Mollusks, after pairing and copulation, lay a white spawn, and this spawn, as in the case of the testacea, gets granular in time. The octopus discharges into its hole, or into a potsherd or into any similar cavity, a structure resembling the tendrils of a young vine or the fruit of the white poplar, as has been previously observed. The eggs, when the female has laid them, are clustered round the sides of the hole. They are so numerous that, if they be removed, they suffice to fill a vessel much larger than the animal's body in which they were contained. Some 50 days later, the eggs burst and the little polypuses creep out, like little spiders, in great numbers. The characteristic form of their limbs is not yet to be discerned in detail, but their general outline is clear enough. And, by the way, they are so small and helpless that the greater number perish. It is a fact that they have been seen so extremely minute as to be absolutely without organization, but nevertheless when touched they moved. The eggs of the sepia look like big black myrtle berries, and they are linked all together like a bunch of grapes, clustered round a center, and are not easily sundered from one another, for the male exudes over them some moist glairy stuff, which constitutes the sticky gum. These eggs increase in size, and they are white at the outset, but black and larger after the sprinkling of the male's seminal fluid. When it has come into being, the young sepia is first distinctly formed inside out of the white substance, and when the egg bursts it comes out. The inner part is formed as soon as the female lays the egg, something like a hailstone. And out of this substance the young sepia grows by a head attachment, just as young birds grow by a belly attachment. What is the exact nature of the navel attachment has not yet been observed, except that as the young sepia grows the white substance grows less and less in size, and at length, as happens with the yolk in the case of birds, the white substance in the case of the young sepia disappears. In the case of the young sepia, as in the case of the young of most animals, the eyes at first seem very large. To illustrate this by way of a figure, let A represent the ovum, B and C the eyes, and D the sapitium, or body of the little sepia. See diagram. The female sepia goes pregnant in the springtime, and lays its eggs after 15 days of gestation. After the eggs are laid there comes in another 15 days something like a bunch of grapes, and at the bursting of these the young sepiae issue forth. But if, when the young ones are fully formed, you sever the outer covering a moment too soon, the young creatures eject excrement, and their color changes from white to red in their alarm. Crustaceans, then, hatch their eggs by brooding over them as they carry them about beneath their bodies. But the octopus, the sepia, and the like hatch their eggs without stirring from the spot where they may have laid them, and this statement is particularly applicable to the sepia. In fact, the nest of the female sepia is often seen exposed to view close in to shore. The female octopus at times sits brooding over her eggs, and at other times squats in front of her hole, stretching out her tentacles on guard. The sepia lays her spawn near to land in the neighborhood of seaweed or reeds or any off-sweepings such as brushwood, twigs, or stones. And fishermen place heaps of faggots here and there on purpose, and on to such heaps the female deposits a long continuous row in shape like a vine tendril. It lays or spurts out the spawn with an effort, as though there were difficulty in the process. The female calamari spawns at sea, and it emits the spawn, as does the sepia, in the mass. The calamari and the cuttlefish are short-lived, as, with few exceptions, they never see the year out, and the same statement is applicable to the octopus. From one single egg comes one single sepia. And this is likewise true of the young calamari. The male calamari differs from the female, for if its gill region be dilated and examined there are found two red formations resembling breasts, with which the male is unprovided. In the sepia, apart from this distinction in the sexes, the male, as has been stated, is more mottled than the female. 19. With regard to insects, that the male is less than the female and that he mounts upon her back, and how he performs the act of copulation and the circumstance that he gives over reluctantly, all this has already been set forth. Most cases of insect copulation this process is speedily followed up by parturition. All insects engender grubs, with the exception of a species of butterfly. And the female of this species lays a hard egg, resembling the seed of the nicus, with a juice inside it. But from the grub, the young animal does not grow out of a mere portion of it, as a young animal grows from a portion only of an egg, but the grub entire grows and the animal becomes differentiated out of it. And of insects some are derived from insect congeners, as the venom spider and the common spider from the venom spider and the common spider, and so with the atelebus or locust, the acres or grasshopper, and the tedix or cicada. Other insects are not derived from living parentage, but are generated spontaneously, some out of dew falling on leaves, ordinarily in springtime, but not seldom in winter when there has been a stretch of fair weather and southerly winds. Others grow in decaying mud or dung, others in timber, green or dry, some in the hair of animals, some in the flesh of animals. Some in excrements, and some from excrement after it has been voided, and some from excrement yet within the living animal, like the helminths or intestinal worms. And of these intestinal worms there are 3 species, one named the flatworm, another the roundworm, and the third the ascarid. These intestinal worms do not in any case propagate their kind. The flatworm, however, in an exceptional way, clings fast to the gut, and lays a thing like a melon seed, by observing which indication the physician concludes that his patient is troubled with the worm. The so-called psyche or butterfly is generated from caterpillars which grow on green leaves, chiefly leaves of the raffinus, which some call cram or cabbage. At first it is less than a grain of millet, it then grows into a small grub. And in 3 days it is a tiny caterpillar. After this it grows on, and becomes quiescent and changes its shape, and is now called a chrysalis. The outer shell is hard, and the chrysalis moves if you touch it. It attaches itself by cobweb-like filaments, and is unfurnished with mouth or any other apparent organ. After a little while the outer covering bursts asunder, and out flies the winged creature that we call the psyche or butterfly. At first, when it is a caterpillar, it feeds and ejects excrement, but when it turns into the chrysalis it neither feeds nor ejects excrement. The same remarks are applicable to all such insects as are developed out of the grub, both such grubs as are derived from the copulation of living animals and such as are generated without copulation on the part of parents. For the grub of the bee, the anthrena, and the wasp, whilst it is young, takes food and voids excrement. But when it has passed from the grub shape to its defined form and become what is termed a nympha, it ceases to take food and to void excrement, and remains tightly wrapped up and motionless until it has reached its full size. When it breaks the formation with which the cell is closed, and issues forth. The insects named the Hippora and the Pinia are derived from similar caterpillars, which move in an undulatory way, progressing with one part and then pulling up the hinder parts by a bend of the body. The developed insect in each case takes its peculiar color from the parent caterpillar. From one particular large grub, which has as it were horns, and in other respects differs from grubs in general, there comes, by a metamorphosis of the grub, first a caterpillar, then the cocoon, then the Nacitylus. And the creature passes through all these transformations within 6 months. A class of women unwind and reel off the cocoons of these creatures, and afterwards weave a fabric with the threads thus unwound. A Cone woman of the name of Pamphila, daughter of Palladius, being credited with the first invention of the fabric. After the same fashion the carabus or stag beetle comes from grubs that live in dry wood. At first the grub is motionless, but after a while the shell bursts and the stag beetle issues forth. From the cabbage is engendered the cabbage worm, and from the leek the Prasicurus or leek bane, this creature is also winged. From the flat animalcule that schemes over the surface of rivers comes the estrus or gadfly. And this accounts for the fact that gadflies most abound in the neighborhood of waters on whose surface these animalcules are observed. From a certain small, black and hairy caterpillar comes first a wingless glowworm. And this creature again suffers a metamorphosis, and transforms into a winged insect named the bostricus, or haircurl. Gnats grow from ascarids. And ascarids are engendered in the slime of wells, or in places where there is a deposit left by the draining off of water. This slime decays, and first turns white, then black, and finally blood red. And at this stage there originate in it, as it were, little tiny bits of red weed, which at first wriggle about all clinging together, and finally break loose and swim in the water, and are hereupon known as ascarids. After a few days they stand straight up on the water motionless and hard, and by the husk breaks off and the gnats are seen sitting upon it, until the sun's heat or a puff of wind sets them in motion, when they fly away. With all grubs and all animals that break out from the grub state, generation is due primarily to the heat of the sun or to wind. Ascarids are more likely to be found, and grow with unusual rapidity, in places where there is a deposit of a mixed and heterogeneous kind, as in kitchens and in plowed fields, for the contents of such places are disposed to rapid putrefaction. In autumn, also, owing to the drying up of moisture, they grow in unusual numbers. The tick is generated from couchgrass. The cockchafer comes from a grub that is generated in the dung of the cow or the ass. The canthus or scarabaeus rolls a piece of dung into a ball, lies hidden within it during the winter, and gives birth therein to small grubs, from which grubs come new canthari. Certain winged insects also come from the grubs that are found in pulse, in the same fashion as in the cases described. Flies grow from grubs in the dung that farmers have gathered up into heaps, for those who are engaged in this work assiduously gather up the compost, and this they technically term working up the manure. The grub is exceedingly minute to begin with, first even at this stage it assumes a reddish color, and then from a quiescent state it takes on the power of motion, as though born to it, it then becomes a small motionless grub. It then moves again, and again relapses into immobility, it then comes out a perfect fly, and moves away under the influence of the sun's heat or of a puff of air. The myops or horsefly is engendered in timber. The orsidachna or budbane is a transformed grub, and this grub is engendered in cabbage stalks. The canthus comes from the caterpillars that are found on fig trees or pear trees or fir trees, for on all these grubs are engendered and also from caterpillars found on the dog rose. And the canthus takes eagerly to ill-scented substances, from the fact of its having been engendered in ill-scented woods. The conops comes from a grub that is engendered in the slime of vinegar. And, by the way, living animals are found in substances that are usually supposed to be incapable of putrefaction. For instance, worms are found in long-lying snow. And snow of this description gets reddish in color, and the grub that is engendered in it is red, as might have been expected, and it is also hairy. The grubs found in the snows of Media are large and white. And all such grubs are little disposed to motion. In Cyprus, in places where copper ore is smelted, with heaps of the ore piled on day after day, an animal is engendered in the fire, somewhat larger than a blue bottle fly, furnished with wings, which can hop or crawl through the fire. And the grubs and these latter animals perish when you keep the one away from the fire and the other from the snow. Now the salamander is a clear case in point, to show us that animals do actually exist that fire cannot destroy. For this creature, so the story goes, not only walks through the fire but puts it out in doing so. On the river Hypanis in the Cimmerian Bosphorus, about the time of the summer solstice, there are brought down towards the sea by the stream what look like little sacks rather bigger than grapes, out of which at their bursting issues a winged quadruped. The insect lives and flies about until the evening, but as the sun goes down it pines away, and dies at sunset having lived just one day, from which circumstance it is called the ephemeron. As a rule, insects that come from caterpillars and grubs are held at first by filaments resembling the threads of a spider's web. Such is the mode of generation of the insects above enumerated. But if the latter impregnation takes place during the change of the yellow. 20. The wasps that are nicknamed the ichneumons, or hunters, less in size, by the way, than the ordinary wasp, kill spiders and carry off the dead bodies to a wall or some such place with a hole in it. This hole they smear over with mud and lay their grubs inside it, and from the grubs come the hunter wasps. Some of the coleoptera and of the small and nameless insects make small holes or cells of mud on a wall or on a gravestone, and there deposit their grubs. With insects, as a general rule, the time of generation from its commencement to its completion comprises 3 or 4 weeks. With grubs and grub-like creatures the time is usually 3 weeks, and in the oviparous insects as a rule 4. But, in the case of oviparous insects, the egg formation comes at the close of 7 days from copulation, and during the remaining 3 weeks the parent broods over and hatches its young, i.e. where this is the result of copulation, as in the case of the spider and its congeners. As a rule, the transformations take place in intervals of 3 or 4 days, corresponding to the lengths of interval at which the crises recur in intermittent fevers. So much for the generation of insects. Their death is due to the shriveling of their organs, just as the larger animals die of old age. Winged insects die in autumn from the shrinking of their wings. The myops dies from dropsy in the eyes. 21. With regard to the generation of bees, different hypotheses are in vogue. Some affirm that bees neither copulate nor give birth to young, but that they fetch their young. And some say that they fetch their young from the flower of the calintrum, others assert that they bring them from the flower of the reed, others, from the flower of the olive. And in respect to the olive theory, it is stated as a proof that, when the olive harvest is most abundant, the swarms are most numerous. Others declare that they fetch the brood of the drones from such things as above mentioned, but that the working bees are engendered by the rulers of the hive. Now of these rulers there are 2 kinds, the better kind is red in color, the inferior kind is black and variegated, the ruler is double the size of the working bee. These rulers have the abdomen or part below the waist half as large again, and they are called by some the mothers, from an idea that they bear or generate the bees. And, as a proof of this theory of their motherhood, they declare that the brood of the drones appears even when there is no ruler bee in the hive, but that the bees do not appear in his absence. Others, again, assert that these insects copulate, and that the drones are male and the bees female. The ordinary bee is generated in the cells of the comb, but the ruler bees in cells down below attached to the comb, suspended from it, apart from the rest, 6 or 7 in number. And growing in a way quite different from the mode of growth of the ordinary brood. Bees are provided with a sting, but the drones are not so provided. The rulers are provided with stings, but they never use them, and this latter circumstance will account for the belief of some people that they have no stings at all. 22. Of bees there are various species. The best kind is a little round mottled insect, another is long, and resembles the anthrena, a third is a black and flat-bellied, and is nicknamed the robber. A 4th kind is the drone, the largest of all, but stingless and inactive. And this proportionate size of the drone explains why some bee masters place a network in front of the hives. For the network is put to keep the big drones out while it lets the little bees go in. Of the king bees there are, as has been stated, 2 kinds. In every hive there are more kings than one. And a hive goes to ruin if there be too few kings, not because of anarchy thereby ensuing, but, as we are told, because these creatures contribute in some way to the generation of the common bees. A hive will go also to ruin if there be too large a number of kings in it, for the members of the hives are thereby subdivided into too many separate factions. Whenever the springtime is late a-coming, and when there is drought and mildew, then the progeny of the hive is small in number. But when the weather is dry they attend to the honey, and in rainy weather their attention is concentrated on the brood, and this will account for the coincidence of rich olive harvests and abundant swarms. The bees first work at the honeycomb, and then put the pupae in it, by the mouth, say those who hold the theory of their bringing them from elsewhere. After putting in the pupae they put in the honey for subsistence, and this they do in the summer and autumn, and, by the way, the autumn honey is the better of the 2. The honeycomb is made from flowers, and the materials for the wax they gather from the resinous gum of trees, while honey is distilled from dew. And is deposited chiefly at the risings of the constellations or when a rainbow is in the sky, and as a general rule there is no honey before the rising of the Pleiades. The bee, then, makes the wax from flowers. The honey, however, it does not make, but merely gathers what is deposited out of the atmosphere. And as a proof of this statement we have the known fact that occasionally beekeepers find the hives filled with honey within the space of 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, in autumn flowers are found, but honey, if it be withdrawn, is not replaced. Now, after the withdrawal of the original honey, when no food or very little is in the hives, there would be a fresh stock of honey, if the bees made it from flowers. Honey, if allowed to ripen and mature, gathers consistency. For at first it is like water and remains liquid for several days. If it be drawn off during these days it has no consistency, but it attains consistency in about 20 days. The taste of thyme honey is discernible at once, from its peculiar sweetness and consistency. The bee gathers from every flower that is furnished with a calyx or cup, and from all other flowers that are sweet-tasted, without doing injury to any fruit. And the juices of the flowers it takes up with the organ that resembles a tongue and carries off to the hive. Swarms are robbed of their honey on the appearance of the wild figure. They produce the best larvae at the time the honey is making. The bee carries wax and bee's bread round its legs, but vomits the honey into the cell. After depositing its young, it broods over it like a bird. The grub when it is small lies slantwise in the comb, but by and by rises up straight by an effort of its own and takes food, and holds on so tightly to the honeycomb as actually to cling to it. The young of bees and of drones is white, and from the young come the grubs, and the grubs grow into bees and drones. The egg of the king bee is reddish in color, and its substance is about as consistent as thick honey. And from the first it is about as big as the bee that is produced from it. From the young of the king bee there is no intermediate stage, it is said, of the grub, but the bee comes at once. Whenever the bee lays an egg in the comb there is always a drop of honey set against it. The larva of the bee gets feet and wings as soon as the cell has been stopped up with wax, and when it arrives at its completed form it breaks its membrane and flies away. It ejects excrement in the grub state, but not afterwards. That is, not until it has got out of the encasing membrane, as we have already described. If you remove the heads from off the larvae before the coming of the wings, the bees will eat them up. And if you nip off the wings from a drone and let it go, the bees will spontaneously bite off the wings from off all the remaining drones. The bee lives for 6 years as a rule, as an exception for 7 years. If a swarm lasts for 9 years, or 10, great credit is considered due to its management. In Pontus are found bees exceedingly white in color, and these bees produce their honey twice a month. The bees in Themyscira, on the banks of the river Thermodon, build honeycombs in the ground and in hives, and these honeycombs are furnished with very little wax but with honey of great consistency. And the honeycomb, by the way, is smooth and level. But this is not always the case with these bees, but only in the winter season. For in Pontus the ivy is abundant, and it flowers at this time of the year, and it is from the ivy flower that they derive their honey. A white and very consistent honey is brought down from the upper country to a mysis, which is deposited by bees on trees without the employment of honeycombs, and this kind of honey is produced in other districts in Pontus. There are bees also that construct triple honeycombs in the ground, and these honeycombs supply honey but never contain grubs. But the honeycombs in these places are not all of this sort, nor do all the bees construct them. 23. Anthrene and wasps construct combs for their young. When they have no king, but are wandering about in search of one, the anthrene constructs its comb on some high place, and the wasp inside a hole. When the anthrene and the wasp have a king, they construct their combs underground. Their combs are in all cases hexagonal like the comb of the bee. They are composed, however, not of wax, but of a bark-like filament fiber, and the comb of the anthrene is much neater than the comb of the wasp. Like the bee, they put their young just like a drop of liquid onto the side of the cell, and the egg clings to the wall of the cell. But the eggs are not deposited in the cells simultaneously. On the contrary, in some cells are creatures big enough to fly, in others are nymphs, and in others are mere grubs. As in the case of bees, excrement is observed only in the cells where the grubs are found. As long as the creatures are in the nymph condition they are motionless, and the cell is cemented over. In the comb of the anthrene there is found in the cell of the young a drop of honey in front of it. The larvae of the anthrene and the wasp make their appearance not in the spring but in the autumn, and their growth is especially discernible in times of full moon. And, by the way, the eggs and the grubs never rest at the bottom of the cells, but always cling on to the side wall. 24. There is a kind of humble-bee that builds a cone-shaped nest of clay against a stone or in some similar situation, besmearing the clay with something like spittle. And this nest or hive is exceedingly thick and hard. In point of fact, one can hardly break it open with a spike. Here the insects lay their eggs, and white grubs are produced wrapped in a black membrane. Apart from the membrane there is found some wax in the honeycomb. And this wax is much sallower in hue than the wax in the honeycomb of the bee. 25. Ants copulate and engender grubs. And these grubs attach themselves to nothing in particular, but grow on and on from small and rounded shapes until they become elongated and defined in shape, and they are engendered in springtime. 26. The land scorpion also lays a number of egg-shaped grubs, and broods over them. When the hatching is completed, the parent animal, as happens with the parent spider, is ejected and put to death by the young ones. For very often the young ones are about 11 in number. 27. Spiders in all cases copulate in the way above mentioned, and generate at first small grubs. And these grubs metamorphose in their entirety, and not partially, into spiders. For, by the way, the grubs are round-shaped at the outset. And the spider, when it lays its eggs, broods over them, and in 3 days the eggs or grubs take definite shape. All spiders lay their eggs in a web. But some spiders lay in a small and fine web, and others in a thick one, and some, as a rule, lay in a round-shaped case or capsule, and some are only partially enveloped in the web. The young grubs are not all developed at one and the same time into young spiders, but the moment the development takes place, the young spider makes a leap and begins to spin his web. The juice of the grub, if you squeeze it, is the same as the juice found in the spider when young, that is to say, it is thick and white. The meadow spider lays its eggs into a web, one half of which is attached to itself and the other half is free, and on this the parent broods until the eggs are hatched. The phalangia lay their eggs in a sort of strong basket which they have woven, and brood over it until the eggs are hatched. The smooth spider is much less prolific than the phalangium or hairy spider. These phalangia, when they grow to full size, very often envelop the mother phalangium and eject and kill her. And not seldom they kill the father phalangium as well, if they catch him, for, by the way, he has the habit of cooperating with the mother in the hatching. The brood of a single phalangium is sometimes 300 in number. The spider attains its full growth in about 4 weeks. 28. Grasshoppers, or locusts, copulate in the same way as other insects, that is to say, with the lesser covering the larger, for the male is smaller than the female. The females first insert the hollow tube, which they have at their tails, in the ground, and then lay their eggs, and the male, by the way, is not furnished with this tube. The females lay their eggs all in a lump together, and in one spot, so that the entire lump of eggs resembles a honeycomb. After they have laid their eggs, the eggs assume the shape of oval grubs that are enveloped by a sort of thin clay, like a membrane. In this membrane-like formation they grow on to maturity. The larva is so soft that it collapses at a touch. The larva is not placed on the surface of the ground, but a little beneath the surface, and, when it reaches maturity, it comes out of its clayey investiture in the shape of a little black grasshopper. By and by, the skin integument strips off, and it grows larger and larger. The grasshopper lays its eggs at the close of summer, and dies after laying them. The fact is that, at the time of laying the eggs, grubs are engendered in the region of the mother grasshopper's neck, and the male grasshoppers die about the same time. In springtime they come out of the ground. And, by the way, no grasshoppers are found in mountainous land or in poor land, but only in flat and loamy land, for the fact is they lay their eggs in cracks of the soil. During the winter their eggs remain in the ground. And with the coming of summer the last year's larva develops into the perfect grasshopper. 29. The atalabi or locusts lay their eggs and die in like manner after laying them. Their eggs are subject to destruction by the autumn rains, when the rains are unusually heavy. But in seasons of drought the locusts are exceedingly numerous, from the absence of any destructive cause, since their destruction seems then to be a matter of accident and to depend on luck. 30. Of the cicada there are 2 kinds. One, small in size, the first to come and the last to disappear, the other, large, the singing one that comes last and first disappears. Both in the small and the large species some are divided at the waist, to wit, the singing ones, and some are undivided, and these latter have no song. The large and singing cicada is by some designated the chirper, and the small cicada the Tetagonium or cicadelle. And, by the way, such of the Tetagonia as are divided at the waist can sing just a little. The cicada is not found where there are no trees. And this accounts for the fact that in the district surrounding the city of Cyrene it is not found at all in the plain country, but is found in great numbers in the neighborhood of the city. And especially where olive trees are growing, for an olive grove is not thickly shaded. And the cicada is not found in cold places, and consequently is not found in any grove that keeps out the sunlight. The large and the small cicada copulate alike, belly to belly. The male discharges sperm into the female, as is the case with insects in general, and the female cicada has a cleft generative organ, and it is the female into which the male discharges the sperm. They lay their eggs in fallow lands, boring a hole with the pointed organ they carry in the rear, as do the locusts likewise. For the locust lays its eggs in untilled lands, and this fact may account for their numbers in the territory adjacent to the city of Cyrene. The cicadae also lay their eggs in the canes on which husbandmen prop vines, perforating the canes. And also in the stalks of the squill. This brood runs into the ground. And they are most numerous in rainy weather. The grub, on attaining full size in the ground, becomes a tetragometra, or nymph, and the creature is sweetest to the taste at this stage before the husk is broken. When the summer solstice comes, the creature issues from the husk at night time, and in a moment, as the husk breaks, the larva becomes the perfect cicada. Creature, also, at once turns black in color and harder and larger, and takes to singing. In both species, the larger and the smaller, it is the male that sings, and the female that is unvocal. At first, the males are the sweeter eating, but, after copulation, the females, as they are full then of white eggs. If you make a sudden noise as they are flying overhead they let drop something like water. Country people, in regard to this, say that they are voiding urine, i.e. that they have an excrement, and that they feed upon dew. If you present your finger to a cicada and bend back the tip of it and then extend it again, it will endure the presentation more quietly than if you were to keep your finger outstretched altogether. And it will set to climbing your finger, for the creature is so weak-sighted that it will take to climbing your finger as though that were a moving leaf. 31. Of insects that are not carnivorous but that live on the juices of living flesh, such as lice and fleas and bugs, all, without exception, generate what are called nits, and these nits generate nothing. Of these insects the flea is generated out of the slightest amount of putrefying matter, for wherever there is any dry excrement, a flea is sure to be found. Bugs are generated from the moisture of living animals, as it dries up outside their bodies. Lice are generated out of the flesh of animals. When lice are coming there is a kind of small eruption visible, unaccompanied by any discharge of purulent matter, and, if you prick an animal when in this condition at the spot of eruption, the lice jump out. In some men the appearance of lice is a disease, in cases where the body is surcharged with moisture, and, indeed, men have been known to succumb to this louse disease, as Alcman the poet and the Syrian Pharisides are said to have done. Moreover, in certain diseases lice appear in great abundance. There is also a species of louse called the wild louse, and this is harder than the ordinary louse, and there is exceptional difficulty in getting the skin rid of it. Boys' heads are apt to be lousy, but men's in less degree, and women are more subject to lice than men. But, whenever people are troubled with lousy heads, they are less than ordinarily troubled with headache. And lice are generated in other animals than man. For birds are infested with them, and pheasants, unless they clean themselves in the dust, are actually destroyed by them. All other winged animals that are furnished with feathers are similarly infested, and all hair-coated creatures also, with the single exception of the ass, which is infested neither with lice nor with ticks. Cattle suffer both from lice and from ticks. Sheep and goats breed ticks, but do not breed lice. Pigs breed lice large and hard. In dogs are found the flea peculiar to the animal, the cynorrhoests. In all animals that are subject to lice, the latter originate from the animals themselves. Moreover, in animals that bathe at all, lice are more than usually abundant when they change the water in which they bathe. In the sea, lice are found on fishes, but they are generated not out of the fish but out of slime, and they resemble multipetal woodlice, only that their tail is flat. Sea lice are uniform in shape and universal in locality, and are particularly numerous on the body of the red mullet. And all these insects are multipetal and devoid of blood. The parasite that feeds on the tunny is found in the region of the fins. It resembles a scorpion, and is about the size of a spider. In the seas between Cyrene and Egypt there is a fish that attends on the dolphin, which is called the dolphin's louse. This fish gets exceedingly fat from enjoying an abundance of food while the dolphin is out in pursuit of its prey. 32. Other animalcules besides these are generated, as we have already remarked, some in wool or in articles made of wool, as the ses or clothes moth. And these animalcules come in greater numbers if the woolen substances are dusty. And they come in especially large numbers if a spider be shut up in the cloth or wool, for the creature drinks up any moisture that may be there, and dries up the woolen substance. This grub is found also in men's clothes. A creature is also found in wax long laid by, just as in wood, and it is the smallest of animalcules and is white in color, and is designated the acari or mite. In books also other animalcules are found, some resembling the grubs found in garments, and some resembling tailless scorpions, but very small. As a general rule we may state that such animalcules are found in practically anything, both in dry things that are becoming moist and in moist things that are drying, provided they contain the conditions of life. There is a grub entitled the faggot-bearer, as strange a creature as is known. Its head projects outside its shell, mottled in color, and its feet are near the end or apex, as is the case with grubs in general. But the rest of its body is cased in a tunic as it were of spider's web, and there are little dry twigs about it, that look as though they had stuck by accident to the creature as it went walking about. But these twig-like formations are naturally connected with the tunic, for just as the shell is with the body of the snail so is the whole superstructure with our grub. And they do not drop off, but can only be torn off, as though they were all of a piece with him, and the removal of the tunic is as fatal to this grub as the removal of the shell would be to the snail. In course of time this grub becomes a chrysalis, as is the case with the silkworm, and lives in a motionless condition. But as yet it is not known into what winged condition it is transformed. The fruit of the wild fig contains the sen, or fig wasp. This creature is a grub at first. But in due time the husk peels off and the sen leaves the husk behind it and flies away, and enters into the fruit of the fig tree through its orifice, and causes the fruit not to drop off. And with a view to this phenomenon, country folk are in the habit of tying wild figs onto fig trees, and of planting wild fig trees near domesticated ones. 33. In the case of animals that are quadrupeds and red-blooded and oviparous, generation takes place in the spring, but copulation does not take place in an uniform season. In some cases it takes place in the spring, in others in summer time, and in others in the autumn, according as the subsequent season may be favorable for the young. The tortoise lays eggs with a hard shell and of two colors within, like birds' eggs, and after laying them buries them in the ground and treads the ground hard over them. It then broods over the eggs on the surface of the ground, and hatches the eggs the next year. The hemis, or freshwater tortoise, leaves the water and lays its eggs. It digs a hole of a cask-like shape, and deposits therein the eggs. After rather less than 30 days it digs the eggs up again and hatches them with great rapidity, and leads its young at once off to the water. The sea turtle lays on the ground eggs just like the eggs of domesticated birds, buries the eggs in the ground, and broods over them in the night time. It lays a very great number of eggs, amounting at times to 100. Lizards and crocodiles, terrestrial and fluvial, lay eggs on land. The eggs of lizards hatch spontaneously on land, for the lizard does not live on into the next year, in fact, the life of the animal is said not to exceed 6 months. The river crocodile lays a number of eggs, 60 at the most, white in color, and broods over them for 60 days, for, by the way, the creature is very long-lived. And the disproportion is more marked in this animal than in any other between the smallness of the original egg and the huge size of the full-grown animal. For the egg is not larger than that of the goose, and the young crocodile is small, answering to the egg in size, but the full-grown animal attains the length of 26 feet. In fact, it is actually stated that the animal goes on growing to the end of its days. 34. With regard to serpents or snakes, the viper is externally viviparous, having been previously oviparous internally. The egg, as with the egg of fishes, is uniform in color and soft-skinned. The young serpent grows on the surface of the egg, and, like the young of fishes, has no shell-like envelopment. The young of the viper is born inside a membrane that bursts from off the young creature in 3 days, and at times the young viper eats its way out from the inside of the egg. The mother viper brings forth all its young in 1 day, 20 in number, and 1 at a time. The other serpents are externally oviparous, and their eggs are strung on to one another like a lady's necklace. After the dam has laid her eggs in the ground she broods over them, and hatches the eggs in the following year. Book 6. 1. So much for the generative processes in snakes and insects, and also in oviparous quadrupeds. Birds without exception lay eggs, but the pairing season and the times of parturition are not alike for all. Some birds couple and lay at almost any time in the year, as for instance the barn-door hen and the pigeon, the former of these coupling and laying during the entire year, with the exception of the month before and the month after the winter solstice. Some hens, even in the high breeds, lay a large quantity of eggs before brooding, amounting to as many as 60, and, by the way, the higher breeds are less prolific than the inferior ones. The Adrian hens are small-sized, but they lay every day. They are cross-tempered, and often kill their chickens. They are of all colors. Some domesticated hens lay twice a day. Indeed, instances have been known where hens, after exhibiting extreme fecundity, have died suddenly. Hens, then, lay eggs, as has been stated, at all times indiscriminately. The pigeon, the ring-dove, the turtle-dove, and the stock-dove lay twice a year, and the pigeon actually lays 10 times a year. The great majority of birds lay during the springtime. Some birds are prolific, and prolific in either of 2 ways, either by laying often, as the pigeon, or by laying many eggs at a sitting, as the barn-door hen. All birds of prey, or birds with crooked talons, are unprolific, except the kestrel. This bird is the most prolific of birds of prey. As many as 4 eggs have been observed in the nest, and occasionally it lays even more. Birds in general lay their eggs in nests, but such as are disqualified for flight, as the partridge and the quail, do not lay them in nests but on the ground, and cover them over with loose material. The same is the case with the lark and the tetrix. These birds hatch in sheltered places, but the bird called merops in Boeotia, alone of all birds, burrows into holes in the ground and hatches there. Thrushes, like swallows, build nests of clay, on high trees, and build them in rows all close together, so that from their continuity the structure resembles a necklace of nests. Of all birds that hatch for themselves the hoopoe is the only one that builds no nest whatever. It gets into the hollow of the trunk of a tree, and lays its eggs there without making any sort of nest. The circus builds either under a dwelling roof or on cliffs. The tetrix, called aurax in Athens, builds neither on the ground nor on trees, but on low-lying shrubs. 2. The egg in the case of all birds alike is hard-shelled, if it be the produce of copulation and be laid by a healthy hen, for some hens lay soft eggs. The interior of the egg is of 2 colors, and the white part is outside and the yellow part within. The eggs of birds that frequent rivers and marshes differ from those of birds that live on dry land. That is to say, the eggs of waterbirds have comparatively more of the yellow or yolk and less of the white. Eggs vary in color according to their kind. Some eggs are white, as those of the pigeon and of the partridge. Others are yellowish, as the eggs of marsh birds. In some cases the eggs are mottled, as the eggs of the guinea fowl and the pheasant, while the eggs of the kestrel are red, like vermilion. Eggs are not symmetrically shaped at both ends. In other words, one end is comparatively sharp, and the other end is comparatively blunt, and it is the latter end that protrudes first at the time of laying. Long and pointed eggs are female. Those that are round, or more rounded at the narrow end, are male. Eggs are hatched by the incubation of the mother bird. In some cases, as in Egypt, they are hatched spontaneously in the ground, by being buried in dung heaps. A story is told of a toper in Syracuse, how he used to put eggs into the ground under his rush mat and to keep on drinking until he hatched them. Instances have occurred of eggs being deposited in warm vessels and getting hatched spontaneously. The sperm of birds, as of animals in general, is white. After the female has submitted to the male, she draws up the sperm to underneath her midriff. At first it is little in size and white in color, by and by it is red, the color of blood. As it grows, it becomes pale and yellow all over. When at length it is getting ripe for hatching, it is subject to differentiation of substance, and the yolk gathers together within and the white settles round it on the outside. When the full time is come, the egg detaches itself and protrudes, changing from soft to hard with such temporal exactitude that, whereas it is not hard during the process of protrusion, it hardens immediately after the process is completed, that is if there be no concomitant pathological circumstances. Cases have occurred where substances resembling the egg at a critical point of its growth, that is, when it is yellow all over, as the yolk is subsequently have been found in the cock when cut open, underneath his midriff. Just where the hen has her eggs. And these are entirely yellow in appearance and of the same size as ordinary eggs. Such phenomena are regarded as unnatural and portentous. Such as affirm that wind eggs are the residua of eggs previously begotten from copulation are mistaken in this assertion. For we have cases well authenticated where chickens of the common hen and goose have laid wind eggs without ever having been subjected to copulation. Wind eggs are smaller, less palatable, and more liquid than true eggs, and are produced in greater numbers. When they are put under the mother bird, the liquid contents never coagulate, but both the yellow and the white remain as they were. Wind eggs are laid by a number of birds, as for instance by the common hen, the hen partridge, the hen pigeon, the peahen, the goose, and the vulpancer. Eggs are hatched under brooding hens more rapidly in summer than in winter. That is to say, hens hatch in 18 days in summer, but occasionally in winter take as many as 25. And by the way, for brooding purposes some birds make better mothers than others. If it thunders while a hen bird is brooding, the eggs get addled. Wind eggs that are called by some Cynosura and Urea are produced chiefly in summer. Wind eggs are called by some zephyr eggs, because at springtime hen birds are observed to inhale the breezes. They do the same if they be stroked in a peculiar way by hand. Wind eggs can turn into fertile eggs, and eggs due to previous copulation can change breed, if before the change of the yellow to the white the hen that contains wind eggs, or eggs begotten of copulation be trodden by another cockbird. Under these circumstances the wind eggs turn into fertile eggs, and the previously impregnated eggs follow the breed of the impregnator. But if the latter impregnation takes place during the change of the yellow to the white, then no change in the egg takes place, the wind egg does not become a true egg, and the true egg does not take on the breed of the latter impregnator. If when the egg substance is small copulation be intermitted, the previously existing egg substance exhibits no increase, but if the hen be again submitted to the male the increase in size proceeds with rapidity. The yolk and the white are diverse not only in color but also in properties. Thus, the yolk congeals under the influence of cold, whereas the white instead of congealing is inclined rather to liquefy. Again, the white stiffens under the influence of fire, whereas the yolk does not stiffen. But, unless it be burnt through and through, it remains soft, and in point of fact is inclined to set or to harden more from the boiling than from the roasting of the egg. The yolk and the white are separated by a membrane from one another. The so-called hailstones, or treadles, that are found at the extremity of the yellow in no way contribute towards generation, as some erroneously suppose. They are two in number, one below and the other above. If you take out of the shells a number of yolks and a number of whites and pour them into a saucepan and boil them slowly over a low fire, the yolks will gather into the center and the whites will set all around them. Young hens are the first to lay, and they do so at the beginning of spring and lay more eggs than the older hens, but the eggs of the younger hens are comparatively small. As a general rule, if hens get no brooding they pine and sicken. After copulation hens shiver and shake themselves, and often kick rubbish about all round them, and this, by the way, they do sometimes after laying, whereas pigeons trail their rumps on the ground, and geese dive under the water. Conception of the true egg and conformation of the wind egg take place rapidly with most birds, as for instance with the hen partridge when in heat. The fact is that, when she stands to windward and within scent of the male, she conceives, and becomes useless for decoy purposes, for, by the way, the partridge appears to have a very acute sense of smell. The generation of the egg after copulation and the generation of the chick from the subsequent hatching of the egg are not brought about within equal periods for all birds, but differ as to time according to the size of the parent birds. The egg of the common hen after copulation sets and matures in 10 days, a general rule, the egg of the pigeon in a somewhat lesser period. Pigeons have the faculty of holding back the egg at the very moment of parturition. If a hen pigeon be put about by any one, for instance if it be disturbed on its nest, or have a feather plucked out, or sustain any other annoyance or disturbance, then even though she had made up her mind to lay she can keep the egg back in abeyance. A singular phenomenon is observed in pigeons with regard to pairing, that is, they kiss one another just when the male is on the point of mounting the female, and without this preliminary the male would decline to perform his function. With the older males the preliminary kiss is only given to begin with, and subsequently he mounts without previously kissing. With younger males the preliminary is never omitted. Another singularity in these birds is that the hens tread one another when a cock is not forthcoming, after kissing one another just as takes place in the normal pairing. Though they do not impregnate one another they lay more eggs under these than under ordinary circumstances. No chicks, however, result therefrom, but all such eggs are wind eggs. 3. Generation from the egg proceeds in an identical manner with all birds, but the full periods from conception to birth differ, as has been said. With the common hen after 3 days and 3 nights there is the first indication of the embryo. With larger birds the interval being longer, with smaller birds shorter. Meanwhile the yolk comes into being, rising towards the sharp end, where the primal element of the egg is situated, and where the egg gets hatched. And the heart appears, like a speck of blood, in the white of the egg. This point beats and moves as though endowed with life, and from it 2 vein ducts with blood in them trend in a convoluted course, as the egg substance goes on growing, towards each of the 2 circumjacent integuments. And a membrane carrying bloody fibers now envelopes the yolk, leading off from the vein ducts. A little afterwards the body is differentiated, at first very small and white. The head is clearly distinguished, and in it the eyes, swollen out to a great extent. This condition of the eyes lat on for a good while, as it is only by degrees that they diminish in size and collapse. At the outset the under portion of the body appears insignificant in comparison with the upper portion. Of the 2 ducts that lead from the heart, the one proceeds towards the circumjacent integument, and the other, like a navel string, towards the yolk. The life element of the chick is in the white of the egg, and the nutriment comes through the navel string out of the yolk. When the egg is now 10 days old the chick and all its parts are distinctly visible. The head is still larger than the rest of its body, and the eyes larger than the head, but still devoid of vision. The eyes, if removed about this time, are found to be larger than beans, and black. If the cuticle be peeled off them there is a white and cold liquid inside, quite glittering in the sunlight, but there is no hard substance whatsoever. Such is the condition of the head and eyes. At this time also the larger internal organs are visible, as also the stomach and the arrangement of the viscera, and veins that seem to proceed from the heart are now close to the navel. From the navel there stretch a pair of veins. One towards the membrane that envelopes the yolk, and, by the way, the yolk is now liquid, or more so than is normal, and the other towards that membrane which envelopes collectively the membrane wherein the chick lies, the membrane of the yolk, and the intervening liquid. For, as the chick grows, little by little one part of the yolk goes upward, and another part downward, and the white liquid is between them, and the white of the egg is underneath the lower part of the yolk, as it was at the outset. On the 10th day the white is at the extreme outer surface, reduced in amount, glutinous, firm in substance, and sallow in color. The disposition of the several constituent parts is as follows. First and outermost comes the membrane of the egg, not that of the shell, but underneath it. Inside this membrane is a white liquid, then comes the chick, and a membrane round about it, separating it off so as to keep the chick free from the liquid. Next after the chick comes the yolk, into which one of the two veins was described as leading, the other one leading into the enveloping white substance. A membrane with a liquid resembling serum envelopes the entire structure. Then comes another membrane right round the embryo, as has been described, separating it off against the liquid. Underneath this comes the yolk, enveloped in another membrane, into which yolk precedes the navel string that leads from the heart and the big vein, so as to keep the embryo free of both liquids. About the 20th day, if you open the egg and touch the chick, it moves inside and chirps, and it is already coming to be covered with down, when, after the 20th day is AST, the chick begins to break the shell. The head is situated over the right leg close to the flank, and the wing is placed over the head. And about this time is plain to be seen the membrane resembling an afterbirth that comes next after the outermost membrane of the shell, into which membrane the one of the navel strings was described as leading, and, by the way, the chick in its entirety is now within it, and so also is the other membrane resembling an afterbirth, namely that surrounding the yolk, into which the second navel string was described as leading. And both of them were described as being connected with the heart and the big vein. At this conjuncture the navel string that leads to the outer afterbirth collapses and becomes detached from the chick, and the membrane that leads into the yolk is fastened on to the thin gut of the creature. And by this time a considerable amount of the yolk is inside the chick and a yellow sediment is in its stomach. About this time it discharges residuum in the direction of the outer afterbirth, and has residuum inside its stomach, and the outer residuum is white, and there comes a white substance inside. By and by the yolk, diminishing gradually in size, at length becomes entirely used up and comprehended within the chick, so that, 10 days after hatching, if you cut open the chick, a small remnant of the yolk is still left in connection with the gut, but it is detached from the navel, and there is nothing in the interval between, but it has been used up entirely. During the period above referred to the chick sleeps, wakes up, makes a move and looks up and chirps, and the heart and the navel together palpitate as though the creature were respiring. So much as to generation from the egg in the case of birds. Birds lay some eggs that are unfruitful, even eggs that are the result of copulation, and no life comes from such eggs by incubation, and this phenomenon is observed especially with pigeons. Twin eggs have two yolks. In some twin eggs a thin partition of white intervenes to prevent the yolks mixing with each other, but some twin eggs are unprovided with such partition, and the yolks run into one another. There are some hens that lay nothing but twin eggs, and in their case the phenomenon regarding the yolks has been observed. For instance, a hen has been known to lay 18 eggs, and to hatch twins out of them all, except those that were wind eggs. The rest were fertile, though, by the way, one of the twins is always bigger than the other, but the 18th was abnormal or monstrous. 4. Birds of the pigeon kind, such as the ringdove and the turtle-dove, lay 2 eggs at a time. That is to say, they do so as a general rule, and they never lay more than 3. The pigeon, as has been said, lays at all seasons, the ringdove and the turtle-dove lay in the springtime, and they never lay more than twice in the same season. The hen bird lays the second pair of eggs when the first pair happens to have been destroyed, for many of the hen pigeons destroy the first brood. The hen pigeon, as has been said, occasionally lays 3 eggs, but it never rears more than 2 chicks, and sometimes rears only 1, and the odd one is always a wind egg. Very few birds propagate within their first year. All birds, after once they have begun laying, keep on having eggs, though in the case of some birds it is difficult to detect the fact from the minute size of the creature. The pigeon, as a rule, lays a male and a female egg, and generally lays the male egg first. After laying it allows a day's interval to ensue and then lays the second egg. The male takes its turn of sitting during the daytime. The female sits during the night. The first laid egg is hatched and brought to birth within 20 days, and the mother bird pecks a hole in the egg the day before she hatches it out. The two parent birds brood for some time over the chicks in the way in which they brooded previously over the eggs. In all connected with the rearing of the young, the female parent is more cross-tempered than the male, as is the case with most animals after parturition. The hens lay as many as 10 times in the year. Occasional instances have been known of their laying 11 times, and in Egypt they actually lay 12 times. The pigeon, male and female, couples within the year. In fact, it couples when only 6 months old. Some assert that ringdoves and turtledoves pair and procreate when only 3 months old, and instance their superabundant numbers by way of proof of the assertion. The hen pigeon carries her eggs 14 days. For as many more days the parent birds hatch the eggs, by the end of another 14 days the chicks are so far capable of flight as to be overtaken with difficulty. The ringdove, according to all accounts, lives up to 40 years. The partridge lives over 16. After one brood the pigeon is ready for another within 30 days. 5. The vulture builds its nest on inaccessible cliffs, for which reason its nest and young are rarely seen. And therefore Herodorus, father of Bryson the sophist, declares that vultures belong to some foreign country unknown to us, stating as a proof of the assertion that no one has ever seen a vulture's nest. And also that vultures in great numbers make a sudden appearance in the rear of armies. However, difficult as it is to get a sight of it, a vulture's nest has been seen. The vulture lays 2 eggs. Carnivorous birds in general are observed to lay but once a year. The swallow is the only carnivorous bird that builds a nest twice. If you prick out the eyes of swallow chicks while they are yet young, the birds will get well again and will see by and by. 6. The eagle lays 3 eggs and hatches 2 of them, as it is said in the verses ascribed to Musaeus. That lays 3, hatches 2, and cares for 1. This is the case in most instances, though occasionally a brood of 3 has been observed. As the young ones grow, the mother becomes wearied with feeding them and extrudes one of the pair from the nest. At the same time the bird is said to abstain from food, to avoid harrying the young of wild animals. That is to say, its wings blanch, and for some days its talons get turned awry. It is in consequence about this time cross-tempered to its own young. The pheasant is said to rear the young one that has been expelled the nest. The eagle broods for about 30 days. The hatching period is about the same for the larger birds, such as the goose and the great bustard. For the middle-sized birds it extends over about 20 days, as in the case of the kite and the hawk. The kite in general lays 2 eggs, but occasionally rears 3 young ones. The so-called Aegolius at times rears 4. It is not true that, as some aver, the raven lays only 2 eggs, it lays a larger number. It broods for about 20 days and then extrudes its young. Other birds perform the same operation. At all events mother birds that lay several eggs often extrude one of their young. Birds of the eagle species are not alike in the treatment of their young. The white-tailed eagle is cross, the black eagle is affectionate in the feeding of the young. Though, by the way, all birds of prey, when their brood is rather forward in being able to fly, beat and extrude them from the nest. The majority of birds other than birds of prey, as has been said, also act in this manner, and after feeding their young take no further care of them, but the crow is an exception. This bird for a considerable time takes charge of her young. For, even when her young can fly, she flies alongside of them and supplies them with food. 7. The cuckoo is said by some to be a hawk transformed, because at the time of the cuckoo's coming, the hawk, which it resembles, is never seen. And indeed it is only for a few days that you will see hawks about when the cuckoo's note sounds early in the season. The cuckoo appears only for a short time in summer, and in winter disappears. The hawk has crooked talons, which the cuckoo has not, neither with regard to the head does the cuckoo resemble the hawk. In point of fact, both as regards the head and the claws it more resembles the pigeon. However, in color and in color alone it does resemble the hawk, only that the markings of the hawk are striped, and of the cuckoo mottled. And, by the way, in size and flight it resembles the smallest of the hawk tribe, which bird disappears as a rule about the time of the appearance of the cuckoo, though the two have been seen simultaneously. The cuckoo has been seen to be preyed on by the hawk, and this never happens between birds of the same species. They say no one has ever seen the young of the cuckoo. The bird eggs, but does not build a nest. Sometimes it lays its eggs in the nest of a smaller bird after first devouring the eggs of this bird. It lays by preference in the nest of the ringdove, after first devouring the eggs of the pigeon. It occasionally lays two, but usually one. It lays also in the nest of the hypolase, and the hypolase hatches and rears the brood. It is about this time that the bird becomes fat and palatable. The young of hawks also get palatable and fat. One species builds a nest in the wilderness and on sheer and inaccessible cliffs. 8. With most birds, as has been said of the pigeon, the hatching is carried on by the male and the female in turns. With some birds, however, the male only sits long enough to allow the female to provide herself with food. In the goose tribe the female alone incubates, and after once sitting on the eggs she continues brooding until they are hatched. The nests of all marsh birds are built in districts fenny and well supplied with grass. Consequently, the mother bird while sitting quiet on her eggs can provide herself with food without having to submit to absolute fasting. With the crow also the female alone broods, and broods throughout the whole period. The male bird supports the female, bringing her food and feeding her. The female of the ringdove begins to brood in the afternoon and broods through the entire night until breakfast time of the following day. The male broods during the rest of the time. Partridges build a nest in two compartments, the male broods on the one and the female on the other. After hatching, each of the parent birds rears its brood. But the male, when he first takes his young out of the nest, treads them. 9. Peafowl live for about 25 years, breed about the third year, and at the same time take on their spangled plumage. They hatch their eggs within 30 days or rather more. The peahen lays but once a year, and lays 12 eggs, or maybe a slightly lesser number. She does not lay all the eggs there and then one after the other, but at intervals of 2 or 3 days. Such as lay for the first time lay about 8 eggs. The peahen lays wind eggs. They pair in the spring, and laying begins immediately after pairing. The bird molts when the earliest trees are shedding their leaves, and recovers its plumage when the same trees are recovering their foliage. People that rear peafowl put the eggs under the barn door hen, owing to the fact that when the peahen is brooding over them the peacock attacks her and tries to trample on them. Owing to this circumstance some birds of wild varieties run away from the males and lay their eggs and brood in solitude. Only 2 eggs are put under a barn door hen, for she could not brood over and hatch a large number. They take every precaution, by supplying her with food, to prevent her going off the eggs and discontinuing the brooding. With male birds about pairing time the testicles are obviously larger than at other times, and this is conspicuously the case with the more salacious birds, such as the barn door cock and the cock partridge. The peculiarity is less conspicuous in such birds as are intermittent in regard to pairing. 10. So much for the conception and generation of birds. It has been previously stated that fishes are not all oviparous. Fishes of the cartilaginous genus are viviparous, the rest are oviparous. And cartilaginous fishes are first oviparous internally and subsequently viviparous. They rear the embryos internally, the batrachus or fishing frog being an exception. Fishes also, as was above stated, are provided with wombs, and wombs of diverse kinds. The oviparous genera have wombs bifurcate in shape and low down in position, the cartilaginous genus have wombs shaped like those of O birds. The womb, however, in the cartilaginous fishes differs in this respect from the womb of birds, that with some cartilaginous fishes the eggs do not settle close to the diaphragm but middle ways along the backbone. And as they grow they shift their position. The egg with all fishes is not of two colors within but is of even hue, and the color is nearer to white than to yellow, and that both when the young is inside it and previously as well. Development from the egg in fishes differs from that in birds in this respect, that it does not exhibit that one of the two navel strings that leads off to the membrane that lies close under the shell, while it does exhibit that one of the two that in the case of birds leads off to the yolk. In a general way the rest of the development from the egg onwards is identical in birds and fishes. That is to say, development takes place at the upper part of the egg, and the veins extend in like manner, at first from the heart. And at first the head, the eyes, and the upper parts are largest, and as the creature grows the egg substance decreases and eventually disappears, and becomes absorbed within the embryo, just as takes place with the yolk in birds. The navel string is attached a little way below the aperture of the belly. When the creatures are young the navel string is long, but as they grow it diminishes in size. At length it gets small and becomes incorporated, as was described in the case of birds. The embryo and the egg are enveloped by a common membrane, and just under this is another membrane that envelopes the embryo by itself. And in between the two membranes is a liquid. The food inside the stomach of the little fishes resembles that inside the stomach of young chicks, and is partly white and partly yellow. As regards the shape of the womb, the reader is referred to my treatise on anatomy. The womb, however, is diverse in diverse fishes, as for instance in the sharks as compared one with another or as compared with the skate. That is to say, in some sharks the eggs adhere in the middle of the womb round about the backbone, as has been stated, and this is the case with the dogfish, as the eggs grow they shift their place. And since the womb is bifurcate and adheres to the midriff, as in the rest of similar creatures, the eggs pass into one or other of the two compartments. This womb and the womb of the other sharks exhibit, as you go a little way off from the midriff, something resembling white breasts, which never make their appearance unless there be conception. Dogfish and skate have a kind of egg shell, in the which is found an egg-like liquid. The shape of the egg shell resembles the tongue of a bagpipe, and hair-like ducts are attached to the shell. With the dogfish which is called by some the dappled shark, the young are born when the shell formation breaks in pieces and falls out. With the ray, after it has laid the egg the shell formation breaks up and the young move out. The spiny dogfish has its close to the midriff above the breast-like formations. When the egg descends, as soon as it gets detached the young is born. The mode of generation is the same in the case of the fox shark. The so-called smooth shark has its eggs in betwixt the wombs like the dogfish. These eggs shift into each of the two horns of the womb and descend, and the young develop with the navel string attached to the womb, so that, as the egg substance gets used up, the embryo is sustained to all appearance just as in the case of quadrupeds. The navel string is long and adheres to the under part of the womb, each navel string being attached as it were by a sucker, and also to the center of the embryo in the place where the liver is situated. If the embryo be cut open, even though it has the egg substance no longer, the food inside is egg-like in appearance. Each embryo, as in the case of quadrupeds, is provided with a chorion in separate membranes. When young the embryo has its head upwards, but downwards when it gets strong and is completed in form. Males are generated on the left-hand side of the womb, and females on the right-hand side, and males and females on the same side together. If the embryo be cut open, then, as with quadrupeds, such internal organs as it is furnished with, as for instance the liver, are found to be large and supplied with blood. All cartilaginous fishes have at one and the same time eggs above close to the midriff, some larger, some smaller, in considerable numbers, and also embryos lower down. And this circumstance leads many to suppose that fishes of this species pair and bear young every month, inasmuch as they do not produce all their young at once, but now and again and over a lengthened period. But such eggs as have come down below within the womb are simultaneously ripened and completed in growth. Dogfish in general can extrude and take in again their young, as can also the angelfish and the electric rayan, by the way. A large electric ray has been seen with about 80 embryos inside it, but the spiny dogfish is an exception to the rule, being prevented by the spine of the young fish from so doing. Of the flat cartilaginous fish, the trigon and the ray cannot extrude and take in again in consequence of the roughness of the tails of the young. The batrachus or fishing frog also is unable to take in its young owing to the size of the head and the prickles, and, by the way, as was previously remarked, it is the only one of these fishes that is not viviparous. So much for the varieties of the cartilaginous species and for their modes of generation from the egg. 11. At the breeding season the sperm ducts of the male are filled with sperm, so much so that if they be squeezed the sperm flows out spontaneously as a white fluid. The ducts are bifurcate, and start from the midriff and the great vein. About this period the sperm ducts of the male are quite distinct, from the womb of the female, but at any other than the actual breeding time their distinctness is not obvious to a non-expert. The fact is that in certain fishes at certain times these organs are imperceptible, as was stated regarding the testicles of birds. Among other distinctions observed between the thoracic ducts and the womb ducts is the circumstance that the thoracic ducts are attached to the loins, while the womb ducts move about freely and are attached by a thin membrane. The particulars regarding the thoracic ducts may be studied by a reference to the diagrams in my treatise on anatomy. Cartilaginous fishes are capable of superfoetation, and their period of gestation is 6 months at the longest. The so-called starry dogfish bears young the most frequently, in other words it bears twice a month. The breeding season is in the month of Mimacterian. The dogfish as a general rule bear twice in the year, with the exception of the little dogfish, which bears only once a year. Some of them bring forth in the springtime. The rhine, or angelfish, bears its first brood in the springtime, and its second in the autumn, about the winter setting of the Pleiades. The second brood is the stronger of the two. The electric ray brings forth in the late autumn. Cartilaginous fishes come out from the main seas and deep waters towards the shore and there bring forth their young, and they do so for the sake of warmth and by way of protection for their young. Observations would lead to the general rule that no one variety of fish pairs with another variety. The angelfish, however, and the baetis or skate appear to pair with one another. For there is a fish called the rhinobatus, with the head and front parts of the skate and the after parts of the rhine or angelfish, just as though it were made up of both fishes together. Sharks then and their congeners, as the fox shark and the dogfish, and the flat fishes, such as the electric ray, the smooth skate, and the trigon, are first oviparous and then viviparous in the way above mentioned. As are also the sawfish and the ox ray. 12. The dolphin, the whale, and all the rest of the cetacea, all, that is to say, that are provided with a blowhole instead of gills, are viviparous. That is to say, no one of all these fishes is ever seen to be supplied with eggs, but directly with an embryo from whose differentiation comes the fish, just as in the case of mankind and the viviparous quadrupeds. The dolphin bears one at a time generally, but occasionally two. The whale bears one or at the most two, generally two. The porpoise in this respect resembles the dolphin, and, by the way, it is in form like a little dolphin, and is found in the Euxine. It differs, however, from the dolphin as being less in size and broader in the back. Its color is leaden black. Many people are of opinion that the porpoise is a variety of the dolphin. All creatures that have a blowhole respire and inspire, for they are provided with lungs. The dolphin has been seen asleep with his nose above water, and when asleep he snores. The dolphin and the porpoise are provided with milk, and suckle their young. They also take their young, when small, inside them. The young of the dolphin grow rapidly, being full grown at 10 years of age. Its period of gestation is 10 months. It brings forth its young summer, and never at any other season. And, singularly enough, under the dog star it disappears for about 30 days. Its young accompany it for a considerable period, and, in fact, the creature is remarkable for the strength of its parental affection. It lives for many years. Some are known to have lived for more than 25, and some for 30 years, the fact is fishermen nick their tails sometimes and set them adrift again, and by this expedient their ages are ascertained. The seal is an amphibious animal, that is to say, it cannot take in water, but breathes and sleeps and brings forth on dry land only close to the shore as being an animal furnished with feet. It spends, however, the greater part of its time in the sea and derives its food from it, so that it must be classed in the category of marine animals. It is viviparous by immediate conception and brings forth its young alive, and exhibits an afterbirth and all else just like a ewe. It bears 1 or 2 at a time, and 3 at the most. It has 2 teats, and suckles its young like a quadruped. Like the human species it brings forth at all seasons of the year, but especially at the time when the earliest kids are forthcoming. It conducts its young ones, when they are about 12 days old, over and over again during the day down to the sea, accustoming them by slow degrees to the water. It slips down steep places instead of walking, from the fact that it cannot steady itself by its feet. It can contract and draw itself in, for it is fleshy and soft and its bones are gristly. Owing to the flabbiness of its body it is difficult to kill a seal by a blow, unless you strike it on the temple. It looks like a cow. The female in regard to its genital organs resembles the female of the ray. In all other respects it resembles the female of the human species. So much for the phenomena of generation and of parturition in animals that live in water and are viviparous either internally or externally. 13. Oviparous fishes have their womb bifurcate and placed low down, as was said previously and, by the way, all scaly fish are oviparous, as the bass, the mullet, the grey mullet, and the edilus, and all the so-called whitefish. And all the smooth or slippery fish except the eel, and their roe is of a crumbling or granular substance. This appearance is due to the fact that the whole womb of such fishes is full of eggs, so that in little fishes there seem to be only a couple of eggs there. For in small fishes the womb is indistinguishable, from its diminutive size and thin contexture. The pairing of fishes has been discussed previously. Fishes for the most part are divided into males and females, but one is puzzled to account for the erythrinus and the channa, for specimens of these species are never caught except in a condition of pregnancy. With such fish as pair, eggs are the result of copulation, but such fish have them also without copulation, and this is shown in the case of some river fish, for the minnow has eggs when quite small, almost, one may say, as soon as it is born. These fishes shed their eggs little by little, and, as is stated, the males swallow the greater part of them, and some portion of them goes to waste in the water, but such of the eggs as the female deposits on the spawning beds are saved. If all the eggs were preserved, each species would be infinite in number. The greater number of these eggs so deposited are not productive, but only those over which the male sheds the milt or sperm. For when the female has laid her eggs, the male follows and sheds its sperm over them, and from all the eggs so besprinkled young fishes proceed, while the rest are left to their fate. The same phenomenon is observed in the case of mollusks also. For in the case of the cuttlefish or sepia, after the female has deposited her eggs, the male besprinkles them. It is highly probable that a similar phenomenon takes place in regard to mollusks in general, though up to the present time the phenomenon has been observed only in the case of the cuttlefish. Fishes deposit their eggs close into shore, the goby close to stones, and, by the way, the spawn of the goby is flat and crumbly. Fish in general so deposit their eggs. For the water close into shore is warm and is better supplied with food than the outer sea, and serves as a protection to the spawn against the voracity of the larger fish. And it is for this reason that in the Euxine most fishes spawn near the mouth of the river Thermodon, because the locality is sheltered, genial, and supplied with fresh water. Oviparous fish as a rule spawn only once a year. The little physis or black goby is an exception, as it spawns twice. The male of the black goby differs from the female as being blacker and having larger scales. Fishes then in general produce their young by copulation, and lay their eggs. But the pipefish, as some call it, when the time of parturition arrives, bursts in two, and the eggs escape out. For the fish has a diaphysis or cloven growth under the belly and abdomen, like the blind snakes, and, after it has spawned by the splitting of this diaphysis, the sides of the split grow together again. Development from the egg takes place similarly with fishes that are oviparous internally and with fishes that are oviparous externally. That is to say, the embryo comes at the upper end of the egg and is enveloped in a membrane, and the eyes, large and spherical, are the first organs visible. From this circumstance it is plain that the assertion is untenable which is made by some writers, to wit, that the young of oviparous fishes are generated like the grubs of worms. For the opposite phenomena are observed in the case of these grubs, in that their lower extremities are the larger at the outset, and that the eyes and the head appear later on. After the egg has been used up, the young fishes are like tadpoles in shape, and at first, without taking any nutriment, they grow by sustenance derived from the juice oozing from the egg. By and by, they are nourished up to full growth by the river waters. When the euxine is purged, a substance called ficus is carried into the Hellespont, and this substance is of a pale yellow color. Some writers aver that it is the flower of the ficus, from which rouge is made. It comes at the beginning of summer. Oysters and the small fish of these localities feed on this substance, and some of the inhabitants of these maritime districts say that the purple murex derives its peculiar color from it. 14. Marsh fishes and river fishes conceive at the age of 5 months as a general rule, and deposit their spawn towards the close of the year without exception. And with these fishes, like as with the marine fishes, the female does not void all her eggs at one time, nor the male his sperm, but they are at all times more or less provided, the female with eggs, and the male with sperm. The carp spawns as the seasons come round, 5 or 6 times, and follows in spawning the rising of the greater constellations. The chalcis spawns 3 times, and the other fishes once only in the year. They all spawn in pools left by the overflowing of rivers, and near to reedy places in marshes, as for instance the phoxinus or minnow and the perch. The glanus or sheetfish and the perch deposit their spawn in one continuous string, like the frog. So continuous, in fact, is the convoluted spawn of the perch that, by reason of its smoothness, the fishermen in the marshes can unwind it off the reeds like threads off a reel. The larger individuals of the sheetfish spawn in deep waters, some in water of a fathom's depth, the smaller in shallower water, generally close to the roots of the willow or of some other tree, or close to reeds or to moss. At times these fishes intertwine with one another, a big with a little one, and bring into juxtaposition the ducts which some writers designate as navels at the point where they emit the generative products and discharge the egg in the case of the female and the milt in the case of the male. Such eggs as are besprinkled with the milt grow, in a day or thereabouts, wider and larger, and in a little while afterwards the fish's eyes become visible for these organs in all fishes, as for that matter in all other animals, are early conspicuous and seem disproportionately big. But such eggs as the milt fails to touch remain, as with marine fishes, useless and infertile. From the fertile eggs, as the little fish grow, a kind of sheath detaches itself. This is a membrane that envelopes the egg and the young fish. When the milt has mingled with the eggs, the resulting product becomes very sticky or viscous, and adheres to the roots of trees or wherever it may have been laid. The male keeps on guard at the principal spawning place, and the female after spawning goes away. In the case of the sheetfish the growth from the egg is exceptionally slow, and, in consequence, the male has to keep watch for 40 or 50 days to prevent the spawn being devoured by such little fishes as chance to come by. Next in point of slowness is the generation of the carp. As with fishes in general, so even with these, the spawn thus protected disappears and gets lost rapidly. In the case of some of the smaller fishes when they are only 3 days old young fishes are generated. Eggs touched by the male sperm take on increase both the same day and also later. The egg of the sheetfish is as big as a vetch seed. The egg of the carp and of the carp species as big as a millet seed. These fishes then spawn and generate in the way here described. The chalcis, however, spawns in deep water in dense shoals of fish. And the so-called tylan spawns near to beaches in sheltered spots in shoals likewise. The carp, the boleros, and fishes in general push eagerly into the shallows for the purpose of spawning, and very often 13 or 14 males are seen following a single female. When the female deposits her spawn and departs, the males follow on and shed the milt. The greater portion of the spawn gets wasted. Because, owing to the fact that the female moves about while spawning, the spawn scatters, or so much of it as is caught in the stream and does not get entangled with some rubbish. For, with the exception of the sheatfish, no fish keeps on guard. Unless, by the way, it be the carp, which is said to remain on guard, if it so happen that its spawn lies in a solid mass. All male fishes are supplied with milt, excepting the eel. With the eel, the male is devoid of milt, and the female of spawn. The mullet goes up from the sea to marshes and rivers, the eels, on the contrary, make their way down from the marshes and rivers to the sea. 15. The great majority of fish, then, as has been stated, proceed from eggs. However, there are some fish that proceed from mud and sand, even of those kinds that proceed also from pairing and the egg. This occurs in ponds here and there, and especially in a pond in the neighborhood of Cnidus. This pond, it is said, at one time ran dry about the rising of the Dog Star, and the mud had all dried up. At the first fall of the rains there was a show of water in the pond, and on the first appearance of the water shoals of tiny fish were found in the pond. The fish in question was a kind of mullet, one which does not proceed from normal pairing, about the size of a small sprat, and not one of these fishes was provided with either spawn or milt. There are found also in Asia Minor, in rivers not communicating with the sea, little fishes like whitebait, differing from the small fry found near Cnidus but found under similar circumstances. Some writers actually aver that mullet all grow spontaneously. In this assertion they are mistaken, for the female of the fish is found provided with spawn, and the male with milt. However, there is a species of mullet that grows spontaneously out of mud and sand. From the facts above enumerated it is quite proved that certain fishes come spontaneously into existence, not being derived from eggs or from copulation. Such fish as are neither oviparous nor viviparous arise all from one of two sources, from mud, or from sand and from decayed matter that rises thence as a scum. For instance, the so-called froth of the small fry comes out of sandy ground. This fry is incapable of growth and of propagating its kind. After living for a while it dies away and another creature takes its place, and so, with short intervals excepted, it may be said to last the whole year through. At all events, it lasts from the autumn rising of Arcturus up to the springtime. As a proof that these fish occasionally come out of the ground we have the fact that in cold weather they are not caught, and that they are caught in warm weather, obviously coming up out of the ground to catch the heat. Also, when the fishermen use dredges and the ground is scraped up fairly often, the fishes appear in larger numbers and of superior quality. All other small fry are inferior in quality owing to rapidity of growth. The fry are found in sheltered and marshy districts, when after a spell of fine weather the ground is getting warmer, as, for instance, in the neighborhood of Athens, at Salamis and near the tomb of Themistocles and at Marathon. For in these districts the froth is found. It appears, then, in such districts and during such weather, and occasionally appears after a heavy fall of rain in the froth that is thrown up by the falling rain, from which circumstance the substance derives its specific name. Foam is occasionally brought in on the surface of the sea in fair weather. And in this, where it has formed on the surface, the so-called froth collects, as grubs swarm in manure, for which reason this fry is often brought in from the open sea. The fish is at its best in quality and quantity in moist warm weather. The ordinary fry is the normal issue of parent fishes, the so-called gudgeon fry of small insignificant gudgeon-like fish that burrow under the ground. From the phaleric fry comes the membras, from the membras the trichis, from the trichis the trichias, and from one particular sort of fry, to wit from that found in the harbor of Athens, comes what is called the enchrysicalus, or anchovy. There is another fry, derived from the manus and the mullet. The unfertile fry is watery and keeps only a short time, as has been stated, for at last only head and eyes are left. However, the fishermen of late have hit upon a method of transporting it to a distance, as when salted it keeps for a considerable time. 16. Eels are not the issue of pairing, neither are they oviparous. Nor was an eel ever found supplied with either milt or spawn, nor are they when cut open found to have within them passages for spawn or for eggs. In point of fact, this entire species of blooded animals proceeds neither from pair nor from the egg. There can be no doubt that the case is so. For in some standing pools, after the water has been drained off and the mud has been dredged away, the eels appear again after a fall of rain. In time of drought they do not appear even in stagnant ponds, for the simple reason that their existence and sustenance is derived from rainwater. There is no doubt, then, that they proceed neither from pairing nor from an egg. Some writers, however, are of opinion that they generate their kind, because in some eels little worms are found, from which they suppose that eels are derived. But this opinion is not founded on fact. Eels are derived from the so-called earth's guts that grow spontaneously in mud and in humid ground. In fact, eels have at times been seen to emerge out of such earthworms, and on other occasions have been rendered visible when the earthworms were laid open by either scraping or cutting. Such earthworms are found both in the sea and in rivers, especially where there is decayed matter, in the sea in places where seaweed abounds, and in rivers and marshes near to the edge. For it is near to the water's edge that sun heat has its chief power and produces putrefaction. So much for the generation of the eel. 17. Fish do not all bring forth their young at the same season nor all in like manner, neither is the period of gestation for all of the same duration. Before pairing the males and females gather together in shoals. At the time for copulation and parturition they pair off. With some fishes the time of gestation is not longer than 30 days, with others it is a lesser period, but with all it extends over a number of days divisible by 7. The longest period of gestation is that of the species which some call a marinus. The sargu conceives during the month of Poseidion, or December, and carries its spawn for 30 days. And the species of mullet named by some the chelon, and the mixon, go with spawn at the same period and over the same length of time. All fish suffer greatly during the period of gestation, and are in consequence very apt to be thrown up on shore at this time. In some cases they are driven frantic with pain and throw themselves on land. At all events they are throughout this time continually in motion until parturition is over, this being especially true of the mullet, and after parturition they are in repose. With many fish the time for parturition terminates on the appearance of grubs within the belly, for small living grubs get generated there and eat up the spawn. With shoal fishes parturition takes place in the spring, and indeed, with most fishes, about the time of the spring equinox, with others it is at different times, in summer with some, and with others about the autumn equinox. The first of shoal fishes to spawn is the atherine, and it spawns close to land, the last is the cephalus, and this is inferred from the fact that the brood of the atherine appears first of all and the brood of the cephalus last. The mullet also spawns early. The sop spawns usually at the beginning of summer, but occasionally in the autumn. The olopias, which some call the anthias, spawns in the summer. Next in order of spawning comes the chrysophrys or gilt-head, the bass, the mormorus, and in general such fish as are nicknamed runners. Latest in order of the shoal fish come the red mullet and the coracine, these spawn in autumn. The red mullet spawns on mud, and consequently, as the mud continues cold for a long while, spawns late in the year. The coracine carries its spawn for a long time. But, as it lives usually on rocky ground, it goes to a distance and spawns in places abounding in seaweed, at a period later than the red mullet. The manus spawns about the winter solstice. Of the others, such as are pelagic spawn for the most part in summer, which fact is proved by their not being caught by fishermen during this period. Of ordinary fishes the most prolific is the sprat, of cartilaginous fishes, the fishing frog. Specimens, however, of the fishing frog are rare from the facility with which the young are destroyed, as the female lays her spawn all in a lump close into shore. As a rule, cartilaginous fish are less prolific than other fish owing to their being viviparous, and their young by reason of their size have a better chance of escaping destruction. The so-called needlefish, or pipefish, is late in spawning, and the greater portion of them are burst asunder by the eggs before spawning, and the eggs are not so many in number as large in size. The young fish cluster round the parent like so many young spiders, for the fish spawns onto herself, and, if any one touch the young, they swim away. The atherine spawns by rubbing its belly against the sand. Tunny fish also burst asunder by reason of their fat. They live for 2 years. And the fishermen infer this age from the circumstance that once when there was a failure of the young tunny fish for a year there was a failure of the full-grown tunny the next summer. They are of opinion that the tunny is a fish a year older than the pelamid. The tunny and the mackerel pair about the close of the month of Elaphibolian, and spawn about the commencement of the month of Hecatombian. They deposit their spawn in a sort of bag. The growth of the young tunny is rapid. After the females have spawned in the euxine, there comes from the egg what some call scordally, but what the Byzantines nickname the oxids, or growers, from their growing to a considerable size in a few days. These fish go out of the Pontus in autumn along with the young tunnies, and enter Pontus in the spring as pelamids. Fishes as a rule take on growth with rapidity, but this is peculiarly the case with all species of fish found in the Pontus. The growth, for instance, of the Amia tunny is quite visible from day to day. To resume, we must bear in mind that the same fish in the same localities have not the same season for pairing, for conception, for parturition, or for favoring weather. The Coracine, for instance, in some places spawns about wheat harvest. The statements here given pretend only to give the results of general observation. The conger also spawns, but the fact is not equally obvious in all localities, nor is the spawn plainly visible owing to the fat of the fish, for the spawn is lanky in shape as it is with serpents. However, if it be put on the fire it shows its nature, for the fat evaporates and melts, while the eggs dance about and explode with a crack. Further, if you touch the substances and rub them with your fingers, the fat feels smooth and the egg rough. Some congers are provided with fat but not with any spawn, others are unprovided with fat but have egg spawn as here described. 18. We have, then, treated pretty fully of the animals that fly in the air or swim in the water, and of such of those that walk on dry land as are oviparous, to wit of their pairing, conception, and the like phenomena. It now remains to treat of the same phenomena in connection with viviparous land animals and with man. The statements made in regard to the pairing of the sexes apply partly to the particular kinds of animal and partly to all in general. It is common to all animals to be most excited by the desire of one sex for the other and by the pleasure derived from copulation. The female is most cross-tempered just after parturition, the male during the time of pairing. For instance, stallions at this period bite one another, throw their riders, and chase them. Wild boars, though usually enfeebled at this time as the result of copulation, are now unusually fierce, and fight with one another in an extraordinary way, clothing themselves with defensive armor. Or in other words deliberately thickening their hide by rubbing against trees or by coating themselves repeatedly all over with mud and then drying themselves in the sun. They drive one another away from the swine pastures, and fight with such fury that very often both combatants succumb. The case is similar with bulls, rams, and he-goats. For, though at ordinary times they herd together, at breeding time they hold aloof from and quarrel with one another. The male camel also is cross-tempered at pairing time if either a man or a camel comes near him. As for a horse, a camel is ready to fight him at any time. It is the same with wild animals. The bear, the wolf, and the lion are all at this time ferocious toward such as come in their way, but the males of these animals are less given to fight with one another from the fact that they are at no time gregarious. The she-bear is fierce after cubbing, and the bitch after puppying. Male elephants get savage about pairing time, and for this reason it is stated that men who have charge of elephants in India never allow the males to have intercourse with the females. On the ground the males go wild at this time and turn topsy-turvy the dwellings of their keepers, lightly constructed as they are, and commit all kinds of havoc. They also state that abundancy of food has a tendency to tame the males. They further introduce other elephants amongst the wild ones, and punish and break them in by setting on the newcomers to chastise the others. Animals that pair frequently and not at a single specific season, as for instance animals domesticated by man, such as swine and dogs, are found to indulge in such freaks to a lesser degree owing to the frequency of their sexual intercourse. Of female animals the mare is the most sexually wanton, and next in order comes the cow. In fact, the mare is said to go a-horsing. And the term derived from the habits of this one animal serves as a term of abuse applicable to such females of the human species as are unbridled in the way of sexual appetite. This is the common phenomenon as observed in the sow when she is said to go a-boring. The mare is said also about this time to get wind impregnated if not impregnated by the stallion, and for this reason in Crete they never remove the stallion from the mares. For when the mare gets into this condition she runs away from all other horses. The mares under these circumstances fly invariably either northwards or southwards, and never towards either east or west. When this complaint is on them they allow no one to approach, until either they are exhausted with fatigue or have reached the sea. Under either of these circumstances they discharge a certain substance, hypomenes, the title given to a growth on a newborn foal. This resembles the sovirus, and is in great request amongst women who deal in drugs and potions. About horsing time the mares huddle closer together, are continually switching their tails, their neigh is abnormal in sound, and from the sexual organ there flows a liquid resembling genital sperm, but much thinner than the sperm of the male. It is this substance that some call hypomenes, instead of the growth found on the foal. They say it is extremely difficult to get as it oozes out only in small drops at a time. Mares also, when in heat, discharge urine frequently, and frisk with one another. Such are the phenomena connected with the horse. Cows go a-bulling. And so completely are they under the influence of the sexual excitement that the herdsmen have no control over them and cannot catch hold of them in the fields. Mares and kine alike, when in heat, indicate the fact by the upraising of their genital organs, and by continually voiding urine. Further, kine mount the bulls, follow them about, and keep standing beside them. The younger females both with horses and oxen are the first to get in heat, and their sexual appetites are all the keener if the weather warm and their bodily condition be healthy. Mares, when clipped of their coat, have the sexual feeling checked, and assume a downcast drooping appearance. The stallion recognizes by the scent the mares that form his company, even though they have been together only a few days before breeding time. If they get mixed up with other mares, the stallion bites and drives away the interlopers. He feeds apart, accompanied by his own troop of mares. Each stallion has assigned to him about 30 mares or even somewhat more. When a strange stallion approaches, he huddles his mares into a close ring, runs round them, then advances to the encounter of the newcomer. If one of the mares make a movement, he bites her and drives her back. The bull in breeding time begins to graze with the cows, and fights with other bulls, having hitherto grazed with them, which is termed by graziers herd spurning. Often in Epirus a bull disappears for 3 months together. In a general way one may state that of male animals either none or few herd with their respective females before breeding time, but they keep separate after reaching maturity, and the two sexes feed apart. Sows, when they are moved by sexual desire, or are, as it is called, a-boring, will attack even human beings. With bitches the same sexual condition is termed getting into heat. The sexual organ rises at this time, and there is a moisture about the parts. Mares drip with a white liquid at this season. Female animals are subject to menstrual discharges, but never in such abundance as is the female of the human species. With ewes and she-goats there are signs of menstruation in breeding time, just before the for submitting to the male. After copulation also the signs are manifest, and then cease for an interval until the period of parturition arrives. The process then supervenes, and it is by this supervention that the shepherd knows that such and such an ewe is about to bring forth. After parturition comes copious menstruation, not at first much tinged with blood, but deeply dyed with it by and by. With the cow, the she-ass, and the mare, the discharge is more copious actually, owing to their greater bulk, but proportionally to the greater bulk it is far less copious. The cow, for instance, when in heat, exhibits a small discharge to the extent of 1/4 of a pint of liquid or a little less, and the time when this discharge takes place is the best time for her to be covered by the bull. Of all quadrupeds the mare is the most easily delivered of its young, exhibits the least amount of discharge after parturition, and emits the least amount of blood, that is to say, of all animals in proportion to size. With kine and mares menstruation usually manifests itself at intervals of 2, 4, and 6 months. But, unless one be constantly attending to and thoroughly acquainted with such animals, it is difficult to verify the circumstance, and the result is that many people are under the belief that the process never takes place with these animals at all. With mules menstruation never takes place, but the urine of the female is thicker than the urine of the male. As a general rule the discharge from the bladder in the case of quadrupeds is thicker than it is in the human species, and this discharge with ewes and she-goats is thicker than with rams and he-goats. But the urine of the jackass is thicker than the urine of the she-ass, and the urine of the bull is more pungent than the urine of the cow. After parturition the urine of all quadrupeds becomes thicker, especially with such animals as exhibit comparatively slight discharges. At breeding time the milk becomes purulent, but after parturition it becomes wholesome. During pregnancy ewes and she-goats get fatter and eat more, as is also the case with cows, and, indeed, with the females of all quadrupeds. In general the sexual appetites of animals are keenest in springtime. The time of pairing, however, is not the same for all, but is adapted so as to ensure the rearing of the young at a convenient season. Domesticated swine carry their young for 4 months, and bring forth a litter of 20 at the utmost. And, by the way, if the litter be exceedingly numerous they cannot rear all the young. As the sow grows old she continues to bear, but grows indifferent to the boar. She conceives after a single copulation, but they have to put the boar to her repeatedly owing to her dropping after intercourse what is called the sow virus. This incident befalls all sows, but some of them discharge the genital sperm as well. During conception any one of the litter that gets injured or dwarfed is called an afterpig or scut. Such injury may occur at any part of the womb. After littering the mother offers the foremost teat to the firstborn. When the sow is in heat, she must not at once be put to the boar, but only after she lets her lugs drop, for otherwise she is apt to get into heat again. If she be put to the boar when in full condition of heat, 1 copulation, as has been said, is sufficient. It is as well to supply the boar at the period of copulation with barley, and the sow at the time of parturition with boiled barley. Some swine give fine litters only at the beginning, with others the litters improve as the mothers grow in age and size. It is said that a sow, if she have one of her eyes knocked out, is almost sure to die soon afterwards. Swine for the most part live for 15 years, but some fall little short of the 20. 19. Ewes conceive after 3 or 4 copulations with the ram. If rain falls after intercourse, the ram impregnates the ewe again. And it is the same with the she-goat. The ewe bears usually 2 lambs, sometimes 3 or 4. Both ewe and she-goat carry their young for 5 months. Consequently wherever a district is sunny and the animals are used to comfort and well fed, they bear twice in the year. The goat lives for 8 years and the sheep for 10, but in most cases not so long. The bellwether, however, lives to 15 years. In every flock they train one of the rams for bellwether. When he is called on by name by the shepherd, he takes the lead of the flock, and to this duty the creature is trained from its earliest years. Sheep in Ethiopia live for 12 or 13 years, goats for 10 or 11. In the case of the sheep and the goat the 2 sexes have intercourse all their lives long. Twins with sheep and goats may be due to richness of pasturage, or to the fact that either the ram or the he-goat is a twin begetter or that the ewe or the she-goat is a twin bearer. Of these animals some give birth to males and others to females. And the difference in this respect depends on the waters they drink and also on the sires. And if they submit to the male when north winds are blowing, they are apt to bear males, if when south winds are blowing, females. such as bear females may get to bear males, due regard being paid to their looking northwards when put to the male. Ewes accustomed to be put to the ram early will refuse him if he attempt to mount them late. Lambs are born white and black according as white or black veins are under the ram's tongue. The lambs are white if the veins are white, and black if the veins are black, and white and black if the veins are white and black, and red if the veins are red. The females that drink salted waters are the first to take the male. The water should be salted before and after parturition, and again in the springtime. With goats the shepherds appoint no bellwether, as the animal is not capable of repose but frisky and apt to ramble. If at the appointed season the elders of the flock are eager for intercourse, the shepherds say that it bodes well for the flock. If the younger ones, that the flock is going to be bad. 20. Of dogs there are several breeds. Of these the Laconian hound of either sex is fit for breeding purposes when 8 months old. At about the same age some dogs lift the leg when voiding urine. The bitch conceives with one lining. This is clearly seen in the case where a dog contrives to line a bitch by stealth, as they impregnate after mounting only once. The Laconian bitch carries her young the 6th part of a year or 60 days, or more by 1, 2, or 3, or less by 1. The pups are blind for 12 days after birth. After puppying, the bitch gets in heat again in 6 months, but not before. Some bitches carry their young for the 5th part of the year or for 72 days, and their pups are blind for 14 days. Other bitches carry their young for a quarter of a year or for 3 whole months. And the whelps of these are blind for 17 days. The bitch appears go in heat for the same length of time. Menstruation continues for 7 days, and a swelling of the genital organ occurs simultaneously. It is not during this period that the bitch is disposed to submit to the dog, but in the 7 days that follow. The bitch as a rule goes in heat for 14 days, but occasionally for 16. The birth discharge occurs simultaneously with the delivery of the whelps, and the substance of it is thick and mucus. The falling off in bulk on the part of the mother is not so great as might have been inferred from the size of her frame. The bitch is usually supplied with milk 5 days before parturition, some 7 days previously, some 4, and the milk is serviceable immediately after birth. The Laconian bitch is supplied with milk 30 days after lining. The milk at first is thickish, but gets thinner by degrees. With the bitch the milk is thicker than with the female of any other animal excepting the sow and the hare. When the bitch arrives at full growth an indication is given of her capacity for the male, that is to say, just as occurs in the female of the human species, a swelling takes place in the teats of the breasts, and the breasts take on gristle. This incident, however, it is difficult for any but an expert to detect, as the part that gives the indication is inconsiderable. The preceding statements relate to the female, and not one of them to the male. The male as a rule lifts his leg to void urine when 6 months old, some at a later period, when 8 months old, some before they reach 6 months. In a general way one may put it that they do so when they are out of puppyhood. The bitch squats down when she voids urine. It is a rare exception that she lifts the leg to do so. The bitch bears 12 pups at the most, but usually 5 or 6, occasionally a bitch will bear 1 only. The bitch of the Laconian breed generally bears 8. The 2 sexes have intercourse with each other at all periods of life. A very remarkable phenomenon is observed in the case of the Laconian hound. In other words, he is found to be more vigorous in commerce with the female after being hard-worked than when allowed to live idle. The dog of the Laconian breed lives 10 years, and the bitch 12. The bitch of other breeds usually lives for 14 or 15 years, but some live to 20. And for this reason certain critics consider that Homer did well in representing the dog of Ulysses as having died in his 20th year. With the Laconian hound, owing to the hardships to which the male is put, he is less long-lived than the female. With other breeds the distinction as to longevity is not very apparent, though as a general rule the male is the longer-lived. The dog sheds no teeth except the so-called canines. These a dog of either sex sheds when 4 months old. As they shed these only, many people are in doubt as to the fact, and some people, owing to their shedding but two and its being hard to hit upon the time when they do so, fancy that the animal sheds no teeth at all. Others, after observing the shedding of two, come to the conclusion that the creature sheds the rest in due turn. Men discern the age of a dog by inspection of its teeth. With young dogs the teeth are white and sharp-pointed, with old dogs black and blunted. 21. The bull impregnates the cow at a single mount, and mounts with such vigor as to weigh down the cow. If his effort be unsuccessful, the cow must be allowed an interval of 20 days before being again submitted. Bulls of mature age decline to mount the same cow several times on one day, except, by the way, at considerable intervals. Young bulls by reason of their vigor are enabled to mount the same cow several times in one day, and a good many cows besides. The bull is the least salacious of male animals. The victor among the bulls is the one that mounts the females. When he gets exhausted by his amorous efforts, his beaten antagonist sets on him and very often gets the better of the conflict. The bull and the cow are about a year old when it is possible for them to have commerce with chance of offspring. As a rule, however, they are about 20 months old. But it is universally allowed that they are capable in this respect at the age of 2 years. The cow goes with calf for 9 months, and she calves in the 10th month. Some maintain that they go in calf for 10 months, to the very day. A calf delivered before the times here specified is an abortion and never lives, however little premature its birth may have been, as its hooves are weak and imperfect. The cow as a rule bears but one calf, very seldom two. She submits to the bull and bears as long as she lives. Cows live for about 15 years, and the bulls too, if they have been castrated, but some live for 20 years or even more, if their bodily constitutions be sound. The herdsmen tame the castrated bulls, and give them an office in the herd analogous to the office of the bellwether in a flock. And these bulls live to an exceptionally advanced age, owing to their exemption from hardship and to their browsing on pasture of good quality. The bull is in fullest vigor when 5 years old, which leads the critics to commend Homer for applying to the bull the epithets of 5-year-old, or of 9 seasons, which epithets are alike in meaning. The ox sheds his teeth at the age of 2 years, not altogether but just as the horse sheds his. When the animal suffers from podagra it does not shed the hoof, but is subject to a painful swelling in the feet. The milk of the cow is serviceable after parturition, and before parturition there is no milk at all. The milk that first presents itself becomes as hard as stone when it clots. This result ensues unless it be previously diluted with water. Oxen younger than a year old do not copulate unless under circumstances of an unnatural and portentous kind. Instances have been recorded of copulation in both sexes at the age of 4 months. Kine in general begin to submit to the male about the month of Thargelion or of Cyrophorion. Some, however, are capable of conception right on to the autumn. When kine in large numbers receive the bull and conceive, it is looked upon as prognostic of rain in stormy weather. Kine herd together like mares, but in lesser degree. 22. In the case of horses, the stallion and the mare are first fitted for breeding purposes when 2 years old. Instances, however, of such early maturity are rare, and their young are exceptionally small and weak. The ordinary age for sexual maturity is 3 years, and from that age to 20 the two sexes go on improving in the quality of their offspring. The mare carries her foal for 11 months, and casts it in the 12th. It is not a fixed number of days that the stallion takes to impregnate the mare. It may be 1, 2, 3, or more. An ass in covering will impregnate more expeditiously than a stallion. The act of intercourse with horses is not laborious as it is with oxen. In both sexes the horse is the most salacious of animals next after the human species. The breeding faculties of the younger horses may be stimulated beyond their years if they be supplied with good feeding in abundance. The mare as a rule bears only 1 foal, occasionally she has 2, but never more. A mare has been known to cast 2 mules, but such a circumstance was regarded as unnatural and portentous. The horse then is first fitted for breeding purposes at the age of 2½ years, but achieves full sexual maturity when it has ceased to shed teeth, except it be naturally infertile. It must be added, however, that some horses have been known to impregnate the mare while the teeth were in process of shedding. The horse has 40 teeth. It sheds its first set of 4, 2 from the upper jaw and 2 from the lower, when 2.5 years old. After a year's interval, it sheds another set of 4 in like manner, and another set of 4 after yet another year's interval. After arriving at the age of 4 years and 6 months it sheds no more. An instance has occurred where a horse shed all his teeth at once, and another instance of a horse shedding all his teeth with his last set of 4. But such instances are very rare. It consequently happens that a horse when 4.5 years old is in excellent condition for breeding purposes. The older horses, whether of the male or female, are the more generatively productive. Horses will cover mares from which they have been foaled and mares which they have begotten, and, indeed, a troop of horses is only considered perfect when such promiscuity of intercourse occurs. Scythians use pregnant mares for riding when the embryo has turned rather soon in the womb, and they assert that thereby the mothers have all the easier delivery. Quadrupeds as a rule lie down for parturition, and in consequence the young of them all come out of the womb sideways. The mare, however, when the time for parturition arrives, stands erect and in that posture casts its foal. The horse in general lives for 18 or 20 years, some horses live for 25 or even 30, and if a horse be treated with extreme care, it may last on to the age of 50 years. A horse, however, when it reaches 30 years is regarded as exceptionally old. The mare lives usually for 25 years, though instances have occurred of their attaining the age of 40. The male is less long-lived than the female by reason of the sexual service he is called on to render, and horses that are reared in a private stable live longer than such as are reared in troops. The mare attains her full length and height at 5 years old, the stallion at 6, in another 6 years the animal reaches its full bulk, and goes on improving until it is 20 years old. The female, then, reaches maturity more rapidly than the male, but in the womb the case is reversed, just as is observed in regard to the sexes of the human species. And the same phenomenon is observed in the case of all animals that bear several young. The mare is said to suckle a mule foal for 6 months, but not to allow its approach for any longer on account of the pain it is put to by the hard tugging of the young. An ordinary foal it allows to suck for a longer period. Horse and mule are at their best after the shedding of the teeth. After they have shed them all, it is not easy to distinguish their age, hence they are said to carry their mark before the shedding, but not after. However, even after the shedding their age is pretty well recognized by the aid of the canines, for in the case of horses much ridden these teeth are worn away by attrition caused by the insertion of the bit. In the case of horses not ridden the teeth are large and detached, and in young horses they are sharp and small. The male of the horse will breed at all seasons and during its whole life. The mare can take the horse all its life long, but is not thus ready to pair at all seasons unless it be held in check by a halter or some other compulsion be brought to bear. There is no fixed time at which intercourse of the two sexes cannot take place, and accordingly intercourse may chance to take place at a time that may render difficult the rearing of the future progeny. In a stable in Opus there was a stallion that used to serve mares when 40 years old, his 4 legs had to be lifted up for the operation. Mares first take the horse in the springtime. After a mare has foaled she does not get impregnated at once again, but only after a considerable interval. In fact, the foals will be all the better if the interval extend over 4 or 5 years. It is, at all events, absolutely necessary to allow an interval of 1 year, and for that period to let her lie fallow. A mare, then, breeds at intervals, a she-ass breeds on and on without intermission. Of mares some are absolutely sterile, others are capable of conception but incapable of bringing the foal to full term. It is said to be an indication of this condition in a mare, that her foal if dissected is found to have other kidney-shaped substances round about its kidneys, presenting the appearance of having 4 kidneys. After parturition the mare at once swallows the afterbirth, and bites off the growth, called the hypomenes, that is found on the forehead of the foal. This growth is somewhat smaller than a dried fig, and in shape is broad and round, and in color black. If any bystander gets possession of it before the mare, and the mare gets a smell of it, she goes wild and frantic at the smell. And it is for this reason that vendors of drugs and simples hold the substance in high request and include it among their stores. If an ass cover a mare after the mare has been covered by a horse, the ass will destroy the previously formed embryo. Horse trainers do not appoint a horse as leader to a troop, as herdsmen appoint a bull as leader to a herd, and for this reason that the horse is not steady but quick-tempered and skittish. 23. The ass of both sexes is capable of breeding, and sheds its first teeth at the age of 2.5 years, it sheds its second teeth within 6 months, its third within another 6 months, and the fourth after the like interval. These fourth teeth are termed the nomons or age indicators. A she-ass has been known to conceive when a year old, and the foal to be reared. After intercourse with the male it will discharge the genital sperm unless it be hindered, and for this reason it is usually beaten after such intercourse and chased about. It casts its young in the 12th month. It usually bears but one foal, and that is its natural number, occasionally however it bears twins. The ass if it cover a mare destroys, as has been said, the embryo previously begotten by the horse. But, after the mare has been covered by the ass, the horse supervening will not spoil the embryo. The she-ass has milk in the 10th month of pregnancy. 7 days after casting a foal the she-ass submits to the male, and is almost sure to conceive if put to the male on this particular day. The same result, however, is quite possible later on. The she-ass will refuse to cast her foal with any one looking on or in the daylight, and just before foaling she has to be led away into a dark place. If the she-ass has had young before the shedding of the index teeth, she will bear all her life through, but if not, then she will neither conceive nor bear for the rest of her days. The ass lives for more than 30 years, and the she-ass lives longer than the male. When there is a cross between a horse and a she-ass or a jackass and a mare, there is much greater chance of a miscarriage than where the commerce is normal. The period for gestation in the case of a cross depends on the male, and is just what it would have been if the male had had commerce with a female of his own kind. In regard to size, looks, and vigor, the foal is more apt to resemble the mother than the sire. If such hybrid connections be continued without intermittence, the female will soon go sterile. And for this reason trainers always allow of intervals between breeding times. A mare will not take the ass, nor a she-ass the horse, unless the ass or she-ass shall have been suckled by a mare. And for this reason trainers put foals of the she-ass under mares, which foals are technically spoken of as mare-suckled. These asses, thus reared, mount the mares in the open pastures, mastering them by force as the stallions do. 24. A mule is fitted for commerce with the female after the first shedding of its teeth, and at the age of 7 will impregnate effectually, and where connection has taken place with a mare, hinny has been known to be produced. After the 7th year it has no further intercourse with the female. A female mule has been known to be impregnated, but without the impregnation being followed up by parturition. In Syrophoenicia she-mules submit to the mule and bear young. But the breed, though it resembles the ordinary one, is different and specific. The hinny or stunted mule is foaled by a mare when she has gone sick during gestation, and corresponds to the dwarf in the human species and to the after-pig or scut in swine. And as is the case with dwarfs, the sexual organ of the hinny is abnormally large. The mule lives for a number of years. There are on record cases of mules living to the age of 80, as did one in Athens at the time of the building of the temple. This mule on account of its age was let go free, but continued to assist in dragging burdens, and would go side by side with the other draft beasts and stimulate them to their work. And in consequence a public decree was passed forbidding any baker driving the creature away from his bread tray. The she-mule grows old more slowly than the mule. Some assert that the she-mule menstruates by the act of voiding her urine, and that the mule owes the prematurity of his decay to his habit of smelling at the urine. So much for the modes of generation in connection with these animals. 25. Breeders and trainers can distinguish between young and old quadrupeds. If, when drawn back from the jaw, the skin at once goes back to its place, the animal is young; if it remains long wrinkled up, the animal is old. 26. The camel carries its young for 10 months, and bears but one at a time and never more. The young camel is removed from the mother when a year old. The animal lives for a long period, more than 50 years. It bears in springtime, and gives milk until the time of the next conception. Its flesh and milk are exceptionally palatable. The milk is drunk mixed with water in the proportion of either 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. 27. The elephant of either sex is fitted for breeding before reaching the age of 20. The female carries her young, according to some accounts, for 2.5 years, according to others, for 3 years. And the discrepancy in the assigned periods is due to the fact that there are never human eyewitnesses to the commerce between the sexes. The female settles down on its rear to cast its young, and obviously suffers greatly during the process. The young one, immediately after birth, sucks the mother, not with its trunk but with the mouth, and can walk about and see distinctly the moment it is born. 28. The wild sow submits to the boar at the beginning of winter, and in the springtime retreats for parturition to a lair in some district inaccessible to intrusion, hemmed in with sheer cliffs and chasms and overshadowed by trees. The boar usually remains by the sow for 30 days. The number of the litter and the period gestation is the same as in the case of the domesticated congener. The sound of the grunt also is similar. Only that the sow grunts continually, and the boar but seldom. Of the wild boars such as are castrated grow to the largest size and become fiercest, to which circumstance Homer alludes when he says, "He reared against him a wild castrated boar, it was not like a food-devouring brute, but like a forest-clad promontory." Wild boars become castrated owing to an itch befalling them in early life in the region of the testicles, and the castration is superinduced by their rubbing themselves against the trunks of trees. 29. The hind, as has been stated, submits to the stag as a rule only under compulsion, as she is unable to endure the male often owing to the rigidity of the penis. However, they do occasionally submit to the stag as the ewe submits ram. And when they are in heat the hinds avoid one another. The stag is not constant to one particular hind, but after a while quits one and mates with others. The breeding time is after the rising of Arcturus, during the months of Bodromian and Maimacterian. The period of gestation lasts for 8 months. Conception comes on a few days after intercourse. And a number of hinds can be impregnated by a single male. The hind, as a rule, bears but one fawn, although instances have been known of her casting 2. Out of dread of wild beasts she casts her young by the side of the high road. The young fawn grows with rapidity. Menstruation occurs at no other time with the hind, it takes place only after parturition, and the substance is phlegm-like. The hind leads the fawn to her lair. This is her place of refuge, a cave with a single inlet, inside which she shelters herself against attack. Fabulous stories are told concerning the longevity of the animal, but the stories have never been verified. And the brevity of the period of gestation and the rapidity of growth in the fawn would not lead one to attribute extreme longevity to this creature. In the mountain called Elephas or Deer Mountain, which is in Arginusa in Asia Minor, the place, by the way, where Alcibiades was assassinated, all the hinds have the ear split, so that, if they stray to a distance, they can be recognized by this mark. And the embryo actually has the mark while yet in the womb of the mother. The hind has 4 teats like the cow. After the hinds have become pregnant, the males all segregate one by one, and in consequence of the violence of their sexual passions they keep each one to himself, dig a hole in the ground, and bellow from time to time. In all these particulars they resemble the goat, and their foreheads from getting wetted become black, as is also the case with the goat. In this way they pass the time until the rain falls, after which time they turn to pasture. The animal acts in this way owing to its sexual wantonness and also to its obesity. For in summertime it becomes so exceptionally fat as to be unable to run. In fact, at this period they can be overtaken by the hunters that pursue them on foot in the second or third run. And, by the way, in consequence of the heat of the weather and their getting out of breath, they always make for water in their runs. In the rutting season, the flesh of the deer is unsavory and rank, like the flesh of the he-goat. In wintertime the deer becomes thin and weak, but towards the approach of the spring he is at his best for running. When on the run the deer keeps pausing from time to time, and waits until his pursuer draws upon him, whereupon he starts off again. This habit appears due to some internal pain. At all events, the gut is so slender and weak that, if you strike the animal ever so softly, it is apt to break asunder, though the hide of the animal remains sound and uninjured. 30. Bears, as has been previously stated, do not copulate with the male mounting the back of the female, but with the female lying down under the male. The she-bear goes with young for 30 days. She brings forth sometimes 1 cub, sometimes 2 cubs, and at most 5. Of all animals the newly born cub of the she-bear is the smallest in proportion to the size of the mother, that is to say, it is larger than a mouse but smaller than a weasel. It is also smooth and blind, and its legs and most of its organs are as yet inarticulate. Pairing takes place in the month of Elaphibolion, and parturition about the time for retiring into winter quarters. About this time the bear and the she-bear are at the fattest. After the she-bear has reared her young, she comes out of her winter lair in the 3rd month, when it is already spring. The female porcupine, by the way, hibernates and goes with young the same number of days as the she-bear, and in all respects as to parturition resembles this animal. When a she-bear is with young, it is a very hard task to catch her. 31. It has already been stated that the lion and lioness copulate rearwards, and that these animals are episthoretic. They do not copulate nor bring forth at all seasons indiscriminately, but once in the year only. The lioness brings forth in the spring, generally 2 cubs at a time, and 6 at the very most, but sometimes only 1. The story about the lioness discharging her womb in the act of parturition is a pure fable, and was merely invented to account for the scarcity of the animal, for the animal is, as is well known, a rare animal, and is not found in many countries. In fact, in the whole of Europe it is only found in the strip between the rivers Achilles and Nessus. The cubs of the lioness when newly born are exceedingly small, and can scarcely walk when 2 months old. The Syrian lion bears cubs 5 times, 5 cubs at the first litter, then 4, then 3, then 2, and lastly 1, after this the lioness ceases to bear for the rest of her days. The lioness has no mane, but this appendage is peculiar to the lion. The lion sheds only the 4 so-called canines, 2 in the upper jaw and 2 in the lower, and it sheds them when it is 6 months old. 32. The hyena in color resembles the wolf, but is more shaggy, and is furnished with a mane running all along the spine. What is recounted concerning its genital organs, to the effect that every hyena is furnished with the organ both of the male and the female, is untrue. The fact is that the sexual organ of the male hyena resembles the same organ in the wolf and in the dog. The part resembling the female genital organ lies underneath the tail, and does to some extent resemble the female organ, but it is unprovided with duct or passage, and the passage for the residuum comes underneath it. The female hyena has the part that resembles the organ of the male, and, as in the case of the male, has it underneath her tail, unprovided with duct or passage. And after it the passage for the residuum, and underneath this the true female genital organ. The female hyena has a womb, like all other female animals of the same kind. It is an exceedingly rare circumstance to meet with a female hyena. At least a hunter said that out of 11 hyenas he had caught, only 1 was a female. 33. Hares copulate in a rearward posture, as has been stated, for the animal is episthoretic. They breed and bear at all seasons, superfoetate during pregnancy, and bear young every month. They do not give birth to their young ones all together at one time, but bring them forth at intervals over as many days as the circumstances of each case may require. The female is supplied with milk before parturition, and after bearing submits immediately to the male, and is capable of conception while suckling her young. The milk in consistency resembles sow's milk. The young are born blind, as is the case with the greater part of the fissipeds or toad animals. 34. The fox mounts the vixen in copulation, and the vixen bears young like the she-bear. In fact, her young ones are even more inarticulately formed. Before parturition she retires to sequestered places, so that it is a great rarity for a vixen to be caught while pregnant. After parturition she warms her young and gets them into shape by licking them. She bears 4 at most at a birth. 35. The wolf resembles the dog in regard to the time of conception and parturition, the number of the litter, and the blindness of the newborn young. The sexes couple at one special period, and the female brings forth at the beginning of the summer. There is an account given of the parturition of the she-wolf that borders on the fabulous, to the effect that she confines her lying-in to within 12 particular days of the year. And they give the reason for this in the form of a myth, viz. that when they transported Leto in so many days from the land of the Hyperboreans to the island of Delos, she assumed the form of a she-wolf to escape the anger of Here. Whether the account be correct or not has not yet been verified. I give it merely as it is currently told. There is no more of truth in the current statement that the she-wolf bears once and only once in her lifetime. The cat and the ichneumon bear as many young as the dog, and live on the same food. They live about 6 years. The cubs of the panther are born blind like those of the wolf, and the female bears 4 at the most at one birth. The particulars of conception are the same for the thos, or civet, as for the dog. The cubs of the animal are born blind, and the female bears 2, or 3, or 4 at a birth. It is long in the body and low in stature. But notwithstanding the shortness of its legs it is exceptionally fleet of foot, owing to the suppleness of its frame and its capacity for leaping. 36. There is found in Syria a so-called mule. It is not the same as the cross between the horse and ass, but resembles it just as a wild ass resembles the domesticated congener, and derives its name from the resemblance. Like the wild ass, this wild mule is remarkable for its speed. The animals of this species interbreed with one another. And a proof of this statement may be gathered from the fact that a certain number of them were brought into Phrygia in the time of Pharnaces, the father of Pharnabazus, and the animal is there still. The number originally introduced was 9, and there are 3 there at the present day. 37. The phenomena of generation in regard to the mouse are the most astonishing both for the number of the young and for the rapidity of recurrence in the births. On one occasion a she-mouse in a state of pregnancy was shut up by accident in a jar containing millet seed, and after a little while the lid of the jar was removed and upwards of 120 mice were found inside it. The rate of propagation of field mice in country places, and the destruction that they cause, are beyond all telling. In many places their number is so incalculable that but very little of the corn crop is left to the farmer. And so rapid is their mode of proceeding that sometimes a small farmer will one day observe that it is time for reaping, and on the following morning, when he takes his reapers afield, he finds his entire crop devoured. Their disappearance is unaccountable, in a few days not a mouse will there be to be seen. And yet in the time before these few days men fail to keep down their numbers by fumigating and unearthing them, or by regularly hunting them and turning in swine upon them, for pigs, by the way, turn up the mouse holes by rooting with their snouts. Foxes also hunt them, and the wild ferrets in particular destroy them, but they make no way against the prolific qualities of the animal and the rapidity of its breeding. When they are superabundant, nothing succeeds in thinning them down except the rain, but after heavy rains they disappear rapidly. In a certain district of Persia when a female mouse is dissected the female embryos appear to be pregnant. Some people assert, and positively assert, that a female mouse by licking salt can become pregnant without the intervention of the male. Mice in Egypt are covered with bristles like the hedgehog. There is also a different breed of mice that walk on their 2 hind legs, their front legs are small and their hind legs long, the breed is exceedingly numerous. There are many other breeds of mice than are here referred to. Book 7. 1. As to man's growth, first within his mother's womb and afterward to old age, the course of nature, in so far as man is specially concerned, is after the following manner. And, by the way, the difference of male and female and of their respective organs has been dealt with heretofore. When twice 7 years old, in the most of cases, the male begins to engender seed. And at the same time hair appears upon the pubes, in like manner, so Alcmaeon of Croton remarks, as plants first blossom and then seed. About the same time, the voice begins to alter, getting harsher and more uneven, neither shrill as formerly nor deep as afterward, nor yet of any even tone, but like an instrument whose strings are frayed and out of tune. And it is called, by way of byword, the bleat of the billy goat. Now this breaking of the voice is the more apparent in those who are making trial of their sexual powers. For in those who are prone to lustfulness the voice turns into the voice of a man, but not so in the continent. For if a lad strive diligently to hinder his voice from breaking, as some do of those who devote themselves to music, the voice lasts a long while unbroken and may even persist with little change. And the breasts swell and likewise the private parts, altering in size and shape. And by the way, at this time of life those who try by friction to provoke emission of seed are apt to experience pain as well as voluptuous sensations. At the same age in the female, the breasts swell and the so-called catamenia commence to flow, and this fluid resembles fresh blood. There is another discharge, a white one, by the way, which occurs in girls even at a very early age, more especially if their diet be largely of a fluid nature, and this malady causes arrest of growth and loss of flesh. In the majority of cases the catamenia are noticed by the time the breasts have grown to the height of 2 fingers' breadth. In girls, too, about this time the voice changes to a deeper note. For while in general the woman's voice is higher than the man's, so also the voices of girls are pitched in a higher key than the elder women's, just as the boys are higher than the men's. And the girls' voices are shriller than the boys', and a maid's flute is tuned sharper than a lad's. Girls of this age have much need of surveillance. For then in particular they feel a natural impulse to make usage of the sexual faculties that are developing in them. So that unless they guard against any further impulse beyond that inevitable one which their bodily development of itself supplies, even in the case of those who abstain altogether from passionate indulgence, they contract habits which are apt to continue into later life. For girls who give way to wantonness grow more and more wanton, and the same is true of boys, unless they be safeguarded from one temptation and another. For the passages become dilated and set up a local flux or running, and besides this the recollection of pleasure associated with former indulgence creates a longing for its repetition. Some men are congenitally impotent owing to structural defect. And in like manner women also may suffer from congenital incapacity. Both men and women are liable to constitutional change, growing healthier or more sickly, or altering in the way of leanness, stoutness, and vigor. Thus, after puberty some lads who were thin before grow stout and healthy, and the converse also happens, and the same is equally true of girls. For when in boy or girl the body is loaded with superfluous matter, then, when such superfluities are got rid of in the spermatic or catamenial discharge, their bodies improve in health and condition owing to the removal of what had acted as an impediment to health and proper nutrition. But in such as are of opposite habit their bodies become emaciated and out of health, for then the spermatic discharge in the one case and the catamenial flow in the other take place at the cost of natural healthy conditions. Furthermore, in the case of maidens the condition of the breasts is diverse in different individuals, for they are sometimes quite big and sometimes little. And as a general rule their size depends on whether or not the body was burthened in childhood with superfluous material. For when the signs of womanhood are nigh but not come, the more there be of moisture the more will it cause the breasts to swell, even to the bursting point. And the result is that the breasts remain during afterlife of the bulk that they then acquired. And among men, the breasts grow more conspicuous and more like to those of women, both in young men and old, when the individual temperament is moist and sleek and the reverse of sinewy, and all the more among the dark-complexioned than the fair. At the outset until the age of 21 the spermatic discharge is devoid of fecundity, afterwards it becomes fertile, but young men and women produce undersized and imperfect progeny, as is the case also with the common run of animals. Young women conceive readily, but, having conceived, their labor in childbed is apt to be difficult. The frame fails of reaching its full development and ages quickly in men of intemperate lusts and in women who become mothers of many children. For it appears to be the case that growth ceases when the woman has given birth to 3 children. Women of a lascivious disposition grow more sedate and virtuous after they have borne several children. After the age of 21 women are fully ripe for childbearing, but men go on increasing in vigor. When the spermatic fluid is of a thin consistency it is infertile. When granular it is fertile and likely to produce male children, but when thin and unclotted it is apt to produce female offspring. And it is about this time of life that in men the beard makes its appearance. 2. The onset of the catamenia in women takes place towards the end of the month. And on this account the wiseacres assert that the moon is feminine, because the discharge in women and the waning of the moon happen at one and the same time, and after the wane and the discharge both one and the other grow whole again. In some women the catamenia occur regularly but sparsely every month, and more abundantly every 3rd month. With those in whom the ailment lasts but a little while, 2 days or 3, recovery is easy. But where the duration is longer, the ailment is more troublesome. For women are ailing during these days, and sometimes the discharge is sudden and sometimes gradual, but in all cases alike there is bodily distress until the attack be over. In many cases at the commencement of the attack, when the discharge is about to appear, there occur spasms and rumbling noises within the womb until such time as the discharge manifests itself. Under natural conditions it is after recovery from these symptoms that conception takes place in women, and women in whom the signs do not manifest themselves for the most part remain childless. But the rule is not without exception, for some conceive in spite of the absence of these symptoms. And these are cases in which a secretion accumulates, not in such a way as actually to issue forth, but in amount equal to the residuum left in the case of childbearing women after the normal discharge has taken place. And some conceive while the signs are on but not afterwards, those namely in whom the womb closes up immediately after the discharge. In some cases the menses persist during pregnancy up to the very last. But the result in these cases is that the offspring are poor, and either fail to survive or grow up weakly. In many cases, owing to excessive desire, arising either from youthful impetuosity or from lengthened abstinence, prolapsion of the womb takes place and the catamenia appear repeatedly, thrice in the month, until conception occurs. And then the womb withdraws upwards again to its proper place. As we have remarked above, the discharge is wont to be more abundant in women than in the females of any other animals. In creatures that do not bring forth their young alive nothing of the sort manifests itself, this particular superfluity being converted into bodily substance, and by the way, in such animals the females are sometimes larger than the males. And moreover, the material is used up sometimes for scuts and sometimes for scales, and sometimes for the abundant covering of feathers. Whereas in the vivipar possessed of limbs it is turned into hair and into bodily substance, for man alone among them is smooth-skinned, and into urine, for this excretion is in the majority of such animals thick and copious. Only in the case of women is the superfluity turned into a discharge instead of being utilized in these other ways. There is something similar to be remarked of men, for in proportion to his size man emits more seminal fluid than any other animal, for which reason man is the smoothest of animals. Especially such men as are of a moist habit and not over-corpulent, and fair men in greater degree than dark. It is likewise with women, for in the stout, great part of the excretion goes to nourish the body. In the act of intercourse, women of a fair complexion discharge a more plentiful secretion than the dark. And furthermore, a watery and pungent diet conduces to this phenomenon. 3. It is a sign of conception in women when the place is dry immediately after intercourse. If the lips of the orifice be smooth conception is difficult, for the matter slips off, and if they be thick it is also difficult. But if on digital examination the lips feel somewhat rough and adherent, and if they be likewise thin, then the chances are in favor of conception. Accordingly, if conception be desired, we must bring the parts into such a condition as we have just described, but if on the contrary we want to avoid conception, then we must bring about a contrary disposition. Wherefore, since if the parts be smooth, conception is prevented, some anoint that part of the womb on which the seed falls with oil of cedar, or with ointment of lead, or with frankincense, commingled with olive oil. If the seed remain within for 7 days, then it is certain that conception has taken place, for it is during that period that what is known as effluxion takes place. In most cases the menstrual discharge recurs for some time after conception has taken place, its duration being mostly 30 days in the case of a female and about 40 days in the case of a male child. After parturition also it is common for the discharge to be withheld for an equal number of days, but not in all cases with equal exactitude. After conception, and when the above-mentioned days are past, the discharge no longer takes its natural course but finds its way to the breasts and turns to milk. The first appearance of milk in the breasts is scant in quantity and so to speak cobwebby or interspersed with little threads. And when conception has taken place, there is apt to be a sort of feeling in the region of the flanks, which in some cases quickly swell up a little, especially in thin persons, and also in the groin. In the case of male children the first movement usually occurs on the right-hand side of the womb and about the 40th day, but if the child be a female then on the left-hand side and about the 90th day. However, we must by no means assume this to be an accurate statement of fact, for there are many exceptions, in which the movement is manifested on the right-hand side though a female child be coming, and on the left-hand side though the infant be a male. And in short, these and all such like phenomena are usually subject to differences that may be summed up as differences of degree. About this period the embryo begins to resolve into distinct parts, it having hitherto consisted of a flesh-like substance without distinction of parts. What is called effluxion is a destruction of the embryo within the first week, while abortion occurs up to the 40th day, and the greater number of such embryos as perish do so within the space of these 40 days. In the case of a male embryo aborted at the 40th day, if it be placed in cold water it holds together in a sort of membrane, but if it be placed in any other fluid it dissolves and disappears. If the membrane be pulled to bits the embryo is revealed, as big as one of the large kind of ants, and all the limbs are plain to see, including the penis, and the eyes also, which as in other animals are of great size. But the female embryo, if it suffer abortion during the first 3 months, is as a rule found to be undifferentiated, if however it reach the 4th month it comes to be subdivided and quickly attains further differentiation. In short, while within the womb, the female infant accomplishes the whole development of its parts more slowly than the male, and more frequently than the man-child takes 10 months to come to perfection. But after birth, the females pass more quickly than the males through youth and maturity and age, and this is especially true of those that bear many children, as indeed I have already said. 4. When the womb has conceived the seed, straightway in the majority of cases it closes up until 7 months are fulfilled, but in the 8th month it opens, and the embryo, if it be fertile, descends in the 8th month. But such embryos as are not fertile but are devoid of breath at 8 months old, their mothers do not bring into the world by parturition at 8 months, neither does the embryo descend within the womb at that period nor does the womb open. And it is a sign that the embryo is not capable of life if it be formed without the above-named circumstances taking place. After conception women are prone to a feeling of heaviness in all parts of their bodies, and for instance they experience a sensation of darkness in front of the eyes and suffer also from headache. These symptoms appear sooner or later, sometimes as early as the 10th day, according as the patient be more or less burthened with superfluous humors. Nausea also and sickness affect the most of women, and especially such as those that we have just now mentioned, after the menstrual discharge has ceased and before it is yet turned in the direction of the breasts. Moreover, some women suffer most at the beginning of their pregnancy and some at a later period when the embryo has had time to grow, and in some women it is a common occurrence to suffer from strangury towards the end of their time. As a general rule women who are pregnant of a male child escape comparatively easily and retain a comparatively healthy look, but it is otherwise with those whose infant is a female. For these latter look as a rule paler and suffer more pain, and in many cases they are subject to swellings of the legs and eruptions on the body. Nevertheless, the rule is subject to exceptions. Women in pregnancy are a prey to all sorts of longings and to rapid changes of mood, and some folks call this the ivy sickness. And with the mothers of female infants the longings are more acute, and they are less contented when they have got what they desired. In a certain few cases the patient feels unusually well during pregnancy. The worst time of all is just when the child's hair is beginning to grow. In pregnant women their own natural hair is inclined to grow thin and fall out, but on the other hand hair tends to grow on parts of the body where it was not wont to be. As a general rule, a man-child is more prone to movement within its mother's womb than a female child, and it is usually born sooner. And labor in the case of female children is apt to be protracted and sluggish, while in the case of male children it is acute and by a long way more difficult. Women who have connection with their husbands shortly before childbirth are delivered all the more quickly. Occasionally women seem to be in the pains of labor though labor has not in fact commenced, what seemed like the commencement of labor being really the result of the fetus turning its head. Now all other animals bring the time of pregnancy to an end in a uniform way, in other words, one single term of pregnancy is defined for each of them. But in the case of mankind alone of all animals the times are diverse. For pregnancy may be of 7 months duration, or of 8 months or of 9, and still more commonly of 10 months, while some few women go even into the 11th month. Children that come into the world before 7 months can under no circumstances survive. The 7 months children are the earliest that are capable of life, and most of them are weakly, for which reason, by the way, it is customary to swaddle them in wool, and many of them are born with some of the orifices of the body imperfect. For instance the ears or the nostrils. But as they get bigger they become more perfectly developed, and many of them grow up. In Egypt, and in some other places where the women are fruitful and are wont to bear and bring forth many children without difficulty, and where the children when born are capable of living even if they be born subject to deformity. In these places the 8 months children live and are brought up, but in Greece it is only a few of them that survive while most perish. And this being the general experience, when such a child does happen to survive the mother is apt to think that it was not an 8 months child after all, but that she had conceived at an earlier period without being aware of it. Women suffer most pain about the 4th and the 8th months, and if the fetus perishes in the 4th or in the 8th month the mother also succumbs as a general rule. So that not only do the 8 months children not live, but when they die their mothers are in great danger of their own lives. In like manner children that are apparently born at a later term than 11 months are held to be in doubtful case. Inasmuch as with them also the beginning of conception may have escaped the notice of the mother. What I mean to say is that often the womb gets filled with wind, and then when at a later period connection and conception take place, they think that the former circumstance was the beginning of conception from the similarity of the symptoms that they experienced. Such then are the differences between mankind and other animals in regard to the many various modes of completion of the term of pregnancy. Furthermore, some animals produce one and some produce many at a birth, but the human species does sometimes the one and sometimes the other. As a general rule and among most nations the women bear one child a birth. But frequently and in many lands they bear twins, as for instance in Egypt especially. Sometimes women bring forth 3 and even 4 children, and especially in certain parts of the world, as has already been stated. The largest number ever brought forth is 5, and such an occurrence has been witnessed on several occasions. There was once upon a time a certain woman who had 20 children at 4 births, each time she had 5, and most of them grew up. Now among other animals, if a pair of twins happen to be male and female they have as good a chance of surviving as though both had been males or both females, but among mankind very few twins survive if one happen to be a boy and the other a girl. Of all animals the woman and the mare are most inclined to receive the commerce of the male during pregnancy. While all other animals when they are pregnant avoid the male, save those in which the phenomenon of superfoetation occurs, such as the hare. Unlike that animal, the mare after once conceiving cannot be rendered pregnant again, but brings forth one foal only, at least as a general rule. In the human species cases of superfoetation are rare, but they do happen now and then. An embryo conceived some considerable time after a previous conception does not come to perfection, but gives rise to pain and causes the destruction of the earlier embryo. And, by the way, a case has been known to occur where owing to this destructive influence no less than 12 embryos conceived by superfoetation have been discharged. But if the second conception take place at a short interval, then the mother bears that which was later conceived, and brings forth the two children like actual twins, as happened, according to the legend, in the case of Iphicles and Hercules. The following also is a striking example: a certain woman, having committed adultery, brought forth the one child resembling her husband and the other resembling the adulterous lover. The case has also occurred where a woman, being pregnant of twins, has subsequently conceived a third child, and in course of time she brought forth the twins perfect and at full term, but the third a 5 months child. And this last died there and then. And in another case it happened that the woman was first delivered of a 7 months child, and then of 2 which were of full term, and of these the first died and the other 2 survived. Some also have been known to conceive while about to miscarry, and they have lost the one child and been delivered of the other. If women while going with child cohabit after the 8th month, the child is in most cases born covered over with a slimy fluid. Often also the child is found to be replete with food of which the mother had partaken. 5. When women have partaken of salt in overabundance, their children are apt to be born destitute of nails. Milk that is produced earlier than the 7th month is unfit for use, but as soon as the child is fit to live, the milk is fit to use. The first of the milk is saltish, as it is likewise with sheep. Most women are sensibly affected by wine during pregnancy, for if they partake of it they grow relaxed and debilitated. The beginning of childbearing in women and of the capacity to procreate in men, and the cessation of these functions in both cases, coincide in the one case with the emission of seed and in the other with the discharge of the catamenia, with this qualification that there is a lack of fertility at the commencement of these symptoms. And again towards their close when the emissions become scanty and weak. The age at which the sexual powers begin has been related already. As for their end, the menstrual discharges ceases in most women about their 40th year. But with those in whom it goes on longer it lasts even to the 50th year, and women of that age have been known to bear children. But beyond that age there is no case on record. 6. Men in most cases continue to be sexually competent until they are 60 years old, and if that limit be overpassed then until 70 years, and men have been actually known to procreate children at 70 years of age. With many men and many women it so happens that they are unable to produce children to one another, while they are able to do so in union with other individuals. The same thing happens with regard to the production of male and female offspring. For sometimes men and women in union with one another produce male children or female, as the case may be, but children of the opposite sex when otherwise mated. And they are apt to change in this respect with advancing age, for sometimes a husband and wife while they are young produce female children and in later life male children, and in other cases the very contrary occurs. And just the same thing is true in regard to the generative faculty, for some while young are childless, but have children when they grow older, and some have children to begin with, and later on no more. There are certain women who conceive with difficulty, but if they do conceive, bring the child to maturity, while others again conceive readily, but are unable to bring the child to birth. Furthermore, some men and some women produce female offspring and some male, as for instance in the story of Hercules, who among all his 72 children is said to have begotten but one girl. Those women who are unable to conceive, save with the help of medical treatment or some other adventitious circumstance, are as a general rule apt to bear female children rather than male. It is a common thing with men to be at first sexually competent and afterwards impotent, and then again to revert to their former powers. From deformed parents come deformed children, lame from lame and blind from blind, and, speaking generally, children often inherit anything that is peculiar in their parents and are born with similar marks, such as pimples or scars. Such things have been known to be handed down through 3 generations. For instance, a certain man had a mark on his arm which his son did not possess, but his grandson had it in the same spot though not very distinct. Such cases, however, are few, for the children of cripples are mostly sound, and there is no hard and fast rule regarding them. While children mostly resemble their parents or their ancestors, it sometimes happens that no such resemblance is to be traced. But parents may pass on resemblance after several generations, as in the case of the woman in Ellis, who committed adultery with a Negro. In this case it was not the woman's own daughter but the daughter's child that was a blackamoor. As a rule the daughters have a tendency to take after the mother, and the boys after the father, but sometimes it is the other way, the boys taking after the mother and the girls after the father. And they may resemble both parents in particular features. There have been known cases of twins that had no resemblance to one another, but they are alike as a general rule. There was once upon a time a woman who had intercourse with her husband a week after giving birth to a child, and she conceived and bore a second child as like the first as any twin. Some women have a tendency to produce children that take after themselves, and others children that take after the husband, and this latter case is like that of the celebrated mare in Pharsalus, that got the name of the honest wife. 7. In the emission of sperm there is a preliminary discharge of air, and the outflow is manifestly caused by a blast of air, for nothing is cast to a distance save by pneumatic pressure. After the seed reaches the womb and remains there for a while, a membrane forms around it, for when it happens to escape before it is distinctly formed, it looks like an egg enveloped in its membrane after removal of the eggshell. And the membrane is full of veins. All animals whatsoever, whether they fly or swim or walk upon dry land, whether they bring forth their young alive or in the egg, develop in the same way, save only that some have the navel attached to the womb, namely the viviparous animals. And some have it attached to the egg, and some to both parts alike, as in a certain sort of fishes. And in some cases membranous envelopes surround the egg, and in other cases the chorion surrounds it. And first of all the animal develops within the innermost envelope, and then another membrane appears around the former one, which latter is for the most part attached to the womb, but is in part separated from it and contains fluid. In between is a watery or sanguineous fluid, which the women folk call the forewaters. 8. All animals, or all such as have a navel, grow by the navel. And the navel is attached to the cotyledon in all such as possess cotyledons, and to the womb itself by a vein in all such as have the womb smooth. And as regards their shape within the womb, the four-footed animals all lie stretched out, and the footless animals lie on their sides, as for instance fishes, but two-legged animals lie in a bent position, as for instance birds. And human embryos lie bent, with nose between the knees and eyes upon the knees, and the ears free at the sides. All animals alike have the head upwards to begin with. But as they grow and approach the term of egress from the womb they turn downwards, and birth in the natural course of things takes place in all animals head foremost, but in abnormal cases it may take place in a bent position, or feet foremost. The young of quadrupeds when they are near their full time contain excrements, both liquid and in the form of solid lumps, the latter in the lower part of the bowel and the urine in the bladder. In those animals that have cotyledons in the womb the cotyledons grow less as the embryo grows bigger, and at length they disappear altogether. The navel string is a sheath wrapped about blood vessels which have their origin in the womb, from the cotyledons in those animals which possess them and from a blood vessel in those which do not. In the larger animals, such as the embryos of oxen, the vessels are 4 in number, and in smaller animals 2, in the very little ones, such as fowls, 1 vessel only. Of the 4 vessels that run into the embryo, 2 pass through the liver where the so-called gates or portae are, running in the direction of the great vein. And the other 2 run in the direction of the aorta towards the point where it divides and becomes 2 vessels instead of 1. Around each pair of blood vessels are membranes, and surrounding these membranes is the navel string itself, after the manner of a sheath. And as the embryo grows, the veins themselves tend more and more to dwindle in size. And also as the embryo matures it comes down into the hollow of the womb and is observed to move here, and sometimes rolls over in the vicinity of the groin. 9. When women are in labor, their pains determine towards many divers parts of the body, and in most cases to one or other of the thighs. Those are the quickest to be delivered who experience severe pains in the region of the belly. And parturition is difficult in those who begin by suffering pain in the loins, and speedy when the pain is abdominal. If the child about to be born be a male, the preliminary flood is watery and pale in color, but if a girl it is tinged with blood, though still watery. In some cases of labor these latter phenomena do not occur either one way or the other. In other animals parturition is unaccompanied by pain, and the dam is plainly seen to suffer but moderate inconvenience. In women, however, the pains are more severe, and this is especially the case in persons of sedentary habits, and in those who are weak-chested and short of breath. Labor is apt to be especially difficult if during the process the woman while exerting force with her breath fails to hold it in. First of all, when the embryo starts to move and the membranes burst, there issues forth the watery flood. Then afterwards comes the embryo, while the womb everts and the afterbirth comes out from within. 10. The cutting of the navel string, which is the nurse's duty, is a matter calling for no little care and skill. For not only in cases of difficult labor must she be able to render assistance with skillful hand, but she must also have her wits about her in all contingencies, and especially in the operation of tying the cord. For if the afterbirth have come away, the navel is ligatured off from the afterbirth with a woolen thread and is then cut above the ligature, and at the place where it has been tied it heels up, and the remaining portion drops off. If the ligature come loose the child dies from loss of blood. But if the afterbirth has not yet come away, but remains after the child itself is extruded, it is cut away within after the ligaturing of the cord. It often happens that the child appears to have been born dead when it is merely weak, and when before the umbilical cord has been ligatured, the blood has run out into the cord and its surroundings. But experienced midwives have been known to squeeze back the blood into the child's body from the cord, and immediately the child that a moment before was bloodless came back to life again. It is the natural rule, as we have mentioned above, for all animals to come into the world head foremost, and children, moreover, have their hands stretched out by their sides. And the child gives a cry and puts its hands up to its mouth as soon as it issues forth. Moreover the child voids excrement sometimes at once, sometimes a little later, but in all cases during the first day. And this excrement is unduly copious in comparison with the size of the child, it is what the midwives call the meconium or poppy juice. In color it resembles blood, extremely dark and pitch-like, but later on it becomes milky, for the child takes at once to the breast. Before birth the child makes no sound, even though in difficult labor it put forth its head while the rest of the body remains within. In cases where flooding takes place rather before its time, it is apt to be followed by difficult parturition. But if discharge take place after birth in small quantity, and in cases where it only takes place at the beginning and does not continue till the 40th day, then in such cases women make a better recovery and are the sooner ready to conceive again. Until the child is 40 days old it neither laughs nor weeps during waking hours, but of nights it sometimes does both, and for the most part it does not even notice being tickled, but passes most of its time in sleep. As it keeps on growing, it gets more and more wakeful, and moreover it shows signs of dreaming, though it is long afterwards before it remembers what it dreams. In other animals there is no contrasting difference between one bone and another, but all are properly formed, but in children the front part of the head is soft and late of ossifying. And by the way, some animals are born with teeth, but children begin to cut their teeth in the 7th month, and the front teeth are the first to come through, sometimes the upper and sometimes the lower ones. And the warmer the nurse's milk so much the quicker are the children's teeth to come. 11. After parturition and the cleansing flood the milk comes in plenty, and in some women it flows not only from the nipples but at divers parts of the breasts, and in some cases even from the armpits. And for some time afterwards there continue to be certain indurated parts of the breast called strangulides, or knots, which occur when it so happens that the moisture is not concocted, or when it finds no outlet but accumulates within. For the whole breast is so spongy that if a woman in drinking happen to swallow a hair, she gets a pain in her breast, which ailment is called trichia, and the pain lasts till the hair either find its own way out or be sucked out with the milk. Women continue to have milk until their next conception, and then the milk stops coming and goes dry, alike in the human species and in the quadrupedal vivipara. So long as there is a flow of milk, the menstrual purgations do not take place, at least as a general rule, though the discharge has been known to occur during the period of suckling. For, speaking generally, a determination of moisture does not take place at one and the same time in several directions, as for instance the menstrual purgations tend to be scanty in persons suffering from hemorrhoids. And in some women the like happens owing to their suffering from varices, when the fluids issue from the pelvic region before entering into the womb. And patients who during suppression of the menses happen to vomit blood are no whit the worse. 12. Children are very commonly subject to convulsions, more especially such of them as are more than ordinarily well nourished on rich or unusually plentiful milk from a stout nurse. Wine is bad for infants, in that it tends to excite this malady, and red wine is worse than white, especially when taken undiluted, and most things that tend to induce flatulency are also bad, and constipation too is prejudicial. The majority of deaths in infancy occur before the child is a week old, hence it is customary to name the child at that age, from a belief that it has now a better chance of survival. This malady is worst at the full of the moon. And by the way, it is a dangerous symptom when the spasms begin in the child's back. Book 8. 1. We have now discussed the physical characteristics of animals and their methods of generation. Their habits and their modes of living vary according to their character and their food. In the great majority of animals there are traces of psychical qualities or attitudes, which qualities are more markedly differentiated in the case of human beings. For just as we pointed out resemblances in the physical organs, so in a number of animals we observe gentleness or fierceness, mildness or cross-temper, courage or timidity, fear or confidence, high spirit or low cunning, and, with regard to intelligence, something equivalent to sagacity. Some of these qualities in man, as compared with the corresponding qualities in animals, differ only quantitatively, that is to say, a man has more or less of this quality, and an animal has more or less of some other. Other qualities in man are represented by analogous and not identical qualities. For instance, just as in man we find knowledge, wisdom, and sagacity, so in certain animals there exists some other natural potentiality akin to these. The truth of this statement will be the more clearly apprehended if we have regard to the phenomena of childhood, for in children may be observed the traces and seeds of what will one day be settled psychological habits. Though psychologically a child hardly differs for the time being from an animal. So that one is quite justified in saying that, as regards man and animals, certain psychical qualities are identical with one another, whilst others resemble, and others are analogous to, each other. Nature proceeds little by little from things lifeless to animal life in such a way that it is impossible to determine the exact line of demarcation, nor on which side thereof an intermediate form should lie. Thus, next after lifeless things in the upward scale comes the plant, and of plants one will differ from another as to its amount of apparent vitality. And, in a word, the whole genus of plants, whilst it is devoid of life as compared with an animal, is endowed with life as compared with other corporeal entities. Indeed, as we just remarked, there is observed in plants a continuous scale of ascent towards the animal. So, in the sea, there are certain objects concerning which one would be at a loss to determine whether they be animal or vegetable. For instance, certain of these objects are fairly rooted, and in several cases perish if detached. Thus the pinna is rooted to a particular spot, and the solan, or razor shell, cannot survive withdrawal from its burrow. Indeed, broadly speaking, the entire genus of testaceans have a resemblance to vegetables, if they be contrasted with such animals as are capable of progression. In regard to sensibility, some animals give no indication whatsoever of it, whilst others indicate it but indistinctly. Further, the substance of some of these intermediate creatures is flesh-like, as is the case with the so-called tethya, or ascidians, and the acaleephi, or sea anemones, but the sponge is in every respect like a vegetable. And so throughout the entire animal scale there is a graduated differentiation in amount of vitality and in capacity for motion. A similar statement holds good with regard to habits of life. Thus of plants that spring from seed the one function seems to be the reproduction of their own particular species, and the sphere of action with certain animals is similarly limited. The faculty of reproduction, then, is common to all alike. If sensibility be superadded, then their lives will differ from one another in respect to sexual intercourse through the varying amount of pleasure derived therefrom, and also in regard to modes of parturition and ways of rearing their young. Some animals, like plants, simply procreate their own species at definite seasons. Other animals busy themselves also in procuring food for their young, and after they are reared quit them and have no further dealings with them. Other animals are more intelligent and endowed with memory, and they live with their offspring for a longer period and on a more social footing. The life of animals, then, may be divided into two acts: procreation and feeding. For on these two acts all their interests and life concentrate. Their food depends chiefly on the substance of which they are severally constituted, for the source of their growth in all cases will be this substance. And whatsoever is in conformity with nature is pleasant, and all animals pursue pleasure in keeping with their nature. 2. Animals are also differentiated locally, that is to say, some live upon dry land, while others live in the water. And this differentiation may be interpreted in two different ways. Thus, some animals are termed terrestrial as inhaling air, and others aquatic as taking in water. And there are others which do not actually take in these elements, but nevertheless are constitutionally adapted to the cooling influence, so far as is needful to them, of one element or the other. And hence are called terrestrial or aquatic though they neither breathe air nor take in water. Again, other animals are so called from their finding their food and fixing their habitat on land or in water, for many animals, although they inhale air and breed on land, yet derive their food from the water, and live in water for the greater part of their lives. And these are the only animals to which as living in and on two elements the term amphibious is applicable. There is no animal taking in water that is terrestrial or aerial or that derives its food from the land, whereas of the great number of land animals inhaling air many get their food from the water. Moreover, some are so peculiarly organized that if they be shut off altogether from the water they cannot possibly live, as for instance, the so-called sea turtle, the crocodile, the hippopotamus, the seal, and some of the smaller creatures, such as the freshwater tortoise and the frog. Now all these animals choke or drown if they do not from time to time breathe atmospheric air. They breed and rear their young on dry land, or near the land, but they pass their lives in water. But the dolphin is equipped in the most remarkable way of all animals, the dolphin and other similar aquatic animals, including the other cetaceans which resemble it. That is to say, the whale, and all the other creatures that are furnished with a blowhole. One can hardly allow that such an animal is terrestrial and terrestrial only, or aquatic and aquatic only, if by terrestrial we mean an animal that inhales air, and if by aquatic we mean an animal that takes in water. For the fact is the dolphin performs both these processes: he takes in water and discharges it by his blowhole, and he also inhales air into his lungs. For, by the way, the creature is furnished with this organ and respires thereby, and accordingly, when caught in the nets, he is quickly suffocated for lack of air. He can also live for a considerable while out of the water, but all this while he keeps up a dull moaning sound corresponding to the noise made by air-breathing animals in general. Furthermore, when sleeping, the animal keeps his nose above water, and he does so that he may breathe the air. Now it would be unreasonable to assign one and the same class of animals to both categories, terrestrial and aquatic, seeing that these categories are more or less exclusive of one another. We must accordingly supplement our definition of the term aquatic or marine. For the fact is, some aquatic animals take in water and discharge it again, for the same reason that leads air-breathing animals to inhale air, in other words, with the object of cooling the blood. Others take in water as incidental to their mode of feeding, for as they get their food in the water they cannot but take in water along with their food, and if they take in water they must be provided with some organ for discharging it. Those blooded animals, then, that use water for a purpose analogous to respiration are provided with gills, and such as take in water when catching their prey, with the blowhole. Similar remarks are applicable to mollusks and crustaceans. For again it is by way of procuring food that these creatures take in water. Aquatic in different ways, the differences depending on bodily relation to external temperature and on habit of life, are such animals on the one hand as take in air but live in water. And such on the other hand as take in water and are furnished with gills but go upon dry land and get their living there. At present only one animal of the latter kind is known, the so-called cordylus or water newt. This creature is furnished not with lungs but with gills, but for all that it is a quadruped and fitted for walking on dry land. In the case of all these animals their nature appears in some kind of a way to have got warped, just as some male animals get to resemble the female, and some female animals the male. The fact is that animals, if they be subjected to a modification in minute organs, are liable to immense modifications in their general configuration. This phenomenon may be observed in the case of gelded animals. Only a minute organ of the animal is mutilated, and the creature passes from the male to the female form. We may infer, then, that if in the primary conformation of the embryo an infinitesimally minute but absolutely essential organ sustain a change of magnitude one way or the other, the animal will in one case turn to male and in the other to female. And also that, if the said organ be obliterated altogether, the animal will be of neither one sex nor the other. And so by the occurrence of modification in minute organs it comes to pass that one animal is terrestrial and another aquatic, in both senses of these terms. And, again, some animals are amphibious whilst other animals are not amphibious. Owing to the circumstance that in their conformation while in the embryonic condition there got intermixed into them some portion of the matter of which their subsequent food is constituted. For, as was said above, what is in conformity with nature is to every single animal pleasant and agreeable. Animals then have been categorized into terrestrial and aquatic in three ways, according to their assumption of air or of water, the temperament of their bodies, or the character of their food. And the mode of life of an animal corresponds to the category in which it is found. That is to say, in some cases the animal depends for its terrestrial or aquatic nature on temperament and diet combined, as well as upon its method of respiration. And sometimes on temperament and habits alone. Of testaceans, some, that are incapable of motion, subsist on fresh water, for, as the sea water dissolves into its constituents, the fresh water from its greater thinness percolates through the grosser parts. In fact, they live on fresh water just as they were originally engendered from the same. Now that fresh water is contained in the sea and can be strained off from it can be proved in a thoroughly practical way. Take a thin vessel of molded wax, attach a cord to it, and let it down quite empty into the sea. In 24 hours it will be found to contain a quantity of water, and the water will be fresh and drinkable. Sea anemones feed on such small fishes as come in their way. The mouth of this creature is in the middle of its body, and this fact may be clearly observed in the case of the larger varieties. Like the oyster it has a duct for the outlet of the residuum, and this duct is at the top of the animal. In other words, the sea anemone corresponds to the inner fleshy part of the oyster, and the stone to which the one creature clings corresponds to the shell which encases the other. The limpet detaches itself from the rock and goes about in quest of food. Of shellfish that are mobile, some are carnivorous and live on little fishes, as for instance, the purple murex, and there can be no doubt that the purple murex is carnivorous, as it is caught by a bait of fish. Others are carnivorous, but feed also on marine vegetation. The sea turtles feed on shellfish for, by the way, their mouths are extraordinarily hard. Whatever object it seizes, stone or other, it crunches into bits, but when it leaves the water for dry land it browses on grass. These creatures suffer greatly, and oftentimes die when they lie on the surface of the water exposed to a scorching sun, for, when once they have risen to the surface, they find a difficulty in sinking again. Crustaceans feed in like manner. They are omnivorous, that is to say, they live on stones, slime, seaweed, and excrement, as for instance the rock crab, and are also carnivorous. The crawfish or spiny lobster can get the better of fishes even of the larger species, though in some of them it occasionally finds more than its match. Thus, this animal is so overmastered and cowed by the octopus that it dies of terror if it become aware of an octopus in the same net with itself. The crawfish can master the conger eel, for owing to the rough spines of the crawfish the eel cannot slip away and elude its hold. The conger eel, however, devours the octopus, for owing to the slipperiness of its antagonist the octopus can make nothing of it. The crawfish feeds on little fish, capturing them beside its hole or dwelling place. For, by the way, it is found out at sea on rough and stony bottoms, and in such places it makes its den. Whatever it catches, it puts into its mouth with its pincer-like claws, like the common crab. Its nature is to walk straight forward when it has nothing to fear, with its feelers hanging sideways. If it be frightened, it makes its escape backwards, darting off to a great distance. These animals fight one another with their claws, just as rams fight with their horns, raising them and striking their opponents. They are often also seen crowded together in herds. So much for the mode of life of the crustacean. Mollusks are all carnivorous, and of mollusks the calamari and the sepia are more than a match for fishes even of the large species. The octopus for the most part gathers shellfish, extracts the flesh, and feeds on that. In fact, fishermen recognize their holes by the number of shells lying about. Some say that the octopus devours its own species, but this statement is incorrect. It is doubtless founded on the fact that the creature is often found with its tentacles removed, which tentacles have really been eaten off by the conger. Fishes, all without exception, feed on spawn in the spawning season. But in other respects the food varies with the varying species. Some fishes are exclusively carnivorous, as the cartilaginous genus, the conger, the channa or serosanguineous, the tunny, the bass, the cynodon redentex, the amia, the sea perch, and the murena. The red mullet is carnivorous, but feeds also on seaweed, on shellfish, and on mud. The gray mullet feeds on mud, the dacilus on mud and offal, the scarus or parrotfish and the melanurus on seaweed, the sop on offal and seaweed. The sop feeds also on zostera, and is the only fish that is captured with a gourd. All fishes devour their own species, with the single exception of the cestrius or mullet, and the conger is especially ravenous in this respect. The cephalus and the mullet in general are the only fish that eat no flesh. This may be inferred from the facts that when caught they are never found with flesh in their intestines, and that the bait used to catch them is not flesh but barley cake. Every fish of the mullet kind lives on seaweed and sand. The cephalus, called by some the tachelon, keeps near into the shore, the piraeus keeps out at a distance from it, and feeds on a mucous substance exuding from itself, and consequently is always in a starved condition. The cephalus lives in mud, and is in consequence heavy and slimy. It never feeds on any other fish. As it lives in mud, it has every now and then to make a leap upwards out of the mud so as to wash the slime from off its body. There is no creature known to prey upon the spawn of the cephalus, so that the species is exceedingly numerous. When, however, the is full grown it is preyed upon by a number of fishes, and especially by the acarnas or bass. Of all fishes the mullet is the most voracious and insatiable, and in consequence its belly is kept at full stretch. Whenever it is not starving, it may be considered as out of condition. When it is frightened, it hides its head in mud, under the notion that it is hiding its whole body. The cynodon is carnivorous and feeds on mollusks. Very often the cynodon and the channa cast up their stomachs while chasing smaller fishes. For, be it remembered, fishes have their stomachs close to the mouth, and are not furnished with a gullet. Some fishes then, as has been stated, are carnivorous, and carnivorous only, as the dolphin, the cynodon, the gilthead, the salacians, and the mollusks. Other fishes feed habitually on mud or seaweed or sea moss or the so-called stockweed or growing plants, as for instance, the physis, the goby, and the rockfish, and, by the way, the only meat that the physis will touch is that of prawns. Very often, however, as has been stated, they devour one another, and especially do the larger ones devour the smaller. The proof of their being carnivorous is the fact that they can be caught with flesh for a bait. The mackerel, the tunny, and the bass are for the most part carnivorous, but they do occasionally feed on seaweed. The sargue feeds on the leavings of the trigale or red mullet. The red mullet burrows in the mud. When it sets the mud in motion and quits its haunt, the sargue settles down into the place and feeds on what is left behind, and prevents any smaller fish from settling in the immediate vicinity. Of all fishes, the so-called scarus, or parrot, wrasse, is the only one known to chew the cud like a quadruped. As a general rule, the larger fishes catch the smaller ones in their mouths whilst swimming straight after them in the ordinary position. But the Selacians, the dolphin, and all the cetacea must first turn over on their backs, as their mouths are placed down below. This allows a fair chance of escape to the smaller fishes, and, indeed, if it were not so, there would be very few of the little fishes left, for the speed and voracity of the dolphin is something marvelous. Of eels, a few here and there feed on mud and on chance morsels of food thrown to them. The greater part of them subsist on fresh water. Eel breeders are particularly careful to have the water kept perfectly clear, by its perpetually flowing onto flat slabs of stone and then flowing off again. Sometimes they coat the eel tanks with plaster. The fact is that the eel will soon choke if the water is not clear, as his gills are peculiarly small. On this account, when fishing for eels, they disturb the water. In the river Strymon, eel fishing takes place at the rising of the Pleiades, because at this period the water is troubled and the mud raised up by contrary winds. Unless the water be in this condition, it is as well to leave the eels alone. When dead, the eel, unlike the majority of fishes, neither floats on nor rises to the surface, and this is owing to the smallness of the stomach. A few eels are supplied with fat, but the greater part have no fat whatsoever. When removed from the water, they can live for 5 or 6 days, for a longer period if north winds prevail, for a shorter if south winds. If they are removed in summer from the pools to the tanks, they will die, but not so if removed in the winter. They are not capable of holding out against any abrupt change, consequently they often die in large numbers when men engaged in transporting them from one place to another dip them into water particularly cold. They will also die of suffocation if they be kept in a scanty supply of water. This same remark will hold good for fishes in general. For they are suffocated if they be long confined in a short supply of water, with the water kept unchanged, just as animals that respire are suffocated if they be shut up with a scanty supply of air. The eel in some cases lives for 7 or 8 years. The river eel feeds on his own species, on grass, or on roots, or on any chance food found in the mud. Their usual feeding time is at night, and during the daytime they retreat into deep water. And so much for the food of fishes. 3. Of birds, such as have crooked talons are carnivorous without exception, and cannot swallow corn or bread food even if it be put into their bills in titbits. As for instance, the eagle of every variety, the kite, the 2 species of hawks, to wit, the dove hawk and the sparrow hawkan. By the way, these 2 hawks differ greatly in size from one another, and the buzzard. The buzzard is of the same size as the kite, and is visible at all seasons of the year. There is also the phean, or lammergeier, and the vulture. The phean is larger than the common eagle and is ashen in color. Of the vulture there are 2 varieties, one small and whitish, the other comparatively large and rather more ashen-colored than white. Further, of birds that fly by night, some have crooked talons, such as the night raven, the owl, and the eagle owl. The eagle owl resembles the common owl in shape, but it is quite as large as the eagle. Again, there is the eleus, the Aegolian owl, and the little horned owl. Of these birds, the eleus is somewhat larger than the barn-door cock, and the Aegolian owl is of about the same size as the eleus, and both these birds hunt the jay. The little horned owl is smaller than the common owl. All these 3 birds are alike in appearance, and all 3 are carnivorous. Again, of birds that have not crooked talons some are carnivorous, such as the swallow. Others feed on grubs, such as the chaffinch, the sparrow, the batis, the green linnet and the titmouse. Of the titmouse there are 3 varieties. The largest is the finch titmouse, for it is about the size of a finch. The second has a long tail, and from its habitat is called the hill titmouse, the third resembles the other two in appearance, but is less in size than either of them. Then come the becafico, the black-cap, the bullfinch, the robin, the epilis, the midget bird, and the golden-crested wren. This wren is little larger than a locust, has a crest of bright red gold, and is in every way a beautiful and graceful little bird. Then the anthus, a bird about the size of a finch. And the mountain finch, which resembles a finch and is of much the same size, but its neck is blue, and it is named from its habitat, and lastly the wren and the rook. The above enumerated birds and the like of them feed either wholly or for the most part on grubs, but the following and the like feed on thistles, to wit, the linnet, the throppies, and the goldfinch. All these birds feed on thistles, but never on grubs or any living thing whatever. They live and roost also on the plants from which they derive their food. There are other birds whose favorite food consists of insects found beneath the bark of trees, as for instance, the great and the small pie, which are nicknamed the woodpeckers. These two birds resemble one another in plumage and in note, only that the note of the larger bird is the louder of the two. They both frequent the trunks of trees in quest of food. There is also the green pie, a bird about the size of a turtle dove, green-colored all over, that pecks at the bark of trees with extraordinary vigor, lives generally on the branch of a tree, has a loud note, and is mostly found in the Peloponnese. There is another bird called the grub-picker, or tree-creeper, about as small as the pendulum titmouse, with speckled plumage of an ashen color, and with a poor note. It is a variety of the woodpecker. There are other birds that live on fruit and herbage, such as the wild pigeon or ringdove, the common pigeon, the rock dove, and the turtle dove. The ringdove and the common pigeon are visible at all seasons. The turtle dove only in the summer, for in winter it lurks in some hole or other and is never seen. The rock dove is chiefly visible in the autumn, and is caught at that season. It is larger than the common pigeon but smaller than the wild one. It is generally caught while drinking. These pigeons bring their young ones with them when they visit this country. All our other birds come to us in the early summer and build their nests here, and the greater part of them rear their young on animal food, with the sole exception of the pigeon and its varieties. The whole genus of birds may be pretty well divided into such as procure their food on dry land, such as frequent rivers and lakes, and such as live on or by the sea. Of water birds such as are web-footed live actually on the water, while such as are split-footed live by the edge of it and, by the way, water birds that are not carnivorous live on water plants, but most of them live on fish. Like the heron and the spoonbill that frequent the banks of lakes and rivers. And the spoonbill, by the way, is less than the common heron, and has a long flat bill. There are furthermore the stork and the seamew, by the way, is ashen-colored. There is also the scunnulus, the cinclus, and the white rump. Of these smaller birds the last mentioned is the largest, being about the size of the common thrush. All three may be described as wagtails. Then there is the scalidrus, with plumage ashen-gray, but speckled. Moreover, the family of the halcyons or kingfishers live by the waterside. Of kingfishers there are two varieties, one that sits on reeds and sings, the other, the larger of the two, is without a note. Both these varieties are blue on the back. There is also the trochilus, or sandpiper. The halcyon also, including a variety termed the cerulus, is found near the seaside. The crow also feeds on such animal life as is cast up on the beach, for the bird is omnivorous. There are also the white gull, the cepphus, the ethia, and the charadrius. Of web-footed birds, the larger species live on the banks of rivers and lakes. As the swan, the duck, the coot, the grebe, and the teal, a bird resembling the duck but less in size, and the water raven or cormorant. This bird is the size of a stork, only that its legs are shorter. It is web-footed and is a good swimmer. Its plumage is black. It roosts on trees, and is the only one of all such birds as these that is found to build its nest in a tree. Further there is the large goose, the little gregarious goose, the vulpancer, the horned grebe, and the penelops. The sea-eagle lives in the neighborhood of the sea and seeks its quarry in lagoons. A great number of birds are omnivorous. Birds of prey feed on any animal or bird, other than a bird of prey, that they may catch. These birds never touch one of their own genus, whereas fishes often devour members actually of their own species. Birds, as a rule, are very spare drinkers. In fact, birds of prey never drink at all, excepting a very few, and these drink very rarely, and this last observation is peculiarly applicable to the kestrel. The kite has been seen to drink, but he certainly drinks very seldom. 4. Animals that are coated with tessellates such as the lizard and the other quadrupeds, and the serpents are omnivorous. At all events they are carnivorous and graminivorous, and serpents, by the way, are of all animals the greatest gluttons. Tessellated animals are spare drinkers, as are also all such animals as have a spongy lung, and such a lung, scantily supplied with blood, is found in all oviparous animals. Serpents, by the by, have an insatiate appetite for wine. Consequently, at times men hunt for snakes by pouring wine into saucers and putting them into the interstices of walls, and the creatures are caught when inebriated. Serpents are carnivorous, and whenever they catch an animal they extract all its juices and eject the creature whole. And, by the way, this is done by all other creatures of similar habits, as for instance the spider. Only that the spider sucks out the juices of its prey outside, and the serpent does so in its belly. The serpent takes any food presented to him, eats birds and animals, and swallows eggs entire. But after taking his prey he stretches himself until he stands straight out to the very tip, and then he contracts and squeezes himself into little compass, so that the swallowed mass may pass down his outstretched body. And this action on his part is due to the tenuity and length of his gullet. Spiders and snakes can both go without food for a long time, and this remark may be verified by observation of specimens kept alive in the shops of the apothecaries. 5. Of viviparous quadrupeds such as are fierce and jag-toothed are without exception carnivorous, though, by the way, it is stated of the wolf, but of no other animal, that in extremity of hunger it will eat a certain kind of earth. These carnivorous animals never eat grass except when they are sick, just as dogs bring on a vomit by eating grass and thereby purge themselves. The solitary wolf is more apt to attack man than the wolf that goes with a pack. The animal called glanus by some and hyena by others is as large as a wolf, with a mane like a horse, only that the hair is stiffer and longer and extends over the entire length of the chine. It will lie in wait for a man and chase him, and will inveigle a dog within its reach by making a noise that resembles the retching noise of a man vomiting. It is exceedingly fond of putrefied flesh, and will burrow in a graveyard to gratify this propensity. The bear is omnivorous. It eats fruit, and is enabled by the suppleness of its body to climb a tree. It also eats vegetables, and it will break up a hive to get at the honey. It eats crabs and ants also, and is in a general way carnivorous. It is so powerful that it will attack not only the deer but the wild boar, if it can take it unawares, and also the bull. After coming to close quarters with the bull it falls on its back in front of the animal, and, when the bull proceeds to butt, the bear seizes hold of the bull's horns with its front paws, fastens its teeth into his shoulder, and drags him down to the ground. For a short time together it can walk erect on its hind legs. All the flesh it eats it first allows to become carrion. The lion, like all other savage and jag-toothed animals, is carnivorous. It devours its food greedily and fiercely, and often swallows its prey entire without rending it at all. It will then go fasting for 2 or 3 days together, being rendered capable of this abstinence by its previous surfeit. It is a spare drinker. It discharges the solid residuum in small quantities, about every other day or at irregular intervals, and the substance of it is hard and dry like the excrement of a dog. The wind discharged from off its stomach is pungent, and its urine emits a strong odor, a phenomenon which, in the case of dogs, accounts for their habit of sniffing at trees. For, by the way, the lion, like the dog, lifts its leg to void its urine. It infects the food it eats with a strong smell by breathing on it, and when the animal is cut open an overpowering vapor exhales from its inside. Some wild quadrupeds feed in lakes and rivers. The seal is the only one that gets its living on the sea. To the former class of animals belong the so-called castor, the satyrium, the otter, and the so-called latax, or beaver. The beaver is flatter than the otter and has strong teeth. It often at night time emerges from the water and goes nibbling at the bark of the aspens that fringe the riversides. The otter will bite a man, and it is said that whenever it bites it will never let go until it hears a bone crack. The hair of the beaver is rough, intermediate in appearance between the hair of the seal and the hair of the deer. 6. Jag-toothed animals drink by lapping, as do also some animals with teeth differently formed, as the mouse. Animals whose upper and lower teeth meet evenly drink by suction, as the horse and the ox. The bear neither laps nor sucks, but gulps down his drink. Birds, a rule, drink by suction, but the long-necked birds stop and elevate their heads at intervals. The purple coot is the only one, of the long-necked birds, that swallows water by gulps. Horned animals, domesticated or wild, and all such as are not jag-toothed, are all frugivorous and graminivorous, save under great stress of hunger. The pig is an exception. It cares little for grass or fruit, but of all animals it is the fondest of roots, owing to the fact that its snout is peculiarly adapted for digging them out of the ground. It is also of all animals the most easily pleased in the matter of food. It takes on fat more rapidly in proportion to its size than any other animal. In fact, a pig can be fattened for the market in 60 days. Pig dealers can tell the amount of flesh taken on, by having first weighed the animal while it was being starved. Before the fattening process begins, the creature must be starved for 3 days. And, by the way, animals in general will take on fat if subjected previously to a course of starvation. After the 3 days of starvation, pig breeders feed the animal lavishly. Breeders in Thrace, when fattening pigs, give them a drink on the first day, then they miss 1, and then 2 days, then 3 and 4, until the interval extends over 7 days. The pig's meat used for fattening is composed of barley, millet, figs, acorns, wild pears, and cucumbers. These animals and other animals that have warm bellies are fattened by repose. Pigs also fatten the better by being allowed to wallow in mud. They like to feed in batches of the same age. A pig will give battle even to a wolf. If a pig be weighed when living, you may calculate that after death its flesh will weigh 5/6 of that weight, and the hair, the blood, and the rest will weigh the other sixth. When suckling their young, swine like all other animals get attenuated. So much for these animals. 7. Cattle feed on corn and grass, and fatten on vegetables that tend to cause flatulency, such as bitter vetch or bruised beans or bean stalks. The older ones also will fatten if they be fed up after an incision has been made into their hide, and air blown thereinto. Cattle will fatten also on barley in its natural state or on barley finely winnowed, or on sweet food, such as figs, or pulp from the winepress, or on elm leaves. But nothing is so fattening as the heat of the sun and wallowing in warm waters. If the horns of young cattle be smeared with hot wax, you may mold them to any shape you please, and cattle are less subject to disease of the hoof if you smear the horny parts with wax, pitch, or olive oil. Herded cattle suffer more when they are forced to change their pasture ground by frost than when snow is the cause of change. Cattle grow all the more in size when they are kept from sexual commerce over a number of years. And it is with a view to growth in size that in Epirus the so-called Pyrrhic kine are not allowed intercourse with the bull until they are 9 years old, from which circumstance they are nicknamed the unbulled kine. Of these Pyrrhic cattle, by the way, they say that there are only about 400 in the world, that they are the private property of the Epirote royal family, that they cannot thrive out of Epirus. And that people elsewhere have tried to rear them, but without success. 8. Horses, mules, and asses feed on corn and grass, but are fattened chiefly by drink. Just in proportion as beasts of burden drink water, so will they more or less enjoy their food, and a place will give good or bad feeding according as the water is good or bad. Green corn, while ripening, will give a smooth coat. But such corn is injurious if the spikes are too stiff and sharp. The first crop of clover is unwholesome, and so is clover over which ill-scented water runs, for the clover is sure to get the taint of the water. Cattle like clear water for drinking, but the horse in this respect resembles the camel, for the camel likes turbid and thick water, and will never drink from a stream until he has trampled it into a turbid condition. And, by the way, the camel can go without water for as much as 4 days, but after that when he drinks in immense quantities. 9. The elephant at the most can eat 9 Macedonian medimni of fodder at one meal. But so large an amount is unwholesome. As a general rule it can take 6 or 7 medimni of fodder, 5 medimni of wheat, and 5 marius of wine, 6 cotali going to the maris. An elephant has been known to drink right off 14 Macedonian metertae of water, and another metertae later in the day. Camels live for about 30 years. In some exceptional cases they live much longer, and instances have been known of their living to the age of 100. The elephant is said by some to live for about 200 years, by others, for 300. 10. Sheep and goats are graminivorous, but sheep browse assiduously and steadily, whereas goats shift their ground rapidly, and browse only on the tips of the herbage. Sheep are much improved in condition by drinking, and accordingly they give the flock salt every 5 days in summer, to the extent of 1 medimnus to the 100 sheep, and this is found to render a flock healthier and fatter. In fact they mix salt with the greater part of their food, a large amount of salt is mixed into their bran, for the reason that they drink more when thirsty, and in autumn they get cucumbers with a sprinkling of salt on them. This admixture of salt in their food tends also to increase the quantity of milk in the ewes. If sheep be kept on the move at midday they will drink more copiously towards evening. And if the ewes be fed with salted food as the lambing season draws near they will get larger udders. Sheep are fattened by twigs of the olive or of the oleaster, by vetch, and bran of every kind. And these articles of food fatten all the more if they be first sprinkled with brine. Sheep will take on flesh all the better if they be first put for 3 days through a process of starving. In autumn, water from the north is more wholesome for sheep than water from the south. Pasture grounds are all the better if they have a westerly aspect. Sheep will lose flesh if they be kept overmuch on the move or be subjected to any hardship. In winter time shepherds can easily distinguish the vigorous sheep from the weakly, from the fact that the vigorous sheep are covered with hoarfrost while the weakly ones are quite free of it. The fact being that the weakly ones feeling oppressed with the burden shake themselves and so get rid of it. The flesh of all quadrupeds deteriorates in marshy pastures, and is the better on high grounds. Sheep that have flat tails can stand the winter better than long-tailed sheep, and short-fleeced sheep than the shaggy-fleeced, and sheep with crisp wool stand the rigor of winter very poorly. Sheep are healthier than goats, but goats are stronger than sheep. The fleeces and the wool of sheep that have been killed by wolves, as also the clothes made from them, are exceptionally infested with lice. 11. Of insects, such as have teeth are omnivorous, such as have a tongue feed on liquids only, extracting with that organ juices from all quarters. And of these latter some may be called omnivorous, inasmuch as they feed on every kind of juice, as for instance, the common fly; others are bloodsuckers, such as the gadfly and the horsefly; others again live on the juices of fruits and plants. The bee is the only insect that invariably eschews whatever is rotten. It will touch no article of food unless it have a sweet-tasting juice, and it is particularly fond of drinking water if it be found bubbling up clear from a spring underground. So much for the food of animals of the leading genera. 12. The habits of animals are all connected with either breeding and the rearing of young, or with the procuring a due supply of food. And these habits are modified so as to suit cold and heat and the variations of the seasons. For all animals have an instinctive perception of the changes of temperature, and, just as men seek shelter in houses in winter, or as men of great possessions spend their summer in cool places and their winter in sunny ones, so also all animals that can do so shift their habitat at various seasons. Some creatures can make provision against change without stirring from their ordinary haunts. Others migrate, quitting Pontus and the cold countries after the autumnal equinox to avoid the approaching winter, and after the spring equinox migrating from warm lands to cool lands to avoid the coming heat. In some cases they migrate from places near at hand, in others they may be said to come from the ends of the world, as in the case of the crane. For these birds migrate from the steppes of Scythia to the marshlands south of Egypt where the Nile has its source. And it is here, by the way, that they are said to fight with the pygmies. And the story is not fabulous, but there is in reality a race of dwarfish men, and the horses are little in proportion, and the men live in caves underground. Pelicans also migrate, and fly from the Strymon to the Ister, and breed on the banks of this river. They depart in flocks, and the birds in front wait for those in the rear, owing to the fact that when the flock is passing over the intervening mountain range, the birds in the rear lose sight of their companions in the van. Fishes also in a similar manner shift their habitat now out of the Euxine and now into it. In winter they move from the outer sea in towards land in quest of heat, in summer they shift from shallow waters to the deep sea to escape the heat. Weakly birds in winter and in frosty weather come down to the plains for warmth, and in summer migrate to the hills for coolness. The more weakly an animal is the greater hurry will it be in to migrate on account of extremes of temperature, either hot or cold, thus the mackerel migrates in advance of the tunnies, and the quail in advance of the cranes. The former migrates in the month of Bodromion, and the latter in the month of Mimacterion. All creatures are fatter in migrating from cold to heat than in migrating from heat to cold. Thus the quail is fatter when he emigrates in autumn than when he arrives in spring. The migration from cold countries is contemporaneous with the close of the hot season. Animals are in better trim for breeding purposes in springtime, when they change from hot to cool lands. Of birds, the crane, as has been said, migrates from one end of the world to the other, they fly against the wind. The story told about the stone is untrue, to wit, that the bird, so the story goes, carries in its inside a stone by way of ballast, and that the stone when vomited up is a touchstone for gold. The cushat and the rock dove migrate, and never winter in our country, as is the case also with the turtle dove. The common pigeon, however, stays behind. The quail also migrates. Only, by the way, a few quails and turtle doves may stay behind here and there in sunny districts. Cushats and turtle doves flock together, both when they arrive and when the season for migration comes round again. When quails come to land, if it be fair weather or if a north wind is blowing, they will pair off and manage pretty comfortably. But if a southerly wind prevail they are greatly distressed owing to the difficulties in the way of flight, for a southerly wind is wet and violent. For this reason bird catchers are never on the alert for these birds during fine weather, but only during the prevalence of southerly winds, when the bird from the violence of the wind is unable to fly. And, by the way, it is owing to the distress occasioned by the bulkiness of its body that the bird always screams while flying, for the labor is severe. When the quails come from abroad they have no leaders, but when they migrate hence, the glottis flits along with them, as does also the landrail, and the eared owl, and the corncrake. The corncrake calls them in the night, and when the bird catchers hear the croak of the bird in the night time they know that the quails are on the move. The landrail is like a marsh bird, and the glottis has a tongue that can project far out of its beak. The eared owl is like an ordinary owl, only that it has feathers about its ears. By some it is called the night raven. It is a great rogue of a bird, and is a capital mimic. A bird catcher will dance before it and, while the bird is mimicking his gestures, the accomplice comes behind and catches it. The common owl is caught by a similar trick. As a general rule all birds with crooked talons are short-necked, flat-tongued, and disposed to mimicry. The Indian bird, the parrot, which is said to have a man's tongue, answers to this description. And, by the way, after drinking wine, the parrot becomes more saucy than ever. Of birds, the following are migratory: the crane, the swan, the pelican, and the lesser goose. 13. Of fishes, some, as has been observed, migrate from the outer seas in towards shore, and from the shore towards the outer seas, to avoid the extremes of cold and heat. Fish living near to the shore are better eating than deep-sea fish. The fact is they have more abundant and better feeding, for wherever the sun's heat can reach vegetation is more abundant, better in quality, and more delicate, as is seen in any ordinary garden. Further, the black shoreweed grows near to shore. The other shoreweed is like wild weed. Besides, the parts of the sea near to shore are subjected to a more equable temperature. And consequently the flesh of shallow water fishes is firm and consistent, whereas the flesh of deep water fishes is flaccid and watery. The following fishes are found near into the shore: the cynodon, the black bream, the merrow, the gilt-head, the mullet, the red mullet, the wrasse, the weaver, the callionymus, the goby, and rockfishes of all kinds. The following are deep-sea fishes: the trigon, the cartilaginous fishes, the white conger, the serosanguineous, the erythrinus, and the glaucus. The braize, the sea scorpion, the black conger, the murena, and the piper or sea cuckoo are found alike in shallow and deep waters. These fishes, however, vary for various localities. For instance, the goby and all rockfish are fat off the coast of Crete. Again, the tunny is out of season in summer, when it is being preyed on by its own peculiar louse parasite, but after the rising of Arcturus, when the parasite has left it, it comes into season again. A number of fish also are found in sea estuaries, such as the sop, the gilt-head, the red mullet, and, in point of fact, the greater part of the gregarious fishes. The bonito also is found in such waters, as, for instance, off the coast of Alopekinesis, and most species of fishes are found in Lake Bistones. The coaly mackerel as a rule does not enter the Euxine, but passes the summer in the Propontis, where it spawns, and winters in the Aegean. The tunny proper, the pelames, and the bonito penetrate into the Euxine in summer and pass the summer there. As do also the greater part of such fish as swim in shoals with the currents or congregate in shoals together. And most fish congregate in shoals, and shoal fishes in all cases have leaders. Fish penetrate into the Euxine for two reasons, and firstly for food. For the feeding is more abundant and better in quality owing to the amount of fresh river water that discharges into the sea, and moreover, the large fishes of this inland sea are smaller than the large fishes of the outer sea. In point of fact, there is no large fish in the Euxine excepting the dolphin and the porpoise, and the dolphin is a small variety, but as soon as you get into the outer sea the big fishes are on the big scale. Furthermore, fish penetrate into this sea for the purpose of breeding, for there are recesses there favorable for spawning, and the fresh and exceptionally sweet water has an invigorating effect upon the spawn. After spawning, when the young fishes have attained some size, the parent fish swim out of the Euxine immediately after the rising of the Pleiades. If winter comes in with a southerly wind, they swim out with more or less of deliberation. But, if a north wind be blowing, they swim out with greater rapidity, from the fact that the breeze is favorable to their own course. And, by the way, the young fish are caught about this time in the neighborhood of Byzantium very small in size, as might have been expected from the shortness of their sojourn in the Euxine. The shoals in general are visible both as they quit and enter the Euxine. The trichii, however, only can be caught during their entry, but are never visible during their exit. In point of fact, when a trichia is caught running outwards in the neighborhood of Byzantium, the fishermen are particularly careful to cleanse their nets, as the circumstance is so singular and exceptional. The way of accounting for this phenomenon is that this fish, and this one only, swims northwards into the Danube, and then at the point of its bifurcation swims down southwards into the Adriatic. And, as a proof that this theory is correct, the very opposite phenomenon presents itself in the Adriatic, that is to say, they are not caught in that sea during their entry, but are caught during their exit. Tunny fish swim into the Euxine keeping the shore on their right, and swim out of it with the shore upon their left. It is stated that they do so as being naturally weak-sighted, and seeing better with the right eye. During the daytime shoalfish continue on their way, but during the night they rest and feed. But if there be moonlight, they continue their journey without resting at all. Some people accustomed to sea life assert that shoalfish at the period of the winter solstice never move at all, but keep perfectly still wherever they may happen to have been overtaken by the solstice, and this lasts until the equinox. The coaly mackerel is caught more frequently on entering than on quitting the Euxine. And in the Propontis the fish is at its best before the spawning season. Shoalfish, as a rule, are caught in greater quantities as they leave the Euxine, and at that season they are in the best condition. At the time of their entrance they are caught in very plump condition close to shore, but those are in comparatively poor condition that are caught farther out to sea. Very often, when the collimackerel and the mackerel are met by a south wind in their exit, there are better catches to the southward than in the neighborhood of Byzantium. So much then for the phenomenon of migration of fishes. Now the same phenomenon is observed in fishes as in terrestrial animals in regard to hibernation. In other words, during winter fishes take to concealing themselves in out-of-the-way places, and quit their places of concealment in the warmer season. But, by the way, animals go into concealment by way of refuge against extreme heat, as well as against extreme cold. Sometimes an entire genus will thus seek concealment, in other cases some species will do so and others will not. For instance, the shellfish seek concealment without exception, as is seen in the case of those dwelling in the sea, the purple murex, the serox, and all such like. But though in the case of the detached species the phenomenon is obvious, for they hide themselves, as is seen in the scallop, or they are provided with an operculum on the free surface. As in the case of land snails, in the case of the non-detached the concealment is not so clearly observed. They do not go into hiding at one and the same season, but the snails go in winter, the purple murex and the serox for about 30 days at the rising of the dog star, and the scallop at about the same period. But for the most part they go into concealment when the weather is either extremely cold or extremely hot. 14. Insects almost all go into hiding, with the exception of such of them as live in human habitations or perish before the completion of the year. They hide in the winter. Some of them for several days, others for only the coldest days, as the bee. For the bee also goes into hiding, and the proof that it does so is that during a certain period bees never touch the food set before them, and if a bee creeps out of the hive, it is quite transparent, with nothing whatsoever in its stomach. And the period of its rest and hiding lasts from the setting of the Pleiades until springtime. Animals take their winter sleep or summer sleep by concealing themselves in warm places, or in places where they have been used to lie concealed. 15. Several blooded animals take this sleep, such as the phalodotes or tessellates, namely, the serpent, the lizard, the gecko, and the river crocodile, all of which go into hiding for 4 months in the depth of winter, and during that time eat nothing. Serpents in general burrow underground for this purpose. The viper conceals itself under a stone. A great number of fishes also take this sleep, and notably, the hipparus and corycinus in winter time. For, whereas fish in general may be caught at all periods of the year more or less, there is this singularity observed in these fishes, that they are caught within a certain fixed period of the year, and never by any chance out of it. The murena also hides, and the orphis or sea perch, and the conger. Rockfish pair off, male and female, for hiding, just as for breeding, as is observed in the case of the species of wrasse called the thrush and the ousel, and in the perch. The tunny also takes a sleep in winter in deep waters, and gets exceedingly fat after the sleep. The fishing season for the tunny begins at the rising of the Pleiades and lasts, at the longest, down to the setting of Arcturus. During the rest of the year they are hid and enjoying immunity. About the time of hibernation a few tunnies or other hibernating fishes are caught while swimming about, in particularly warm localities and in exceptionally fine weather, or on nights of full moon. For the fishes are induced, by the warmth or the light, to emerge for a while from their lair in quest of food. Most fishes are at their best for the table during the summer or winter sleep. The primus tunny conceals itself in the mud. This may be inferred from the fact that during a particular period the fish is never caught, and that, when it is caught after that period, it is covered with mud and has its fins damaged. In the spring these tunnies get in motion and proceed towards the coast, coupling and breeding, and the females are now caught full of spawn. At this time they are considered as in season, but in autumn and in winter as of inferior quality. At this time also the males are full of milt. When the spawn is small, the fish is hard to catch, but it is easily caught when the spawn gets large, as the fish is then infested by its parasite. Some fish burrow for sleep in the sand and some in mud, just keeping their mouths outside. Most fishes hide, then, during the winter only, but crustaceans, the rockfish, the ray, and the cartilaginous species hide only during extremely severe weather. And this may be inferred from the fact that these fishes are never by any chance caught when the weather is extremely cold. Some fishes, however, hide during the summer, as the glaucus or grayback. This fish hides in summer for about 60 days. The hake also and the gilthead hide. And we infer that the hake hides over a lengthened period from the fact that it is only caught at long intervals. We are led also to infer that fishes hide in summer from the circumstance that the takes of certain fish are made between the rise and setting of certain constellations, of the Dog Star in particular. The sea at this period being upturned from the lower depths. This phenomenon may be observed to best advantage in the Bosporus, for the mud is there brought up to the surface and the fish are brought up along with it. They say also that very often, when the sea bottom is dredged, more fish will be caught by the second haul than by the first one. Furthermore, after very heavy rains numerous specimens become visible of creatures that at other times are never seen at all or seen only at intervals. 16. A great number of birds also go into hiding. They do not all migrate, as is generally supposed, to warmer countries. Thus, certain birds, as the kite and the swallow, when they are not far off from places of this kind, in which they have their permanent abode, betake themselves thither. Others, that are at a distance from such places, decline the trouble of migration and simply hide themselves where they are. Swallows, for instance, have been often found in holes, quite denuded of their feathers, and the kite on its first emergence from torpidity has been seen to fly from out some such hiding place. And with regard to this phenomenon of periodic torpor there is no distinction observed, whether the talons of a bird be crooked or straight. For instance, the stork, the ousel, the turtle-dove, and the lark all go into hiding. The case of the turtle-dove is the most notorious of all, for we would defy anyone to assert that he had anywhere seen a turtle-dove in winter-time. At the beginning of the hiding time it is exceedingly plump, and during this period it molts, but retains its plumpness. Some cushats hide, others, instead of hiding, migrate at the same time as the swallow. The thrush and the starling hide. And of birds with crooked talons the kite and the owl hide for a few days. 17. Of viviparous quadrupeds the porcupine and the bear retire into concealment. The fact that the bear hides is well established, but there are doubts as to its motive for so doing, whether it be by reason of the cold or from some other cause. About this period the male and the female become so fat as to be hardly capable of motion. The female brings forth her young at this time, and remains in concealment until it is time to bring the cubs out. And she brings them out in spring, about 3 months after the winter solstice. The bear hides for at least 40 days. During 14 of these days it is said not to move at all, but during most of the subsequent days it moves, and from time to time wakes up. A she-bear in pregnancy has either never been caught at all or has been caught very seldom. There can be no doubt but that during this period they eat nothing, for in the first place they never emerge from their hiding place, and further, when they are caught, their belly and intestines are found to be quite empty. It is also said that from no food being taken the gut almost closes up, and that in consequence the animal on first emerging takes to eating arum with the view of opening up and distending the gut. The dormouse actually hides in a tree, and gets very fat at that period, as does also the white mouse of Pontus. Of animals that hide or go torpid some slew off what is called their old age. This name is applied to the outermost skin, and to the casing that envelopes the developing organism. In discussing the case of terrestrial vivipara we stated that the reason for the bears seeking concealment is an open question. We now proceed to treat of the tessellates. The tessellates for the most part go into hiding, and if their skin is soft they slough off their old age, but not if the skin is shell-like, as is the shell of the tortoise. For, by the way, the tortoise and the freshwater tortoise belong to the tessellates. Thus, the old age is sloughed off by the gecko, the lizard, and above all, by serpents, and they slough off the skin in springtime when emerging from their torpor, and again in the autumn. Vipers also slough off their skin both in spring and in autumn, and it is not the case, as some aver, that this species of the serpent family is exceptional in not sloughing. When the serpent begins to slough, the skin peels off at first from the eyes, so that anyone ignorant of the phenomenon would suppose the animal were going blind. After that it peels off the head, and so on, until the creature presents to view only a white surface all over. The sloughing goes on for a day and a night, beginning with the head and ending with the tail. During the sloughing of the skin an inner layer comes to the surface, for the creature emerges just as the embryo from its afterbirth. All insects that slew at all slew in the same way. As the sylphy, and the empes or midge, and all the coleoptera, as for instance the cantharus beetle. They all slew after the period of development. For just as the afterbirth breaks from off the young of the vivipara, so the outer husk breaks off from around the young of the vermipara, in the same way both with the bee and the grasshopper. The cicada the moment after issuing from the husk goes and sits upon an olive tree or a reed. After the breaking up of the husk the creature issues out, leaving a little moisture behind, and after a short interval flies up into the air and sets a chirping. Of marine animals the crawfish and the lobster slew sometimes in the spring, and sometimes in autumn after parturition. Lobsters have been caught occasionally with the parts about the thorax soft, from the shell having there peeled off, and the lower parts hard, from the shell having not yet peeled off there. For, by the way, they do not slough in the same manner as the serpent. The crawfish hides for about 5 months. Crabs also slough off their old age. This is generally allowed with regard to the soft-shelled crabs, and it is said to be the case with the testaceous kind, as for instance with the large, granny crab. When these animals slew their shell becomes soft all over, and as for the crab, it can scarcely crawl. These animals also do not cast their skins once and for all, but over and over again. So much for the animals that go into hiding or torpidity, for the times at which, and the ways in which, they go, and so much also for the animals that slew off their old age, and for the times at which they undergo the process. 18. Animals do not all thrive at the same seasons, nor do they thrive alike during all extremes of weather. Further, animals of diverse species are in a diverse way healthy or sickly at certain seasons. And, in point of fact, some animals have ailments that are unknown to others. Birds thrive in times of drought, both in their general health and in regard to parturition, and this is especially the case with the cushat. Fishes, however, with a few exceptions, thrive best in rainy weather. On the contrary, rainy seasons are bad for birds, and so by the way is much drinking, and drought is bad for fishes. Birds of prey, as has been already stated, may in a general way be said never to drink at all, though Hesiod appears to have been ignorant of the fact. For in his story about the siege of Ninus he represents the eagle that presided over the auguries as in the act of drinking. All other birds drink, but drink sparingly, as is the case also with all other spongy-lunged oviparous animals. Sickness in birds may be diagnosed from their plumage, which is ruffled when they are sickly instead of lying smooth as when they are well. 19. The majority of fishes, as has been stated, thrive best in rainy seasons. Not only have they food in greater abundance at this time, but in a general way rain is wholesome for them just as it is for vegetation, for, by the way, kitchen vegetables, though artificially watered, derive benefit from rain. And the same remark applies even to reeds that grow in marshes, as they hardly grow at all without a rainfall. That rain is good for fishes may be inferred from the fact that most fishes migrate to the Euxine for the summer. For owing to the number of the rivers that discharge into this sea its water is exceptionally fresh, and the rivers bring down a large supply of food. Besides, a great number of fishes, such as the bonito and the mullet, swim up the rivers and thrive in the rivers and marshes. The sea gudgeon also fattens in the rivers, and, as a rule, countries abounding in lagoons furnish unusually excellent fish. While most fishes, then, are benefited by rain, they are chiefly benefited by summer rain. Or we may state the case thus, that rain is good for fishes in spring, summer, and autumn, and fine dry weather in winter. As a general rule what is good for men is good for fishes also. Fishes do not thrive in cold places, and those fishes suffer most in severe winters that have a stone in their head, as the chromis, the bass, the syaena, and the brais. For owing to the stone they get frozen with the cold, and are thrown up on shore. Whilst rain is wholesome for most fishes, it is, on the contrary, unwholesome for the mullet, the cephalus, and the so-called marinus, for rain superinduces blindness in most of these fishes. And all the more rapidly if the rainfall be superabundant. The cephalus is peculiarly subject to this malady in severe winters, their eyes grow white, and when caught they are in poor condition, and eventually the disease kills them. It would appear that this disease is due to extreme cold even more than to an excessive rainfall. For instance, in many places and more especially in shallows off the coast of Nauplia, in the Argolet, a number of fishes have been known to be caught out at sea in seasons of severe cold. The gilthead also suffers in winter. The acarnus suffers in summer, and loses condition. The coracine is exceptional among fishes in deriving benefit from drought, and this is due to the fact that heat and drought are apt to come together. Particular places suit particular fishes. Some are naturally fishes of the shore, and some of the deep sea, and some are at home in one or the other of these regions, and others are common to the two and are at home in both. Some fishes will thrive in one particular spot, and in that spot only. As a general rule it may be said that places abounding in weeds are wholesome. At all events, fishes caught in such places are exceptionally fat, that is, such fishes inhabit all sorts of localities as well. The fact is that weed-eating fishes find abundance of their special food in such localities, and carnivorous fish find an unusually large number of smaller fish. It matters also whether the wind be from the north or south. The longer fish thrive better when a north wind prevails, and in summer at one and the same spot more long fish will be caught than flat fish with a north wind blowing. The tunny and the swordfish are infested with a parasite about the rising of the dog star, that is to say, about this time both these fishes have a grub beside their fins that is nicknamed the gadfly. It resembles the scorpion in shape, and is about the size of the spider. So acute is the pain it inflicts that the swordfish will often leap as high out of the water as a dolphin. In fact, it sometimes leaps over the bulwarks of a vessel and falls back on the deck. The tunny delights more than any other fish in the heat of the sun. It will burrow for warmth in the sand in shallow waters near to shore, or will, because it is warm, disport itself on the surface of the sea. The fry of little fishes escape by being overlooked, for it is only the larger ones of the small species that fishes of the large species will pursue. The greater part of the spawn and the fry of fishes is destroyed by the heat of the sun, for whatever of them the sun reaches it spoils. Fishes are caught in greatest abundance before sunrise and after sunset, or, speaking generally, just about sunset and sunrise. Fishermen haul up their nets at these times, and speak of the hauls then made as the nick-of-time hauls. The fact is, that at these times fishes are particularly weak-sighted, at night they are at rest, and as the light grows stronger they see comparatively well. We know of no pestilential malady attacking fishes, such as those which attack man, and horses and oxen among the quadrupedal vivipara, and certain species of other genera, domesticated and wild, but fishes do seem to suffer from sickness. And fishermen infer this from the fact that at times fishes in poor condition, and looking as though they were sick, and of altered color, are caught in a large haul of well-conditioned fish of their own species. So much for sea fishes. 20. River fish and lake fish also are exempt from diseases of a pestilential character, but certain species are subject to special and peculiar maladies. For instance, the sheatfish just before the rising of the dog star, owing to its swimming near the surface of the water, is liable to sunstroke, and is paralyzed by a loud peal of thunder. The carp is subject to the same eventualities but in a lesser degree. The sheatfish is destroyed in great quantities in shallow waters by the serpent called the dragon. In the Balarus and Tylan a worm is engendered about the rising of the dog star, that sickens these fish and causes them to rise towards the surface, where they are killed by the excessive heat. The Chalcis is subject to a very violent malady. Lice are engendered underneath their gills in great numbers, and cause destruction among them, but no other species of fish is subject to any such malady. If mullein be introduced into water, it will kill fish in its vicinity. It is used extensively for catching fish in rivers and ponds. By the Phoenicians it is made use of also in the sea. There are two other methods employed for catch fish. It is a known fact that in winter fishes emerge from the deep parts of rivers and, by the way, at all seasons fresh water is tolerably cold. A trench accordingly is dug leading into a river, and wattled at the river end with reeds and stones, an aperture being left in the wattling through which the river water flows into the trench. When the frost comes on, the fish can be taken out of the trench in wheels. Another method is adopted in summer and winter alike. They run across a stream, a dam composed of brushwood and stones, leaving a small open space, and in this space they insert a wheel. They then coop the fish in towards this place, and draw them up in the wheel as they swim through the open space. Shellfish, as a rule, are benefited by rainy weather. The purple murex is an exception. If it be placed on a shore near to where a river discharges, it will die within a day after tasting the fresh water. The murex lives for about 50 days after capture. During this period they feed off one another, as there grows on the shell a kind of seaweed or sea moss. If any food is thrown to them during this period, it is said to be done not to keep them alive, but to make them weigh more. To shellfish in general drought is unwholesome. During dry weather they decrease in size and degenerate in quality. And it is during such weather that the red scallop is found in more than usual abundance. In the Piraean Strait the clam was exterminated, partly by the dredging machine used in their capture, and partly by long-continued droughts. Rainy weather is wholesome to the generality of shellfish owing to the fact that the sea water then becomes exceptionally sweet. In the Euxine, owing to the coldness of the climate, shellfish are not found, nor yet in rivers, excepting a few bivalves here and there. Univalves, by the way, are very apt to freeze to death in extremely cold weather. So much for animals that live in water. 21. To turn to quadrupeds, the pig suffers from 3 diseases, one of which is called branchos, a disease attended with swellings about the windpipe and the jaws. It may break out in any part of the body. Very often it attacks the foot, and occasionally the ear. The neighboring parts also soon rot, and the decay goes on until it reaches the lungs, when the animal succumbs. The disease develops with great rapidity, and the moment it sets in the animal gives up eating. The swineherds know but one way to cure it, namely, by complete excision, when they detect the first signs of the disease. There are 2 other diseases, which are both alike termed crores. The one is attended with pain and heaviness in the head, and this is the commoner of the 2, the other with diarrhea. The latter is incurable, the former is treated by applying wine fomentations to the snout and rinsing the nostrils with wine. Even this disease is very hard to cure. It has been known to kill within 3 or 4 days. The animal is chiefly subject to branchos when it gets extremely fat, and when the heat has brought a good supply of figs. The treatment is to feed on mashed mulberries, to give repeated warm baths, and to lance the under part of the tongue. Pigs with flabby flesh are subject to measles about the legs, neck, and shoulders, for the pimples develop chiefly in these parts. If the pimples are few in number the flesh is comparatively sweet, but if they be numerous it gets watery and flaccid. The symptoms of measles are obvious, for the pimples show chiefly on the under side of the tongue, and if you pluck the bristles off the chine the skin will appear suffused with blood. And further the animal will be unable to keep its hind feet at rest. Pigs never take this disease while they are mere sucklings. The pimples may be got rid of by feeding on this kind of spelt called typh, and this spelt, by the way, is very good for ordinary food. The best food for rearing and fattening pigs is chickpeas and figs, but the one thing essential is to vary the food as much as possible, for this animal, like animals in general, likes in a change of diet. And it is said that one kind of food blows the animal out, that another superinduces flesh, and that another puts on fat, and that acorns, though liked by the animal, render the flesh flaccid. Besides, if a sow eats acorns in great quantities, it will miscarry, as is also the case with the ewe, and, indeed, the miscarriage is more certain in the case of the ewe than in the case of the sow. The pig is the only animal known to be subject to measles. 22. Dogs suffer from 3 diseases, rabies, quinsy, and sore feet. Rabies drives the animal mad, and every animal whatever, excepting man, will take the disease if bitten by a dog so afflicted. The disease is fatal to the dog itself, and to any animal it may bite, man excepted. Quinsy also is fatal to dogs. And only a few recover from disease of the feet. The camel, like the dog, is subject to rabies. The elephant, which is reputed to enjoy immunity from all other illnesses, is occasionally subject to flatulency. 23. Cattle and herds are liable to 2 diseases, foot sickness and crorus. In the former their feet suffer from eruptions, but the animal recovers from the disease without even the loss of the hoof. It is found of service to smear the horny parts with warm pitch. In crorus, the breath comes warm at short intervals. In fact, crorus in cattle answers to fever in man. The symptoms of the disease are drooping of the ears and disinclination for food. The animal soon succumbs, and when the carcass is opened the lungs are found to be rotten. 24. Horses out at pasture are free from all diseases excepting disease of the feet. From this disease they sometimes lose their hooves, but after losing them they grow them soon again, for as one hoof is decaying it is being replaced by another. Symptoms of the malady are a sinking in and wrinkling of the lip in the middle under the nostrils, and in the case of the male, a twitching of the right testicle. Stall-reared horses are subject to very numerous forms of disease. They are liable to disease called ileus. Under this disease the animal trails its hind legs under its belly so far forward as almost to fall back on its haunches. If it goes without food for several days and turns rabid, it may be of service to draw blood, or to castrate the male. The animal is subject also to tetanus, the veins get rigid, as also the head and neck, and the animal walks with its legs stretched out straight. The horse suffers also from abscesses. Another painful illness afflicts them called the barley surfeit. They are a softening of the palate and heat of the breath. The animal may recover through the strength of its own constitution, but no formal remedies are of any avail. There is also a disease called nymphia, in which the animal is said to stand still and droop its head on hearing flute music. If during this ailment the horse be mounted, it will run off at a gallop until it is pulled. Even with this rabies in full force, it preserves a dejected spiritless appearance. Some of the symptoms are a throwing back of the ears followed by a projection of them, great languor, and heavy breathing. Heartache also is incurable, of which the symptom is a drawing in of the flanks, and so is displacement of the bladder, which is accompanied by a retention of urine and a drawing up of the hooves and haunches. Neither is there any cure if the animal swallow the grape beetle, which is about the size of the spondyle or knuckle beetle. The bite of the shrew mouse is dangerous to horses and other draught animals as well. It is followed by boils. The bite is all the more dangerous if the mouse be pregnant when she bites, for the boils then burst, but do not burst otherwise. The sysigna called calcis by some, and zygnus by others either causes death by its bite or, at all events, intense pain. It is like a small lizard, with the color of the blind snake. In point of fact, according to experts, the horse and the sheep have pretty well as many ailments as the human species. The drug known under the name of sandaris or realgar, is extremely injurious to a horse, and to all draught animals. It is given to the animal as a medicine in a solution of water, the liquid being filtered through a colander. The mare when pregnant apt to miscarry when disturbed by the odor of an extinguished candle. And a similar accident happens occasionally to women in their pregnancy. So much for the diseases of the horse. The so-called hippomenes grows, as has stated, on the foal, and the mare nibbles it off as she licks and cleans the foal. All the curious stories connected with the hippomenes are due to old wives and to the vendors of charms. What is called the polium or foal's membrane, is, as all the accounts state, delivered by the mother before the foal appears. A horse will recognize the neighing of any other horse with which it may have fought at any previous period. The horse delights in meadows and marshes, and likes to drink muddy water. In fact, if water be clear, the horse will trample in it to make it turbid, will then drink it, and afterwards will wallow in it. The animal is fond of water in every way, whether for drinking or for bathing purposes. And this explains the peculiar constitution of the hippopotamus or river horse. In regard to water, the ox is the opposite of the horse, for if the water be impure or cold, or mixed up with alien matter, it will refuse to drink it. 25. The ass suffers chiefly from one particular disease which they call melis. It arises first in the head, and a clammy humor runs down the nostrils, thick and red. If it stays in the head, the animal may recover, but if it descends into the lungs, the animal will die. Of all animals of its kind, it is the least capable of enduring extreme cold, which circumstance will account for the fact that the animal is not found on the shores of the Euxine, nor in Scythia. 26. Elephants suffer from flatulence, and when thus afflicted can void neither solid nor liquid residuum. If the elephant swallow earth mold, it suffers from relaxation, but if it go on taking it steadily, it will experience no harm. From time to time it takes to swallowing stones. It suffers also from diarrhea. In this case they administer draughts of lukewarm water or dip its fodder in honey, and either one or the other prescription will prove a costive. When they suffer from insomnia, they will be restored to health if their shoulders be rubbed with salt, olive oil, and warm water. When they have aches in their shoulders, they will derive great benefit from the application of roast pork. Some elephants like olive oil, and others do not. If there is a bit of iron in the inside of an elephant, it is said that it will pass out if the animal takes a drink of olive oil. If the animal refuses olive oil, they soak a root in the oil and give it the root to swallow. So much, then, for quadrupeds. 27. Insects, as a general rule, thrive best in the time of year in which they come into being, especially if the season be moist and warm, as in spring. In beehives are found creatures that do great damage to the combs. For instance, the grub that spins a web and ruins the honeycomb, it is called the claros. It engenders an insect like itself, of a spider shape, and brings disease into the swarm. There is another insect resembling the moth, called by some the pyrosts, that flies about a lighted candle. This creature engenders a brood full of a fine down. It is never stung by a bee, and can only be got out of a hive by fumigation. A caterpillar also is engendered in hives, of a species nicknamed the teredo, or borer, with which creature the bee never interferes. Bees suffer most when flowers are covered with mildew, or in seasons of drought. All insects, without exception, die if they be smeared over with oil, and they die all the more rapidly if you smear their head with the oil and lay them out in the sun. 28. Variety in animal life may be produced by variety of locality. Thus in one place an animal will not be found at all, in another it will be small, or short-lived, or will not thrive. Sometimes this sort of difference is observed in closely adjacent districts. Thus, in the territory of Miletus, in one district cicadas are found while there are none in the district close adjoining. And in Cephallenia there is a river on one side of which the cicada is found and not on the other. In Porticelene there is a public road one side of which the weasel is found but not on the other. In Boeotia the mole is found in great abundance in the neighborhood of Orchomenus, but there are none in Libadia though it is in the immediate vicinity. And if a mole be transported from the one district to the other it will refuse to burrow in the soil. The hare cannot live in Ithaca if introduced there, in fact it will be found dead, turned towards the point of the beach where it was landed. The horseman ant is not found in Sicily. The croaking frog has only recently appeared in the neighborhood of Cyrene. In the whole of Libya there is neither wild boar, nor stag, nor wild goat. And in India, according to Ctesias no very good authority, by the way there are no swine, wild or tame, but animals that are devoid of blood and such as go into hiding or go torpid are all of immense size there. In the Euxine there are no small mollusks nor crustaceans, except a few here and there, but in the Red Sea all the crustaceans are exceedingly large. In Syria the sheep have tails a cubit in breadth. The goats have ears a span and a palm long, and some have ears that flap down to the ground, and the cattle have humps on their shoulders, like the camel. In Lycia goats are shorn for their fleece, just as sheep are in all other countries. In Libya the long-horned ram is born with horns, and not the ram only, as Homer words it, but the ewe as well. In Pontus, on the confines of Scythia, the ram is without horns. In Egypt animals, as a rule, are larger than their congeners in Greece, as the cow and the sheep, but some are less, as the dog, the wolf, the hare, the fox, the raven, and the hawk. Others are of pretty much the same size, as the crow and the goat. The difference, where it exists, is attributed to the food, as being abundant in one case and insufficient in another, for instance for the wolf and the hawk. For provision is scanty for the carnivorous animals, small birds being scarce, food is scanty also for the hare and for all frugivorous animals, because neither the nuts nor the fruit last long. In many places the climate will account for peculiarities, thus in Illyria, Thrace, and Epirus the ass is small, and in Gaul and in Scythia the ass is not found at all owing to the coldness of the climate of these countries. In Arabia the lizard is more than a cubit in length, and the mouse is much larger than our field mouse, with its hind legs a span long and its front legs the length of the first finger joint. In Libya, according to all accounts, the length of the serpents is something appalling. Sailors spin a yarn to the effect that some crews once put ashore and saw the bones of a number of oxen, and that they were sure that the oxen had been devoured by serpents, for, just as they were putting out to sea, serpents came chasing their galleys at full speed and overturned one galley and set upon the crew. Again, lions are more numerous in Libya, and in that district of Europe that lies between the Achilles and the Nessus. The leopard is more abundant in Asia Minor, and is not found in Europe at all. As a general rule, wild animals are at their wildest in Asia, at their boldest in Europe, and most diverse in form in Libya. In fact, there is an old saying, always something fresh in Libya. It would appear that in that country animals of diverse species meet, on account of the rainless climate, at the watering places, and there pair together. And that such pairs will often breed if they be nearly of the same size and have periods of gestation of the same length. For it is said that they are tamed down in their behavior towards each other by extremity of thirst. And, by the way, unlike animals elsewhere, they require to drink more in winter-time than in summer, for they acquire the habit of not drinking in summer, owing to the circumstance that there is usually no water then. And the mice, if they drink, die. Elsewhere also bastard animals are born to heterogeneous pairs, thus in Cyrene the wolf and the bitch will couple and breed, and the Laconian hound is a cross between the fox and the dog. They say that the Indian dog is a cross between the tiger and the bitch, not the first cross, but a cross in the third generation, for they say that the first cross is a savage creature. They take the bitch to a lonely spot and tie her up. If the tiger be in an amorous mood he will pair with her, if not he will eat her up, and this casualty is of frequent occurrence. 29. Locality will differentiate habits also. For instance, rugged highlands will not produce the same results as the soft lowlands. The animals of the highlands look fiercer and bolder, as is seen in the swine of Mount Athos. For a lowland boar is no match even for a mountain sow. Again, locality is an important element in regard to the bite of an animal. Thus, in Pharos and other places, the bite of the scorpion is not dangerous. Elsewhere in Korea, for instances where scorpions are venomous as well as plentiful and of large size, the sting is fatal to man or beast, even to the pig, and especially to a black pig, though the pig, by the way, is in general most singularly indifferent to the bite of any other creature. If a pig goes into water after being struck by the scorpion of Korea, it will surely die. There is great variety in the effects produced by the bites of serpents. The asp is found in Libya. The so-called septic drug is made from the body of the animal, and is the only remedy known for the bite of the original. Among the Silphium, also, a snake is found, for the bite or which a certain stone is said to be a cure, a stone that is brought from the grave of an ancient king, which stone is put into water and drunk off. In certain parts of Italy the bite of the gecko is fatal. But the deadliest of all bites of venomous creatures is when one venomous animal has bitten another, as, for instance, a viper's after it has bitten a scorpion. To the great majority of such creatures man's is fatal. There is a very little snake, by some entitled the holy snake, which is dreaded by even the largest serpents. It is about an ell long, and hairy looking. Whenever it bites an animal, the flesh all round the wound will at once mortify. There is in India a small snake which is exceptional in this respect, that for its bite no specific whatever is known. 30. Animals also vary as to their condition of health in connection with their pregnancy. Testaceans, such as scallops and all the oyster family, and crustaceans, such as the lobster family, are best when with spawn. Even in the case of the testacean we speak of spawning, or pregnancy, but whereas the crustaceans may be seen coupling and laying their spawn, this is never the case with testaceans. Mollusks are best in the breeding time, as the calamari, the sepia, and the octopus. Fishes, when they begin to breed, are nearly all good for the table. But after the female has gone long with spawn they are good in some cases, and in others are out of season. The manus, for instance, is good at the breeding time. The female of this fish is round, the male longer and flatter. When the female is beginning to breed the male turns black and mottled, and is quite unfit for the table. At this period he is nicknamed the goat. The wrasses called the ousel and the thrush, and the smarries have different colors at different seasons, as is the case with the plumage of certain birds, that is to say, they become black in the spring and after the spring get white again. The physis also changes its hue, in general it is white, but in spring it is mottled. It is the only sea fish which is said make a bed for itself, and the female lays her spawn in this bed or nest. The manus, as was observed, changes its color as does the smarries, and in summertime changes back from whitish to black, the change being especially marked about the fins and gills. The coracine, like the manus, is in best condition at breeding time. The mullet, the bass, and scaly fishes in general are in bad condition at this period. A few fish are in much the same condition at all times, whether with spawn or not, as the glaucus. Old fishes also are bad eating. The old tunny is unfit even for pickling, as a great part of its flesh wastes away with age, and the same wasting is observed in all old fishes. The age of a scaly fish may be told by the size and the hardness of its scales. An old tunny has been caught weighing 15 talents, with the span of its tail 2 cubits and a palm broad. River fish and lake fish are best after they have discharged the spawn in the case of the female and the milt in the case of the male, that is, when they have fully recovered from the exhaustion of such discharge. Some are good in the breeding time, as the sapertus, and some bad, as the sheatfish. As a general rule, the male fish is better eating than the female, but the reverse holds good of the sheatfish. The eels that are called females are the best for the table. They look as though they were female, but they really are not so.